Chapter 1900, Super Good Person. Beehive Island was a sea island that had a peculiar shape. The entire island resembled a voluminous dark yellow beehive, with countless pits and holes on the surface of the hive, and a precise structure and countless tunnels inside. A rank 6 Immortal with broad shoulders and a thin waist, wearing jade green battle armor, was inside the beehive. This man was one of the followers of Miao Ming Shen, Feng Jiang. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. The densely grouped red thread earthworms were shooting violently at Feng Jiang from all directions. The red thread earthworms could shoot themselves out like the flicking of a zither, so fast that Feng Jiang could only see a red light. The attack of the red thread earthworms was very sharp, and the swarms of red thread earthworms were able to make desolate beasts back away from them. Feng Jiang fought as he retreated. He was facing immense pressure. After a while, he was already covered in sweat. Even though his battle strength surpassed desolate beasts and he had many killer moves, he received this mission to quell the red thread earthworm calamity near the Beehive Island, to allow its ecology to return to normal. If Feng Jiang used his methods without holding back and unleashed his attacks, he could easily kill all of these red thread earthworms. But in that case, Beehive Island would be heavily damaged. Feng Jiang would receive few merit points. Damn it. Feng Jiang had no choice but to retreat and fly out of the hive, floating in the sky. The red thread earthworms were still in hot pursuit, shooting themselves into the sky and pursuing Feng Jiang. From countless holes, large amounts of red threads were shot out. Feng Jiang sighed and pulled away from the hive. These red thread earthworms could not hit their target. The red thread earthworms did not die from a fall of this height. Their bodies were soft but tough. After they loitered around for some time, they went back into the hive again. They did not follow the existing holes within the hive, but dug their own way through the hive's walls. This was very damaging to Beehive Island. There are too many red thread earthworms, and I'm afraid there are still desolate beasts inside. After all, I'm taking on a mid-sized mission. There is one more difficulty. The more the passage inside this hive extends inside, the narrower it becomes. It is very disadvantageous to me. Beehive Island was already covered in holes due to the red thread earthworms. If Feng Jiang fought inside, he might cause the destruction of the entire island. Feng Jiang was silent for a moment before making up his mind. He opened his Immortal Aperture's entrance as he summoned a large group of wild bees. These bees were all elites that had rank 5 battle strength. Their leader was even more powerful. It was a desolate beast bee. The abdomen of this wild bee was of peculiar form, being gyroscopic instead of ellipsoidal. It was most broad at the waist, extending out to the tail while becoming increasingly thinner. The surface of the gyroscopic belly had a black spiral pattern that was quite striking. All the wild bees were covered with dense fluffy hair and had large, broad wings. This was the yellow Euro bee. Feng Jiang's Immortal Aperture raised a large number of bees. Yellow Euro bee was one of them with a unique status. Even though ordinary bees formed into groups, they consisted of members from the same species. Different ones could not live together. But not only could yellow Euro bees live with other wild bees, they could reproduce and even help to increase the numbers of the other species of bees. The yellow Euro bees were the core bee group of Feng Jiang's Immortal Aperture. Feng Jiang was an Eastern Sigu Immortal. He was rich in cultivation resources, keeping a variety of bees in his Immortal Aperture and having more than 10 desolate beast wild bees. The yellow Euro bees had always been his main focus, but there were only 3 of them that were desolate beast level. This time, Feng Jiang mobilized a large group of yellow Euro bees. He was taking a huge risk in this situation. Under the command of Feng Jiang, the yellow Euro bees buzzed as if they were a yellow cloud that quickly burrowed into the hive. There were still swarms of bees in Beehive Island, but they were completely at a disadvantage compared to the red thread earthworms in terms of size. With the help of the yellow Euro bees, the bee group was confused for a moment before retaliating against the red thread earthworms entrenched in the lower part of the Beehive Island with a fierce attack. This was a fight for survival between their respective groups. It was a tragic battle. Beehive Island continued to shake as cracks appeared on its surface, rapidly expanding in size. Feng Jiang was prepared to take action. He immediately used methods to repair the island. He let his bee group fight while he took on a support role. He was quite lucky. When the red thread earthworms lost enough numbers, the sole desolate beast red thread earthworm retreated instead of fighting, leading its members away from the beehive. Feng Jiang looked as millions of red thread earthworms gathered in the sea like a huge red current, swimming away. He sighed as the weight in his heart was lifted. He hesitated for a moment. Should he chase after the red thread earthworms or ignore them now? While he hesitated, the red thread earthworms swam into the sea. Feng Jiang gave up the thought of chasing them. If he fought in the sea, he would have to give it his all, but there were many different sea beasts hidden within this sea area. I should not cause more uncertainty. Let's repair this beehive island first. He spent a day and night repairing it. Not only did he repair Beehive Island completely, he even reinforced many of its weaknesses. At the same time, he let out many bees in his Immortal aperture and planted many special flowers to complete the ecology of this place. After all this, Beehive Island became completely revitalized. Not only did it regain balance, it even had more potential for future development. This is a mid-sized resource point now. Feng Jiang sighed. If possible, he wanted to take this Beehive Island for himself. But this was a merit mission. He was restricted by Paradise Earth. Feng Jiang had to give up on that idea. After returning to the merit obelisk, Feng Jiang looked at his merit points and found that he gained over 80 points from this mission. Feng Jiang stared blankly before regretting it. I did not get 100 points. It seems that my actions were not perfect. Back then, I should have eliminated the red thread earthworms. Letting them leave means that they are likely to attack Beehive Island again. That might not be it. The mission wanted me to balance the ecology of Beehive Island. Did I achieve that? I did not. This so-called ecology's core was Beehive Island, but the surrounding sea areas are also a part of it. I only modified Beehive Island but did not target the surrounding sea areas. That was my mistake. Thinking so, Feng Jiang sighed. A few days ago, after Fang Yuan returned to the merit obelisk, he saw the board and understood the situation. He explained the secret of the good person title to Miao Ming Shen and his allies. Thus, Feng Jiang exchanged for the good person title and could receive mid-sized missions. Now, he completed his first mid-sized mission, but he was not happy at all. Not only was it because he did not understand the mission's requirements fully, he had also spent a lot for this mission. In order to get the merit points, his yellow Euro bees could not be retrieved. Of course, this exchange was not unfavorable. Merit points were related to Paradise Earth's true inheritance. Feng Jiang gave up his bee group but gained points that could be exchanged for Immortal goo if he had 10,000 or more. This trade was definitely worth it. Because in the outside world, Feng Jiang did not have any way to get these Immortal goo. No matter how many desolate beast bees he had, he could not exchange for an Immortal goo using them. But mid-sized missions are quite tough. I am specialized in raising bees. This mission suited me well, but I only got around 80 merit points. What about other missions? Feng Jiang looked at the board. Many missions were listed, but he could not take them. For example, the mission to repair an immortal formation. Feng Jiang did not have any methods to repair immortal formations. Or the one that required the healing of an ancient desolate beast's injuries. Feng Jiang's healing methods were not good enough. Feng Jiang suddenly understood why Fang Yuan kept this good person title as a secret. As long as he had a head start, Fang Yuan could choose missions that suited him. He could accumulate merit points rapidly. But Feng Jiang thought about it and felt something strange. No, even so, Chu Ying's merit points are rising too quickly. He is almost perfectly completing every mission. Is transformation path really this useful? At this moment, Feng Jiang was stunned. Because white light flashed as Fang Yuan appeared beside him. Lord Chu Ying. Feng Jiang greeted. Fang Yuan nodded at him, his gaze was directed at the obelisk. His merit points went from the bottom position and surpassed everyone to reach the top 3 again. He gained 500 merit points at once. Feng Jiang saw this as his heart shook. I spent 1,000 merit points to get the really good person title. It allowed me to receive even better missions. Fang Yuan smiled and explained. Feng Jiang was stunned before bowing deeply. Lord, thank you for the guidance. Fang Yuan nodded as he went to the other side of the obelisk, exchanging for his third title, Super Good Person. His merit points instantly fell by 500, becoming the last position again. Feng Jiang opened his mouth. He was curious about Fang Yuan's action, but he was astute. He did not ask when he saw that Fang Yuan was not going to talk about it. Feng Jiang was certain that Fang Yuan had exchanged for something extremely useful. Looking at the time, they should be back already. Fang Yuan walked towards Feng Jiang. He did not receive a mission immediately. Feng Jiang nodded. He knew that Fang Yuan was referring to Miao Ming, Shen and others. He replied, "They should be here soon." Feng Jiang did not have outstanding strength among Miao Ming Shen's allies, yet he had already returned. The others were soon to arrive as well. Fang Yuan did not mind the wait. As expected, Miao Ming Shen and the rest returned quickly. They met with Fang Yuan. Feng Jiang quickly told the secret of the really good person title to Miao Ming Shen and others. Miao Ming Shen had a thought. This title of good person can exchange for mid-sized missions, while really good person can exchange for large-sized missions. This is a series of titles. If one can find out about the good person title, the really good person title is no secret as well. They can easily connect the dots. But even so, Miao Ming Shen felt very grateful to Fang Yuan, because Fang Yuan had told them about the good person title. Meanwhile, Shen Clan and Ren Xiaoping kept it from them. The ranking on the merit board was very important. Many rewards could only be exchanged once. The first person to get them would be the sole beneficiary. Brother Miao, you do not need to fear Shen Sheng. I have a way to get far away from Shen Sheng when we teleport outside. The distance is enough for us to stay safe. Fang Yuan lied, but Miao Ming Shen and the rest felt deeply shocked. Guiqi's brows rose. It is a reward on the merit obelisk? Indeed. Fang Yuan nodded, but he had no idea if that existed. Miao Ming Shen and the rest could not help but believe him. Why? Because Chu Ying's attitude towards Shen Sheng was simply courting death. The fact that he remained so fearless meant that he had some sort of assurance. Fang Yuan continued, I can receive large-sized missions, but I cannot complete them alone. I need all of your help. Saying so, he received the large-sized mission on the obelisk and shared the details with Miao Ming Shen and others. Miao Ming Shen and the rest felt shocked. After receiving information of the mission, their expressions changed. He could actually do that? The truth was, Miao Ming Shen had discovered this secret personally in the previous life. The super good person title allowed one to share missions. For Gu Immortals, mid-sized missions were difficult to do alone. Having other people's help made it easier. Even though they would share the merit points, if their efficiency at solving missions increased, the benefits far outweighed the costs. Miao Ming Shen could choose to accept it or not. Fang Yuan could share missions, but he could not force them to take it. Miao Ming Shen only thought about it for a while before accepting the mission. He had just completed a mid-sized mission. He had the same feelings as Feng Jiang. Fang Yuan had an easy time because he cultivated every path. Miao Ming Shen and the rest were ordinary Gu Immortals. They cultivated one path and most of the time, only certain missions suited them. Since completing mid-sized missions was not easy, and they had to put in a lot of investment, Miao Ming Shen was more willing to work with Fang Yuan and attempt something new. Chapter 1901, Formation ComC Area. 5 lumps of white light, flashing abruptly in the sky, brought Fang Yuan, Miao Ming Shen and the others from the merit obelisk to here. All 5 of them were familiar with the mission and headed down to get a bird's-eye view, each of them activating their investigative killer moves. Fang Yuan was the first to observe the area and take a closer look. His investigative methods had always been his shortcoming, but that was only relative to his enemies. When compared to Miao Ming Shen and the others, even his weaker aspects were still far superior to them. This was a vast sea area. The sea was raging, creating thousands of fierce waves. They were so powerful that countless sea beasts could be seen within the reflections of these ripples. In this sea, there were 5 small islands. First was Jade Shaking Island with countless jade pillars, chiming and tinkling due to powerful winds. Second was Whitebone Island. It was pale white and had the corpses of beasts scattered around. Third was Hidden Space Island. It seemed illusory as if it did not exist. Fourth was Sword Wind Island. There were 3 tornadoes on the island that would never stop moving. And fifth was Treasure Moon Island. It was crescent-shaped and was shrouded by the night sky at all times. Every inch of sand on this island shined with faint moonlight. 3 of these 5 islands had begun to drift slowly with the current. Among them, Sword Wind Island had the fastest flow and confusing direction of movement. For the remaining 2 islands, Jade Shaking Island was in danger. The pillars underneath the island were broken, and in a little while, just like the 3 islands, it would start to drift away on the sea surface. As for Hidden Space Island, however, it was very stable and remained firmly entrenched in the distance. This was because this island was filled with phantom path down marks. The main cause of the island's drifting was the impact currents that ran deep under the sea. These currents had become so large that they endangered the sea itself. Suppressing the currents, restructuring the ecology of the sea, and restoring the former 5 islands chain were the contents of this large-sized mission. Fang Yuan started to make calculations and deductions in his mind. There were indications that this sea area had originally formed an intrinsic ecology with the 5 islands chain as its core. Impact currents did not exist before, but now they were like a shark in a calm pond, causing severe destruction to the habitat and ecology of this sea area. While Fang Yuan made his deductions, Miao Ming Shen and the rest also explored this entire sea area with their investigative methods. They frowned and had serious expressions. This is a large-sized mission? The difficulty is several times higher than a mid-sized mission. Hua Dai's heart sank steeply. Feng Jiang had an ugly expression as he thought, I tried my best earlier to improve the ecology of Beehive Island, but it was still imperfect. This large-sized mission is not about balancing the ecology, but restructuring it. Each island is in greater danger than Beehive Island itself. And the 5 islands are only part of the mission. There's still a large sea area and the underwater impact currents to resolve. This is very complex. To restructure the habitat of the sea area, we would need to change everything and meticulously alter the details. Without a wisdom path Gu Immortal, we will need to make many experiments and attempt the restructuring step by step. During this process, we would make many mistakes. Gu Yi sighed in his heart. Miao Mingshen was calculating the gains and losses. The mid-sized mission I just completed expended a large amount of my rank 7 immortal materials. To restructure the ecology of this place, the resources invested, the immortal essence consumed and the energy spent will be an extremely large sum. The more Miao Mingshen and the rest observed, the faster their morale slipped away. The difficulty of the large-sized mission made them feel like giving up. The truth was, they started to regret it. Following Fang Yuan blindly to accept this mission was not a wise decision. Brother Chu, let's plan together. At this point, Miao Mingshen could only smile bitterly and find Fang Yuan to discuss their actions. He was not going to give up on it. Just because they took the mission did not mean they could abandon it. In fact, in order to give up the mission, they needed to exchange for another title. Bright light flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes. With both Time Path Clone and Fang Yuan making deductions at the same time, he had already arrived at a perfect plan. He cupped his fists at Miao Mingshen. Brother Miao, I have already planned something. Follow my instructions and we will definitely complete the mission. Miao Mingshen was stunned. Although he did not believe it in his heart, he nodded without rebuking. Please give the instructions, Brother Chu, we will do our best. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Brother Miao is too polite. It will be good for both of us if we work together to complete this mission. The better we complete a large-sized mission, the greater the returns compared to a mid-sized mission. I'm only afraid we can't complete it well. Miao Mingshen sighed internally but did not say anything. He had already lost confidence in himself. He could only place his hopes on Fang Yuan now. But Fang Yuan's words were comfortable for him to hear. Fang Yuan was not high and mighty, but rather he had an attitude of equal cooperation. This was different from Sheng. Brother Meow, I want you to occupy Jade Shaking Island to guard against the impact currents. Please ask Guiqi to station at Sword Wind Island and make sure that it doesn't wander off. Ask Feng Jiang and Fairy Hua Dai to guard Treasure Moon Island and White Bone Island respectively. I'm going to deal with Hidden Space Island first. Fang Yuan made the arrangements. Miao Mingshen's group was clueless to begin with, they followed Fang Yuan's instructions. With the four immortals in action, the islands were quickly suppressed, no longer drifting with the current, their speed of movement fell to a level that could be controlled. Watching Fang Yuan descend on Hidden Space Island, the four immortals had doubts in their hearts. Hidden Space Island is a phantom path island, it is the most stable place in the entire sea area, it is also the easiest part of the mission. Why is Chewing trying to deal with this island first? He should fix the other islands before trying to fix this Hidden Space Island. After all, this island is almost non-existent, by dealing with it first, he will cause some obstruction when handling the other islands later. In my opinion, he should deal with the impact currents first. It is the cause behind the collapse of the Five Islands chain. To restructure the ecology here, one has to deal with the root cause at the start. Fang Yuan landed on Hidden Space Island, quickly flying out afterwards, his speed was shocking to Miao Mingshen and the rest. Fang Yuan went to White Bone Island. Under Hua Dai's observation, Fang Yuan took out immortal materials from his immortal aperture and threw them around at will. He is setting up a formation. Hua Dai was seeing Fang Yuan create a formation for the first time. Fang Yuan was skillful and experienced, the process was very fluid, Hua Dai watched with a sense of appreciation and amazement. Soon, Fang Yuan finished setting up the formation. Hua Dai's mouth opened with deep shock, she could not close it. Chewing actually used immortal materials to set up a formation. Doesn't this mean he has Grandmaster attainment in formation path? So he is not a transformation path Gu Immortal but a formation path Gu Immortal. No, not true, when he defeated Gu Wen and saved us, he clearly used transformation path methods. Don't tell me, he cultivates two paths? It was not that rare for Gu Immortals to cultivate two paths. But for Fang Yuan to be so proficient in both paths, with such high attainment, it was very rare. White Bone Island's arrangements were done, Fang Yuan activated this subformation and connected it to the main formation on Hidden Space Island. Due to the effect of the immortal formation, White Bone Island shook intensely, it anchored itself to the sea and showed no signs of movement anymore. Hua Dai finally understood Fang Yuan's intentions, so he was using Hidden Space Island as the base to stabilize the other islands around it. Amazing, Hidden Space Island is the best foundation for this chain, because the impact currents are useless against it. But Hua Dai soon realized a flaw, but the other islands are using Hidden Space Island as the anchor, this is the power of a formation, these impact currents will still hit these islands over time, as the formation continues to get damaged, it would break eventually, these islands will still float away in the end. Fang Yuan did not show any inclination to dispel her doubts, soon after, he landed on the three remaining islands and set up his formation, stabilizing them all. Miao Mingshen and the rest looked at Fang Yuan with complex gazes. Fang Yuan's formation path attainment was too shocking to them. Formation path grandmasters were very rare. And earlier, Fang Yuan's transformation path attainment was also exemplary. With such strength, the mysteriousness of Fang Yuan intensified in the immortals' hearts. However, stabilizing the 5 sea islands is just a good start. The real problem are the impact currents around the sea islands. Without water path methods, how can we deal with the sea currents? Miao Mingshen and the rest talked among themselves. They could not transmit their voices in Dragon Whale Paradise, but they could still use information path Mortal Gu like Letter Pigeon Gu. The impact currents that rampaged in this sea area were too huge, Miao Mingshen and the rest could only think of using immortal methods to attack the impact currents and destroy them bit by bit. This method was crude and wasted a lot of time and immortal essence, the biggest flaw was that attacking these currents would cause tremendous damage to the surrounding sea area. But other than that, Miao Mingshen and the rest did not have any good ideas. Boom! Right at this time, Fang Yuan rose to the sky and activated the entire Gu formation. Each of the 5 islands blossomed with rushing pillars of light of various colors. The power of the Gu formation soared upwards, breaking through its original limit. So this is the true power of the formation. Miao Ming Shen and the rest had changes of expressions, they were dumbfounded. These 5 islands' Dao marks were so dense that they could also be seen as a single gigantic immortal material. The immortal formation that Fang Yuan had set up naturally included them within the range that could be utilized. I am going to draw in the impact currents now. Everyone, continue to defend your islands. If any beasts attack or if any waves approach that would endanger the islands, I need you to stop them. Fang Yuan called out as his voice resounded in the sea area. Miao Ming Shen and the rest quickly responded, saying they would do their best. The formation buzzed and the 5 pillars of light gradually dissipated, turning into white light that scattered in the sky. The light went into the seawater, staining the water around the island with a beautiful illusion of white light. In this illusory white light, the impact currents were like a blue whale that had been stirred up by fish and shrimps, slowly moving its body, then swimming faster and crashing towards Jade Shaking Island, which was the closest. Miao Ming Shen, who was on Jade Shaking Island, gritted his teeth. He felt tremendous pressure, tensing up and going on full alert. If the immortal formation's defense was not enough, such a sea current could completely crush Jade Shaking Island if it hit directly. Boom! The impact currents touched the formation and created a startling explosion. A huge wave, up to 10 feet high, pounded at Jade Shaking Island. Miao Ming Shen immediately flew up with a cry, using his killer move to resist it. The impact currents were slowly turned around by this and moved to the left of Jade Shaking Island. But before they could move away, they were drawn back by White Bone Island's immortal formation. The one guarding White Bone Island was Hua Dai, and she almost groaned when she saw the sea current coming towards her. In the discussions of Miao Ming Shen's group, the impact current was to be repelled and slowly weakened. The best outcome was to break it up and scatter it completely. But Fang Yuan was actually attracting the impact currents actively to hit the sea islands. This was something that Miao Ming Shen and the rest wanted to avoid at all costs. Chewing is too crazy. Hua Dai soon had no time to think as the impact currents crashed into White Bone Island. The entire formation resounded with a scary creaking sound, before a huge wave was created. There were also many sea beasts caught in the waves. Hua Dai put up her best effort to resist them. Like this, the impact currents, under the constant manipulation of Fang Yuan, hit the 5 islands one after another. With each impact, the power of the currents was reduced by 1 level. They then circled around the island and became drawn to the next point. After the impact currents crashed into the last island, they had less than half the power and momentum as before. At this time, Fang Yuan activated the immortal formation once again, actually making the impact currents turn around and crash into the second last island. Thus, the Gu immortals defending the sea islands felt great fear again. After the impact currents struck 5 times and returned to Jade Shaking Island, the power of the currents hitting the island was almost non-existent. They had almost turned to being ordinary currents. The 5 islands shook lightly as the immortal formation stabilized completely. The impact currents quickly calmed down and began to flow at an even rate consistently. In contrast, the hearts of the 4 Gu immortals stirred with huge waves of disbelief and shock. They did not expect that Fang Yuan would resolve the impact currents using such a method. The impact currents, while still present, had become a protective layer that surrounded the island. Around the 5 islands, the impact currents flowed rapidly, faster than ordinary seawater, protecting the 5 islands while at the same time, helping the immortal formation to stabilize the 5 islands' location. If they had followed the plan of Miao Ming Shen and the others to destroy the impact currents, this sea area would surely be destroyed beyond recognition. Fang Yuan's move, however, cleverly avoided this drawback and instead made full use of the impact currents, turning the original calamity into a blessing and greatly enhancing the natural foundation of this sea area. This was truly an incredible achievement. Miao Ming Shen and the others were all impressed. It was really difficult to do this. Not to mention the arrangement of the immortal formation, just the matter of manipulating impact currents alone. Even water path goo immortals were not even capable of doing that. To perfectly weaken the impact currents to a certain level, one needed to make precise calculations and deductions. When the impact currents return to Jade Shaking Island, their power must be reduced to almost nothing. A bit more or a bit less would have greatly affected the overall situation and would not have gotten the incredible near-perfect balance it had now. The biggest problem has been resolved. The next step will be for you to repair the Immortal formation, as well as restructuring the ecology of the island. As for the things beyond the impact currents, you can ignore them. Fang Yuan smiled. He was quite satisfied with this result. If new impact currents formed, these existing currents would engulf them and protect the islands under the effect of the Immortal formation. Fang Yuan would leave his will and a large amount of Immortal essence here. As long as they remained, the 5 islands chain would be very safe. Chapter 1902, Bullying Rank 8. The impact currents were like hungry tigers at first, but after Fang Yuan's arrangements, they became the pet cats that defended the 5 islands chain. After Fang Yuan completed this setup, the situation was already resolved. What followed were some finishing touches. These were not hard to do, but they were quite strenuous and required time and effort. Fang Yuan was not going to bother himself with them. Thus, Fang Yuan discussed with Miao Ming Shen. They left Feng Jiang and Fairy Hua Dai here while the rest returned with him. White light shined. Fang Yuan, Miao Ming Shen, and Gui Qi returned to the starting island. Ren Xiaoping was currently looking at the missions on this merit point. He was an enslavement path goo immortal. He had many desolate beasts and a few ancient desolate beasts in his hands. These beasts all had various abilities. His methods were quite wide-ranging. However, even Ren Xiaoping still felt the difficulty of mid-sized missions. Fang Yuan and the others appeared beside him, causing his heart to jump as he secretly thought, how could these 3 suddenly appear at the same time? Is it a coincidence? Fang Yuan nodded at Ren Xiaoping and smiled slightly. Ren Xiaoping was stunned. This unexpected attitude of Fang Yuan made him not know how to respond for a moment. Fang Yuan walked towards him as the obelisk's words transformed, showing all of its large-sized missions. Fang Yuan swept his gaze around it and quickly received one of the missions. Next, he shared this with Miao Ming Shen and Gui Qi. With another flash of light, the 3 of them vanished on the spot. Ren Xiaoping watched the entire process. His expression turned grim. Chuing received a different level of mission from me. It is 1 tier higher. It seems that his merit points fell earlier because he was exchanging for another title to receive higher tier missions. This is very likely to be the title, Really Good Person. The title of Good Person could exchange for mid-sized missions, while Really Good Person could exchange for large-sized missions. This was a simple relationship. The goo immortals could easily guess it just by seeing the names. But the problem was, so what if they realized it? Mid-sized missions are already so hard, large-sized missions must be even harder. Ren Xiaoping felt gloomy internally, and why were Miao Ming Shen and Gui Qi able to move together with Chuing? Did they receive the same mission? This discovery was quite alluring to Ren Xiaoping. Mid-sized missions were difficult, but if they had help, the difficulty would be shifted. Even though the merit points would be divided if many people receive the same missions, as long as we control it well, our efficiency at completing missions will increase, our overall gains will increase instead. Isn't Chuing doing the exact same thing now? Ren Xiaoping was a savvy person. After thinking about it, he understood Fang Yuan's intentions. Fang Yuan did not plan to hide it. In fact, he had purposely released the information. Miao Mingshen's group could be roped in as allies. Why couldn't Ren Xiaoping? Their hatred earlier? Hee. How could hatred compare to the benefits in front of them? Ren Xiaoping was not crazy, he was astute, thus, there was a chance of cooperation. Ren Xiaoping definitely had an alliance agreement with Shen clan. But it did not matter. The merit obelisk had such rewards that could eliminate the agreement restraints on a Gu Immortal. Even without Fang Yuan's reminder, Ren Xiaoping must have seen that himself already. The second large-sized mission was naturally harder than mid-sized missions, but it was no problem for Fang Yuan. After spending some effort, Fang Yuan resolved the big issues and left Miao Mingshen and Gui Qiyi to settle the minor problems. When he returned to the merit obelisk again, he waited a little while before Hua Dai and Feng Jiang returned. Their return meant that the first large-sized mission was completed. Fang Yuan gained 500 merit points, while Miao Mingshen and the rest each gained around 80 points. Fang Yuan looked at the numbers on the merit board as he calculated. This large-sized mission gave a total of 973 points. Fang Yuan and Miao Mingshen's group split up these points. Fang Yuan gained the bulk of them. Getting 500 points was about the same as completing a large-sized mission alone. Except that he spent way less time and effort on it. Hua Dai and Feng Jiang looked at each other, seeing the joy in each other's eyes. In this mission, they helped Fang Yuan resist the waves and settle the minor problems at the end. They only spent some immortal essence, time, and effort, but they gained more than 80 merit points from it. Feng Jiang thought about the Beehive Island mission he completed alone. He spent a group of bees, including his desolate beast Yellow Euro Bee, but only got 80 points in the end. Comparing the two, helping Fang Yuan complete a large-sized mission was much easier and reaped greater rewards. Go and join with Miao Mingshen to complete the second mission. I'd advise that we should all exchange for a group title. With a group title, we will be able to communicate with each other. Fang Yuan suggested. A group title was not cheap, it required 100 merit points. But Feng Jiang and Hua Dai did not hesitate, they listened to Fang Yuan and exchanged for this title. Fang Yuan shared the second mission with them as Feng Jiang and Hua Dai teleported to where Miao Mingshen and Gui Qiyi were. Fang Yuan received the third large-sized mission and went ahead to deal with it. After Miao Mingshen and the rest completed the second mission and returned to the starting island, the four immortals gained a sum of merit points listed on the merit board. Miao Mingshen and Gui Qiyi also spent merit points to exchange for a group title. It allowed the four immortals to communicate with Fang Yuan constantly. At this point, Fang Yuan already completed his arrangements in the new mission. He shared it with Miao Mingshen and group. Miao Mingshen and the rest touched the obelisk and accepted the mission Fang Yuan shared with them. They were transported to Fang Yuan. He gave them some instructions before returning to look at the next mission on the merit obelisk. Fang Yuan had an advantage in cultivating every path, his value was fully displayed here. Even for Sheng, many of the missions here were impossible to complete, but Fang Yuan, from his perspective, had methods to solve most missions. What he had to do was to choose those that would give him the most benefits and complete them first. With the help of Miao Mingshen and the others, Fang Yuan saved a lot of time and effort, while they were also gaining much more merit points now due to the help of Fang Yuan. The cooperation between them was of mutual benefit, but it was a problem for Ren Xiaoping and Sheng. These people watched as Miao Mingshen's group rose in position on the merit board, surpassing them and becoming part of the top rankers. It was truly infuriating, but there was nothing they could do. Looking at Fang Yuan's merit points, he had reached several thousand. He was truly ahead, far surpassing any other immortal. Because of their huge difference, the immortals lost all desire to catch up to him. Immortal Gu need at least 10,000 merit points to exchange. Chewing is not far away already. Many people saw this and felt complex emotions. They were in admiration but also felt dejection. This is so strange, how can Chewing successfully complete so many different types of missions? He must know many secrets about this place, it is a pity that we cannot fight inside here. Miao Mingshen and his group have truly dog-shit luck, how could they gain the help of Chewing like this? The immortals were extremely jealous. Sheng sighed, the number of times he had sighed in the last 10 days was more than the sum of the previous few years. The ranking on the merit board was very glaring. Sheng's position was even lower than Hua Dai and Feng Jiang. He was a great rank 8 Gu Immortal. He actually was losing to 2 rank 6 Gu Immortals. How could he allow this? It was too embarrassing. If I can receive a large-sized mission, my rank 8 strength will be fully utilized. I will definitely gain a lot of merit points. But how can I let others receive the same mission as me? The really good person title was obvious, but what was the title to share missions? They needed to test this. And these experiments would test Shen Xing's luck. Their merit points would also be wasted. This would aggravate their situation from the already terrible situation now. I can make my Shen clan Gu Immortals use their merit points, but what about Ren Xiaoping and Tong Hua? If I do that, will I just push them towards Zhu Ying's side? Shen Xing had some reservations. He knew that his influence was continuously falling now. After learning that Gu Immortal agreements could be removed using the rewards on the merit obelisk, Shen Xing became more cautious regarding his attitude towards Ren Xiaoping and others. Fang Yuan and Miao Mingshen could cooperate to do missions together. He had a good lead. Shen Xing wanted to copy him. He had to unite Ren Xiaoping and Tong Hua. These two people cultivated paths that Shen clan lacked. Shen Xing was already regretting it. He should not have forced Miao Mingshen and the rest to spend their merit points to exchange for different rewards. This action made the Immortals go against him mentally. It was a wise action back then, but now it was a terrible idea. This was not Shen Xing's fault. After all, he did not know anything about the merit obelisk earlier. The decisions he made back then was very appropriate due to the circumstances. There were many types of missions on the merit obelisk. Mid-sized missions started to become difficult. Thus, the more paths one cultivated, the more advantage they would have in completing missions. Fang Yuan had already united Miao Mingshen and the rest. Shen Xing started to learn from his mistake. He became more gentle in his approach towards Ren Xiaoping and Tong Hua. His rank 8 reputation was still around, while Ren Xiaoping's alliance agreement was not removed yet, and most importantly, Ren Xiaoping had a grudge against Chuing and Miao Mingshen. All these reasons ensured that Ren Xiaoping and Tong Hua were still on Shen clan's side. When Fang Yuan returned to the merit obelisk, a new large-sized mission appeared. The demonic immortal in regret crying sea has lost his senses. Please cooperate with the formation and kill him. Regret crying sea appeared? Fang Yuan was slightly stunned before accepting this mission. At this point, 4 missions regarding the Merman City had appeared, but the Merman Saintess selection competition had not started yet. The influence of Fang Yuan's rebirth had greatly altered the missions on the merit obelisk. With this mission, Fang Yuan would be able to retrieve Regret Gu earlier. This was a great thing. Once he gets Regret Gu, he would be able to advance his Immortal Gu to a higher rank. His progress would be faster than in his previous life. Chapter 1903, Response Gu. The sky was cloudy, there were vicious winds and choppy waves. This was Regret Crying Sea area. Fang Yuan and Miao Mingshen's group had already been here for some time. I regret it. I should not have killed so many people. I painfully regret it. I should not have chased after power. It would have been much better if I had stayed behind to look after my parents as a filial son. I truly repent. I deceived everyone and concealed Immortal Gu. I let a friend, who trusted me the most, carry the blame so I could get benefits. Waves of crying sounds resounded in the Immortals' ears like immortal killer moves that messed with their emotions. This was the center of the Regret Crying Sea area. Miao Mingshen and the rest stayed in the sky while watching Fang Yuan, who was in deep contemplation. They waited patiently. Even though they did not have much formation path foundation, they also found the grand formation at the bottom of the sea. This was clearly the work of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. Miao Mingshen and the rest looked at it and felt how minuscule they were. Fang Yuan was like this in his previous life. He sighed that this formation was as vast as the sky. He would need at least dozens of years to comprehend all the profundities of this large formation. But now, this time needed decreased drastically. I need about 8 years to fully comprehend and gain complete understanding of this formation. Fang Yuan thought. The reason for such an improvement was none other than Fang Yuan's Earth Path attainment level. In the previous life, Fang Yuan did not have Grandmaster attainment level in Earth Path, but this formation was a super immortal formation that was primarily Earth Path. There are no actions from Regret Gu. Fang Yuan stared at a certain area at the bottom of the sea. Fang Yuan was not surprised by this situation. In order to stay in Dragon Whale Paradise, Fang Yuan destroyed the Stone Lotus Island in advance. Without the Stone Lotus Island, the venerable method used on Regret Gu could not find its location. How could it activate? According to the memories that Fang Yuan obtained on the Stone Lotus Island, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had entered the Stone Lotus Island and borrowed Regret Gu. Even though the Stone Lotus Island had Red Lotus Will and his lingering methods, how could it resist a living venerable? Red Lotus Will gave in, allowing Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable to borrow Regret Gu. He even wanted to snatch Red Lotus Inheritor. This inheritor was naturally Fang Yuan. In the previous life, Fang Yuan chose the Stone Lotus Island, but this time, he took everything from the Stone Lotus Island in advance. He came to the Dragon Whale Paradise because he wanted to inherit this Paradise Earth true inheritance. In the previous life, Regret Gu flew out and transported me away. Right now, it is showing no signs of movement. It seems that I need to take action myself. Fang Yuan gained some realization. Venerable methods were grand and powerful. Fang Yuan was teleported by Regret Gu to the Stone Lotus Island without putting up resistance. Seeing that Regret Gu did not activate, Fang Yuan was quite happy about it. After comprehending it for several hours, Fang Yuan recollected his scattered thoughts. He thought about it for a moment before saying to Miao Ming Shen, "We need to use the formation to get rid of this demonic immortal." However, when Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable set up this formation, even though it has unparalleled power, it can only suppress and seal. It has no offensive power. My idea is, we will set up a supplementary formation outside and activate it to kill the demonic immortal trapped within the formation. Miao Ming Shen and the rest nodded upon hearing this idea. They agreed with it. If they tried to break the formation and release the demonic immortal, it would be extremely dangerous. It was obvious that this mysterious demonic immortal was someone of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's generation. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had died already, but this demonic immortal was still alive. In terms of lifespan, he had already lived for more than 100,000 years. Who could live for so long? Even Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable, who had the longest lifespan among Venerables, only lived for 25,000 years. Having a longer lifespan than a Venerable, just this point alone made the demonic immortal extremely terrifying. Everyone, no need to overestimate the demonic immortal. Fang Yuan smiled. This formation has a lifespan extension method in addition to its sealing ability. This demonic immortal is in constant hibernation to extend his lifespan. This is the reason he is still alive. Miao Ming Shen and the rest showed a more relaxed expression after he said that. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable is truly merciful. Not only did he not kill the person, after suppressing this demonic immortal, he even extended his lifespan. Does Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable have Heavenly Quartz lifespan extension method? According to Heavenly Quartz method, not only 100,000 years, they can hibernate for millions of years. Sigh, how can we possibly try to understand the method of a venerable? Fang Yuan turned his gaze to Miao Ming Shen and said, "But for me to set up the supplementary formation, I need a Gu Immortal to suppress each formation core. When the supplementary formation is activated, the more Gu Immortals there are and the more formation cores there are, the greater the power of the supplementary formation will be. And in my plan, I need at least 8 Gu Immortals to suppress the formation cores." The good feelings of Miao Ming Shen and the rest faded away. Including Fang Yuan, there were only 5 Gu Immortals here. Fang Yuan's words meant that they had to invite at least 3 more people. That was an interesting situation. Because with the addition of Xing Luo Zi and Tu Tu Tua, they still needed 1 person. And other than Shen clan's Gu Immortals, there were only Ren Xiaoping and Tong Hua left. This was not acceptable to Miao Ming Shen's group. Shen clan had suppressed them, while Ren Xiaoping was their enemy and Tong Hua was a traitor. Who do they invite? Gu Qi, Hua Dai, and Feng Jiang showed difficult expressions. However, Miao Mingshan smiled and responded sincerely, Brother Chu, the most important thing right now is the Paradise Earth true inheritance. It is a rare opportunity, so we should seize it. This is such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. What hatred do we have that we can't put aside for a while? If we want to settle the score, we can do it after we leave. In my opinion, Zheng Luozi and Tu Tu Tua can be invited, Ren Xiaoping and Tong Hua can also be invited, and it will be even better if Shen Clan's Gu Immortals can also come. After saying that, Miao Mingshan added an additional sentence, of course, everything is up to you, Brother Chu. Gui Yi and the other immortals' expressions changed. They wanted to say something, but after Miao Mingshan's statement, they could not say anything. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. Miao Mingshan was truly Miao Mingshan after all. Fang Yuan said warmly, Brother Miao is truly magnanimous, I am in deep admiration. Let's do that. I will set up a few supplementary formations first. The four of you will guard a formation core each and activate the formations to infiltrate the underwater formation. After that, I will invite the other Gu Immortals in. Miao Mingshan said again, I am friends with Tu Tu Tua and Zheng Luozi. I can write them a letter to make sure they know what decision to make. Fang Yuan nodded, that would be good. Eventually, Fang Yuan obtained a few information path mortal Gu from Miao Mingshan. Miao Mingshan not only wrote letters to Zheng Luozi and Tu Tu Tua, he even wrote to Ren Xiaoping, Tong Hua, and Shen Clan, inviting them on behalf of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan took a few glances at the content, there were no issues. Miao Mingshan expressed his intention to work together in the letter. He said that their grudges could be put aside for a while. He also praised Fang Yuan's methods and urged them to cooperate with him. Fang Yuan could not help but reassess Miao Mingshan. The truth was, Miao Mingshan's letter was only the icing on the cake. This letter was not going to change anything. Fang Yuan had a lot of confidence in successfully recruiting these people to begin with. Even if Miao Mingshan objected, Fang Yuan would still invite the other Gu Immortals. Miao Mingshan knew that he was not someone crucial to Fang Yuan, he could be replaced. In order to gain more benefits in the future, he relented. If this is not a talented person, who is? The process of recruiting Tu Tu Tua and Zheng Luozi went very smoothly. Fang Yuan only said a sentence and they quickly joined him, they even showed deep excitement. After all, Fang Yuan was bringing Miao Mingshan's group to rise in ranking on the merit board. Everyone could see how they suppressed Shen Sheng. Fang Yuan invited Tong Hua next, she hesitated and said she needed to think about it. After that, Fang Yuan invited Ren Xiaoping, he agreed to it without even thinking, he was even faster than Tu Tu Tua and Zheng Luozi. Ren Xiaoping also brought slightly surprising news to Fang Yuan, Shen Clan's Gu Immortals wanted to join as well. Shen Sheng was the leader of the Shen Clan Gu Immortals, without his consent, none of them would dare to defect over to Fang Yuan. Thus Fang Yuan met with Shen Sheng soon after. Chuing. This time, Shen Sheng had a warm attitude, he also treated the rank 7 Chuing as a rank 8 equal. The reason why I came here is because of Heavenly Court's information. Not long ago, Duke Long and Qi ancestor had a battle, I'm sure you have heard of it. In this battle, I captured Guyu Fangxing. In order to get him back, Heavenly Court gave me some important information. It turns out that this Dragon Whale Paradise has a rank 8 response immortal Gu. This Gu is extremely important to me and my Shen clan, I have been looking for it for many years. Shen clan is willing to cooperate with you, Chuing. If you see this Gu on the Merit Obelisk's reward list, I hope you can pass it. If you encounter this Gu in a mission, my Shen clan would like you to capture it for us. We will offer you a huge reward. Fang Yuan's expression changed, response Gu? This Gu worm is among the top 10 of the list of mystical Gu, it can emit a voice and anyone who hears this voice and responds to it will become enslaved. A rank 8 response Gu can enslave rank 8 Gu Immortals. This is such a precious Gu that your clan is unable to obtain. If you want to work with me, what rewards are you offering me? After all, within this Dragon Whale Paradise, we cannot set an agreement. Shen Sheng laughed loudly, I have already prepared it. This cooperation will use the reputation of my Shen clan, you can record the entire process. Furthermore, I have something for you, this is a portion of our sincerity, please do accept it." Saying so, Sheng took out a set of immortal materials and handed them to Fang Yuan. The immortal materials had a lot of value, even Fang Yuan felt a little excited upon receiving them. Regret goo was right in front of him, he needed quite a bit of resources to advance all of his immortal goo. This set of immortal materials from Sheng had fixed this problem, it was something Fang Yuan really needed. Fang Yuan nodded as he accepted the immortal materials. Sheng added, "I hear that your current mission has a super immortal formation set by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable himself. I would like to go there. Response goo might be in it, even if it is not there, my Shen clan goo immortals can lend a hand to help you with this mission." Fang Yuan pondered for a while before nodding, "It is my honor to receive the help of Lord Sheng. Chapter 1904, Territory Goo. Within the regret-crying sea area, immortals were present. Miao Ming Shen and the other three each stayed in a supplementary formation. They activated their formations as the power continued to seep into the underwater formation. Fang Yuan was setting up his immortal formation now. His aura was radiating at rank 7 level, his body was covered in a light green halo, his eyes were filled with blue light, resembling lightning in the sea. Waving his hand, a large number of mortal goo flew into the sky like a swarm of bees, circling around and forming the shape of a supplementary formation. Next, Fang Yuan took out immortal materials and used his killer moves to fill up this supplementary formation. The newly arrived Ren Xiaoping and others looked at Fang Yuan with gleaming eyes, they were silent upon seeing his formation arrangement. The goo immortals all had complex expressions, even Shen was the same. Being able to use immortal materials to set up formations, he is a formation path grandmaster. Chewing cultivates transformation path, to think that he has such attainment in formation path, this is very rare. How does he dual cultivate? Perhaps he found a way to cultivate both transformation path and formation path without conflict, like how Heavenly Quartz Thunder Ghost True Monarch cultivated lightning path and soul path, or how 9 Spiritual Fairy cultivates transformation path and enslavement path. It is not as simple as just a formation path grandmaster. Chu Ying's proficiency in creating formations is very high, and most impressively, he does not lack formation path immortal killer moves. His efficiency at creating formations is truly amazing. The immortals watched with increasing shock as Fang Yuan displayed his incredible formation path attainment. With such methods, he can handle a lot of missions on the Merit Obelisk. Most of the Merit Obelisk missions involve channeling of rivers and managing the ecology. This is very advantageous for Chu Ying. No wonder he could complete so many formations. Ordinary formation path goo immortals need immortal goo to create immortal formations. But Chu Ying is a formation path grandmaster, he only needs to use immortal materials. This is too terrifying. The goo immortals could not help but feel envy and jealousy, especially towards Miao Ming Shen and group who had joined Chu Ying much earlier and had a head start. Ren Xiaoping was already starting to consider if he should abandon Shen clan after this mission and defect to Fang Yuan instead. Looking at the current situation, Fang Yuan was very magnanimous. Earlier, even though Ren Xiaoping was enemies with him, he had completely ignored it at the moment. Ren Xiaoping's worry was that Fang Yuan already had Miao Mingshen's group, even Tu Tua and Zheng Luozi had a closer relationship to Fang Yuan than him. In Chu Ying's perspective, he could simply cooperate with the people he liked. Why would he seek the cooperation of an enemy like me? Ren Xiaoping had a thought, even though he had formation path grandmaster attainment level, being able to use immortal materials to set up formations, his greatest limitation is also immortal materials. If he lacks immortal materials, I can contribute them to him and deepen our cooperation and relationship. Ren Xiaoping decided to give up some of his personal benefits, that was the only way he could entice Fang Yuan into cooperating with him. This formation has been created, Ren Xiaoping, please go and defend it. Fang Yuan spoke at this time. He had already set up several formations, this was like the previous few ones, even though they were made in the sky, once they were completed, they would sink into the sea. Sure. Ren Xiaoping smiled as he flew down. He entered the formation without checking it closely. Ren Xiaoping did not have formation path attainment. Even if Fang Yuan created the formation before his very eyes, he could not understanding the profundity of this supplementary formation, but he believed that with Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's arrangements, Fang Yuan could not harm him. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable restricted Gu Immortals from fighting each other. It allowed them to trust each other to a large extent. Fang Yuan continued to set up formations. 1, 2, 3. One by one, Gu Immortals entered their formations. The supplementary formations were getting stronger. Ren Xiaoping's expression was not good now. Fang Yuan seemed to have an endless supply of immortal materials. During this period of time, he saw Domination Copper, Earthly Limit Astral Chi, Green Jade Wind, Dark Ink Stone, Heaven Flying Jade. Fang Yuan's deep wealth silenced all of the immortals. Ren Xiaoping even gasped in shock several times. With such wealth, how could he possibly compare? And the thing that made Ren Xiaoping the most dejected was Fang Yuan's attitude. He spent all of these immortal materials to create formations. He did not even blink or hesitate. He was completely indifferent about the cost. Even though Fang Yuan lacked immortal materials, that was for the sake of advancing his immortal Gu. The immortal materials used to create these formations were merely just a tiny portion of Fang Yuan's treasury. Even if he had to create another 100 supplementary formations, he could easily afford it. Thus, Fang Yuan's actions were simply showing that he was incredibly affluent in the eyes of Ren Xiaoping and the other Gu Immortals. After expending some time and effort, all the supplementary formations were finally created. Sheng, Sheng and the rest went into their own formations that were scattered all around the underwater formation. If one watched from above, it would resemble the tail of a peacock. Every single supplementary formation resembled the feathers that formed the eye of a peacock tail. They gathered strength that flowed all the way into the underwater formation. The supplementary formations looked similar, but they all had different effects. This was because Fang Yuan modified every supplementary formation according to the respective Gu Immortal using it. For example, Miao Mingshen's supplementary formation had space path immortal materials. It could raise his efficiency. Ren Xiaoping's supplementary formation had several spaces in it that could accommodate desolate beasts. It would allow him to use his enslavement path expertise. Other than that, the supplementary formations also had specific locations. Fang Yuan placed the weaker immortals like Hua Dai and Feng Jiang at the periphery. Shen Sheng, who was the strongest, was closest to the underwater formation. Fang Yuan also created a supplementary formation for himself. He entered it. This supplementary formation was a refinement path Gu formation. Its only use was to amplify the power of Fang Yuan's refinement path killer moves. Within the supplementary formation, Fang Yuan activated his killer move, Refinement Formation Rain. At once, rain started to drizzle above the sea. Countless raindrops entered the underwater formation. The might of refinement path was displayed as Gu worms were refined by Fang Yuan one by one. Shen, Sheng and the others did not find this rain powerful initially, but after a while, their eyes were opened wide. Because during this short period of time, Fang Yuan had already refined the outer layer of the underwater formation. What killer move is this? It worked against this underwater formation. It looks like a refinement path killer move? Some were uncertain. Such a powerful refinement path killer move, does chewing cultivate refinement path too? Some found it unbelievable. This should be the effect of that supplementary formation. The Gu Immortals thought about it for a long time. They subconsciously decided to attribute it to the power of Fang Yuan's supplementary formation. If Chewing also had such terrifying attainment in refinement path, able to refine the formation of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, wouldn't he be a triple cultivator? How would Ren Xiaoping, Miao Mingshen, and all these other elites who cultivated one path feel? Even if it was the power of the supplementary formation, these Gu Immortals were still immensely shocked. Shen Sheng's pupils shrunk slightly. Compared to the supplementary formation's power, he was more shocked at Fang Yuan's ambition. He already understood it. All of them controlling the supplementary formations were like crowbars, while the underwater formation was like a tightly sealed wooden box. The power of the supplementary formation invaded the underwater formation. It was like the crowbars trying to pry open the box. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan controlled the supplementary formation that was the core of this entire formation. It could flow in using the crack opened by the crowbars to invade and turn these wooden boards into his own possession. Such formation path attainment, such ambition, he wants to take the entire formation for himself. Chuing. Shen had a solemn expression. He secretly engraved this name into his heart. This was not the first time Fang Yuan was using this refinement formation rain killer move. This move used rank 8 water refinement immortal goo as the core. Fang Yuan used many goo worms to suppress the rank 8 aura, disguising it as rank 7. After rebirth, he annexed Langya sect and gained rank 8 immortal goo water refinement. He created this move. After returning to southern border, he used this killer move to refine Chi Chuyu's formation and captured many goo immortals inside the formation. This time, Fang Yuan used it with rank 7 aura again. With the concealment of the supplementary formation, Shen could not tell that it was truly rank 8. The power of a rank 8 killer move was truly extraordinary. The underwater formation was slowly refined by Fang Yuan bit by bit. The more he refined it, the greater his control over the formation. With the help of his supplementary formations, he progressed with great speed without much problem. However, after he refined 30% of the formation, refinement formation rain's effect fell drastically, his progress slowed down. Refinement formation rain is just a killer move, the actual effect depends on my understanding of this underwater formation. Fang Yuan expected this, he was not surprised, he was sufficiently patient. He decided to spend some time here, to get regret goo and the other immortal goo in the formation. His investments were worth it. Originally, he was worried about the other goo immortals. But now that Sheng had been invited here, Fang Yuan was not afraid that other goo immortals would use this time to surpass his contribution ranking. The rate of formation refinement got slower and slower. Eventually, Fang Yuan hit a brick. This was an Earth Path rank 7 immortal goo. Its body was flat like a disc, yellowish-brown, with a head and a tail, and 4 tentacles that look like hooks, growing evenly around the disc. This is territory goo. Once a goo immortal plants it deep into the soil, it will emit a profound power that affects the surrounding soil and spreads out until it reaches its limit. Everything that is within 1,000 li of that territory will be controlled by the goo immortal. Fang Yuan recognized this goo. Territory goo was very commonly seen, especially in southern border. Many villages, even if they were not proficient in Earth Path, would try to get a rank 3 or 4 territory goo. The village would plant this goo in the soil and let a goo master in a position of authority use it, to raise and maintain their control over this territory. Territory goo was a very useful goo worm, but it was very expensive. It was often used by forces. Individual goo masters did not need it. Territory immortal goo was actually kept within Dragon Whale Paradise. This goo was quite useful to Fang Yuan as well. Fang Yuan could conveniently use this goo worm to manage his immortal aperture. He could alter the landscape of the territory that he creates using territory goo. Even if it was not useful, Fang Yuan still had to refine this Earth Path immortal goo. It was the key obstacle now, it stopped Fang Yuan from progressing further. Chapter 1905, Demonic Immortal breaks free. It is a little troublesome, I need to make deductions. Everyone, take a rest for now. Fang Yuan spoke. The obstacle of territory goo not only blocked Fang Yuan but also the other goo immortals. No matter how they activated the supplementary formation, they could not penetrate the formation anymore. The goo immortals started to rest, but not without talking among themselves. We finally met with an obstacle. I thought that Chuing would be able to continue refining it endlessly. Don't joke, this is a formation that Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable created personally. How in the world can this Chuing possibly refine such a formation? But if he cannot refine it, what will happen to our mission? Indeed, even though Chuing is a formation path grandmaster, deduction is the expertise of wisdom path. What can he deduce? The Gu Immortals had complex emotions. On one hand, they could finally let out a sigh of relief after seeing Fang Yuan face an obstacle. On the other hand, the fact that Fang Yuan was stuck meant that they were also not able to progress and gain more benefits. The Gu Immortals wanted Fang Yuan to break through this obstacle, but they were also inherently unwilling to see him succeed. Alright, I deduced it, let's continue. Fang Yuan said. What? The Immortals were stumped, his speed was too terrifying. Fang Yuan flew out of the supplementary formation and floated in the air. To get through this obstacle, we need to modify the supplementary formations a little. Everyone, don't be anxious to take action. Next, he willed as immortal essence got rapidly expended, supplementary formations followed his will and thought, changing locations. Some supplementary formations moved back while others moved in front, getting closer to the underwater formation. Eventually, Miao Mingshen's supplementary formation was closely placed beside Ren Xiaoping's formation. They were tightly connected together. Fang Yuan said to them, next, the two of you will lead the supplementary formations while the others help out. Ren Xiaoping and Miao Mingshen nodded, they had complex expressions, not expecting that they of all people would actually cooperate. After modifying the supplementary formations, Fang Yuan entered his supplementary formation again. He did not rush to activate refinement formation rain, instead he gave specific instructions to the immortals within these formations, using his own steps and methods to activate these supplementary formations in a particular manner. The power of the supplementary formation changed, it was like a thin cluster of sand, falling through the cracks of the underwater formation and slowing down its operations bit by bit. And this change was what Fang Yuan needed to make use of. He quickly activated refinement formation rain and successfully refined territory Gu after a while. After passing this obstacle, a new sense of ease was felt by the immortals as the supplementary formation's power surged like a wave and rampaged in the underwater formation. Only after it took over 60% of the formation did it stop at a new obstacle. A huge wave of shock emerged in the hearts of Shen, Sheng and the rest. So powerful. To think that this Chuing is so impressive. More than half of this underwater formation belongs to him now. The supplementary formations he designed are very profound, they can be adjusted according to situations. This is not a fixed formation, it is a transformative formation. Fang Yuan's performance surpassed their highest expectations, they could not help but feel deeply astonished. 3 days and 2 nights later, Fang Yuan refined a few more Earth Path Immortal Gu and a vast number of Mortal Gu. At this point, the 60% of the formation was finally under Fang Yuan's control. But the remaining 40% is the core of this underwater formation. With just the supplementary formations and myself, we cannot break through it in the short term. Fang Yuan knew his own limits. He had already reached the current limit of his abilities after reaching this point. After all, this Earth Path formation was created by Paradise Earth, his Earth Path attainment level was Supreme Grandmaster. Fang Yuan tried to use the 60% that he refined to interfere with the remaining 40%. Fang Yuan tried to use the underwater formation against itself. GUH. A moment later, Fang Yuan suddenly coughed out blood as his soul shook, his face turned pale. Many supplementary formations including the one he was in broke apart, the Gu Immortals within fell into the water as they shouted in shock, each of them faced varying levels of backlash. Fang Yuan's plan failed, even though he controlled 60% of the formation, he could not do anything to the remaining core 40%. As expected of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, even after over half of it was refined, it still remained unmoved. Fang Yuan's heart shook. He sighed to himself as he called out, "Everyone, I am sorry, I did not see the profundity of the formation and caused you to get injured." The injured Gu Immortals shook their head, they quickly replied that they were fine. In their opinion, it was outstanding that Chuing could reach this stage, he far exceeded their expectations. Fang Yuan squinted his eyes as he thought, it seems that we can only dismantle the formation now. After resting for a while, he started to dismantle the formation. Because the external 60% was already refined by him, the dismantling was very successful. But this was not a normal dismantling process. Fang Yuan only took apart 60% of the formation, thus during this process, goo worms were destroyed when the formation was taken apart. But Fang Yuan paid attention to the immortal goo and protected them. He successfully obtained them. As for the mortal goo, even if some of them were destroyed, it was not a big deal. Miao Ming Shen, Rin Xiu Ping, and the rest watched with wide-opened eyes. When they controlled the supplementary formation earlier, they could not sense the exact situation within the formation, there was only a faint connection. Now that Fang Yuan dismantled the formation, they could see all of the goo worms that he was getting. So many goo worms. I see so many long-lost Earth Path mortal goo, they were all created when Paradise Earth was still a goo master. There are also immortal goo, oh heavens, there are 8 immortal goo. Most of these immortal goo are rank 7, there are few rank 6 immortal goo. Chewing took them all. Indeed, he did not even give us a single one. The goo immortals watched as Fang Yuan took his immortal goo, they were staring in a daze, some of them were even salivating intensely. Most of these were Earth Path immortal goo, they were not suitable for use but immortal goo were unique, they could be traded for other immortal goo. 222's eyes were bloodshot, he was almost spewing fire from them. He was an Earth Path goo immortal, watching as Fang Yuan kept the Earth Path immortal goo in his immortal aperture, he felt his mouth turning dry and his heart palpitating intensely. While dismantling the formation, he gulped several times, he wanted to speak but could only swallow his saliva in the end. He really wanted to snatch these immortal goo. But his logic told him that it would be the most stupid move to do so. Even a rank 8 like Sheng could not do anything, how could he? In the end, 222 heaved a deep sigh, he swallowed all of his envy and jealousy into his stomach along with his saliva. His mind moved quickly, thinking of how to get these immortal goo. He knew that he was not crucial to this plan, so the only way was to deepen his cooperation and relationship with Chewing by displaying his value, it would help in the future when he asked Chewing to exchange goo. The only good thing was that Chewing cultivated Transformation Path and Formation Path, he did not cultivate Earth Path. Thus, there was a high possibility that Chewing would sell these immortal goo in the future. The pitiful 222 did not know that Fang Yuan's Earth Path attainment level was at Grandmaster, it was even higher than his. After Fang Yuan dismantled the outer part of the formation, the immortals came to congratulate him. Congratulations, congratulations. Chewing, you've earned a fortune this time. Even though you used so many immortal materials, you gained a large number of immortal goo. It is truly a huge profit. To speak the truth, my saliva is about to drip to the ground. Outstanding methods, all I feel is admiration towards you. Chewing, I am 222 I am quite interested in these Earth Path immortal goo that you obtained. If you wish to sell or exchange them, please inform me, I am sure that you will be satisfied with my offer. Fang Yuan thanked them one by one with calm emotions. He simply had too many immortal goo already. It could scare them all to death if he said the exact number. And this batch of immortal goo that he just obtained was not his biggest gain recently. Earlier in the River of Time, Fang Yuan defeated Heavenly Court, even though he lost the Stone Lotus Island, his gains were huge. He dismantled 6 immortal goo house from Heavenly Court, even though many immortal goo died in the battle, there were many immortal goo left. For example, the core immortal goo of the River Suppression Lotus Sealing Formation, Suppression and Bone Seal, the 2-time path core of Moment Stage, Instant and That Time, immortal goo permanence in Eternal Yacht, the early autumn, mid-autumn, and late autumn of 3 autumn Yellow Crane Platform, and the immortal goo in Sun and Moon Temple, Sun Day and Moon Month. These immortal goo were mostly rank 7, some were rank 8. As for Shark Flow Lever, even though it was completely destroyed without a single one left, it had a special construction style, it used a combination of desolate beasts and immortal goo. While Fang Yuan took his loot and gains from the battlefield, he reverse-deduced most of the contents of Shark Flow Lever using the clues he found. This gave him a huge inspiration. Currently, Fang Yuan's clone was already making deductions to try to incorporate 12 Zodiac battle formation into his Myriad Year flying warship. Right now, there was only 40% of the underwater formation left in front of Fang Yuan and the others. Using refinement formation rain would have little to no effect already. The power of the supplementary formation could no longer do anything. Even though Fang Yuan tried very hard, there was no progress. He understood that this underwater formation was like a hard tortoise shell, its defense was very tight. Should I wait for my clone Wu Shui to raise my Earth Path attainment level, or should I attack directly? Fang Yuan thought about it. He decided to save time and attack now. After all, he had so many people with him now, he had to make good use of them. Immediately, he asked these Gu Immortals to attack while he and a few other Gu Immortals stayed to manipulate the supplementary formation. Boom boom boom. All sorts of killer moves were unleashed upon the underwater formation, causing huge ripples and waves. The formation only had 40% left, after being attacked by so many strong immortals, including a rank 8 Gu Immortal like Sheng. Its operations were hindered as all sorts of flaws appeared. Fang Yuan was overjoyed. He quickly used the supplementary formation to invade the formation using these loopholes. I regret it. Suddenly, from within, a loud crying voice resounded in the area. What was I doing? I should not have attacked the formation. I regret it. Why did I listen to Chuing? I should not have come to Dragon Whale Paradise. Now I am completely trapped. I truly regret everything. The immortals quickly stopped their actions. Their morale fell to rock bottom as regret goo exerted its influence on them. Only Fang Yuan remained unmoved. Bright light shined in his eyes as he thought, the demonic immortal within the formation is spreading the power of regret goo to weaken its influence on him. He wants to escape. Bam bam bam. Loud sounds were emitted from within the underwater formation. The formation had flaws to begin with. Right now, these gaps spread as they formed into a huge crack. Sheng shouted loudly as he temporarily suppressed the effect of regret goo. His eyes were bloodshot as he attacked the formation's crack fiercely. Immortal killer move, Grand Collision. Boom. The power of this move cooperated with the demon within. The formation broke apart as the sealed demonic immortal flew out like a black arrow. Sheng was overjoyed. He flew closer. Ancestor Sheng, I am a descendant of Shen clan. I am your junior. Chapter 1906, He is actually Fang Yuan. The sudden change occurred in front of all the immortals. Sheng got close to the mysterious demonic immortal. He showed an agitated expression. Finally, I've finally found you, Ancestor Sheng. Sheng shouted in a slightly trembling voice. His true motive in coming here was to save his ancestor, Sheng. Sheng was the most outstanding Gu immortal in Shen clan. He had outstanding talent that was publicly recognized. In fact, when he was still a rank 6 Gu immortal, a wisdom path rank 8 great expert had said that he was the hundreds of years Eastern immortal leader. With half of a venerable's talent, it meant that he would become the leader of Eastern Seas immortals in hundreds of years when he reaches rank 8. His talent was so high it could compare to half a venerable. However, Sheng pursued strength and gradually fell into the demonic path. He started to commit heinous deeds. His clan treasured his talent, and even though they punished him, it was not a severe punishment. They protected him continuously. Sheng did not change his ways. He became more daring, and as a righteous path Gu immortal on the surface, he acted like a demon. Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world was kept in the dark. Shen clan managed to conceal the fact, but they could not hide it from Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable took action, suppressing him, but did not expose his identity publicly. Shen clan did not dare to publicize it. They only announced that Sheng had died from his tribulation. After Sheng captured Gu Fangjing, Heavenly Court contacted him and told him about Sheng's information, in exchange for Fangjing. Therefore, Sheng learned that Sheng was still alive, and that he was imprisoned within Dragon Whale Paradise. In order to enter Dragon Whale Paradise, Shen mobilized the whole of Shen clan to investigate and search in secret. Right at this time, Ren Xiaoping targeted Miao Ming Shen and attacked them, exposing clues leading to the blue dragon whale. After Shen clan learned of this, Shen led them to force Ren Xiaoping to submit. They learned that Miao Ming Shen had a way to find the exact location of the blue dragon whale. Miao Ming Shen gathered 8 immortals to search for the Paradise Earth true inheritance in the blue dragon whale. Ren Xiaoping and Shen learned about it and followed them. After that, it led to a series of events. After Shen came to Dragon Whale Paradise, he tried all the ways possible to find Shen Shang's location. After a few missions, Shen Clan Gu Immortal Shen Qi got the information of Regret Crying Sea. Shen guessed that the demonic immortal in Regret Crying Sea was likely Shen Shang. However, he could not be happy for long because he heard of terrifying news. Wing actually accepted the mission to kill Shen Shang. This shocked Shen Sheng. He quickly contacted Fang Yuan, lying that he was looking for response Gu and offering a large amount of immortal materials to express his goodwill. Thus, Fang Yuan brought Shen into Regret Crying Sea. Shen waited secretly and did not make a move. Only at the last moment, he acted and saved Shen Shang with one attack. This change made everyone dumbfounded other than the Shen Clan Gu Immortals. Immediately, Miao Ming Shen and the rest had dark expressions, their hearts sank to rock bottom. Shen was a rank 8 Gu Immortal to begin with. They had another Shen Shang who was a rank 8 Gu Immortal now as well. Back then, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had to suppress him personally. He definitely had outstanding battle strength that was not to be underestimated. With Shen Shang, Shen Clan's strength rose greatly. Not only in Dragon Whale Paradise, but even in Eastern Sea, there would be a shocking change. Currently, in Eastern Sea's righteous path, Shen Clan would be the only super force with 2 rank 8 Gu Immortals. Shen Clan would become the strongest force in Eastern Sea. This would have huge impact and bring immense benefits to Shen Clan. Back then, Heavenly Court exposed this secret to them. It was no wonder that Shen immediately released Fang Jing without caring about Qi ancestor, who was hinting that he wanted to get Fang Jing. You are a descendant of my Shen Clan? Shen Shang floated in the air, looking at Shen Sheng. His eyes shined with brilliance as he nodded. Indeed, you are a member of Shen Clan. What year is it now? Shen Shang had a hoarse voice. It was even more coarse than crow's. He wore a gray robe that was tattered, his face was pale and his hair was messy, his eyes were bloodshot and red. His peak rank 8 aura radiated from his body with an intense force. Shen answered his question and told him that Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had died long ago. So long has passed. Shen Shang sighed deeply. Lord Paradise Earth died after all, sigh. His attitude towards Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable was a bit strange. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable suppressed him, but he actually called Paradise Earth Lord. After sighing, Shen Shang looked towards Fang Yuan and the other immortals. He gazed around and understood the situation. He cupped his fists and smiled. Good, it seems that my Shen clan has many talented people. Afterwards, he focused his gaze on Fang Yuan as he spoke in a gentle tone. Friend, I was able to escape thanks to you. It was mostly due to your effort. Do you wish to join Shen clan and become our external supreme elder? He actually wanted to recruit Fang Yuan. Indeed, Fang Yuan had displayed sufficient value already. Just as Formation Path Grandmaster status was something Shen clan wanted. And looking at his attainment and age, it was possible that he could break through to Formation Path Great Grandmaster in his lifetime. Shen cupped his fists towards Fang Yuan, adding, Chuing, I lied earlier but I did not have a choice. Saving our ancestor Shen Shang is extremely important to Shen clan, I hope you can understand. Fang Yuan nodded with a plain expression, he even had a smile on his face. Of course I understand, if it were me, I would do the same. But Shen clan wants to recruit me? He. Fang Yuan laughed as he shook his head. Shen said coldly, Friend Chuing, why are you laughing? Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows. On what foundation is your Shen clan trying to recruit me? You guys are simply unqualified. Shen gaze turned cold as ice. His Shen clan was an Eastern Sea superforce. They owned 7 large sea areas and thousands of middle and small sea areas. They even had 2 rank 8s now. With such strength, they were not qualified to recruit a tiny lone immortal? Humph, Chuing, don't be too arrogant. My Shen clan is giving you a chance. This is the magnanimity of our ancestor Shen Shang. Don't think too highly of yourself. Shen Xiao and Shen Qi quickly spoke. They flew out of the supplementary formations, gathering with Shen Tsong Sheng and Shen Shang. Shen Shang's bloodshot eyes had deep killing intent. He looked at Fang Yuan and spoke with an icy voice. Chuing? I need to remind you, you were all sent here by the merit obelisk. Paradise Earth's method restricts you from fighting each other. But I have been trapped here for countless years. I am not restricted by the merit obelisk, so all of you can be attacked by me. The expressions of Miao Ming Shen and the rest changed. Their worst nightmare had come true. What should they do now? Right when they were helpless, they suddenly heard Fang Yuan laughing loudly as he pointed his finger at Shen Shang, who was in the sky, provoking him to attack. Miao Ming Shen and the rest were dumbfounded. Was this courage or stupidity? They could not tell. Shen Shang's eyes shined with blood-red light as he lowered his voice that was filled with anger. You are courting death, then go die. Saying so, he opened his mouth as a blood-colored sound wave in a ball-shape shot towards Fang Yuan. The sound wave was very fast. In almost an instant, it flew through the sky and landed on the supplementary formation. Boom! The supplementary formation collapsed instantly. It did not even last for a moment. An intense explosion occurred. A huge sea wave surged into the sky. It was tens of feet tall. Before the wave landed, the explosion had already caused damage to the surroundings. Miao Ming Shen and the rest had to fly into the sky, away from their supplementary formations. All of the supplementary formations were destroyed. Miao Ming Shen and the rest had ashen expressions. Shen Shang's attack was definitely at rank 8 level. It was terrifying. From their perspective, there was little chance that Chuing survived that. The truth was, they did not care about Chu Ying's situation right now. They were more worried about themselves. Because Shen Shang had proven his words from earlier with action, he could really attack Miao Ming Shen and the others. Ancestor is so powerful. Shen Songxing squinted. He knew the inside details. Shen Shang did not cultivate sound path primarily. The sound path method he used earlier was not his true strength. Chuing is dead meat. Good that he died. I disliked him from the start. Indeed, he only had rank 7 cultivation level but acted so arrogantly because he knew things about the dragon whale paradise. He truly had no regard for us. He dared to provoke a rank 8, he truly wanted to die. Shen Xiao said as he suddenly stammered. After the huge waves crashed down, new enormous waves were formed. Within the steam and mist, a shiny ship that was covered in silver-white light appeared in front of all of the immortals. Chu Ying's arms were behind his back. He stood at the deck as he carried the same smile as before. Shen Shang saw this as his pupils shrunk. He gasped with shock. Rank 8 Immortal Gu House? The other Gu Immortals were all stunned. They were so familiar with this Immortal Gu House. No, in the current 5 regions, which Gu Immortal did not know about this Immortal Gu House? This is Myriad Year Flying Warship. Ren Xiaoping cried out. He felt his scalp going numb. Chuing actually has Myriad Year Flying Warship. Who in the world is he? Shen Xiao was tongue-tied. The immortals stared at Fang Yuan with fixed gazes. He gradually dispelled familiar face as he showed his true appearance. After seeing his true appearance, all of the immortals' hearts shook. None of them could stay indifferent. Hua Dai screamed out loud, "It's Fang Yuan." She was too shocked. She had always felt that Fang Yuan was high and mighty, far away from people like them, to think that he was around her the entire time. It was truly unbelievable. It's Fang Yuan. Shen Clan's Gu immortals gritted their teeth, some were breathing and gasping loudly. So that was it. Miao Mingshen gulped as he swallowed his saliva. Chuing was a fake identity of Fang Yuan. After all, how could such a powerful lone immortal appear in Eastern Sea suddenly? It was Fang Yuan after all. Who was Fang Yuan? He had inherited many venerable inheritances. He was someone who could not be assessed with common sense. No wonder Chuing had such attainment in transformation path and formation path. This was just a fragment of Fang Yuan's true strength. Now everything made sense. Shen Songxing's expression was pale as he gritted his teeth. In just a short time, sweat had gathered on his forehead already. So it was this great demon Fang Yuan. No wonder he had such an attitude. Even against 2 rank 8s, he showed such disdain towards Shen clan. It was normal. Shen Songxing suddenly felt that it was a logical situation. All of his anger towards Chu Ying's arrogance vanished completely without a trace. Fang Yuan dared to provoke even Heavenly Court and kill their members. How could Shen clan even compare? After his anger subsided, he felt intense fear afterwards. He actually met with Fang Yuan. This was such a problematic person. Shen Songxing sighed in his heart. His luck was really bad. Why did he meet Fang Yuan of all people? At this moment, his rank 8 strength could not give him confidence. He was panicking internally. At this moment, Shen Songxing heard Shen Shang's voice. Who is Fang Yuan? Shen Songxing looked at Shen Shang, who had a confused expression. He felt that this was very strange. This Gu Immortal only had rank 7 cultivation level. He had only changed his appearance. Why were they all so afraid? Shen Shang looked at Shen Songxing with a gaze that had slight questioning. It seemed to be saying, "You are a great rank 8. Why are you afraid of a rank 7? What is there to fear?" Even though Fang Yuan showed his appearance, he did not reveal his rank 8 aura. It was still concealed. Shen Songxing blinked as he shuddered internally. Could he remain calm? Could he look at Fang Yuan using common sense and cultivation level? He was a ruthless demon who dared to trample on Heavenly Court. He destroyed 6 immortal Gu houses belonging to Heavenly Court earlier. He even slaughtered a bunch of Heavenly Court Gu immortals. He was ruthless and scheming. Even Heavenly Court was without options against him. Now that Shen clan offended him, forget about 2 rank 8s. Even if they had a group of rank 8s, Shen Songxing would not feel safe at all. Chapter 1907, Human Path Quasi-supreme. At this point, Fang Yuan was no longer like before. Heavenly Court was the reason for his overwhelming fame and dominance. Even though he only displayed rank 7 cultivation level, it was enough to intimidate most rank 8 Gu immortals in the world. Ancestor. Shen Songxing sent an information path mortal Gu to Shen Shang. It contained everything they knew about Fang Yuan. Shen Shang received the mortal Gu as his divine sense swept through it. He looked towards Fang Yuan with a new type of gaze. Fang Yuan? Even Heavenly Court cannot do anything against you. Ha ha ha, interesting. Shen Shang's eyes burst out with blood-red light. He laughed wildly. To think that a person like you would appear in the world, this is wonderful, because now I won't feel lonely. Saying so, a strong aura burst out of his body, overwhelming the surroundings and dominating everyone's hearts. Not only did Shen Shang not feel threatened by Fang Yuan's information, he even became extremely motivated to fight. Looking at Shen Shang's action, Shen Songxing felt a sense of confidence in his heart. I'm likely not Fang Yuan's match, but with Ancestor Shen Shang here, who is not an ordinary rank 8 Gu immortal, the outcome is still unknown. While he was thinking that, a silver light shot out and filled Shen Songxing's vision. Damn it! The alarms in Shen Songxing's mind rang wildly. He quickly retreated. At the next moment, myriad year flying warship flew over, drawing a beautiful arc of light in the air as it traveled. If he reacted slower and stayed on the spot, Shen Songxing would have been hit by myriad year flying warship. Shen Songxing did not dare to imagine the result of that collision. This was the advantage of an immortal Gu house. Activating immortal killer moves took time, but using an immortal Gu house to charge and rampage would instantly allow one to unleash an offensive method. Myriad year flying warship shot off again. Fang Yuan mobilized myriad year flying warship and went after Shen Shang, ignoring Shen Songxing completely. Shen Shang did not dare to test myriad year flying warship with his bare body either. He was forced into being chased around by myriad year flying warship. Shen Songxing and the other Shen clan Gu immortals wanted to help out, but they were helpless when they found out that they could not attack Fang Yuan. Damn it! Sheng gritted his teeth. In this situation, Shen clan's superiority in numbers could not be used. They could only watch as Fang Yuan fought against Shang. As for Miao Ming Shen and the rest, they did not dare to participate in such a battle. They were retreating already, hiding at a corner of the battlefield. Shang, as an ancestor of Shen clan, all you can do is run around? Fang Yuan mocked from within Myriad Year Flying Warship. But even inside Myriad Year Flying Warship, he was still restricted by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's method. Fang Yuan had many subordinates in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, but he could not let them out. He could only control Myriad Year Flying Warship alone. If he could let out his subordinates, his numbers would far surpass Shen clan. Humph, arrogant junior. Shang was angered by Fang Yuan's words. He stopped in the air and used an immortal killer move. Shang's flying attainment was very high. He was able to fly rapidly, capable of catching up to Myriad Year Flying Warship. In the process of escaping, he had been preparing his killer move. He finally unleashed it now. Immortal killer move, Night Song. The melancholic song quickly spread across the battlefield, and the sadness contained in it was like a tidal wave, constantly filling the hearts of the people. The song had a slow tempo. It focused on the person's vocals, along with the sounds of drums and zither. It was traditional yet sad. Hua Dai and Feng Jiang, who were at the periphery, were already crying. Miao Ming Shen, Ren Xiaoping, and the rest all had sad expressions. They could not help it. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. Myriad Year Flying Warship shined with radiance as it helped him to block the power of Night Song. But Shang had already achieved his goal. He activated Night Song, not to directly deal with the Gu Immortals here, but to create a battlefield environment. The song enveloped the sea and sky. A trace of twilight mist spread out from the sound waves, permeating the entire field, and after a few breaths, the entire regret-crying sea turned pitch black. The Gu Immortals were trapped in this dark area and could not see anything. All they could hear was the sorrowful Night Song. Their morale and battle intent fell drastically. If this continued, they were going to be defenseless. Even though Fang Yuan was barely affected, the surrounding darkness meant that he had lost sight of his target as well. Fang Yuan immediately activated his investigative method to try to find Shang's location. But Shang sensed something as he laughed. Fang Yuan, you fell for my trap. Saying so, he activated a killer move, Sensory Injury. Fang Yuan grunted immediately. He was directly hit by it. He was shocked as he quickly realized, this is a human path killer move. No wonder my Myriad Year Flying Warship could not guard against it. Immortal Gu houses had both offense and defense. They provided a huge assurance to the Gu Immortal and were very safe. But this defense was not perfect. When Fang Yuan designed Myriad Year Flying Warship, he considered most paths, but human path was his weakness. He was not a human path grandmaster back then. By the time he gained the attainment level, Myriad Year Flying Warship was already built. It could not be changed. He could only adjust it a little, but there could not be major modifications. And most importantly, Fang Yuan lacked defensive human path Immortal Gu. Shang definitely has a high-rank human path Immortal Gu. After Fang Yuan was hit, he understood a bit of his enemy's foundation. In terms of information, Fang Yuan was the one at the losing end. He did not know much about Shang, but Shang knew a lot about him. Fang Yuan had trump cards, of course, like his rank 8 cultivation level, 5 restriction profound light chi, and others, but he intended to keep these methods as a secret. He did not want to expose them now. Within this dragon whale paradise, Fang Yuan could not attack Sheng, Miao Ming Shen, and Ren Xiaoping. If they brought this information out of dragon whale paradise, it was easy for others to find out. Thus, Fang Yuan decided to use the methods that he had already exposed before to fight. Immortal killer move, Daybreak Sword. Myriad Year Flying Warship's aura surged as a blinding white light shot out. From the silver white light bubbled the water of the river of time, from which countless strands of silver light emerged. The silver rays quickly condensed and took shape, transforming into many sharp sword-like blades that shot out violently. The group of flying swords whistled past, pointing straight at Shang. Daybreak Flying Sword was a genuine rank 8 killer move. Its power was immense. but when Shen saw the group of flying swords, he laughed loudly and did not dodge. Silver-white flying swords landed on his body. Shen's body surged with a mysterious aura. He did not die but was covered in injuries. But soon, all the injuries over his body disappeared and turned into Dao marks. Incredible! The records in the clan are indeed correct. Ancestor Sheng was most proficient at healing. Sheng saw this scene and exclaimed in his mind. When Sheng was still young, he was a healing physician. When he was a Gu master, he began to travel Eastern Sea, and because of his powerful and unique healing methods, he soon became famous and well-known. He was also praised for his charitable acts, often helping the poor and needy without charging the slightest consultation fee. He received a warm welcome wherever he went. Precisely because of his fame and reputation established in his youth, when he fell into the demonic path later and committed all sorts of demonic acts, Eastern Sea's Gu immortals did not manage to link these crimes to him. Within myriad-year flying warship, Fang Yuan squinted his eyes and felt something amiss. This healing method is another human path killer move. Under normal circumstances, the injuries of Gu immortals would have dense Dao marks that were difficult to heal. But Sheng possessed human path methods. He could heal himself with extreme efficiency and yielded quick results. The group of flying swords continued to shoot out, many of them piercing through his body. However, these wounds were completely healed almost instantly. Immortal killer move, mutual injuries. Sheng saw that the time was ripe and quickly unleashed the killer move that he had already prepared. In myriad-year flying warship, Fang Yuan grunted as hundreds of wounds instantly formed on his body. Wounds burst open and blood splattered everywhere. The wounds were filled with human path Dao marks, which then spread rapidly from the wounds, scattering everywhere while being connected as one. Alarm bells rang in Fang Yuan's heart. These human path Dao marks were like a hanging rope around his neck. Once the numbers increased, it would endanger Fang Yuan's life. At the crucial moment, Fang Yuan activated his wisdom path killer move first. In an instant, the thoughts in his mind blossomed like fireworks. All sorts of thoughts collided, converged, and fused into each other. Sheng's methods are bizarre. He was able to bypass myriad-year flying warship to directly injure me. Such a terrifying killer move. His human path attainment level is definitely more than a level above mine. I'm afraid he's a human path quasi-supreme grandmaster. Any killer move needs to sense its target first. It can only take effect after it senses its target. How did he sense me? I see. The previous night's song killer move was just a trap to lure me into detecting him. He then followed this connection and found his way to me. Everything in this world was interconnected. When a fist hits a sand dune, a pit would appear on the sand, while the fist would also be covered in sand and mud. Previously, Eastern Sea Wisdom Path Gu Immortal Hua and deduced Fang Yuan, but instead, Fang Yuan followed this connection and deduced Huan's situation. Not long ago, Heavenly Court Gu Immortals moved to blockade the Stone Lotus Island with the River Suppression Lotus Sealing Formation, and it was with this layer of suppression and sealing that Fang Yuan was able to follow this connection and destroy the River Suppression Lotus Sealing Formation. Now, Sheng did the same thing to sense Fang Yuan. It followed the same logic. In just half a breath of time, Fang Yuan had already figured it out. He immediately made his move, making myriad-year flying warship retreat while scattering the daybreak flying swords, while he began to activate a healing killer move on himself. His reaction was so swift that it left Sheng slightly stunned. At the next moment, this demonic immortal, who was suppressed by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable himself, laughed with a hint of madness. Fang Yuan. Do you think you'll be safe if you don't attack me? Ha ha ha, watch closely. As he said that, he activated a killer move again, his 5 fingers spread wide and his palm pressed against his chest. Immortal killer move, light injuries. Sheng grunted as he was hit by his own killer move, his expression turned pale. Within myriad-year flying warship, Fang Yuan's body shook as he coughed out a huge mouthful of blood. Chapter 1908, Black Fire. Non-conflicting Tao marks. The sovereign immortal body's greatest advantage was also its greatest weakness. At this moment, it was fully exposed. All along, Fang Yuan had been consciously avoiding this flaw, but Shen Shang's killer move was too peculiar, it could not be guarded against. Who could have thought that Night Song killer move was just a trap? Shen Shang was chased by myriad year flying warship. It was a normal thing to use this killer move to conceal his own traces. If Fang Yuan did not use an investigative method, Shen Shang would hide within the darkness, he would not be able to do anything. The human path Tao marks on Fang Yuan's injuries grew rapidly. The light injuries on Shen Shang's body also affected Fang Yuan due to the killer move mutual injuries. And in Fang Yuan's case, because of non-conflicting Tao marks, his light injuries became heavy injuries. But thankfully, all sorts of healing killer moves had their full effect when used on Fang Yuan as well. Thus, as he used a powerful healing method on himself, Fang Yuan instantly recovered. Immortal killer move, heavy injuries. Shen Shang snickered as he started to hurt himself, with greater intensity than before. Fang Yuan's body shook intensely, his vision turned dark as his 7 orifices started to bleed. No. In terms of healing methods, I cannot compare to Shen Shang, I need to find another way. Fang Yuan understood as determination flashed in his eyes. Immortal killer move, heavy injuries. Immortal killer move, heavy injuries. Immortal killer move, heavy injuries. Shen Shang continued to injure himself as he turned crazy, he laughed loudly as blood spewed out of his mouth. He heavily injured himself but rapidly healed as well, continuing the cycle. This was such a strange fighting style, it made all the Gu immortals dumbfounded. Miao Ming Shen and the rest had nervous expressions, they were very worried. Shen Clan's Gu immortals were very excited. Even though they could not see Fang Yuan's condition, his flying swords had disintegrated while myriad year flying warship continued to back off. Ancestor Shen Shang actually forced back Fang Yuan. Impressive. Shen Songxing was very excited, he could also see the rise of Shen Clan. Miao Mingshen's eyes shined with bright light as he thought to himself, not good, even though Fang Yuan has myriad year flying warship, Shen Shang's offensive methods bypass this immortal Gu house, it counters Fang Yuan. He is just a rank 7 after all while Shen Shang is a genuine rank 8 Gu immortal. Gui Qiyi and Tutu Tua were very confused. This Shen Shang was suppressed by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable back then, it is not normal that he could live for so long. And the strange thing is, he does not lack Immortal Gu. When Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable suppressed him, didn't he take away or destroy his Immortal Gu first? Ugh. Right at this moment, Shen Shang's wild laughter came to an abrupt stop. Surprise and confusion appeared on his face. His connection to Fang Yuan was weakening rapidly. How did Fang Yuan do it? How could he break and get around this method so quickly? Immortal killer move, self-cleansing. Self-cleansing could eliminate harmful Tao marks on the user's body. Fang Yuan used this killer move to quickly get rid of the human path Tao marks on his body. The blood-red light in Shen Shang's eyes flickered, he started to mutilate himself even more intensely, causing the human path Tao marks on Fang Yuan's body to grow rapidly. As long as a single human path Tao mark remained on Fang Yuan's body, he could use this connection to attack Fang Yuan while bypassing myriad year flying warship. But right now, Fang Yuan had already stabilized the situation. Myriad year flying warship gradually flew closer as Fang Yuan's voice resounded from within, it is my turn now, Shen Shang. 12 Zodiac Ancient Battle Formation. Bam. With a loud sound, the huge gray stone giant appeared again. The giant moved extremely quickly, its 2 hands grabbed towards Shen Shang as they spread open. Shen Shang squinted and snorted coldly, he quickly retreated, attempting to pull some distance from the giant. Under Fang Yuan's manipulation, the gray stone giant only attempted to capture Shen Shang, it did not attack fiercely. The gray stone giant had very powerful offensive methods, even though this was not the River of Time, it still had peak rank 8 strength. But he was currently using capture as the objective instead of hurting Shen Shang. Shen Shang had no choice but to dodge. The battle went into a deadlock. Shang dodged the 12 zodiac battle formation while using killer moves to mutilate himself. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan manipulated Myriad Year flying warship as he healed himself, using self-cleansing to get rid of harmful human path Dao marks. Myriad Year flying warship and the Grey Stone Giant worked together, chasing after Shang and obstructing him. Shang was already having some trouble dodging Myriad Year flying warship. With the addition of the Grey Stone Giant, he fell into a disadvantage. Every time he was about to get caught, Shang would emit a loud scream that caused sound waves to burst out, opening a path for him. Both sides continued to fight, rampaging in the battlefield. It implicated Miao Mingshen's group, as well as the Shen clan immortals. Hua Dai and Feng Jiang were first to give up. They were transported away from the battlefield. Followed by Tong Hua, Tu Tua, Gui Yi and the rest. After that were Shen clan's immortals, Miao Mingshen, and Ren Xiaoping. Eventually, only Shen Songxing was left in the battlefield. Not everyone was qualified to watch a battle between rank 8s after all. Shen Songxing's expression became increasingly dark. The battle was tilting in Fang Yuan's favor. Shang was getting into a difficult spot while Fang Yuan was having an easier time now. This lad has deep wisdom path attainment, he has countless thoughts in his mind, he can multitask easily. In this aspect, I am at the losing end. Shang gritted his teeth. At this point in the battle, he felt like he had fallen into a swamp. The more he struggled, the deeper he sank. The battle had already left his control. Suddenly, Fang Yuan walked out of the cabin, arriving at the bow of the ship. He pointed at Shang as a time path killer move was unleashed. Shang was caught off guard, he could not dodge. After getting hit by this move, his movement slowed, the rate of time on him had been halved. The Grey Stone Giant used this chance to grab Shang, it squeezed. Shang laughed loudly, his hair was messy and his eyes were bloodshot. He had no fear. Go ahead and kill me. Fang Yuan snorted. He ordered the Grey Stone Giant. It gripped to form a cage of 10 fingers, imprisoning Shang and preventing him from moving. After understanding Shang's offensive methods, Fang Yuan easily countered it. As long as he was captured and not killed, he could not do anything to harm Fang Yuan. Shang struggled, he screamed wildly but could not escape. Shen Songxing saw that the situation was bad. He wanted to help but was quickly faced with backlash. He could not get away from Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's restrictions. I finally succeeded. Fang Yuan let out a breath of air. Shang lived up to his reputation. This person who was suppressed by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable personally really had some skills. His methods were peculiar and strange, they were hard to guard against. Fang Yuan had fallen for them earlier. Of course, Fang Yuan still controlled the situation without wasting many of his hidden trump cards. In the worst case, Fang Yuan could return to the starting island. With this assurance, he could not lose to begin with. Ah! Shang shouted loudly, his face was distorted. Fang Yuan's brows slowly started to furrow. Shang's current situation was quite strange. He constantly laughed and struggled madly without using any immortal killer moves. At the next moment, his bloodshot eyes turned pitch black, the black color spread until it filled his eyes. With a light sound, a lump of black fire started to burn on his body. Within the fire, Shang's body shook like he was having a spasm. He drooled uncontrollably as he waved his limbs around. He growled like a wild beast that was out of control. The black fire on Shang's body was not eye-catching, but once it spread to the Grey Stone Giant's hands, the giant screamed in pain as it got burned by the fire. After both hands got into contact with the black fire, they started to melt, completely defenseless against this strange black fire. Fang Yuan's gaze turned colder. The peculiarity and strength of this black fire was far beyond his imagination. Seeing that the situation was bad, Fang Yuan quickly deactivated the ancient battle formation. At the next moment, the Grey Stone Giant vanished while 12 immemorial year beasts appeared in the sky. Among them, 2 immemorial year beasts contacted the black fire and lost their reasoning. They rolled around in the sky, growling in pain as they struggled intensely. Thankfully, the other 10 immemorial year beasts acted like this was their biggest threat. After regaining freedom, they quickly fled from the black fire as far as they could. Fang Yuan and Shen frowned deeply with solemn expressions. This black fire was too strange, the two of them could not tell what path this black fire belonged to. At the same time, they felt an extreme feeling of threat, their skulls felt numb as they sensed this danger. The black fire was like the enemy of all life forms. The two immemorial year beasts were already covered in the fire, they growled as they fell to the ground. Fang Yuan had a strong premonition, if these two immemorial year beasts fell into the seawater, the black fire would cause an even greater tragedy. But he did not do anything, he went into myriad year flying warship and retreated. Shang, who had lost the restriction of the grey stone giant, floated in the air and laughed wildly like a lunatic. Shen called him several times but it went unheard. Seeing this strange situation, Shen also wisely chose to retreat. Right when those two immemorial year beasts were about to enter the water, a golden-white pillar of light shot out from the underwater formation, pushing these two immemorial year beasts up into the sky. The underwater formation that had only 40% left burst out with unprecedented power as it operated at full force. The golden-white light expanded as it covered Shang as well. The black fire continued to burn Shang and the two immemorial year beasts, but the white-gold light pillar immobilized them on the spot. Such a change caused Shen to be stunned. Suddenly, Fang Yuan made his move, daybreak flying swords flew out and pierced the white-gold light pillar, stabbing into Shang. Stop it! Watching that his ancestor was attacked by Fang Yuan, Shen shouted anxiously. Fang Yuan smiled coldly as he activated his flying swords with even greater intensity. This odd black fire was very harmful, seeing that the underwater formation had taken action to stop it from even entering the sea, it was obvious. Shen could only watch helplessly. Fang Yuan willed again as his flying swords split into two groups, the other group went to attack his immemorial year beasts. Due to the attack of the daybreak flying swords, the black fire still burned but it had weakened by a very slight amount. Daybreak sword was a rank 8 killer move, yet it nearly had no effect. Fang Yuan continued to attack, but the black fire suddenly changed, transforming into lumps of silver-white mist. Chapter 1909, Shen Immortal Materials. This black fire can still transform? Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light, he shook his head immediately after, the silver-white mist still had a strange aura, it did not belong to any path. The silver-white mist did not seem to be fundamentally different from the black fire, and while enveloped by it, Shang was still going crazy, the two immemorial year beasts were also continuing to howl. When Fang Yuan fired his daybreak flying swords again, he discovered that the power of the daybreak flying swords actually boosted the silver-white mist, causing the latter to increase in size. Suspicious, Fang Yuan immediately changed his mind and went on a furious rampage with wind blades instead. The silver-white mist was weakened again, but the rate of decline was still very small. After the attack lasted for a while, the silver-white mist suddenly turned into 3 large whirlwinds, covering Shang and the two immemorial year beasts. Fang Yuan's wind blades shot into the whirlwind and began to boost the latter's power again. Fang Yuan started to experiment and wisely began to swap his tactics. Other Gu immortals might have to stop, but Fang Yuan cultivated all paths, he had an astonishing number of immortal Gu at his disposal, he also had attainment level in many paths, he was even more skilled at transitioning to different paths. Under Fang Yuan's attack, the strange black fire kept transforming and getting smaller and smaller. The two immemorial year beasts were the first to die without their corpses left, Fang Yuan was soon left with only Shang as his target. Wait. Fang Yuan, I have a huge amount of wealth to gift to you. Shen could no longer watch this continue, he called out loudly. To his joy, Fang Yuan actually stopped. Fang Yuan looked at Shen and smiled, Do you want me to let your clan's ancestor go? You should know that this is a demonic immortal, the very demonic immortal that Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable suppressed personally in the past. You've seen his current state, crazy as a beast, delirious, and consistent with what is described on the merit obelisk. You still want to save him? Sheng looked deeply at the imprisoned Shang in the pillar of light and made up his mind. I believe this madness is only temporary. It would be too much of a coincidence if Ancestor Shang happened to fall into permanent madness right when I was about to rescue him, right? And what price can you pay for that? Fang Yuan asked. How about you take a look at this? Sheng pulled out an immortal material. It was a bag. The bag was not large and seemed to be the size of a grown man's fist. However, the surface of the bag was covered with a pattern that seemed like gems or blue swirls. If one stared closely, one would notice that these sapphire-like swirls were constantly rotating. But when one came back to one's senses, these lines were still lines, as if the scene had just been an illusion. Fang Yuan, however, raised his eyebrows and lightly smiled. So it's the treasure blue beaver's stomach pouch. Treasure blue beaver was an immemorial desolate beast, often traveling between Eastern Sea and immemorial blue heaven. Now that immemorial blue heaven had shattered, the treasure blue beaver also went extinct. In history, the Gu immortal who slaughtered the most treasure blue beavers was Old Immortal Cong. Old Immortal Cong was one of the 3 supreme grandmasters of refinement path, comparable to long hair ancestor. The treasure blue beaver that he went after and paid attention to was naturally extraordinary. Not to mention, this stomach pouch alone was half an immortal aperture. It contained space path and water path down marks. There was a whole small world inside of it, which could hide countless treasures. A Gu immortal could obtain it and merge it into his or her immortal aperture, increasing the size of their grotto heaven. Because of this characteristic, the treasure blue beaver had been hunted down and killed extensively by Gu immortals. It was no surprise that treasure blue beavers went extinct. The stomach pouch of the treasure blue beaver could be said to be the most valuable thing in its body. And in today's world where treasure blue beavers were extinct, the value of this stomach pouch was even higher than normal. In short, this was an extremely rare and highly valuable treasure. Fang Yuan reached out his hand and directly took the stomach pouch from Sheng hands. The stomach pouch was light and the surface was very slippery. Fang Yuan inspected it and found that nothing was tampered, so he put it into his immortal aperture in front of Sheng without any concern. Next, he smiled. Anything else? Sheng took a deep breath and pulled out a long black rod with much difficulty. And this one too, catch it. He gathered strength and threw the black rod at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan stretched out his arm to catch it. The rod was very heavy, but he also had a lot of strength path down marks on him. It was naturally easy. Unlike Sheng who was a pure sound path Gu immortal. This black rod was taller than Fang Yuan, it had the thickness of a goose egg, the surface was also very rough, the weight was not light, as if it was a crude iron tool. However, Fang Yuan could feel a dense aura of life from it. This was an ancient desolate plant. But it had no roots, no branches, nor leaves, there was only the trunk. At the top of the trunk, there were countless star marks, some of them were 5-edged, some 2-edged, compactly arranged, all of them were emitting pale starlight. Falling star rod tree. Fang Yuan spoke. Sheng nodded his head and exclaimed, Fang Yuan, your extensive knowledge is to be admired. The growth conditions of this tree were still a mystery as it had been extraordinarily rare and low in quantity since ancient times. It had the unique trait of constantly attracting stars, falling into the trunk of the tree and turning into a single star mark. That was why it was called falling star. According to rumors, one of the motives that Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable had when he traveled the world alone was to collect this tree. The value of the falling star rod tree did not just lie in itself. By planting it in the immortal aperture, the Gu immortal could use it to create an entire system of orbiting stars. It was a unique ecology that brought incremental gains every year, and the total amount of gains over time, day after day, year after year, was almost impossible to estimate. Like the treasure blue beaver's stomach pouch, Fang Yuan placed the falling star rod tree into the immortal aperture once again, the natural demeanor that he had almost gave Shen Sheng the illusion that this rare immemorial desolate plant belonged to Fang Yuan in the first place. What else? Fang Yuan smiled, these alone can't exchange for a rank 8 great expert. Shen Sheng gritted his teeth and said, I'm sure this immortal material will be able to satisfy you. This time, he took out a lump of water. The water was constrained in a ball, constantly creating waves. The waves were not just on the surface of the water, but even within the water, it was rising endlessly. Although there were countless waves, they were uncluttered. The water waves rose and fell in unison, advancing at one moment and retreating at the next. It could be called an orderly advance and retreat. When Fang Yuan saw this, his eyes shined with bright light and he said, advancing and retreating tidal water. Indeed, this was one of the 3 great waters of the world, advancing and retreating tidal water. It was a rank 9 immortal material. This point alone made it far more valuable than the treasure blue beaver stomach pouch and the falling star rod tree combined. Not to mention that it had many wonderful uses. I have a total of 12 portions of the advancing and retreating tidal water here, I can give them all to you. Shen Sheng gave his offer. Fang Yuan could not help but sigh lightly, Shen clan is worthy of being a super force of Eastern Sea, you really have impressive assets. Shen Sheng smiled, we are flattered. But at the next moment, Fang Yuan said, but that's not enough. It's not enough? Shen Sheng's pupils shrank as he showed an awkward expression. Fang Yuan sneered and began to use his daybreak swords again, stabbing Shen Sheng one sword at a time. Shen Sheng was still insane and kept on growling. Shen Sheng gnashed his teeth as he watched his ancestor being attacked. My ancestor is insane now, he is not the same as an intact rank 8 Gu immortal. We both know that. But as you said before, there should still be times when he doesn't go crazy, shouldn't there? Fang Yuan was still sneering. Fang Yuan. Shen Sheng said in a low voice. What? Fang Yuan raised his hand, a large number of daybreak flying swords shot towards Shen Sheng. Shen Sheng almost gritted his teeth till they shattered. Alright, what else do you want, immortal Gu? Of course I won't be that greedy. Fang Yuan shook his head and said with ease, I want immortal materials, but not like the 3 that you gave me. They are all too highly ranked, I need a large number of rank 6 and 7 immortal materials, the larger the variety and quantity, the better it will be. Shen clan is one of the super forces of Eastern Sea, you own 7 large sea areas and thousands of middle and small sea areas, you'll even have 2 rank 8 existences in the future. This little request should not be hard, right? Of course, not. Shen Sheng's expression was heavy, but what will our Shen clan get? A crazy rank 8? He is a hidden threat himself. And it's a hidden threat that can even force the merciful Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable to personally take action to eliminate. Shen Sheng was definitely a qualified leader. When it came to the clan's interests, he was logical to the point of being almost emotionless. Undeniably, Shen Sheng's insanity had caused his value to plummet immensely. And the terrifying hidden danger he was carrying further reduced this value to almost a negative number. Shen clan wanted as many rank 8s as they could. But they did not want a crazy rank 8 without any reasoning. A rank 8 without sanity was just a burden, unable to differentiate enemy and friend, they were a laughingstock for others, and would even bring calamity to Shen clan because of their reckless killing. Shen Sheng saw the hidden threat within Shen Sheng and kept the worry in his heart. He also did not have the slightest confidence that he would be able to solve this problem. Therefore, when he took out these 3 valuable resources in exchange for Shen Sheng, he showed great sincerity. Fang Yuan laughed and pointed his finger at Shen Sheng, he is your ancestor, the person you went to great lengths to save. At this point, he paused, of course, this is by no means the only thing you will get. You'll also gain my friendship. Oh? Shen Sheng showed a look of sudden interest, how so? In today's world, with the earth veins frequently shifting and the 5 regions fusing as one, it's bound to be a chaotic world. Although Shen clan is an Eastern Sea, it is by no means a paradise. Eastern Sea has the most resources and wealth that lure people's greed. Even when the 5 regional walls exist, there is a steady stream of Gu immortals coming here. What do you think will happen in the future? Fang Yuan spoke casually. In this situation, what is the use of the differentiating righteous path and demonic path? If Shen clan and I join forces, it will be a strong partnership. Of course, we can keep this partnership hidden as much as we want. Your esteemed clan is extremely affluent, while I am free to do anything I want without burden. Central Continent is far more powerful than the other 4 regions, so if they attack Eastern Sea in the future, will Shen clan want to surrender or remain self-reliant? Even if you surrender, will all the super forces in Eastern Sea surrender? This is why there is never a shortage of enemies, but allies like me are extremely rare to come across. The fact that you and I have met here is truly a great opportunity. If we continue to fight, it will only lead to a lose-lose situation. But if we help each other, it will be a win-win situation. Currently, we are dealing with the Paradise Earth True Inheritance and Shang. In the future, we will cooperate to deal with Central Continent and manipulate the entire state of the world. Chapter 1910, Everyone's Immortal Materials. Fang Yuan's words made Sheng go silent. The sea breeze ruffled his clothes as he hovered in the air, deep in thought. Fang Yuan stopped attacking with his daybreak swords and allowed him to ponder quietly. The future of the 5 regions' chaotic war had already been foreseen by all the major forces. Shen clan was a super force in Eastern Sea, but in such a chaotic situation, it was also like a rocky boat in a stormy sea. Shen was not stupid. Other leaders of their respective forces also had great foresight. They were considering what direction they should take in the future when chaos ensues. This was a big change, and if one was not careful, the tide of the Great Era would drown all those who did not plan well ahead of the storm. This certainly included super forces. Throughout history, even in relatively peaceful times, countless super forces had disappeared. Not to mention the Great Era when a venerable would appear, almost all of the existing order would be overturned, and in the midst of this, countless super forces would be destroyed and created. The situation of the 5 regions would become completely altered beyond recognition. How should one attempt to live in such an era? This was something that every Gu immortal with foresight was wondering about. Should they cooperate and join forces with Fang Yuan? This was the question Sheng had to think about now. In terms of qualifications, Fang Yuan was perfectly qualified to work with Shen clan. In fact, Sheng was still a little worried that Shen clan was the unqualified party, because he himself was not a match for Fang Yuan. But if he rescued Shang and resolved the hidden threat in his body, along with Shen clan's immortal Gu house, they would have the foundation to cooperate with Fang Yuan. Sheng knew that Shen clan needed external allies like Fang Yuan. It might be unlikely in times of peace, but in the future, when the 5 regions' chaotic war starts, there would be a great chance that Shen clan would be in danger and at the point of extermination. At this time, Fang Yuan would certainly be unreliable. It would be a blessing if he did not gang up on Shen clan in the first place. Sheng knew very well about Fang Yuan's demonic nature. But what about the time when Shen clan needs to deal with an equivalent super force? For example, Xia clan, Kai clan, Hua clan, Tang clan, and even Song clan. Shen clan was situated near the center of Eastern Sea, surrounded by many super forces. It was as if they were caught in a siege. Without seeking a direction to break out and grow while they could, during the 5 regions' chaotic war, they would end up as fodder for other powerful enemies. Under such circumstances, if Shen clan could pay a large sum of resources in exchange for powerful help like Fang Yuan, why should they hesitate? Fang Yuan possessed a rank 8 immortal Gu house, multiple venerable inheritances, and was able to repeatedly trample heavenly court underfoot. Such a powerful battle power was what Shen clan needed. It was something every super force desired. If they did not cooperate with Fang Yuan now, what would they do if he worked with their enemies in the future? In the current situation, Heavenly Court had to repair Fate Gu, Fang Yuan wanted to deal with Heavenly Court, he needed a large amount of low-ranked immortal materials. This was a great chance to cooperate with him. Just like Fang Yuan said, this was a chance for both Shen clan and himself. Both sides had their own needs. Of course, there were still many concerns. Working with a demon like Fang Yuan was indeed very risky. For example, if he goes back on his word in the future, he would still be free to do as he pleased. Nobody, including Heavenly Court, could do anything about it. What could Shen clan possibly do with him? Moreover, it is impossible to make an alliance agreement here. Both sides lacked a basis for trust. But in reality, even if there was an agreement, could they not break it themselves? What if Fang Yuan goes back on his word in the future? As long as they cooperated and achieved mutual benefits, why would Fang Yuan decide to turn on them? Risk was definitely present, but how could anything in the world contain no risk? Risk was secondary, profit was the main thing. Sheng would not want anything that was high risk with low returns. But when the risk was great and the reward was also great, Sheng would never let it go. The thing that Sheng appreciated the most was not Fang Yuan's battle strength, but his decision to share the mission with Miao Ming Shen, and even with himself. From this, Sheng could tell that Fang Yuan was different from ordinary demonic path Gu immortals. He was rational, he had the ability to think and act like the righteous path. Pondering for a long time, Sheng nodded slowly with a solemn expression. This is a chance, for both you and me. He, fine, why not take a gamble? In the future, if one remains stagnant, they will fall off. If Ancestor Sheng regains his senses, I will definitely try to persuade him to stop attacking you. These are all the low-ranked immortal materials that I currently have, please accept them. Sheng displayed his sincerity once again. Fang Yuan kept them all into his immortal aperture. He had stopped using Daybreak Sword, he slowly retreated. Good. I'm going down to retrieve the underwater formation. Retrieving the underwater formation was a lot of work for Fang Yuan, but in the end, he succeeded. Fang Yuan stabbed and injured Sheng, although the white gold pillar of light did not stop it. The Daybreak Sword still caused damage to the pillar, thus damaging the underwater formation. The underwater formation was already only 40% left. Sheng had broken out of it, which caused a huge opening. In Fang Yuan's eyes, it was full of cracks that he could target. If he continued to fight, before Sheng dies, the underwater formation would probably collapse first. Once it collapses, it was very likely to implicate the immortal Gu inside. Fang Yuan could not control which immortal Gu would be injured or destroyed, but if Regret Gu gets destroyed, Fang Yuan's plans would be severely thwarted. This was also one of the reasons why Fang Yuan and Sheng had joined forces. The formation was taken away by Fang Yuan, the white gold pillar that extended towards the sky dissipated, while Sheng regained his freedom. Ancestor! Sheng shouted while retreating. Fang Yuan manipulated Myriad Year flying warship and cautiously retreated. Sheng was still shrieking, fallen into a state of insanity. There was not the slightest sign of awakening. Sheng, do you need me to lend a hand? Fang Yuan asked. No need. Sheng stared at Sheng, unable to figure out what state or condition he was in. There was nothing he could do. We'd better wait until Ancestor awakens on his own. Fine. Fang Yuan said as he controlled Myriad Year flying warship, moving further away. Just at this moment, Sheng suddenly moved, his body was like an arrow, flying away. Ancestor! Sheng cried out and chased after him. Fang Yuan likewise maneuvered Myriad Year flying warship to chase after him. But Sheng was extremely fast, Myriad Year flying warship was only a little bit faster. Fang Yuan did not dare to use Myriad Year flying warship to directly stop Sheng. Because of this, Sheng managed to fly out of Regret Crying Sea. Sheng and Fang Yuan wanted to continue their pursuit, but they were stopped by an invisible barrier. Damn it! Sheng face was livid, he almost cursed out loud. This was the method of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, which he had already experienced before. It prevented the foreign Gu immortals from running around, so every mission had a certain limitation on where they could go. This constraint did not take effect on Shang, but it obstructed Fang Yuan and Sheng. The two of them could only watch as Shang flew away in a blur, eventually turning into a small black dot in the sky. It looks like you won't come back. Fang Yuan sighed. Sheng looked stiff and watched for a long time before finally regaining his usual demeanor. He turned to Fang Yuan and forced a smile. In that case, let's go back first. Fang Yuan consoled, Brother Shen, there is no need to be overly concerned, although your ancestor escaped, he cannot leave Dragon Whale Paradise. If he comes to his senses, he will definitely try to contact you by all means. If he is still insane, that would be even easier for us. The Merit Obelisk will not watch him endanger the environment and people. There will surely be more missions to come, just like this one, to kill your ancestor Shang. Fang Yuan's words were reasonable. Sheng listened and nodded repeatedly, the look on his face eased a little. Under the Merit Obelisk, the atmosphere was tense and heavy. Two groups of people were distinctly separated. One group consisted of Miao Ming Shen, Zhengluo Zi, Tu Tua, and the rest. The other group consisted of the Shen clan members, with Ren Xiaoping and Tong Hua around. I wonder what's going on in Regret Crying Sea. Yeah, that is Fang Yuan after all. This demon has defeated Heavenly Court time and again, he is really scary. My clan has 2 rank 8 Gu Immortals that can help out each other. Especially with Ancestor Shang here, Fang Yuan isn't anything to fear. Don't forget, the reason why Fang Yuan was able to defeat Heavenly Court was because they were in the River of Time. But our first Supreme Elder is also restricted by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, so he can't fight Fang Yuan anyway. Sigh. The Shen clan Gu Immortals whispered, while Miao Mingshen's group remained silent. They were eager to teleport back and see how the battle progressed, but they were afraid that as soon as they teleported over, they would be affected by the horrific aftermath of the battle, and they might get caught up in it and die a terrible death. No one was willing to take a foolish risk, so they were all here anxiously waiting for the results of the battle. 2 white lights flashed as Fang Yuan and Sheng appeared together. They're back. Why don't we see Ancestor Shang? Fang Yuan is still alive, damn it. The Immortals' thoughts were shaking as their expressions changed. He, Fang Yuan, thanks to this information of yours, it will save me a lot of time and effort. Sheng exclaimed. Fang Yuan smiled and waved his hand, this is my sincerity. As I said, it will be a win-win situation if you and I cooperate. The group of Immortals were shocked again and became dumbfounded. What the heck was this? You two were just fighting each other earlier. Why were you suddenly on good terms? What actually happened? Where was Ancestor Shang? The Gu Immortals could not help but feel startled and amazed. Sheng laughed, I have reached an agreement with Fang Yuan to cooperate for now. Take out all the immortal materials you have on you. What? The Shen clan Gu Immortals were dumbfounded. Sheng nodded his head and emphasized, this is the agreement we made, transfer all your rank 6 and 7 immortal materials to him now. First Supreme Elder, this. The Immortals looked at each other. Sheng showed a solemn expression and said in a deep voice, this is an order. The Shen clan Gu Immortals were speechless. What has happened? Oh great First Supreme Elder, what in the world are you thinking? They were simply wondering if the First Supreme Elder in front of them had been controlled by Fang Yuan. The Shen clan Gu Immortals dawdled before finally taking out their respective immortal materials and handed them over to Fang Yuan on the spot. Fang Yuan smiled and received them one by one. He knew that the Shen clan Gu Immortals would definitely not hand over all the immortal materials, but it did not matter, the materials that Fang Yuan needed for his refinement had been mostly obtained already. After Shen clan's Gu Immortals had finished handing them over, Sheng looked at Ren Xiaoping and Tong Hua. Us too. Ren Xiaoping could not believe it as his expression turned livid. Sheng gaze was cold as he nodded, Shen clan will reward you for this. Ren Xiaoping almost cursed out loud. Your Shen clan is cooperating with Fang Yuan, what does that have to do with me? I came to join your force but you treated me like this. This is just too. Shen Songxing saw Ren Xiaoping's hesitation and smiled slightly. Do you still not believe in me? Even if you don't trust me, my Shen clan's credibility is not worth your trust? Lord, please forgive me, of course I believe you. It was just that I could not react in time. Ren Xiaoping laughed and endured the pain while transferring most of his immortal materials to Fang Yuan. Tonghua had an extremely ugly expression, but she had no choice but to follow him. Chapter 1911, Negative Merit Points. Seeing that Ren Xiaoping and Tong Hua were not spared as they handed their immortal materials to Fang Yuan, Miao Ming Shen and the rest became worried. If Fang Yuan extorted them too, what would they do? Reject him? That was likely impossible. Miao Ming Shen and the rest could not stay in Dragon Whale Paradise forever, they needed to return to Eastern Sea. Even though it was unreasonable for Fang Yuan to take immortal materials from them, it was basically extortion, but for the sake of their future, Miao Ming Shen and the rest still had to lower their heads. In this world, strength was the major deciding factor, followed by logic. Just as Miao Ming Shen and the rest prepared themselves mentally, Fang Yuan ignored them as he looked towards the merit obelisk. Shen Songxing had also seemingly forgotten about Miao Ming Shen's group. Only Ren Xiaoping and Tong Hua looked towards Miao Ming Shen's group. The former had deep hatred while the latter had a complex emotion. Fang Yuan looked at the merit obelisk. Undeniably, he had completely failed in this mission to exterminate the demonic immortal Shang. This mission had vanished on the merit obelisk. Not only that, Fang Yuan even found that a lot of merit points got deducted. The others were not spared, they had all lost their merit points too. First Supreme Elder, your merit points. Shen Clan's Gu Immortal shouted. Shen Songxing had an ashen and solemn expression. He had lost the most merit points, even surpassing Fang Yuan's losses. Even though Fang Yuan fell from his first place position, he still had single-digit merit points. Meanwhile, Shen Songxing had negative merit points. This situation surprised Fang Yuan as well. After all, this did not happen in his previous life. Brother Shen, it seems that the merit obelisk punished you the most because you attacked the underwater formation and released Shang. Meanwhile, I did not work properly and even took away the underwater formation, that's why I lost merit points as well. Fang Yuan analyzed. Shen Songxing's expression changed, he showed some anxiety. I just received information from the merit obelisk, I need to get a positive amount of merit points in 10 days. Otherwise, I will be kicked out of the Dragon Whale Paradise, I will not be allowed to enter again. Fang Yuan had a thought, with his wisdom path attainment, he quickly analyzed the hidden information behind this. It seems that Dragon Whale Paradise can be explored repeatedly. We can still return? But how do we find it? The biggest problem was finding Dragon Whale Paradise's location in time. Fang Yuan took a glance at Miao Ming Shen. Miao Ming Shen is able to sense the blue dragon whale and enter it, is this the qualification needed? Long ago, Fang Yuan had made some deductions. Miao Ming Shen's ability to sense the blue dragon whale was very mysterious, Fang Yuan could not tell what it was. With Fang Yuan's knowledge and attainment level in many paths, he could tell that even though Miao Ming Shen cultivated space path, the method he used was not. This was very strange. Precisely because it was too strange, Fang Yuan was wary and did not capture Miao Ming Shen to interrogate him about this method. All sorts of clues pointed out that this method was not his own creation but originated from Dragon Whale Paradise itself, it came from the merit obelisk. Shen Songxing looked at his merit points, he frowned at the glaring number, he walked towards the merit obelisk. Fang Yuan, I don't have much time, I can't talk anymore. Fang Yuan nodded, go ahead, brother Shen. If you need help, leave an information path Gu worm at the obelisk and I will definitely help. Seeing the two being so friendly, the immortals behind them had weird expressions. Shen Songxing was a righteous path leader, while Fang Yuan was a publicly recognized demon in the 5 regions, was it okay for the two of them to have such a good relationship? Sheng heard Fang Yuan's words and smiled at him. He believed Fang Yuan's sincerity, but he believed that the price to get Fang Yuan's help would be extremely high. Thus, if he could resolve the problem, he would rather do it himself. Shen quickly accepted a mid-sized mission and left. In Shen case, this type of mission was the most efficient in earning merit points. Fang Yuan was the second to walk to the merit obelisk. He continued to choose a large-sized mission. A large-sized mission to reclaim Immortal Goo. At the next moment, he found a brand new mission on the merit obelisk. This mission requested him to take back Immortal Goo. They were the ones that he took after dismantling the underwater formation. Fang Yuan looked at the content of this mission closely. This mission had a lot of details. It described the amount that each Immortal Goo was worth in points. Fang Yuan counted the numbers. It was exactly what he had gained. Next, he browsed through it. He found that this mission was basically created for him personally by the merit obelisk. The truth was, earlier when Fang Yuan dismantled the formation, he had not checked through these Immortal Goo. Now with this mission, he could learn about their details without having to experiment personally. From this, Fang Yuan learned that he gained 3 rank 8 Immortal Goo, rank 7 were in the highest quantity, and a good number of rank 6 Immortal Goo. Each Immortal Goo had a huge resale value. Even the lowest rank 6 Immortal Goo was worth 10,000 merit points. The immortals behind him went into waves of gasps. They also saw the mission on the merit obelisk. At once, all of them had varying expressions. They were filled with envy and jealous that could not be concealed. With this exchange rate, Fang Yuan only needed to contribute 1 rank 6 Immortal Goo to get at least 10,000 merit points. This was a huge amount, much more than what Fang Yuan had accumulated earlier. It was absurd. Earlier, when manipulating the refinement path formation, they put an effort. After the battle started, they avoided the aftermath of their conflict and expended a lot of immortal essences while feeling great fear. This mission to kill the demonic immortal failed. They did not gain anything. But look at Fang Yuan. He gained a huge number of Immortal Goo. If he exchanged them for merit points, the sum would be unthinkable. Comparison created jealousy. These immortals felt horrible. They were indignant and even angry, but were not brave enough to act brazenly in front of the great demon Fang Yuan. Miao Ming Shen and the rest were still fine, but Shen clan's Goo immortals, Ren Xiaoping, and Tong Hua felt even worse. After all, the other party had only lost immortal essence. But they had even lost most of their immortal materials. This situation was too bizarre. Not only were there no gains, they even had to expend their own resources. This was truly a terrible feeling. Fang Yuan did not want to give up a single Immortal Goo. Immortal Goo were unique, such opportunities seldom knock twice. If he needed merit points, he could simply earn them. Why would he give up on his precious Immortal Goo for such petty gains? Most of these Immortal Goo were Earth Path. For ordinary Goo immortals, they would definitely sell those that were not their own path. Immortal Goo required resources to feed after all. But Fang Yuan was different. He cultivated all paths. Earth Path suited him well. Furthermore, he recently gained a lot in Earth Path attainment level. He wondered, should he use these Immortal Goo to form a third Immortal Goo house? Chapter 1912, Refining Immortal Goo. Earlier, Fang Yuan already had a grand plan to build 3 Immortal Goo houses. Right now, he had already created Myriad Year Flying Warship and Cooking Luck Pot. The final Immortal Goo house was not created yet. Even though he obtained Divine Beam Palace and Dragon Palace during this period of time, these Immortal Goo houses were used by his clones. They were necessary for his plans in the future. He could not use them personally to fight enemies. And most importantly, Divine Beam Palace and Dragon Palace were not suited for his needs. In Fang Yuan's plan, he needed an Immortal Goo house that focused on defense. Myriad-year flying warship specialized in speed, it made up for Fang Yuan's weakness in movement. It was also crucial for fighting inside the River of Time. Cooking Luck Pot was designed before Qin Ding Ling appeared. Fang Yuan planned to use it to suppress Heavenly Court's weaker luck, to expand his own advantage. The final third Immortal Gu House was meant for defense and healing. During the Battle of Fate Gu, there would definitely be intense fights and little time for recovery. Fang Yuan needed a powerful defensive Immortal Gu House in the battlefield so that he could gain precious time to heal himself. This Immortal Gu House had to be able to resist even venerable methods to an extent. Earth Path is sturdy, it excels in defense to begin with. I will use these Earth Path Immortal Gu to create my third Immortal Gu House, that will be perfect. Fang Yuan thought about it and made up his mind. Fang Yuan had no idea now that clone Wu Shui already obtained a method to create an Earth Path Immortal Gu House from his Dream Realm exploration. This Immortal Gu House was called Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress, it suited his requirements. However, Fang Yuan and his clones had shared attainment but not linked memories, they needed to communicate to gain each other's memories. Eventually, Fang Yuan accepted a large-sized mission to combine two sea areas. Who wants to come with me? Fang Yuan did not rush, he turned around and asked. The immortals looked at each other. Me. Miao Mingxin was the first to react and step forward. Behind him, Gui Qiyi and the rest also followed. What about you? Fang Yuan looked at the Shen Clan Gu immortals. The Shen Clan Gu immortals were dumbfounded. They had just turned on Fang Yuan earlier, they could not adjust their mindsets so quickly in this period of time. Shen Clan's Gu immortals were not like Miao Mingxin's group, the latter had experienced the benefits of working with Fang Yuan. In their first cooperation with Fang Yuan, it ended up as a failure. Shen Xiao shook his head, thank you for the offer, Lord, we would like to look around first. Shen Xiao rejected Fang Yuan politely, the other Shen Clan Gu immortal did not object to his statement. Fang Yuan did not mind it, he smiled towards the last two people, asking, Ren Xiaoping? Tong Hua? What about you? Ren Xiaoping had a grim expression, he did not speak, only shaking his head. Tong Hua was currently startled and did not dare to say or do anything. Fang Yuan expected them to act like this from the start. After all, he had just taken their immortal materials. This showed Shen Songsheng's political ability as well. Shen Songsheng ordered Ren Xiaoping and Tong Hua to give their immortal materials to Fang Yuan. It seemed to have ruined their relationship, but the truth was, it made them helpless to do anything but stay with Shen Clan. In fact, they would even want to stay with Shen Clan after leaving Dragon Whale Paradise to replenish their loss of immortal materials. At the same time, this was a way for Shen Songsheng to suppress Tong Hua and Ren Xiaoping. It made them realize who was calling the shots. Within Dragon Whale Paradise, they had to obey Shen Clan, even after they leave, they still had to listen to Shen Clan. After joining my Shen Clan's boat, they still wanted to leave? Hehe, life was not that easy. Fang Yuan knew Shen Songsheng's scheme, but he did not say anything. With or without Ren Xiaoping and Tong Hua, it did not matter, Fang Yuan's core benefits were untouched. The 5 regional walls were still around, but the super forces were already starting to gather members and accumulate strength. Fang Clan took an old ghost by June and Eagle concubine, Shen Clan took in Ren Xiaoping and Tong Hua, was there anything weird? Longevity Heaven was even more overbearing, it united the entire Northern Plains Gu immortal world, using the Huangjin super forces to take in all of Northern Plains lone and demonic immortals. As for Central Continent, they achieved it long ago. The 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent were subsidiaries of Heavenly Court, while most Gu immortals or super forces were attached to the 10 great ancient sects, controlled and kept under their watch. Eventually, Fang Yuan brought Miao Mingxin's group to the mission's location. Floating in the sky, they looked down. The immortals saw these 2 sea areas, one blue and one green, with the blue sea towering high and the green sea hanging low. A large amount of seawater fell from the blue sea and rolled down into the green sea. The seawater in both seas could not mix together, at the place where they met, the blue and green seawater touched each other, emitting a sneering sound, as a huge amount of clouds rose endlessly. At the area where the two seas intersected, fish and insects were absent. This was almost a desolate place. It was obvious that there was a major ecological problem. Fang Yuan sighed. It's not simple to combine the two sea areas. It is necessary to take into account all the different aspects. We might as well explore and gather information individually. After that, we will assemble and discuss a plan. Miao Mingshen nodded. That is reasonable. Fang Yuan looked at Miao Mingshen and smiled at him. Although his own identity was exposed, Miao Mingshen still cooperated with him. He was able to swiftly change his attitude and continued to follow Fang Yuan's orders. This showed that he was something with great mental fortitude. The immortals scattered and flew around the place, doing their investigations. Fang Yuan was the only one who remained at the same place, using investigative methods while dividing his attention to look into the sovereign immortal aperture. His greatest gain this time was Regret Gu. In his last life, he had followed the design of Regret Pool to use Regret Gu as the core and create a refinement path Gu formation. This life, however, did not need to be so troublesome. Fang Yuan had annexed the entire Langya blessed land and possessed the extremely useful long hair refinement path formation. All he had to do now was to add Regret Gu into this formation. The formation certainly needed to be adjusted. Fang Yuan had already deduced it in advance. At the moment, he only had to watch as Regret Gu was placed in the vacant core position. Lord, Fang Yuan is a current generation demon, aren't we a little too close to him? In the process of detection, Guiqiyi took the initiative to fly to the side of Miao Mingshen, looking worried. Miao Mingshen patted Guiqiyi's shoulder. Old Gui, you want to ask me why I treated Fang Yuan in this manner, almost acting like his subordinate, right? Guiqiyi smiled in embarrassment. Lord, you are very perceptive. Miao Mingshen's face was slightly solemn and he sighed. I am left with no other choice. This is my first time entering Dragon Whale Paradise, but there was a mishap. Shen clan discovered this place. Do you think they will let this precious land go and allow us to come and explore it again in the future? According to the nature of super forces, they will want to keep it all to themselves. Guiqiyi said with certainty. Precisely. Miao Mingshen's eyes shined brightly. We will definitely be suppressed and forced to surrender by Shen clan once we go out. If we do not surrender, we will be annihilated. But now we have a choice besides submitting to Shen clan. You refer to Fang Yuan? I see, Lord has great foresight. I am too foolish. Guiqiyi suddenly realized. As lone immortals who knew such a precious place like the Dragon Whale Paradise, Shen clan would definitely take action against them in the future. Ren Xiaoping alone was a strong enemy, not to mention the super force Shen clan. Miao Mingshen chose to be close to Fang Yuan in order to use his prestige as a shield and try to preserve the freedom of being a lone immortal. When Shen clan decides to take action against them, they would have to take Fang Yuan's feelings into account. In the worst case, he would give up his status as a lone immortal and become the subordinate of either Fang Yuan or Shen clan. This meant that he still had some room for planning and was not at a dead end. Unlike Ren Xiaoping and Tong Hua who had joined Shen clan long ago. Without external pressure, the super force would naturally take advantage of them. Could they refuse to hand over the immortal materials when Shen Songxing asked them to do so? Did they dare to refuse? By the time the group of immortals reached Fang Yuan, he had already finished arranging Regret Gu. Within the sovereign immortal aperture, the hairy man Gu immortals were ready. They were high in morale as they prepared themselves to refine a large number of Gu. Fang Yuan's time path clone was organizing and planning the immortal material inventory, before fine-tuning and improving the immortal Gu recipes according to the immortal materials at hand. Fang Yuan needed to do it himself in his previous life, but with the whole of Langya sect helping him in this life, there was almost no need for him to intervene. Thus, he saved a great deal of time. With the fate battle getting closer and closer, this time was extremely valuable and precious. Chapter 1913, Flame Cloud Pillar. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture. The long hair refinement path formation buzzed continuously, the fire within the formation raged towards the sky, heat waves were pushing everywhere. A rank 6 immortal goo was bathed in fire and light, suspended in midair, its surface gradually melting like wax. Hold steady. Langya Land Spirit controlled the formation as he shouted, "Open the inventory, let out the immortal material." The hairy man goo immortals controlling the other formation cores quickly opened the inventory doors. Thus, lumps of dog shit flew out of it slowly. These were all immortal materials. Some flickered with starlight, seemingly embedded with blue diamonds, they were the feces of star-desolate hounds. Some had sharp spikes and looked dangerous, they were the feces of remnant heavenly dogs. And there were pure and clean ones that resembled white jade, they were the excrement of the jade statue white hound. Star-desolate hound, remnant heavenly dog, and jade statue white hound were ancient desolate beasts. The dog shit slowly flew into the fire, melting rapidly in the flames. Some turned into smoke, and some were reduced to liquid. The formation activated as 3 hairy man goo immortals took action at once, cooperating to process these dog shit immortal materials. First, smoke spread out to surround the rank 6 immortal goo, before liquid started to flow and gather. Langya Land Spirit took charge of the refinement, it was extremely stable during the late-stage processes. Right when they were about to succeed, when the final portion of immortal material fused into it, an accident occurred. The flame changed color as the incomplete rank 7 immortal goo within broke apart rapidly. Langya Land Spirit was shocked, he quickly activated the formation. The power of regret goo activated as the color of the flame within the formation returned to normal. Not only that, the incomplete rank 7 immortal goo was also restored to its former state. They only lost that last portion of immortal material. The Langya hairy men calmed their emotions and continued to refine goo. After less than an hour, the flames inside the formation gradually dissipated, and rank 6 immortal goo within was refined into rank 7. Rank 7, dog shit luck. The hairy man goo immortals were very excited while Langya Land Spirit was also filled with emotions. Originally, they were proud of their refinement path ability. Now with the help of regret goo, they were simply a dragon flying through the air, their advantage expanded out of control. At the same time, in Dragon Whale Paradise, Fang Yuan sat on the cloud with Feng Jiang and the rest, watching Miao Mingshan fly around the place. The ecology of the 2 sea areas had almost been adjusted completely. The final difficulty was that there was still a shattered space between the 2 seas. Miao Mingshan was trying to get rid of this space. By eliminating it, the 2 sea areas could finally fuse into one. Miao Mingshan was a space path goo immortal, he was specialized in dealing with these shattered spaces. Fang Yuan and the rest were free to idle and watch. Oh? Immortal goo dog shit luck has been advanced successfully. Progress is smooth. Fang Yuan sensed the commotion within the sovereign immortal aperture. While his main body was doing the merit missions, 3 immortal goo had already advanced inside the sovereign immortal aperture. Their progress was really fast. When ordinary goo immortals refine immortal goo, they would take years to do so, they would be very nervous and careful with each attempt, the risks were huge. But Fang Yuan's situation was different. Langya Land Spirit, the hairy man goo immortals, long hair refinement path formation, as well as the abundance of immortal materials, it allowed him to refine goo with ease. The 3 immortal goo that he had refined and advanced were from Luck Path, he had obtained them from dismantling cooking Luck Pot. Luck Path was his focus now. The dog shit luck immortal goo that he just advanced was Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's former vital goo, it had an incredibly powerful supplementary effect. The only problem was that it was stuck at rank 6 and could not display its power. Now that it was rank 7, it could be used to some extent. Fang Yuan had rank 8 cultivation level now, his requirement for immortal goo also increased, he needed higher ranked immortal goo. Rank 6 was too low, while rank 7 was barely good enough, rank 8 suited him the most. But if Fang Yuan wanted to refine a rank 8 immortal goo, he would not be able to afford it. The investment needed was too high, and the risks were huge, he was likely to gain nothing. After all, he could not ignore the outside world to cultivate, the external environment was very harsh. If he did not stop Heavenly Court from repairing Fate Goo, his situation would deteriorate even further. Currently, rank 7 Immortal Goo were still barely usable to him. Furthermore, these rank 7 Luck Path Immortal Goo that he refined could be used to construct Cooking Luck Pot. At rank 7, Cooking Luck Pot would be able to affect rank 8. Huh. Miao Mingshan suddenly shouted, breaking Fang Yuan's chain of thoughts. Miao Mingshan flashed with a blue halo, it spread out around him and soothed the shattered space, uniting it until the cracks were restored entirely. Lord has amazing methods. Feng Jiang and the rest praised. At this point, the large-sized mission was completed. Outstanding methods, yours are superior to mine. Fang Yuan did not stint on praise. He had Space Path Immortal Goo and Space Path methods too, he could even use other paths to mimic the effects of Space Path. But compared to Miao Mingshan, even if he could achieve the same effect, the cost would be higher. After all, experts focused on their own fields. Miao Mingshan was a Space Path cultivator, while Fang Yuan barely researched about Space Path, he made little progress in this path. Miao Mingshan quickly cupped his fists, Lord is too kind, I am not worthy of such praise. Fang Yuan replied with some praise again as everyone went back to the merit obelisk. In this mission, Fang Yuan gained the most benefits, followed by Miao Mingshan. Fang Yuan's merit ranking rose to the top again. Miao Mingshan and the rest were no longer surprised. They had seen Fang Yuan's ranking jump up and down like a monkey. He was often in the first and last place. Fang Yuan's gaze focused. At this point, the other Gu Immortals were started to accumulate merit points. If Fang Yuan's ranking fell again, he would not be able to get to the first position so easily again. They continued accepting and completing missions. Fang Yuan's merit points soared continuously. Miao Mingshan and the rest followed after him the entire time. Fang Yuan used the advantage of cultivating all paths to resolve problems, while Miao Mingshan and the rest resolved the minor issues for him. This cooperation ensured that Fang Yuan remained at the top of the ranking, his status was getting more unmovable. Miao Mingshan and the rest also benefited, they started to break away from Shen clan's group, becoming the second group on the ranking list. The first group was naturally Fang Yuan alone. Sheng did not turn to Fang Yuan for help in the end, he got back on track by completing multiple mid-sized missions within the allotted time limit. His luck was not bad, he received 1 or 2 sound path-related missions. As for other missions, even though he cultivated sound path, he had many methods to mimic the effects of other paths. Shen was a rank 8 after all, his cultivation level methods were beyond the rest. By the time Shen Songxing's ranking rose to the middle, Fang Yuan's Cooking Luck Pot was reassembled already. Rank 7 Cooking Luck Pot. A top-tier Immortal Goo house that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable personally created, it had the power to affect rank 8. The first thing that Fang Yuan did was to inspect his own luck. Boom! As if he heard a roar that seemingly resounded in his ears, Fang Yuan looked up and saw a giant flame cloud pillar, burning brightly and rising up into the sky, as if it was trying to hold up heaven and earth. His luck was like a giant pillar, flames that were bright red like blood surged. On the surface of the giant pillar, the end of the many traces of the flame carried a touch of black color in it. My strength is rank 8, my battle strength rivals Duke Long, I also have countless Immortal Goo houses, and killer moves, so my luck is grand and vast. Blood red flame means slaughter. The black color at the ends of the flame means a deadly situation. The deadly black chi has corrupted the surface of the pillar, it is trying to get in, this means that my death threat is coming from an external source. It must be Heavenly Court. Heavenly Court has yet to repair Fate Goo, once they succeed, the Black Death Chi will definitely expand by several times, it will eventually corrupt my entire luck pillar. Fang Yuan looked again, within the huge pillar, there were countless faint phantom images flickering continuously. At times, he saw a red lotus, a white crane, a beast phantom, or a lump of soil. Fang Yuan wanted to investigate deeper but he saw that his vision turned blur. Immediately, his body shook and his throat felt wet, he almost spit out blood uncontrollably. Fang Yuan rapidly healed himself and looked above him. He saw that cooking luck pot was floating quietly. There was a vast amount of luck inside while a crack had formed on the surface of the pot. Luck was leaking towards the outside. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly to himself internally. His luck was too strong. Even though this was rank 7 cooking luck pot, he could only barely see his luck. After he looked at it for a long time, he would suffer backlash and cooking luck pot would also be damaged. The newly created cooking luck pot needed to be fixed now. The crack was huge, the damage was severe. If left unattended, the crack would get larger and larger. He had to fix it immediately. After checking his luck, Fang Yuan was both happy and worried. He was happy that his luck was good. This was not strange. He had immense foundation, as well as methods in luck path. The worry was that his hidden threat had started to appear. If he did not stop Fate Gu from recovering, Fang Yuan's crisis would become more dangerous. And because the fire pillar was burning intensely, it also meant that he could not last too long. These types of burning luck often meant that the Gu Immortal was unrivaled in a short period of time, but it could not last long. After the pillar stops burning, his luck would fall into a period of weakness. But that was in the future. Fang Yuan made some deductions. His luck would be maintained at this level at least until Central Continent's Fate Gu battle. It could even be improved further. Fang Yuan continued to receive missions, while the refinement path Gu Immortals within the Sovereign Immortal Aperture also started to advance strength path Immortal Gu. Missions to eliminate the black fire started to appear on the Merit Obelisk. After Sheng escaped from Regret Crying Sea, he was still in a state of madness. He unconsciously damaged the surroundings of the places he went to. Fang Yuan was very interested in this odd black fire and immediately started to investigate it. But he made no progress. The black fire was very stubborn. Even though it was a small lump, it could transform countless times when attacked. It could last for a long time. As missions to clear the black fire appeared, Fang Yuan, Sheng, and the rest started to work together to complete them. Did you notice, this type of mission is getting rarer? On this day, Sheng talked to Fang Yuan while dealing with the black fire. Perhaps your ancestor Sheng is about to regain his senses. With the location of these missions, we should be able to deduce his whereabouts. Fang Yuan analyzed. Indeed. Sheng had an expectant expression. Right at this time, a rank 8 Gu Immortal flew towards them in the sky. Who else could it be but Sheng? Ancestor, this is great, you finally regained your senses. I have already negotiated with Fang Yuan, we will work together. Sheng was overjoyed, he quickly went over. Sheng flew over and nodded towards Fang Yuan. He had a haggard expression. He frowned deeply as he said some shocking things. The situation is quite troublesome, I have a huge problem. Before I resolve it, I need to be sealed again. Fang Yuan, you are proficient in formation path, I would like you to set up a formation to seal me if necessary. Chapter 1914, Super Mission. In the eyes of super forces, there was no such thing as eternal friend or enemy in the world. This is the way of survival of super forces. If this was not followed, super forces would not last for a long time. Naturally, Shen clan was not such a force, as it had existed even before the era of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, and had grown and flourished during Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's time, surviving to this day. As an old generation member of Shen was not opposed to Shen clan and Fang Yuan joining forces, he even felt joyful about it. This was because none of the Shen clan members here were a formation path Gu Immortal. If Shen wanted to use a formation to seal himself, he would naturally have to use Fang Yuan's method. Hearing Shen words, Shen had a weird expression. He had gone to great lengths to save his ancestor, but he did not expect that his ancestor would now instead ask to be sealed by a formation again. However, the reason for this was completely understood by Shen. He was now silent as he looked at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's face turned a little grim. Shang, although your clan has joined forces with me, the immortal goo from the underwater formation already belongs to me. Now you are asking me to use these immortal goo and create an immortal formation to seal you. This is quite hard for me to accept. Sheng quickly added, we can negotiate this, Fang Yuan. We can even trade immortal goo. At this point, seeing that Shang had regained his senses, he did not want to give up. Fang Yuan shook his head slowly. He had a serious expression. Sheng, did you forget about the contents of our missions earlier? The mission states that we need to eliminate the demonic immortal within the formation, that is Shang. What does that mean? Fang Yuan paused before continuing. It means that the Merit Obelisk does not think that Shang will recover. It is decided that his problem is too severe to treat. Even if I create the formation, it will not help him. Sheng's expression changed. He wanted to speak, but Shang stopped him. Shang smiled towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, no need to have such concerns. I am not asking you to contribute your immortal goo. The goo worms we will use for the formation are all mine. Look. Saying so, he took out an immortal goo from his immortal aperture. The immortal goo was like a silkworm, pale yellow in color, curled up in a ball and not stretched, making it even more exquisite. Sheng may have already explained my situation to you. Shang said to Fang Yuan, I'm most proficient in healing, and this is the human path immortal goo I created back then, heal injury. Using this as the core, I later developed a human path killer move called Saving Dead Healing Injuries. If the difficulty isn't too high, I can even revive a dead person on the spot. Fang Yuan looked at the goo worm in front of him. He felt a little amazed. This was a pure human path immortal goo. The shocking thing was that this was a genuine rank 8 immortal goo. Rank 8 human path immortal goo. Seeing that the immortals were silent, Shang smiled and said again, have you found that human path methods are the most effective in dealing with the black fire? Sheng shook his head, not yet, but we know that healing killer moves will take effect if we use them on the black fire. But whether we use offensive or healing killer moves on the black fire, there is no difference. Shang nodded, watch. Saying so, a wave of aura burst out of his body. Watching him prepare a killer move, the surrounding goo immortals quickly retreated with deep alertness. After Shang regained his senses, he had no intention of harming anyone. He slowly stretched out his hand, aiming at the black fire in the distance. His palm suddenly burst out with a stream of bright yellow light. The light stream surged and spiraled forward. It was not fast, but eventually shot into the black fire. The black fire only endured the yellow light for a moment before quickly dissipating. Shang stopped his killer move and said to the group of immortals, as you have just seen, this is my killer move, Saving Dead Healing Injuries. It's true that human path killer moves are quite effective against the black fire. Seeing the truth, Fang Yuan immediately nodded his head, acknowledging Shang's statement. They are indeed. Sheng rejoiced. The previous underwater formation was an earth path immortal formation. It was difficult to resolve the problem on Ancestor. But if you use our ancestors' human path immortal goo, there will be greater hope. Fang Yuan, however, did not agree just yet. He gazed at Shang. You are a human path quasi-supreme grandmaster? Astonishment flashed in Shang's eyes as he nodded. That is correct. I didn't expect that you were also proficient in human path. Different professions were different worlds. This was the same for paths. Since Fang Yuan could estimate Shang's human path attainment level, it meant that he also had some level of attainment in it. All of the immortals turned their gazes towards Fang Yuan while feeling surprised. They sighed to themselves, this great demon renowned in the world was truly unfathomable. Fang Yuan asked, do you have the formation chart? Shang showed a helpless smile. I have a formation chart, but it is incomplete. I seem to have created it myself, but I can't remember the entire thing. What do you mean? Sheng tensed up. Shang sighed deeply. I've lost my memory. Every time I fall into madness, a part of the memories I grasp will disappear. This is why I need to solve the problem in me as soon as possible. If it's too late, I'm afraid I won't even know who I am anymore. Fang Yuan smiled and said, Shang, you're lucky to have met me. Shang nodded his head and agreed, this is indeed my good luck. It is very difficult to set up human path formation that meets my requirements. There are many conditions to do so. Firstly, you need the human path immortal goo. Secondly, you need to deduce and modify the formation chart. And finally, you need to set up the formation. Setting up the formation requires formation path attainment. Deducing and modifying the formation chart requires wisdom path attainment. And because it is a human path immortal formation, it also requires human path attainment. Any other goo immortal who specializes in formation path, even with rank 8 cultivation, would not be able to satisfy my requirements. But you, Fang Yuan, meet all three of these conditions. So now, I really have to rely on you. Please do help me out. Fang Yuan, whatever reward you need, feel free to ask. My Shen clan will definitely do our best to satisfy you. Sheng made a solemn commitment. Fang Yuan nodded. As soon as Shang said his request to set up the immortal formation, he realized that this was a good opportunity. Not only would he be able to obtain a generous amount of immortal materials from Shen clan by just setting up the formation. What he cared more about was Shen clan, Sheng, and Shang. By cooperating with Shen clan, he could influence the Eastern Sea Goo immortal world even more deeply and affect the situation of the entire world. Although Fang Yuan's human path attainment level was already Grandmaster, he still had no clue on how to deal with those human path killer moves of Heavenly Court. It would be a completely different story if Shang were to deal with them. Heavenly Court was too powerful and had countless years of accumulation. Fang Yuan was not able to resist them alone, he needed the help of others to work together and fight against this giant. Fang Yuan pondered for a moment and set his conditions. To the surprise of Shang and Sheng, the conditions Fang Yuan proposed were very relaxed and not harsh at all. Fang Yuan did not have much demand for immortal materials, nor did he ask for immortal goo. The only condition that had to be fulfilled was the requirement that Sheng and Shang must take action and become the enemy of Heavenly Court to stop it from repairing Fate Goo. But in fact, there was no need for Fang Yuan to bring it up. It was already the consensus of all the super forces in the world that they had to prevent the successful restoration of Fate Goo. Many of the ambitious people in the world were even more worried about Fate Goo than Fang Yuan. After all, none of them were otherworldly demons. Once Heavenly Court succeeds in their plan, their status and position would be unshakable. A few days later, a brand new formation was built at the bottom of the sea. Shang entered the formation, with the main formation core controlled by Sheng and assisted by Fang Yuan. The formation was slowly activated as a stream of profound white light formed chains that tied Shang like a mummy. Shang was silent, sitting in a cross-legged position. Soon his entire body was enveloped in a layer of pale white light mist. A moment later, the formation came to a halt. Fang Yuan, Sheng and the others found nothing. They could not detect a single bit of black fire within Shang's body at all. Shang sighed, I have searched countless times before, the only time this black fire will appear is when I go mad again. Fang Yuan's eyes shimmered uncertainly, are you sure that you can't remember all the things about the black fire? Shang just shook his head. Sheng sighed, in that case, we will have to wait. This mission will be placed here for now. I will send a person specifically to stay behind to guard the formation. This arrangement was very reasonable. The Goo Immortals were restricted in their range of movement in Dragon Whale Paradise and could not travel in and out of places as they wished. Using the Merit Obelisk's teleportation ability, as well as the group title, they were able to communicate instantly, and if Shang went mad, they would quickly gather together. Those arranged within the formation were bound to be Shen clan's members. Sometimes it was even Sheng himself who went to stay guard. With this burden, Shen clan was not Fang Yuan's match at all in the competition for the merit board ranking. Time continued to pass day by day. Fang Yuan's merit points rose from thousands to tens of thousands, and then from tens of thousands to even higher. In the process, he also exchanged for titles from time to time. It was just that the secrets behind many titles were not clear to him either. In the previous life, Miao Mingshen's group had not explored it to this extent yet, so Fang Yuan could only guess and make deductions. Fortunately, even if his deductions were wrong, the exchanged titles were all of some use. Having so many merit points, Fang Yuan did not exchange for any immortal goo. He did not lack any immortal goo, what he lacked were some rare immortal materials. There were instances where Fang Yuan spent his merit points to exchange for immortal materials from the merit obelisk that would help the hairy man goo immortal's refinement. Fang Yuan had a large amount of immortal materials, but there were still some missing among the rarer ones. The merit obelisk made up for the last gap in resources. By the time Fang Yuan made a new breakthrough, the first super mission appeared. Get rid of the black fire on the heavenly spine? Fang Yuan was slightly startled. Why is there still black fire that hasn't been eliminated? Some time before, missions regarding the black fire had appeared one after another. The immortals completed these missions to clean up Shang's mess. Could it be that this isn't left behind by Shang? There was a sudden flash of realization in Fang Yuan's mind. It was very simple to verify this conjecture. With the aid of the merit obelisk, Fang Yuan directly teleported to the mission location. At the next moment, he was at the top of the clouds, the highest point in the sky. There was no wind and the sun was warm. This is? Fang Yuan's pupils shrank as he looked up to see countless lumps of black fire burning silently. The scale of the black fire was extremely large, as if this was a field of dark clouds in a rainstorm. The total amount of black fire that Fang Yuan and the immortals had previously gone to great lengths to annihilate was a minute fraction of the black fire in front of him now. The scale of this black fire is appalling. It cannot have come from Shang. In that case, there was already a hidden black fire problem in Dragon Whale Paradise from the start. Chapter 1915, Shang's Inheritance. The black fire was not burning in the air, it was attached to giant bones. The giant bones were milky white and had a sacred aura. The giant bones had a main trunk that extended from east to west. It could pierce through heaven and earth. It was like a dragon of the 9 heavens that stretched beyond Fang Yuan's vision. On both sides of the bone, there were countless neatly arranged branching giant bones that extended outwards, as if they were giant ivory tusks. The entire skeleton was like the spine and ribs of a giant, single-handedly holding up the sky. Heavenly spine. Fang Yuan murmured. The sight before him was imposing. He was underneath the giant bones, being as small as a mosquito. These bones were like gnarled trees, and the black fire gathered like clouds, covering most of the bones. After evaluating it, Fang Yuan figured out a few details. This heavenly spine is actually a rank 9 bone path immortal material. That alone was incredible. The heavenly spine should not be a human bone, which goo immortal had such a massive body. Since it was not a human bone, it was a beast bone. But how could there be such a fierce beast that could reach the level of rank 9? It was impossible. Rank 9 was the level of a venerable. Historically, they only appeared in the human race. Throughout history, there were only 10 of them, while the rest of the races had rank 8 existences at most. There were also immemorial desolate beasts or immemorial desolate plants as well. Was it possible that there were rank 9 desolate beasts or plants in this world? Only such an existence would leave behind such a grade of immortal material after death. Other than that, is it something that Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable created personally? Fang Yuan was filled with questions. This was very unlikely. Because Fang Yuan had already seen through the function of the heavenly spine, its one and only use was to reinforce this Dragon Whale Paradise. If Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable wanted to reinforce this paradise, he could have used Earth Path methods, or even Sound Path methods. These were his expertise. Why would he bother to choose Bone Path? Also, why did Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable set it up like this, to specifically reinforce Dragon Whale Paradise? It's as if Dragon Whale Paradise is very unsafe and could collapse at any moment. But the truth is, the blue dragon whale is a legendary immemorial desolate beast. Its strength is near the pinnacle of the world. There are simply very few existences that can threaten it. If something can threaten its life, would there be a point in reinforcing Dragon Whale Paradise? The biggest question is, why is there such a huge black fire on the back of the heavenly spine? This was clearly not caused by Shang. If Shang was able to leak black fire of this scale, how could he still come back alive and volunteer to seal himself? What kind of connection is there between the black fire here and the black fire on Shang's body? Fang Yuan kept deducing, and in the process, he saw a branching rib completely melt away in the black fire. The black fire was fiercely corroding and constantly destroying the heavenly spine. What would happen if the heavenly spine is completely destroyed? Fang Yuan did not know, but it was definitely not something good. He tried his hand as he manipulated Myriad Year Flying Warship, activating Daybreak Flying Sword to attack the black fire. As he expected, the black fire was like a sea. His attack was like throwing stones into the sea, unable to create any difference. Fang Yuan tried for a while, but he had no choice but to stop. Even a character like him felt overwhelmed at the moment. This was the difficulty of a super mission. After pondering for a bit, Fang Yuan left the place, returned to the starting island. He went over to the underwater formation. Shang was still conscious. Fang Yuan informed him of the situation at the heavenly spine. "Do you have any impressions of this place?" Fang Yuan inquired. Shang shook his head in distress. "No recollection of that at all. But it definitely has a connection with my black fire. If I can figure out the mystery of the black fire, I might be able to gain insight on the plan of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable back then, as well as the deepest secrets of Dragon Whale Paradise." At this point, Shang paused. "I want to see it for myself, is that okay?" "Of course." Fang Yuan responded immediately. Since he had told Shang about this situation, he was not going to hide it. To attempt to complete a super mission, relying on him alone seemed insufficient. He would have to gather the strength of all the Gu immortals. Soon, the group of immortals gathered together as one and arrived at the heavenly spine. Seeing the sea of black fire clouds that filled the sky, the group of immortals had a change of expression as they marveled at it. The group of immortals tried to exterminate the black fire, but the progress was extremely slight. It seemed that the larger the black fire was, the more difficult it was to eradicate it. Among the immortals, only Shang's human path methods were sufficiently effective, the others were all outmatched by him. After the plan to remove the black fire had lasted for several days, Hua Dai was the first to give up. It was not that she could not take it mentally, but the immortal essence expenditure was too high. "This mission is too hard, I suggest we give up." Miao Mingshan secretly approached Fang Yuan and discussed with him in private. Even without him having to say anything, Fang Yuan had already wanted to give up. By now, the immortals had done their best but only managed to eliminate a small area of the black fire. And such a scale was not even 1/1000th of the entire black fire. If I were to truly utilize my rank 8 battle strength, this would certainly be much more efficient, but the result would still be too poor. Instead, I might as well complete large-sized missions one after another. After a few times, I'll be able to accumulate a large amount of merit points. I'm afraid only a venerable will be able to handle a super mission like this with ease. Fang Yuan decided to give up. Sheng and Shang expressed their understanding. But they were unwilling to give up. They only let the other Shen clan Gu immortals follow him. Shang said to Fang Yuan, "I still want to explore it further. I will move along the main spine and see if I can find any clue or answer." Fang Yuan looked at him deeply, nodding and leaving directly. Soon, only Shang and Sheng were left here at the heavenly spine. "Take a walk with me." Shang sighed. Sheng followed and took the initiative to ask, "Ancestor, you purposely diverted everyone away, did you recall something?" Shang shook his head, "I am planning to hand over my human path inheritance to you." Sheng was startled. He had an ominous feeling from Shang's tone as he quickly said, "Ancestor, you need not be in such a hurry. I believe that there will always be a way to resolve the problem in you." Shang smiled slightly, "I have not given up hope, but I have to make considerations for our clan. Leaving behind my human path inheritance for the benefit of our clan, it can be considered as me repaying the debt I once owed the clan." Shen was silent. Shang continued, "At the underwater formation, I was not able to pass you my inheritance. After all, it was a formation set up by Fang Yuan himself. But here, it should be safe. I won't pass my human path Immortal Gu to you, because I still need to use them. What I'm passing on to you is my experience in cultivation, and the various killer moves and Immortal Gu recipes I've created." Shen said solemnly, "I will definitely not fail to live up to ancestors' good intentions." Shang smiled bitterly, "My memory is fragmented, what I remember is limited. Let's start from the very beginning. I used to major in sound path, but then in an accident, I refined heal injury Immortal Gu, from which I saw that hope of human path. In order to convert to human path, I did many things in secret, all of which were against the rules of the righteous path. Our clan defended me and helped to cover up these incidents, but in the end, I couldn't hide it from Lord Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. When Lord Paradise Earth found me, I was no match for him, I couldn't even take a single blow from him. But Lord Paradise Earth didn't kill me, nor did he imprison me, but instead, because I had spent many years saving lives and helping the injured, he gave me a chance to redeem myself. And he promised me that if I could seize this opportunity, I might even be able to achieve my goal and successfully convert to cultivating human path. And so I came here. I cultivated bitterly in the underwater formation that Lord Paradise Earth had set up. The memories of my non-stop cultivation are completely blurred. I only remember that in the process, I received the help of the undersea formation and repeatedly broke through, progressing steadily. With heal injury Immortal Gu as the foundation, I developed and created saving dead healing injuries, light injuries, heavy injuries, fatal injuries, sensory injuries, 7 laborious injuries, and other killer moves. Finally, one day, I created the killer move Countless Injury Marks. From this killer move, I deduced the Immortal Gu recipe of injury mark Immortal Gu. I refined it and replaced my own Vital Gu. With this Immortal Gu, any attacks that cause damage to me will be converted into the respective injury marks. The more injury marks I have, the more I can increase the power of Mutual Injury's killer move. In the battle earlier, Fang Yuan was forced to retreat by me because I used the killer move Mutual Injuries to cause him to be covered in injury marks. Remember that injury mark Immortal Gu is the core of my human path inheritance, while Mutual Injuries is my main offensive method. Shang's heart shook as he listened. The true inheritance of human path created by Shang was so profound that it shook him physically and mentally. Ancestor, this true inheritance that you started has great future prospects. Perhaps it might be able to create an entirely new subpath branching from human path. Shang praised heartily. Ha ha ha. Shang laughed proudly as he patted Shang's shoulder. I'm afraid that I won't be able to. The inheritance is left to you. If you are interested in the future, you can switch to human path. If you have no intention of doing so, just choose a suitable successor. Southern Border. Virtue Paradise. A female immortal dressed in a purple silk robe, ornate and mysterious, came down the mountain step by step. Her skin was white as snow and her black hair hung down to her waist. Her eyes were like the deep pool, with a sense of sadness shrouding her face. It was Heavenly Court's leader, the person who had Star Constellation chessboard, the #1 Wisdom Path great expert in the current world, Fairy Ziwei. At the moment, however, Fairy Ziwei was covered in a thin layer of sweat and looked haggard, but her eyes were shining and her spirit was high. At the foot of the mountain, Lu Weiyin had been waiting for a long time. Lady Ziwei, it seems you've reached your goal in this journey. Fairy Ziwei smiled, this climb has benefited me a lot. I have already obtained Benevolence Gu, thank you for your generosity. Lu Weiyin also smiled, Lady Ziwei, it is not to help you, this is for the sake of the world, to maintain the peace of the 5 regions. But alas, in the current world, demonic immortals are rising. Not to mention Fang Yuan, recently in Western Desert, a Blood Path rank 8 great expert has actually appeared, purposely finding trouble with super forces and repeatedly attacking various resource points. They are acting extremely arrogantly, and the methods are extraordinarily terrifying. The chaos is coming. I only hope that this virtue paradise will become an actual paradise safe from the chaos of the world. Fairy Ziwei sighed, I understand what you mean. In the future, there will be generous rewards for you after the changes in the 5 regions. Farewell. Goodbye. Lu Weiyin moved aside and gave way to her departure. Chapter 1916, Ultimate Mission. Dragon Whale Paradise. At the merit obelisk, Fang Yuan and Shen stood as they looked at the merit board together. The super mission regarding the Black Fire was still around, but tomorrow was the final day of the 300 days they could stay here. Fang Yuan's merit points stood at the top of the board. He had a huge amount. After he found out about the difficulty of the Black Fire mission, he chose only large and mid-sized missions to earn his merit points. Miao Ming Shen and others worked alongside him and gained an abundant amount of points as well. After realizing the difficulty of the super mission, Sheng and others wisely learned from Fang Yuan. Now their merit points had also accumulated to a considerable amount. 300 days have passed by. It feels like we just arrived here yesterday. Shen smiled bitterly. This was a genuine land of treasures. By completing various missions, the Goo Immortals would be able to directly obtain Immortal Goo recipes, and various killer moves. Even a rank 8 Goo Immortal like Sheng was attracted to this place and did not want to leave. But there was no way. Once the time limit was up, they would be kicked out of Dragon Whale Paradise. It's a pity that this time, we did not explore all the secrets of Dragon Whale Paradise. Fang Yuan sighed with pity. There were many more strange things about this Dragon Whale Paradise. The Black Fire was one of them. Where did this Black Fire come from? How could it transform to so many different forms? Why could its path not be discerned? And why were human path methods so effective against it? Apart from the Black Fire, where did the heavenly spine left behind by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable originate? What was the true intent of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable? What agreement did Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable and Shang make back then? Shang cultivated human path in the underwater formation, yet he was somehow tainted by the troublesome Black Fire. Also, apart from Shang alone, Fang Yuan did not see any other Goo Immortals. Were there no Goo Immortals in Dragon Whale Paradise in the first place? And where did the Immortal Goo in the merit obelisk come from? If they were all naturally produced, the number was simply too large. After a moment of silence, Sheng said, "We'll have to leave these secrets for the future when we can explore them again. It's good that we have all exchanged for that title already, so once the blue dragon whale appears in the future, we will be able to sense it and explore it again." Fang Yuan nodded his head. This was indeed a good discovery. Just as he had deduced before, the reason why Miao Mingshen was able to discover the exact location of the blue dragon whale was because of a title. But it was unknown who had taken this title and quietly transferred it to him. Of all the titles provided by the merit obelisk, there were very few types of titles that could be transferred. There was also another discovery about titles. After getting a certain title, the Goo Immortal could teleport to any location within 100,000 li radius when they leave Dragon Whale Paradise. This was something that Fang Yuan had lied to Miao Mingshen's group before, but it existed in reality. Right at this time, the words on the merit obelisk transformed suddenly. Be they small-sized missions, mid-sized missions, or large-sized missions, even super missions were gone, only one ultimate mission was left. Ultimate mission, leave with the blue dragon whale and successfully return. This is? Shen gasped. Fang Yuan frowned. This means that above super missions, there are ultimate missions? This description is so vague, I'm afraid it is much harder than getting rid of the Black Fire. At this time, there was a new transformation on the merit obelisk. Shen stared with wide eyes as he read it. The mission does not have a time limit. After receiving it, one can stay in the paradise indefinitely. After completing the ultimate mission, one will obtain the qualifications to become the Merit Obelisk Lord and retain their merit points. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. He thought to himself, so Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable made his arrangements already to choose the Merit Obelisk Lord. According to his arrangements, I will be able to become the owner of this rank 8 Immortal Goo House. It is a pity, a real pity. Fang Yuan felt some regret. He had already uncovered a correct method to obtain the Merit Obelisk, but his strength was limited. He could not even complete the super mission, let alone the ultimate mission. The ultimate mission was obviously extremely difficult, even a rank 8 Goo Immortal would have little hope. This was easy to deduce. The Goo Immortals that had come to Dragon Whale Paradise were far more than just Fang Yuan's group. When the previous groups of people came here, some might have chosen to accept this ultimate mission, but the Merit Obelisk was still in an unknown state. This meant that no one had ever succeeded. There was another reason why Fang Yuan did not intend to accept the mission. It was written on the Merit Obelisk that the time limit for this mission was indefinite. If it took too long and he waited until he completed the mission before leaving, only to find that Heavenly Court had already completely repaired Fate Goo, then what was the point of all this? Sigh. Sheng let out a breath of air. He also regained his logic, recognizing the risks involved. He was no longer dreaming about it. Fang Yuan stretched out his arm and pointed at the mission on the Merit Obelisk, analyzing it. Brother Shen, this ultimate mission has given us some extra information. After choosing this mission, the Goo Immortals' personal merit points will be preserved. This means that those who haven't accepted it will have all of their remaining merit points cleared as soon as they leave Dragon Whale Paradise. Shen nodded repeatedly, his heart clenched. I'm afraid that's it. When we first came here, the merit ranking list was empty. As such, the Goo Immortals would have to spend as much of their accumulated merit points as possible. But exactly how they would spend it would require some consideration on the part of the Goo Immortals themselves. The next day, somewhere in Eastern Sea, 3 white lights flashed. The 3 immortals Fang Yuan, Sheng, and Shang appeared. All the Goo Immortals gave up on the ultimate mission and chose to leave. However, Miao Mingshen's group did not leave with Fang Yuan, they still had reservations towards him. Ren Xiaoping and Tong Hua, on the other hand, left along with the rest of Shen clan's Goo Immortals. After this, these 2 Eastern Sea lone immortals were considered to be completely on board and tied to Shen clan's ship. Fang Yuan turned around and looked back, only to see the sky was empty, the sea was calm, there was nothing behind him. He did not want to give up on this, so he, along with Sheng and Shang, kept scouting the surroundings, but found nothing after all. The 3 of us deliberately chose the location of the Blue Dragon Whale, but where is the Blue Dragon Whale now? We can stop looking for it. This is the method of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. Even though the scene in front of us is very realistic, it might just be an illusion for all we know. Come to speak of it, we have not seen the true appearance of the Blue Dragon Whale until now. The 3 immortals sighed. There were really quite many secrets involving the Blue Dragon Whale. The Blue Dragon Whale was a legendary immemorial beast that was enlightened by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. It gained an immortal aperture and could cultivate. It should have intelligence rivaling ordinary people. But the entire time the Goo Immortals explored the paradise, they had never seen the Blue Dragon Whale initiate contact with them. The traces of the Blue Dragon Whale were also very mysterious. When did it appear, how did it disappear, and where did it go in the process? Nobody knew. The 3 Goo Immortals here were unable to find out the truth even after they had personally explored Dragon Whale Paradise. Fang Yuan sighed internally. His original plan was to obtain both the Blue Dragon Whale and the Merit Obelisk. But the truth was, he had simply been dreaming. This was a meticulous arrangement set up by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. It had some sort of mysterious purpose. It was like the Crazed Demon Cave in Northern Plains, which was created by Limitless Demon Venerable himself and was also a huge arrangement. Fang Yuan could only stop at the 8th level and could not enter the most important core, the 9th level. Wait, Crazed Demon Cave, Crazed Demon? Fang Yuan suddenly had a thought. Limitless Demon Venerable created Crazed Demon Cave that had demonic sounds that would cause living beings to go insane. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable also had a black fire in the Dragon Whale Paradise that could cause insanity. Was there some sort of relationship? Thinking about it, Dragon Whale Paradise had many insane living beings. For example, the Tiger King salamander that I killed. Fang Yuan pondered. These living beings were beyond saving. Fang Yuan could not find out the reason, he could only kill them. Other than the absence of black fire, they had nearly the same problem as Shang. From this point, it showed how powerful Shang was. This person, even with black fire on him, had only gone insane for some time. He relied on his immense human path foundation and Dao marks to suppress it and regain his clarity. Even Fang Yuan was not confident in achieving this. He knew that even though he had many Dao marks, they were not of human path. Currently speaking, Shang is likely the #1 person in the 5 regions when it comes to human path. Even that old man Jing Yuan in Heavenly Court cannot compare to him. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan inevitably considered the fact that the fate battle was not far away. It was likely that Shang could cause some trouble to Heavenly Court in battle. The 3 immortals could not detect the blue dragon whale and decided to bid each other farewell. They all had significant gains from their expedition to the Dragon Whale Paradise. But the one who gained the most was undoubtedly Fang Yuan. While alone, Fang Yuan transformed back into the appearance of Qi ancestor and returned to Qi under concealment. The large formation in the depths of Qi was still in operation, and in the formation, he met Wu Shui, who was guarding the place. Wu Shui had gone to southern border in order to trade dream realms with Qi clan. Qi saw the opportunity and raised the price. Wu Shui thought of the big picture and did not want to accept Qi price. He planned to settle the score after everything was over. But to think that Wu Yong found out about the loss of the dream realms. He became enraged. He went to Qi for a discussion. Qi naturally denied all accusations. He refused to admit his involvement. But after this warning, Qi had to stop and temporarily end the dream realm transactions. Wu Shui had no choice but to return to Eastern Sea. Fang Yuan met with Wu Shui and learned about the current situation of the world. It was quite bad. In southern border, Wu Yong's influence was growing. Because of the mysterious disappearance of the dream realms, Qi faced much suspicion. Wu Yong used this chance to consolidate his influence over the entire Southern Alliance. In Western Desert, however, the clone Fang Dichang, who Fang Yuan was placing much hopes on, was currently facing a tough predicament. After he allied with several super forces to repel Heavenly Court, a blood path great expert appeared in Western Desert. He caused chaos everywhere. He seemed to hate super forces. Fang clan became one of his victims. Other than this, an immemorial desolate beast started to cause havoc in Fang clan's Icefire Desert. This immemorial desolate beast was very crafty. Fang clan failed many attempts to capture or kill it. As for profound literature Grotto Heaven, Li Xiaobai was having smooth progress. In Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven, Jean Boudou was facing a huge problem. His life was at risk. Chapter 1917, I Am Your Father. Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. The sky could not be seen for the last few months. The entire Grotto Heaven was covered in black poisonous smoke. The poisonous smoke covered the entire sky and rumbled continuously, occasionally turned into dragon shapes that rampaged and caused destruction to the world. Within Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven, there were anguished cries. The future was bleak. Star Collection City was the largest city in Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. It was also now the largest gathering spot of all of humanity here. The walls of Star Collection City towered high. There were many towers within the city. Jean Boudou was standing on the highest tower, looking up at the rumbling poisonous smoke in the sky. He looked exhausted and was bruised all over. Behind him, a female beast warrior was healing his wounds. My main body has adjusted the speed of time flow in Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven to become too fast. It caused frequent tribulations to descend. In this Grotto Heaven, any calamity or tribulation will turn into a beast calamity. However, before the former beast calamity is annihilated, the new one will arrive. These beast calamities are spread all over the place, taking the attention of all the goo immortals in the grotto heaven. After gradually accumulating, they all merged together and became the monsters they are today. Sigh, this time, my main body has made a mistake. Jean Boudou's brows were locked in worry. The combat beast warrior who was treating his wounds advised, "Little do, you'd better rest. You just fought a fierce battle for 3 consecutive days and nights without sleep. If this continues, no matter how tough your body is, you won't be able to survive." Jean Boudou sighed deeply. "I am now the strongest combat beast warrior here, I must fight to the best of my ability. If I am on the battlefield, fewer people will be sacrificed." "Little do, you've done well enough. If you hadn't sensed something was wrong and informed everyone beforehand, we would not have had the major cities gather their civilians in advance. In that case, there would definitely be deaths and injuries. You are truly worthy of being our savior, you saved the lives of hundreds of thousands of people," the combat beast warrior said. Even though she was a senior combat beast warrior, she felt deep appreciation and admiration towards this junior Jean Boudou. Jean Boudou had managed to gain the recognition of everyone in this grotto heaven during this period. Not only was it because of his high battle strength, but more crucially, his love for civilians, his selfless sacrifice, and his repeated battles on the front lines. Right now, Jean Boudou was a great hero, he was a role model and the idol of all the commoners. But in reality, Jean Boudou was only trying his best to preserve his possessions. Whether it was him or Fang Yuan, they had already regarded Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven as their own property. Although Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven had preserved most of its vitality because of Jean Boudou's timely warning, the things that had been lost were still enough for Jean Boudou to feel distress. "Here we go again." Jean Boudou looked tense suddenly. The beast warriors around him also tensed up and looked up at the sky at once. Only to see that in the sky, poisonous smoke fiercely swirled and roared like a giant dragon made of poisonous smoke descended. The dragon's body was so huge that it stretched for 800 feet, and the dragon head was like a small mountain, ruthlessly crashing into Star Collection City on the ground. Once it hit, half of Star Collection City would be instantly destroyed, and after the poisonous smoke spread, more than 100,000 people would die. Of course, Jean Boudou would not allow this to happen. With an eagle's cry, an arrow-tailed eagle flew out of his immortal aperture. Combat Beast Warrior Transformation. In an instant, he transformed into an eagle-headed person, fiercely flapped his wings as he flew high into the air. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Jean Boudou attacked madly, sending out countless wind blades that were extremely sharp and fierce like a storm. Hundreds and thousands of giant wind blades hit the dragon head. The poisonous smoke dragon head lasted for a moment before collapsing. "It's Little Do. He helped us again. Worthy of Little Do." The combat beast warriors reacted one after another, expressing praises. The civilians located in various parts of Star Collection City, upon seeing this scene, shouted World Savior Jean Boudou, and soon, such voices quickly spread. All over the city, commotions were rising, filling the entire Star Collection City with frenzied cheers. Jean Boudou did not relax but looked up into the sky vigilantly, shouting, "Attention everyone, another wave of attack is coming." Poisonous smoke surged and more than a dozen poisonous smoke dragons suddenly appeared, rushing towards Star Collection City. The people's cheering came to an abrupt halt. The combat beast warriors were instantly pale as paper. In the past, the attack was at most 3 to 5 poisonous smoke dragons, but now the number had multiplied 5-fold, and it was simply not something they could resist. "Is this going to be the end of us? Damn it. I don't want to die." Just at the critical moment, the Star Snail Hall suddenly surged with a blinding starlight, and then a giant suddenly appeared and established itself on the battlefield. The people were overjoyed. Jean Boudou also pretended to be extremely surprised, but in his mind he already knew, the old fellow is finally willing to take action. This was the current generation combat beast king, using the corpse of the star sea snail to transform. He had the highest battle strength in Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven and was also the final trump card. When Fang Yuan had transformed into a bull-headed demon god, he had also fought with the combat beast king. The giant was clad in heavy armor and kept punching. Fist shadows shot out violently, like meteors rushing into the sky. The meteors hit the poisonous smoke dragon heads with extraordinary effect. Several poisonous smoke dragon heads were destroyed on the spot. The momentum of the poisonous smoke dragon heads was ruthlessly stalled, which gave some crucial time for the other combat beast warriors. Next, the giant's feet stomped on the ground and its hands supported the sky. A hemispherical curtain of starlight rose up, enveloping the city. The poisonous smoke dragons were temporarily blocked out by the giant curtain of starlight. One by one the combat beast warriors were enveloped in a layer of blue light, floating out and engaging the poisonous smoke dragons fiercely in battle. The combat beast warriors were merely flesh and blood, they were quickly at a disadvantage. The poisonous smoke giant dragons kept on coming. No matter how many of them were blown up, there would be new poisonous smoke giant dragons produced. If this continues, I'm afraid that today will be the day Star Collection City gets destroyed. Realizing this, the combat beast king made up his mind at last. He called out loudly, his voice echoing through the battlefield, "The situation is urgent, little do, go and take the last inheritance. You are our final hope to save everyone today. This old fellow is finally willing to give me the last part of his inheritance." Jean Boudou sneered in his mind. Currently, he had already obtained the beast calamity true inheritance in various important places, and only the last part was missing. He had been in Star Collection City for many days, but the current generation combat beast king had not mentioned anything about it. Jean Boudou also had to temporarily pretend that he did not know the last part of the inheritance was in Star Collection City. "Little do, go, I'll be guarding this place." "Quickly go, little do, it's up to you. We'll buy you time, even if it is the last moment of our lives, we'll do our duty," the combat beast warriors urged. Undeniably, the Gu Immortals and Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven were really different from the outside world of the 5 regions. They had the spirit to sacrifice and contribute their lives. Jean Boudou flew to the underground of the Star Snail Hall and arrived at the last altar. The altar shined brightly, the Qilin heavenly spirit appeared all of a sudden. "Oh young man, you are qualified to inherit the entire Beast Calamity true inheritance. It's time to tell you the truth about the world." The voice of the Qilin heavenly spirit was like that of a young child, crisp and cute. After receiving the memories, Jean Boudou showed a look of shock and disbelief. "So our world is so small, the true way to use Gu worms is not by transformation. This is too unexpected. Heavenly spirit, what do I do now?" The Qilin heavenly spirit stood in front of Jean Boudou as it lowered its head. "Master, I don't have any method now. Ever since the change in the tributary of the River of Time, the tribulations in the Grotto Heaven had been appearing non-stop. Among these tribulations, there is one myriad tribulation among them. I'm afraid I cannot escape this now. I will open the door now, Master, you need to escape quickly." The moment Jean Boudou inherited the complete Beast Calamity true inheritance, the Qilin heavenly spirit acknowledged him as master. Jean Boudou sighed deeply and was about to open his mouth, but suddenly his expression changed drastically, revealing genuine surprise. "No need, my main body has already arrived." At the critical moment, Fang Yuan's main body finally arrived. Looking at the poisonous smoke everywhere, Fang Yuan also felt a headache. Jean Boudou ordered the Qilin heavenly spirit to open the Grotto Heaven's entrance. Fang Yuan came in here with no obstruction. Because he was no longer an intruder, and because the Qilin heavenly spirit acknowledged a master, myriad beings' assimilation transformation was no longer taking effect on Fang Yuan's main body. He was able to come in personally. Thus, the combat beast warriors in the battlefield saw an unimaginable scene. A man was floating in midair, his aura as strong as the sea. The poisonous smoke dragons seemed to be stimulated by the mysterious visitor. Most of them turned towards Fang Yuan to kill him. "Who is he? Get away. Oh no, it's too late." The combat beast warriors roared in rage and despair as they watched Fang Yuan being heavily surrounded by the poisonous smoke dragons. At the moment the poisonous smoke dragons descended on him, Fang Yuan made his move. Rumble. In an instant, chi currents surged as wind and waves soared. The sky and earth changed color, all the poisonous smoke receded. Fang Yuan stood proudly in the sky, the poisonous smoke dragons around him dissipated, even the thick layer of poisonous smoke above his head was torn open to expose a huge hole. Bright light shined down through the round hole, causing Fang Yuan to be bathed in sunlight. The combat beast warriors opened their mouths one by one, extremely shocked. As soon as Fang Yuan made his move, he displayed such intense might in battle. Furthermore, he did not use any transformations at all, he had used such great battle strength just by himself. This scene caused the long-standing cultivation thought process of the combat beast warriors to crumble. For a moment, the crowd was at a loss. At this time, Fang Yuan slowly spoke, his voice clearly entering the ears of everyone present. "Little Du, where are you? Father is here." The group of immortals were surprised again. Jean Boudou flew out, looking surprised and teary-eyed. "Father, you've finally come out of seclusion. Please save the world." At the next moment, the entire Star Collection city went into an uproar. It turned out that this mysterious man was actually Jean Boudou's father. No wonder he was so powerful. This was a secluded expert. They were saved, they were definitely saved. Fang Yuan sighed and spoke in a tone of bitter loss. "I never expected such a disaster to occur this time when I stayed in closed cultivation. It's a pity that I was isolated from the outside world during my seclusion. If I had known earlier, I would never have let these poisonous smoke dragons wreak havoc for so long." After saying that, Fang Yuan struck again and quickly dispersed the entire area of poisonous smoke. However, there was too much poisonous smoke, spreading throughout the grotto heaven. Soon the poisonous smoke was replenished through the smoke at other areas. "Father, the situation is now under control, let's go down and take a rest first," Jean Boudou said. "Okay." Fang Yuan nodded. Thus, the two of them slowly flew into Star Collection City amidst countless gazes of adoration, longing, awe, and curiosity. Chapter 1918, Crucial Person. Heavenly Court. Star Constellation chessboard was half a foot off the ground, slowly rotating between Fairy Ziwei and Feng Jin Huang, blossoming with brilliant starlight. The specks of starlight were so dazzling that they resembled blue fireflies, lightly jumping, sometimes swirling around the two, sometimes burrowing into their brains and colliding. The two sat opposite each other, both with their eyes closed and brows knitted tightly, pondering over some difficult question. The starlight slowly disappeared, Star Constellation chessboard flew into Fairy Ziwei's hands. Fairy Ziwei slowly opened her eyes, but Feng Jin Huang did not. She fell softly to the ground as she had passed out on the spot. This child. Fairy Ziwei was not nervous, she merely sighed. She knew Feng Jin Huang's condition like the back of her hand. In the end, Feng Jin Huang was only a Gu master, unlike Fairy Ziwei who was a rank 8 grade expert. The original deduction speed arranged by Fairy Ziwei was very suitable for Feng Jin Huang. However, Feng Jin Huang insisted that she did not want to slow down the progress and waste Fairy Ziwei's time because of her own reasons. After all, Fairy Ziwei was a key figure in Heavenly Court. When Feng Jin Huang slowly woke up, she found that she had already left the deduction hall and had returned to Central Great Hall. "Well done, Huang heir." Duke Long looked at Feng Jin Huang and was extremely pleased. "You have actually improved the pure dream reality seeker physique, eliminating the flaw of this physique entirely. You are indeed worthy of being the fated great dream immortal venerable." Feng Jin Huang was a little embarrassed from the praise. "Master, to be honest, I was only able to do so by coincidence. Do you remember the killer move Shatter Dream I created previously? This modification was done based on its results. The entire process was thanks to Lady Ziwei's deductions. I was only playing a minor supplementary role in modifying the pure dream reality seeker physique." Fairy Ziwei smiled. "Little Huang heir, you're too modest. It is precisely because you provided the correct direction that we were able to make our deductions. If not for that, I'm afraid that even if I had made many calculations, I would have gained nothing. Duke Long spoke with great solemnness. Huang Er, this perfect pure dream reality seeker physique is extremely significant to you. It is the key to your future achievements. You must grasp it well and remember that you must undergo immortal ascension using the pure dream reality seeker physique in the future. Feng Jin Huang had never seen such solemnity from Duke Long before. She nodded her head. Yes, master, I will definitely keep that in mind. Duke Long nodded. You can go, I still have important matters to discuss with Fairy Ziwei. This disciple takes her leave. Feng Jin Huang immediately left obediently. This time, Huang Er was able to obtain the perfect pure dream reality seeker physique. You deserve credit for that, Duke Long said to Fairy Ziwei. It was indeed so. Not only did Fairy Ziwei play a major role in the deduction, but the original pure dream reality seeker physique was also obtained because she looked through the memories of Spectral Soul. Without this foundation, no matter how much inspiration or direction Feng Jin Huang had, she would not be able to make any progress. Fairy Ziwei smiled. This is my duty. If you hadn't captured Spectral Soul alive, I wouldn't have been able to soul search him. Speaking of which, the one Huang Er has to thank is you, her master. Duke Long shook his head slightly. This is shameful. As a master, I actually have very little to teach. I don't know anything about Dream Path, but fortunately, Huang Er possesses an extraordinary talent in Dream Path. It is also an honor for me to be able to do something for the future great Dream Immortal Venerable. How has the practice of the killer move Benevolent Equality gone recently? Fairy Ziwei's face turned solemn. There is no problem with Benevolence Gu. As for the killer move, I have successfully activated it several times. Did you find anything strange? Duke Long pursued. Fairy Ziwei denied, not at all. Duke Long intoned, this means that Benevolent Equality is effective. But why haven't we seen any results? Yes. Fairy Ziwei's eyebrows were knitted. Using Benevolent Equality to deal with Spring-Autumn Cicada is a plan we have had all along. Looking at Fang Yuan's recent actions, all of them have been well planned and prepared, such as the battle in the River of Time, or the Dragon Palace fight. He had a good head start. He must have been reborn already, but why does no one on our side have memories of the previous life? The effect of Benevolent Equality was just as the name implied. Once Fairy Ziwei used the killer move, the people that she looked at during the process would experience equivalent changes to their conditions. For example, after Fairy Ziwei used Benevolent Equality, she saw Fang Yuan's rebirth. At the same time, she looked towards Duke Long. Then if Fang Yuan self-detonated using the killer move Spring-Autumn Success, his memories would go back to his past self. Duke Long would receive the same treatment, his memories would also go back to his former self. We don't know exactly what happened in Fang Yuan's last life. Previously, it was speculated that we couldn't borrow Benevolence Gu, causing Benevolent Equality to be unusable. But now it seems we indeed gained this method. So was this result the effect of Fang Yuan's rebirth, and we actually did not gain Benevolent Equality in our previous life, or was it because something happened to me in the previous life, causing me to not use Benevolent Equality on him? Fairy Ziwei was in a predicament. A while after being awakened and understanding the current situation, Duke Long proposed to use Benevolent Equality to deal with Spring-Autumn Cicada. Spring-Autumn Cicada was refined by his disciple, Red Lotus Demon Venerable. Demon Venerable knew the ways to deal with this cicada. The time of Fang Yuan's rebirth was easily calculable by Fairy Ziwei. It was at the time when Heavenly Court attacked Langya Blessed Land. The Fang Yuan before this and the Fang Yuan after this time had a different style of action and a completely different success rate in his plans. Before Heavenly Court attacked Langya Blessed Land, Fang Yuan failed to regain the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle and was trapped by Lu Weiyin. After that, Fang Yuan had countless adequate preparations to deal with Heavenly Court's attack. Heavenly Court's side was repeatedly restrained, their advantages could not be utilized while their disadvantages were infinitely magnified, yet Fang Yuan was just the opposite. Duke Long pondered, actually, there is another possibility. In the previous life, you successfully used benevolent equality, but you saw no one else but Fang Yuan. Or perhaps this person is not a Gu immortal who is loyal to Heavenly Court. There was a slight flicker of light in the eyes of Fairy Ziwei. If that's the case, then who could this crucial person be? Longevity Heaven. BZZZ. Orange-yellow light flickered endlessly, enveloping the sky of Longevity Heaven. Next, an aura started from an extremely weak state and grew rapidly, soon filling the world and shaking people's hearts. Such a change had already attracted the attention of Five Elements Grandmaster, Bull Demon, and Flower Lady. Five Elements Grandmaster was a lone cultivator of Northern Plains, but after getting trapped by Longevity Heaven, he felt despair after struggling and decided to join Longevity Heaven. He was not stationed in Longevity Heaven permanently. Bull Demon and Flower Lady were a duo that took the role of North Desolation Immortal together. What happened? Five Elements Grandmaster was very uncertain. Bull Demon and Flower Lady looked at each other, seeing the joy on each other's faces. The latter giggled. West Desolation Immortal Bing Sai Chuan has awakened. Bing Sai Chuan? Five Elements Grandmaster's brows rose. He felt that the name was familiar. At this moment, there was a loud roar, ripples of light flickered in the sky, rainbows extended like rivers as they pierced through the horizons. A figure walked down from the river. He had a tall body and soft facial features, but his eyes were extremely sharp and icy, emitting a cold gaze. From his right ear to the left corner of his lips, there was an ugly scar. It was flickering with white light, while emitting the coldness of 1,000-year profound ice. Five Elements Grandmaster was deeply shocked. I remember now. This is the Bing Sai Chuan who was born in Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's generation. He was a rank 8 legend, a time path great expert. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had tried 3 times before subduing him. He did not die. He is actually the West Desolation Immortal of Longevity Heaven? Longevity Heaven was a bit different from Heavenly Court. It had 4 Desolation Immortals and 8 extremities, a total of 12 positions. Among which, the 4 Desolation Immortals were only meant for rank 8 Gu Immortals, while the 8 extremities needed at least rank 7 cultivation level, and they had to be elites among rank 7s. Greetings, Senior West Desolation. Bull Demon and Flower Lady quickly went to greet him while Five Elements Grandmaster followed after with a reverent expression. West Desolation Immortal Bing Sai Chuan's seniority was simply too high. Bing Sai Chuan went up to the 3. He nodded after looking around. I am awake but I do not have much lifespan, time is limited. Give me the information of the current world, I need to know about it. Longevity Heaven had very comprehensive information. They had detailed information of the collapse of 88 Truyang Building, the reappearance of Dragon Palace in Eastern Sea, and Heavenly Court's Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. Fang Yuan, he actually extorted Southern Border's Righteous Path using rank 7 cultivation level, while causing huge problems for Heavenly Court time and again in the River of Time. He is truly a world-shaking person. Qi ancestor, able to fight equally with Duke Long? This is very rare. Eastern Sea has a lot of hidden depths. There's also Fang Di Chang, he actually refined Divine Being Palace. Haha, this world really has no lack of experts. After gaining intel, Bing Sai Chuan laughed loudly with a heroic aura. After his laughter, Bing Sai Chuan's eyes shined with bright light. Since Fang Yuan is the person who destroyed 88 Truyang Building, he is the crucial person who Lord Giant Sun Immortal Venerable mentioned. Bull Demon, Flower Lady, and Five Elements Grandmaster were stunned. Bing Sai Chuan's words involved the deep secrets of history. Did Giant Sun Immortal Venerable predict that Fang Yuan would destroy 88 Truyang Building? If he could predict that, why would he let Fang Yuan succeed? Bing Sai Chuan did not answer them. He gave his orders. We cannot let Fate Gu be repaired completely, we need to stop them during this Refinement Path Convention. We have to contact Fang Yuan now and make an alliance. What? The 3 immortals were shocked. Bing Sai Chuan frowned. Can any of you contact Fang Yuan? The 3 immortals shook their heads in a daze. Bing Sai Chuan's brows furrowed even tighter. Then what are you waiting for? Do I have to search for the way to contact Fang Yuan myself? In the last life, Langya sect had joined Longevity Heaven, so they easily obtained a way to contact Fang Yuan from Langya Land Spirit. But now, Fang Yuan absorbed the entire four races variant human alliance including Langya Blessed Land. Longevity Heaven was not involved. Bing Sichuan wanted to contact Fang Yuan but he was stuck at the first step. Chapter 1919, Immortal Gu Responsive Luck. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Mini Northern Plains. Are you all prepared? Shui Er stood in the snow crystal formation as she observed the tens of frost chi lumps. We are prepared, Supreme Elder. A female snowman rank 5 Gu master knelt on the ground, speaking reverently. Then go, remember to attend to them enthusiastically. Of course, if you suffer any misgivings, do not take it wordlessly. Shui Er thought about it and said. Yes. The female snowman Gu master left. Shui Er sighed a little. Ever since she had been placed here by Fang Yuan, she had been dedicated to the development of the snowman tribe. With the aid of Fang Yuan's snow crystal formation, Shui Er worked hard and the size of the snowman tribe quadrupled under her command, turning into a huge variant human tribe. My husband has finally brought in the human race. If I had the time, I'd love to go see for myself. Unfortunately, I can't get away here. Shui Er looked at the frost chi, she felt downcast. She manipulated the formation, carefully maintaining it. Ever since Fang Yuan annexed Chi Si Grotto Heaven, his chi path down marks had risen greatly, causing a tremendous impact to the sovereign immortal aperture. The effects had yet to stop, still gradually transforming every aspect of the sovereign immortal aperture. For example, the snowman tribe with Shui Er in charge had been experiencing a surge in frost chi. Every few months, Shui Er had to come here personally to manipulate the formation and maintain it. If the frost chi gathers to a certain extent, beyond the limit, this frost chi would turn into a frost tide. A frost tide would be a calamity for the physically weak snowmen. As for the surroundings, it would be heavily damaged too. In fact, when the frost tide spreads out, it would be a problem for the whole of mini northern plains. Because of the regional walls, the other 4 mini regions would not be affected by the frost tide. Not long ago, Fang Yuan sent a letter to inform Shui Er that a city would be placed near the snowman tribe's location. By then, he would need the snowman tribe to gather their people and send gifts while interacting with the newcomers. Shui Er naturally followed his instructions, but all along, her variant human group had been suppressed by humans all along. Asking her to interact with the humans now made her feel some lingering fear from her past. If possible, Shui Er would like the whole of mini northern plains to be ruled by snowmen. But that was just an impossible dream. Fang Yuan was a human after all. When his immortal aperture gets developed to an extent, he would bring in humans to live. That was the sign that an immortal aperture was prospering and growing. The Snowman Tribes group had just moved out when Mini Western Deserts Inkman group arrived at its destination. As the Inkman City Lord, Mo Tan Sang flew high in the sky, quietly awaiting. It's coming. Suddenly, his eyes shined with bright light. In the sky, a dazzling rainbow light flashed brightly. Around this colored profound light, the earth pushed out in all directions. The colored profound light grew larger and larger, gradually revealing the vague illusory phantom of a city. This phantom became more and more real. Eventually the brilliant light dissipated, adding thousands of miles of land to the original location. A city was located at the center of the newly added land. It was the sacred eagle city of Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. The Inkman Gu Master group was already kneeling on the ground, praising and cheering at such a mystical sight. Only when Mo Tan Sang gave the orders did they stand up. The gates of Sacred Eagle City opened. The city folks inside had already been informed and quickly gathered into a welcoming party. The two parties met at the city gates as contact officially began. The people of Sacred Eagle City curiously sized up the dark-skinned, white-haired ink men. The ink men gradually let go of their worries. They had also been living under the heavy pressure of the human race for a long time, but they did not expect this new group of people to be so easygoing. The conversation stemmed from a place of equality, which made the ink men happy from the bottom of their hearts. "Is this Lord Mo Tang saying?" The eagle warrior who was in charge of Sacred Eagle City flew towards Mo Tan saying, "From now on, we will be in your care." "Likewise, likewise." Mo Tan smiled, "You don't have to be too polite, we're all allies here." Mini blue heaven. The cloud soil gathered into a small hanging continent. After the starlight flashed, a majestic city was suddenly added to this originally empty continent. This city was scarred and devastated. It was Star Collection City, which had resisted the poisonous smoke Grand Tribulation earlier. In the center of Star Collection City, there was already a brand new Star Snail Hall, which was a mortal goo house that Fang Yuan had purposely built. As for the Star Sea Snail that originally served as the hall, it had been put into the treasury by Fang Yuan. This was an immemorial desolate beast, and the shell of the snail was in rank 8 immortal material. If it was handed over to the old combat beast king, he would not know how to process it. He would only let the Dao marks on the immortal material dissipate naturally. That would be too wasteful. "Is this your father's world? It is so huge." The old combat beast king quietly left Star Collection City as he flew around, sighing to himself deeply. Accompanying him was none other than Jean Boudou. "This is Mini Blue Heaven. There are 9 other places like this in my father's immortal aperture world. I'm sure we'll be able to live well here." The old combat beast king nodded and asked, "How do we contact the others?" "Use this. It is an information path mortal goo." Jean Boudou took out a mortal goo and handed it to the old combat beast king. The combat beast king's cultivation was at rank 8, but his knowledge was very shallow. This simple information path mortal goo made him marvel in awe. "I can't believe that goo worms can be this useful. This is how they should be used. The beast calamity true inheritance that I received says this as well." Jean Boudou smiled shyly, "Please don't blame me, Grandpa Combat Beast King, my father wanted me to keep this as a secret." The old combat beast king nodded, "I understand. I wonder what your father wants me to do." "For the time being, we would like Grandpa Combat Beast King and the other warriors to learn the traditional goo cultivation method. This place is not safe, we have strong enemies outside," Jean Boudou said vaguely. The old combat beast king was shook. "Your father is willing to impart the true cultivation way to us?" "Of course he is. We are all allies." Jean Boudou smiled. Fang Yuan annexed Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. Getting rid of the myriad tribulation in Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven expended a lot of his immortal essence and effort, but it could not stop Fang Yuan. He almost single-handedly got rid of the Grotto Heaven's crisis. Fang Yuan's reputation also rose to its peak. Next, with the help of Jean Boudou, the owner of Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven, he successfully annexed Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven and brought it into his sovereign immortal aperture. Different from the previous life, Fang Yuan had already made all the preparations now. He deduced everything in advance. After annexing the Grotto Heaven, he split up the Grotto Heaven and placed the different parts all over the sovereign immortal aperture. Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven had several major gathering spots. Some contained a portion of Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven's true inheritance. Fang Yuan placed Sacred Eagle City, Dark Valley, Spirit Spring Forest, Mountain Cliff City, Star Collection City in Mini Western Desert, Mini Southern Border, Mini Central Continent, Mini Northern Plains and Mini Blue Heaven respectively. Of course, other than that, the many major resource points in Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven were also handled properly by Fang Yuan. Fully absorbing this Grotto Heaven would take time. The fusing of ecologies needed to reach a balance, time was needed for that, as well as the patience of the goo immortals managing the place. Fang Yuan obtained myriad beings assimilation transformation again. The Qilin heavenly spirit was also alive at the largest piece of territory. Fang Yuan gained more than 200,000 transformation path Dao marks from this. In the previous life, Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven gave him over 100,000 transformation path Dao marks only. But in this life, because of Fang Yuan's arrangements, there was ample time to trigger the second myriad tribulation. The original owner of Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven only survived the first myriad tribulation before dying. By the time Fang Yuan discovered Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven, its second myriad tribulation was approaching. After passing the second myriad tribulation, Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven gained another 100,000 Dao marks. Thus, in terms of transformation path Dao marks, Fang Yuan gained about double of them this time. The more Dao marks he had, the better it was for him. Oh, Bing Sichuan has awakened, he wants to cooperate? Fang Yuan received this information and smiled. Even though Longevity Heaven could not contact Fang Yuan directly, they found a method to do so. They knew that Southern Border's righteous path had been extorted by him before, they definitely had ways to contact him. Thus, by finding one of Southern Border's super forces, and paying a high price, they would gain this method. Bing Sichuan immediately talked to Fang Yuan, saying that he wished to cooperate with him. In the previous life, Fang Yuan was a little puzzled, but this time, he understood the reason. Bing Sichuan wants to work together and gather everyone's strength to try to snatch Fate Gu away. However, I need them to attack Heavenly Court as well. They will test the water for me and lure away some firepower. Fang Yuan was wary about many things in Heavenly Court. For example, Genesis Lotus Painting Path Method, or the game of chess between two venerables in Imperfection Regret Pavilion. Fang Yuan agreed to cooperate with Bing Sichuan. This instead made Bing Sichuan have some doubts. Why did Fang Yuan agree to this so readily? He is likely suspicious of us, he wants to see our future actions. Bing Sichuan frowned, he felt that he should find an opportunity to fight together with Fang Yuan and show his sincerity. But after thinking about it, Bing Sichuan could not find any suitable targets. In the previous life, he had no such worries. Be it the River of Time's Stone Lotus Island or Dragon Palace, he could ally with Fang Yuan to fight. But in this life, Fang Yuan changed many things. He obtained Dragon Palace in advance, the River of Time battle ended in Heavenly Court's defeat, they had not recovered even now, still being fearful to step into this forbidden ground that Fang Yuan personally created. Heavenly Court. Qin Dingling looked at Feng Jiuge, smiling, tell me, since you approached me personally, what is your request? Towards this exemplary junior who was also the Tao guardian of the future Great Dream Immortal Venerable, Qin Dingling was quite appreciative. Feng Jiuge hesitated for a while before speaking, I would like to borrow a rank 8 luck path Immortal Gu from Senior, Responsive Luck. Qin Dingling was slightly surprised, before she realized, sure, I agree to your request. Saying so, she handed Responsive Luck Immortal Gu to Feng Jiuge on the spot. Feng Jiuge was slightly stunned. Qin Dingling said, I know that you are creating a new killer move, this Responsive Luck Immortal Gu must be very helpful to you. Otherwise, with your nature, you will not ask to borrow my Gu worm. Feng Jiuge nodded, receiving Responsive Luck Immortal Gu, that is correct. He had already created an 80% complete Destiny song, he found that rank 8 Fate Armor Immortal Gu could not shoulder the grand and vast Destiny song, he needed another Luck Path Immortal Gu as the core. With Feng Jiuge's current understanding, Responsive Luck Immortal Gu was the most suitable for him. Qin Dingling looked at this Immortal Gu and sighed, the Immortal Gu recipe for Responsive Luck Immortal Gu was not actually created by me, I had secretly taken a look at the manuscript written by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. In the future, if you use this Gu to deal with the Northern Plains Gu Immortals, we will give them a taste of their own medicine. I will give this Immortal Gu to you. Feng Jiuge thanked Qin Dingling as he said, this Gu is not enough, I will need to head to the River of Time, view the past and present, and observe the paths of all lives. Qin Dingling frowned, according to what I know, even though Heavenly Court is working at full speed, we have only created one time path Immortal Gu house as of now. Going to the River of Time now is simply courting death. Let me take a look at your luck, to try to find a hidden chance for you. Feng Jiuge thanked her once again. Chapter 1920, Convention begins. The river of time flowed endlessly. Heavenly Court. Discussion Hall. Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals gathered. There were few Gu Immortals who did not come. This was the largest gathering that Heavenly Court had in the last 1,000 years. Duke Long sat at the highest seat. He looked around. We have explained our plan, go ahead and execute it. Whether we can restore the glory of Heavenly Court will depend on everyone's hard work. We will do our best. All of the Immortals resounded, they were very motivated. The Central Continent Refinement Path Convention that would affect all 5 regions and the future of the world was about to begin. Once news got out, the world was shaken. Thanks to Fang Yuan's intentional spread of news, all the Gu Immortals knew of the importance of this Refinement Path Convention. But mortal Gu Masters had no idea. They thought that this Central Continent Refinement Path Convention was like the usual ones in the past. Gu Masters started to move, heading towards Central Continent. Each Central Continent Refinement Path Convention would attract the Gu Masters of the other 4 regions to participate. It involved all 5 regions and was a huge event. But this time was slightly different from the beginning. Western Desert. A huge group of Gu Masters stood in front of the regional wall. A youngster sighed loudly, "Father, if I were not seeing this personally, I simply could not believe there is such an amazing thing in the world. This is the regional wall. Once we get past this, we will reach Central Continent." The middle-aged Gu Master beside the youngster said, "After entering the regional wall, our vision will be restricted. By then, you need to stay by my side and not get lost. Understood?" "Yes, father, I will." The youngster nodded obediently. Zhang Quan looked at his son Zhang Ping, feeling very proud. His son had strong refinement path talent. For his future development, Zhang Quan brought him on a journey to participate in the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, to train his refinement path ability and also to gain some knowledge. What sound is that? At the next moment, Zhang Quan looked up in confusion. Next, his pupils shrunk as he showed great shock. A huge meteor that was the size of a hill crashed down towards them. The surrounding Gu Masters screamed in fear. "Why is this happening? We're doomed." Instantly, Zhang Quan felt great regret. If he had decided to travel to Central Continent alone, his son would not die with him. Boom! The meteor crashed down on the ground, causing an earth-shaking explosion. Zhang Quan and the rest died without intact corpses. In the sky, an Inkman Gu Immortal looked around coldly before leaving. Similar scenes were happening all over the 5 regions. These Gu Immortals were all Fang Yuan's subordinates. They had received his order to prevent people from joining the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. Next, Fang Yuan publicly announced in Treasure Yellow Heaven, "If anyone joins the Refinement Path Convention, you will be making an enemy out of me. One day, I will find you and settle the score." The Gu Immortals of the 5 regions sighed in amazement. The Central Continent Refinement Path Convention had just started, but Fang Yuan made his move already. As expected of the little demon venerable, he was rampant and brutal. Heavenly Court was enraged. Because the assault of Fang Yuan's subordinates would cause much fewer Gu Masters to join the convention, it would be disadvantageous in repairing Fate Gu. Different from the previous life, Fang Yuan ordered his subordinates to only move around Northern Plains, Southern Border, Western Desert, and Eastern Sea. This way, Central Continent and Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals could not head to the other 4 regions and save these people. During this period of time, if Central Continent and Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals head to the other 4 regions, they would be angering and provoking the other 4 regions' super forces. Heavenly Court could only accuse Fang Yuan of his heinous crimes and communicate with the righteous paths of the other regions to get them to take revenge on this terribly demonic act. The righteous paths of the other 4 regions responded loudly, but they took little action. Even if they did anything, they were merely doing it superficially, creating a lot of noise but little effect. In the previous life, Fang Yuan acted in Central Continent itself and was faced with much obstruction not long after. In this life, Fang Yuan took action in advance. He immediately gained huge results in battle. The waves of Gu Masters rushing to Central Continent immediately ceased. Nobody wanted to die just because of one central continent refinement path convention. Furthermore, the four regions' super forces had also stopped their own Gu masters from joining the convention. It caused this current refinement path convention to be very sparse in attendance. Central Continent Unification Sect. As one of the sign-up locations of the refinement path convention, it was filled with people and commotion as well. The refinement path convention is about to start. Strange, why do I not see people from the other four regions? Sheng sighed. In the previous refinement path convention, he had lost to a Northern Plains Gu master by chance. This time, he was trying to find that Northern Plains Gu master again for a rematch. Sheng was eager to prove himself. But Central Continent is too large, the 5 regions are too broad, geniuses are everywhere. He looked around and found that 3 people here were tough opponents for himself. One was an old man that had been reputed for many years, he was also a refinement path master. Another was a young man, and the last one was a young girl. The former had performed well in the previous convention while the latter was a rising star that had emerged in the last 10 years. This refinement path convention is still going to be that intense. I must make good use of this opportunity, I cannot fail anymore. I will prove myself, I will let my wife and children be proud. Boom! At the next moment, a huge ancient year beast descended from the sky, crushing the entire hall to ruin. All of his grand ambitions vanished into thin air. The young Gu master with a great future, the genius young girl who was thought of highly, they all died pitifully on the spot, their bones and flesh were mashed together, even the corpses could not be seen clearly. In the sky, Bai Ningbing's figure flashed rapidly. She was in charge of moving around, every destination she reached, she released ancient year beasts. As for the result, Fang Yuan said that she did not need to be concerned with that. Earlier, Fang Yuan sent variant human Gu immortals to kill Gu master participants in advance. Now, he ordered Shadow Sex immortals to infiltrate Central Continent and use ancient year beasts to destroy the sign-up locations, to create bloodshed as countless elite Gu masters face their end. After learning of this situation, Heavenly Court immediately spread news of the truth. There really are immortals in this world. The culprit behind everything is Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, you killed my father, I will definitely take revenge for this immense hatred. Even rank 5s are just ants if they do not become Gu immortals. Immortals are high and mighty, why must I sacrifice my life for a mere refinement path convention? Forget it, forget it. I must go. If I do not go, wouldn't I fall into that Fang Yuan scheme? Some were fearful, some felt emotional, some backed out, while some became determined. They are trying to gather the rage of the people and accumulate human will. In the previous life, Fang Yuan did not know what Heavenly Court was doing, but now, he was deeply aware. Fang Yuan quickly ordered his subordinates to stop. Heavenly Court and Central Continent's Gu immortals gathered rage and hatred, they were about to take action when they found that Fang Yuan's subordinates all vanished without a trace. Isn't Fang Yuan trying to destroy the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention? Why did he stop? The 4 regions' super forces who were watching the show felt very perplexed. In a secret meeting in Southern Border, Wu Yong analyzed some of Fang Yuan's thoughts. Fang Yuan had an early advantage, if he continues, Heavenly Court will deduce the locations of his attackers, he will lose many subordinates. Then will Fang Yuan attack again? Someone asked. Of course. Wu Yong said without doubt, but before that, we need to move out secretly too. In the previous life, Fang Yuan attacked personally and caused destruction. Not long after, he was marked by the Killer Move people's accusation, he had to hide while his subordinates like Bai Ningbing took action. This time, Fang Yuan lurked and concealed himself while ordering his subordinates to cause destruction and bloodshed. Others were not like Fang Yuan who could defend against Fairy Z-Wei's deductions using wisdom path methods. Thus, Fang Yuan ordered Bai Ningbing and the rest to hide themselves after causing some level of destruction. The refinement path convention had just started. The huge battle had not begun, these subordinates were still very useful to Fang Yuan. Chapter 1921, Conflict Rises. The Central Continent Refinement Path Convention was wildly continuing, but Fang Yuan's group was nowhere to be found. Fang Yuan gave the orders to retreat so quickly, the Gu Immortals of the 5 regions felt as if the slaughter earlier was not real. What is Fang Yuan doing? The Central Continent Refinement Path Convention is still going on, why aren't you doing anything? You are the little demon venerable, don't bring shame to your reputation. The 4 regions' super forces were very anxious as they complained, they wanted Fang Yuan to attack and take the role of charging into battle for them. But Fang Yuan, who had opposed Heavenly Court all along, went missing now, he was in hiding and could not be seen anywhere. The 4 regions' forces were about to feel some resentment towards him. As days passed, they watched as the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention continued to advance, all sorts of refinement path elites were progressing in the competition. The number of test locations in Central Continent also shrunk greatly. Each area was now guarded by multiple Central Continent Gu Immortals arranged by Heavenly Court. In this situation, Fang Yuan ordered again, various Immortals including Bai Ning Bing, Bing Yuan, and Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven's Gu Immortals took action. Central Continent, Xuanwu Mountain Range. Bai Ning Bing, you have committed too much evil, you will face retribution eventually. A female immortal from Spirit Affinity House was guarding this place, she said that before escaping. Bai Ning Bing snorted coldly, she ran really quickly. Xuanwu Mountain Range was a giant resource point of Spirit Affinity House, it had a huge area and was a publicly known immortal material treasure trove. Problems will come with waiting, I should act quickly. Bai Ning Bing started to loot the place. Central Continent, Imprisonment Valley. It's here. Steel Rush Warrior looked around. Frost Butterfly Warrior came along with him, open. Once the killer move was used, a formation appeared in front of them. Transformation. The 2 rank 7 Gu Immortals from Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven did not hesitate to use their most proficient method. One turned into a giant with bull head and human body, while the other turned into a mini butterfly person that emanated frost energy. As immortal killer moves were unleashed, the formation broke after resisting for a while. Southern Thorns, the entire valley is made of immortal materials. Steel Rush Warrior was overjoyed. Frost Butterfly Warrior was even more direct, freezing the Southern Thorns and looting them rapidly. Central Continent, Red River Beach. The Central Continent Gu Immortals who arrived were furious. They were late, they only saw ruins left. The blazing red stones that accumulated on the beach were all taken. A clean sweep. Fang Yuan was waiting silently earlier, but once he made a move, it shocked the world. His Gu Immortals were almost fully deployed, even the Hairy Man Gu Immortals were sent out. These people were instructed by Fang Yuan, they did not attack the sign-up spots that were heavily guarded, they targeted the resource points with weaker defenses instead. Each time they broke into a resource point, these people would plunder it dry. After the plunder, they would use killer moves to completely destroy the place beyond salvation. At once, the whole of Central Continent was set ablaze, all sorts of large resource points were plundered and destroyed. Every time Fang Yuan succeeded in taking down an area, he would publish the results of his success in Treasure Yellow Heaven. The 5 regions Gu Immortals went into a clamor. How does Fang Yuan have so many subordinates? So many Gu Immortals, he has greatly surpassed a normal super force. How much strength is he hiding? After feeling shocked, they felt envy and admiration. Fang Yuan's subordinates had varying battle strength, but even the weakest Gu Immortal could succeed. For the Refinement Path Convention, Central Continent had lowered its defense of these resource points too much. Many powerful Gu Immortals started to think, since these variant human Gu Immortals can plunder successfully, why can't I? And many weaker Gu Immortals started to think, most of the good stuff will be taken by those experts, but I can still get the leftovers, right? Thus, similar to the previous life, the 4 regions Gu Immortals could not wait anymore, especially those demonic immortals and lone cultivators. These people started to attack all the resource points around Central Continent. The situation in Central Continent fell apart rapidly. Heavenly Court. Fairy Ziwei had a dark expression. No matter how great her self-control, seeing all the information sources regarding resource points getting plundered and looted dry, she felt deep anger within her. Fang Yuan. She gritted her teeth, emitting an intense killing intent uncontrollably. It was this culprit who stirred everyone's desires and made Central Continent the hunting ground of the other 4 regions. It was plundered casually and suffered huge losses. Be they Fairy Ziwei, Duke Long, or Qin Ding Ling, they were helpless. Central Continent was too big, it was at the center surrounded by the other 4 regions as well. They had too few Immortals, they could not send people to all the resource points, their manpower was severely lacking. This gave thieves and bandits a chance to strike. People's hearts have changed. Qin Ding Ling sighed. Duke Long was indifferent. Sacrifices are necessary for our grand ambition. We will focus on the refinement path convention. These immortal materials can be given up. Once Fate Goo is repaired, we will make them pay back 1,000-fold. Central Continent was currently being ravaged. Fang Yuan's timing was too impeccable. He chose the perfect moment where Heavenly Court was increasing its defense of the Goo refinement locations. These elites could not be lost as it would severely affect Central Continent's potential. And for the moment, their loss would be detrimental to repairing Fate Goo. Fang Yuan's target was also perfect. For example, places like Xuanwu mountain range were too huge, it naturally had low defense. As for Imprisonment Valley and Red River Beach, he had looted them in the previous life, he knew their layout and defensive measures. Together with his meticulous planning, Fang Yuan's subordinates had a high success rate. The ease of his plunder and immense gains lured all of the other 4 regions' Goo Immortals. The Goo Immortals of all 4 regions quickly moved out to target the various resource points. Central Continent had not given up on all their resource points, many important resource points were guarded by experts. At once, all sorts of battles erupted. Goo Immortals fought, and the moment they found that one resource point was too hard to take down, they would wisely give up and move to the next location. Central Continent had so many resource points anyway, why would they be fixated on one area? Western Desert Earth Path Goo Immortal Shurgan Dang destroyed the Earth Chi rock forest and obtained a large amount of round Kuan stones. Forgotten Daoist successfully stole the Spirit Bank spring water, even though it was defended by ancient soul sects expert Yang Feng. Xiao Hu Qi, Xiao Shi Rang, and Pai Shui Han worked together and succeeded in their plunder, but because of the problem of distribution, they fought against each other. Central Continent was full of conflict and fighting, it was utter chaos. Fairy Ziwei stayed in Heavenly Court, she felt that days were passing like years. Eventually, old man Jing Yuan spoke, "We have gathered enough human will now, we can use the first human path killer move." Fairy Ziwei was overjoyed, quickly asking him to make a move. Old man Jing Yuan nodded, he stood up shakily as a grand and vast aura surged out of his body. Immortal killer move, People's United Hearts. The accumulated human will was expended rapidly, almost none was left. At the same time, Central Continent's Goo Immortals, Goo Masters, and even mortals became enveloped in a halo of light. The halo flashed for a moment, it was like an illusion. But Central Continent's people soon found something special. Their hearts were connected, they could sense each other's thoughts and emotions. The fear of being attacked, the sadness and hatred of having friends and family die, the worry towards one's own life, and the aspirations towards one's future. Never had Central Continent's people been so tightly connected before in history. Unfettered Scholar, who was hiding in the Goo refinement location, was discovered. He managed to exact revenge and kill the Central Continent Goo Immortal who was guarding the place. Southern border secluded Immortal Jingqing was exposed too, but he had no animosity towards Central Continent or Heavenly Court, he was asked to leave politely. This human path killer move, People's United Hearts, is truly amazing. Sheng communicated with Fang Yuan using Treasure Yellow Heaven. His current location was unknown, Fang Yuan only knew that he had left Eastern Sea and could possibly even be in Central Continent now. What did you comprehend? Can we restrict these human path killer moves? Fang Yuan asked. He had already given all of the information regarding these human path killer moves in his memory to Shen. Shen sighed, to negate these killer moves, the easiest way is to destroy the human will. Without human will as the foundation, these human path killer moves cannot be used. But I deduced that these human wills are kept in heavenly court. Then what about other ways? Fang Yuan asked. Shang sighed again. Then we can only unravel the killer move directly. This is very difficult, I will need a lot of time. Don't worry, since I promised you, I will do my best. I do not want to see a complete fate goo either. Fang Yuan continued to wait patiently. Wu Yong led the Southern Alliance Immortals as they appeared on Hairy Foot Mountain. Follow me, let us destroy infallible blessed land, let's take all the success down marks and make Heavenly Court taste failure. Wu Yong announced. We will follow Lord Alliance leader. The Southern Alliance Immortals said together. They had high morale as they followed him. Heavenly Court immediately received news about this. Fairy Ziwei's face was grim as cold light shined in her eyes. This Wu Yong. Wu Yong has moved out. Longevity Heaven is also about to take action. It is time for me to make my move. After receiving the news, Fang Yuan smiled as he appeared near Tian Mountain. Chapter 1922, Southern Alliance destroys formation. Myriad-year flying warship floated in the sky. Fang Yuan looked at the formation in front of him with a smile. He arrived at Tian Mountain again. This time, he would definitely take all of the dream realms away. This timing was truly impeccable. Firstly, Wu Yong had led the Southern Alliance experts to infiltrate Central Continent. Southern border was at its weakest now. Secondly, the huge battle had just started. This was likely the final period of free time for Fang Yuan. Different from the previous life, I had all the initiative this time. I defeated Heavenly Court repeatedly. The secret of my rebirth is known to all. Heavenly Court must have ways to counter it. Their arrangements will be different from the previous life. I should let the 4 regions Gu Immortals strike first while I observe their new methods. Fang Yuan had a firm grasp of the situation. At this point, Fang Yuan's rebirth advantage was mostly depleted. His previous life's memories were not reliable against a colossal force like Heavenly Court. Heavenly Court would not be so stupid as to not make changes. If Fang Yuan took the lead as the vanguard, he would be stuck in endless battles, unable to get away from fighting. He might even die in the process. After all, Heavenly Court's foundation was unfathomable. Fang Yuan could not be sure that the venerable methods in his memories were all the methods left behind. Immortal killer move, refinement formation rain. Rain started to fall from the sky, gradually infiltrating the formation. There were naturally defending Gu Immortals in the formation. The Gu Immortals were in panic. The formation could not block him. The periphery had already been refined by Fang Yuan. Even though this formation was set up by Chi Chu Yu, Fang Yuan had secretly undergone Dream Realm transactions with him. He gained a lot of information about this formation. Fang Yuan's formation path and wisdom path attainment, along with refinement formation rain, completely countered this formation. This demon Fang Yuan did not attack Central Continent, he came back to Southern border. What do I do? Seek help? Our rank 8 Gu Immortals have all gone to Central Continent under the lead of Lord Wu Yong. We still need to inform them about this. The southern border Gu Immortals conversed for a while. Nobody dared to go out to fight Fang Yuan, but they had no reinforcements either. They had to use the Immortal formation and add changes to it. The Immortal formation continued to change. Fang Yuan's speed of refining the formation became slower instantly. But Fang Yuan became happy internally. The more this formation changed, the more he could comprehend the profundity within it. With the help of the light of wisdom, he could easily understand all of these secrets. Within Central Continent, the Southern Alliance's Immortals had already entered the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation. Wu Yong and the rest received this news. What? The Dream Realm was attacked? That scoundrel Fang Yuan. Can he see the big picture at all? He is actually attacking us at this time? The Southern Alliance's immortals were furious. Wu Yong was silent for a while before speaking. Of course he can. What does Lord Wu Yong mean? Ba De had a livid expression. Fang Yuan's actions were harming the benefits of all the southern border righteous path forces. Everyone knew about the value of these dream realms. Furthermore, they would get more important when the Great Era arrives. Wu Yong smiled instead. If Fang Yuan does not see the big picture, he would have attacked the dream realm long ago. He would not wait for us to go to Central Continent. Or maybe, he wants to make use of us as cannon fodder. Then aren't we sacrificing ourselves for him? Someone asked in an indignant tone. No. Wu Yong shook his head. If Fate Gu is repaired, its threat will be far greater than the otherworldly demon Fang Yuan. He has been reborn. It seems we took the initiative to attack like now in the previous life. But there is no choice, we need to attack. This is for the sake of the 5 regions. Everyone, before we left, I already told you that our region would likely get attacked. Be they your family, friends, or our territory, all of the destruction and slaughter pale in comparison to the big picture. If Heavenly Court gains a complete Fate Gu, we will all be helpless, there will be no future for anyone. Wu Clan said this as his eyes shined like lightning. He looked around as he declared, "This is my order, let all of the defending Gu immortals retreat from the formation, do not make unnecessary sacrifices." I know this is a risky move, but even if my Wu Clan headquarters get destroyed, I will not retract my words. Wu Yong's determination shook the hearts of all the immortals. They were all united now, the Southern Alliance immortals were tightly connected, they fought their way into the depths of the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation. After Southern Border received Wu Yong's orders, the defending Gu immortals sighed in relief. They brought as many immortal Gu as they could with them as they started to teleport away. A moment later, Fang Yuan refined the formation, not a single Southern Border Gu immortal was in sight. After he dismantled the formation, he received an information path Gu worm. It was a letter that Wu Yong had specially written to him. Fang Yuan's divine sense swept through it, looking at the content. The letter only had one sentence, it spoke of one viewpoint, the threat of Heavenly Court and Fate, Central Continent is strong, while the 4 regions are weak. He did not say anything about asking Fang Yuan to stop. This Wu Yong. Fang Yuan sighed to himself. Earlier, he was a problem for Fang Yuan, using his political skills to restrict Fang Yuan's extortion and causing him great loss. But now, Wu Yong asked the Southern Border Gu immortals to stop defending, he made them retreat and saved Fang Yuan a lot of effort. If these Southern Border Gu immortals continued to defend, it would waste a lot of time. After Fang Yuan takes the Dream Realm, he would save a lot of time, that meant he could find trouble with the righteous path of Southern Border. Wu Yong's orders carried lots of risk, it was a bold move. But Wu Yong was sure that Fang Yuan knew the big picture, he would not continue causing trouble in Southern Border. It was like how Fang Yuan knew Wu Yong would not come back from Central Continent to defend these territories if he attacked. And the truth was, Fang Yuan had no intention to find trouble with Southern Border's righteous path at this moment. After some effort, Fang Yuan took away all of the dream realms here. Etion Mountain saw the light of day again, the huge Gu immortal battles engraved here could be seen all around the mountain, there was no sign of life here, everything had changed. Fang Yuan started to head to Central Continent. As he traveled, he transformed these dream realms into pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. In the following battle, these pure dream reality seeker physique bodies would be a huge force of his. In the previous life, Feng Jin Huang was able to resist the detonation of his pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. In this life, it was likely that she could do the same. But Feng Jin Huang was just one single mortal Gu master. Fang Yuan had the initiative, he had several battlefields to approach. Heavenly Court, Central Great Hall. Duke Long, Fairy Ziwei, and Qin Ding Ling watched over the situation. Old Man Jing Yuan was also invited here. The latest news, Southern Border's Gu immortals broke the first formation, they are going to the second formation. Fang Yuan appeared in Etion Mountain and destroyed the formation, taking all the dream realms. Fairy Ziwei suddenly said. Duke Long said grimly, Fang Yuan will not continue causing chaos in southern border, he will definitely go fight in central continent. It seems that we need to deal with these dream realms. Fairy Ziwei nodded, we are very lucky that Feng Jin Huang created the perfect pure dream reality seeker physique, she can resist Fang Yuan's dream path methods. Duke Long chuckled, you think this is luck? No, this is the power of fate. Heavenly Court will not lose this battle, we cannot lose. At this moment, Fairy Ziwei gasped as she showed a surprised expression, Southern Border's Immortals have broken the second formation, they are going to the third one now. So fast? Even Qin Dingling was shocked. Within 9 consecutive unceasing formation, the Immortals had high morale. Chichuyu, good job. As expected of the Soul Formation Path Great Grandmaster in Southern Border. With Lord Chichuyu around, how can any formation stop us? Ha ha ha. Just earlier, when the Immortals went into the second subformation, Chichuyu spoke, stop. Next, he observed the area and led the Immortals to quickly and delicately destroy the formation. The Immortals praised him, but Chichuyu shook his head, the truth is, I did not see through this formation, I had received information from Fang Yuan. The expressions of the Southern Border Immortals froze. Chichuyu continued, using my method, I can break this formation rapidly. But that is a forbidden method that will expend my lifespan. It seems that Fang Yuan had been reborn. In the previous life, he must have broken this formation too, he knows about it clearly. The Immortals nodded, agreeing with him. What they did not know was, Chichuyu was the one who explained the profundity of this formation to Fang Yuan. In the previous life, Fang Yuan rushed to Hairy Foot Mountain from Emperor City battlefield, in order to destroy the 9 consecutive unceasing formation, the Immortals wanted to use the 5 regional limit formation. But without the complete formation chart, and having to create it within the enemy's formation, it was too difficult. Fang Yuan used his wisdom path and formation path attainment to cooperate with Chichuyu and Black Extremity, working together to deduce the complete formation chart. During this process, Chichuyu gave Fang Yuan and Black Extremity an explanation on their experiences of breaking the earlier formations so that they could understand the 9 consecutive unceasing formation. Since Wu Yong asked the Southern Border Immortals to retreat, displaying greater sincerity and determination, Fang Yuan was returning the favor by guiding them now. After learning of this situation, Wu Yong had a slightly complex expression as he sighed, it seems that Fang Yuan has already arrived in Central Continent. Fang Yuan understood Wu Yong, but Wu Yong also understood Fang Yuan. The two of them had an indescribable understanding. Even though they wanted each other to die during normal times. The truth was, in the previous life, in order to break the 9 consecutive unceasing formation, Fang Yuan also asked the Southern Alliance for Dream Realms. Wu Yong did not hesitate but agreed instantly. Fang Yuan was transported back to Southern Border, the defensive formation was opened and he managed to take the Dream Realms away. But later, when Fang Yuan converted them into pure dream reality seeker physique bodies, Feng Jin Huang resisted them and he failed to destroy the 9 consecutive unceasing formation. Using Fang Yuan's guidance, the Southern Alliance's Immortals broke through another 2 formations, their efficiency was out of this world. Heavenly Court finally reacted in time, Fairy Ziwei frowned and thought about the countermeasure when suddenly, rainbow light appeared above Heavenly Court. Bright lights spread everywhere, rank 8 Immortal Gu House Calamity Luck Altar shot out from within. Heavenly Court, we're here. Bing Sichuan called out with great morale. We have been waiting. Qin Dingling slowly stood up. Chapter 1923, Stars During Daytime. Heavenly Court. Colorful lights filled the sky, a huge rank 8 Immortal Gu House flew out from within. It had 3 floors of altars, grand and magnificent. There were multiple pillars holding each floor up, having white jade railings and shining aurora, it was eye-catching. Calamity Luck Altar. Qin Dingling watched with shrunken pupils, her expression was complex. She was looking at the Immortal Gu House that giant Sun Immortal Venerable built personally, but the latter had passed away. Even if you were an Immortal Venerable, lifespan was limited. Heavenly Court. On the other hand, Bing Sichuan in Calamity Luck Altar was trembling with excitement. At long last, he had finally attacked this place, commencing the great plan that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had entrusted to him, to seize Fate Gu and refine Destiny Gu. We really got in. The accompanying Five Elements Grandmaster was very shocked and surprised. Is Heavenly Court's defense really this weak? Of course not. Bull Demon explained in a deep voice, this is the arrangement of our ancestor Giant Sunday. Back then, Golden Hoop Great Immortal invited our ancestor to come to the Heavenly Court for a visit, ostensibly proclaiming that he wanted to invite ancestor Giant Sun into Heavenly Court. At that time, ancestor Giant Sun secretly set up this arrangement, leaving it for the future. Five Elements Grandmaster could not help but inwardly be astounded at the words. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's strategy was planned so long ago, but he actually managed to use it so far in the future. Go. We'll use the route that Limitless Demon Venerable made when he previously attacked. We will attack Central Great Hall, ascend to Heaven Overseeing Tower, and seize Fate Gu. As soon as Bing Sichuan gave the order, the surrounding colored lights moved sharply. Calamity Luck Altar was actually carried by the colored lights and moved to a distant place. The chi wall left by Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable had already activated, it sealed Calamity Luck Altar within the chi wall. On the other side, Qing Ding Ling had a pale face as she fell to the ground. She had already done her best to make some minor modifications to Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's arrangements. The so-called trap against northern plains would naturally be most effective with the help of a venerable method. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable left behind the killer move Chi Wall in Heavenly Court, it was everywhere. When the three demon venerables attacked Heavenly Court, they created three paths that had no Chi Wall along them. But all other areas were filled by the Chi Wall. Qing Ding Ling worked her hardest to relocate Calamity Luck Altar into the Chi Wall. At once, Calamity Luck Altar became immobilized, it faced a huge pressure from all directions. Fairy Ziwei quickly helped Qing Ding Ling to stand up as she said in admiration, "Senior, it was all thanks to you." Qing Ding Ling sighed and said with a solemn tone, "To think that even after I worked my hardest after waking up, I merely managed to move his method to a slight extent." Sigh. Duke Long walked slowly with a calm expression, "Let's go, it is time to welcome our guests." Damn it. Heavenly Court knew that we were going to attack, they made use of that to set up an ambush. Bing Sichuan's expression changed, turning ashen. The surprise attack that he had anticipated for so long had just started, but he already lost control of the situation. He manipulated Calamity Luck Altar with all his strength, but the killer move Chi Wall was too strong. Even though this rank 8 Immortal Gu House could barely move now with a snail-like speed, the most despairing thing was that the Chi Wall had a strong self-recovery ability. As Calamity Luck Altar moved, the Chi Wall behind it healed and mended together. Just as Longevity Heaven's people suffered a setback, Eastern Sea's Gu Immortals arrived in Hidden Dragon Cave. To think that Hidden Dragon Cave is here. Song Chi Yuan sighed deeply to himself. Granny Rong snickered, "This place is quite secluded indeed, but there is no such thing as absolutely hidden in this world." Yangzi he added, "Back then, Dizongxing wreaked havoc in Central Continent, Duke Long suppressed and sealed it here, it was a huge event. But because that was long ago in history, and because Heavenly Court wanted to exterminate the Dragon Man race, they were ruthless in eliminating the traces." He. Speaking of which, Duke Long is very vicious. For the sake of Heavenly Court, he sacrificed all of his children and descendants. Shen Songxing criticized with a tone of disdain. Eastern Sea's 8 Gu Immortals arrived here. It was the same situation as the previous life. To achieve this goal, Fang Yuan had put in a lot of effort secretly. On one hand, he used his status as Qi Si ancestor to hint to Song Qi Yuan and Hua Kai Yun. On another hand, he contacted Shen Songxing using his own identity, and finally, the 4 rank 8 lone cultivators in Eastern Sea were all Dragon Palace Dragon Generals. They obeyed Fang Yuan's arrangements. Fang Yuan was not sure about Hidden Dragon Cave's location originally, but after getting Dragon Palace, he saw related records in it. Back then, when Duke Long suppressed Dizongxing, the Dragon Man race had put in effort too. After getting this secret information, Fang Yuan spread it using the mouths of the 4 dragon generals, influencing the decisions of all the different Eastern Sea Gu Immortals. These rank 8 Gu Immortals from Eastern Sea were different from Southern Alliance and Longevity Heaven. They did not have any courageous spirit to take risks. In this life, they had no strong intention to gain Dragon Palace. Fang Yuan thus motivated them to release Di Zongxing from Hidden Dragon Cave and cause problems for Heavenly Court. Once Di Zongxing gets released, the entire world would shake, blood would flow into rivers, living beings would die. There would be no need for these Eastern Sea Gu Immortals to fight. Once Central Continent's attention was drawn and they sent Gu Immortals to deal with Di Zongxing, they would be weaker elsewhere. Eastern Sea's Gu Immortals would have a great opportunity. There was another advantage: Di Zongxing would target and attack Central Continent's mortals. The more people it killed, the more foundation Central Continent would lose. Eastern Sea's Righteous Path rank 8s would not attack mortals with their status, it would ruin their reputation. Having Di Zongxing do the dirty work was best. At the fringe of Western Desert, the thin regional wall was in front them. The 5 regions are indeed fusing. The regional walls that once restricted our movement are already so thin and weak. Fang Gong looked at the scene in front of him as he sighed. Fang Yuan's clone, Fang Dichang, had a high status in Fang clan. He managed to convince Fang clan's first Supreme Elder and many Western Desert super forces to take action together. This was a much stronger group than in the previous life. But gathering so many Gu Immortals used a lot of time. They only managed to assemble now. Oh no, that Blood Path demonic immortal is causing chaos in my clan. Right at this time, Sun Clan reported bad news. There is a brand new immemorial desolate beast attacking my clan's oasis. Mo Clan's Gu Immortal also received bad news. Everyone. This is likely Heavenly Court's scheme. They want to restrain us so that we cannot stop them from repairing Fate Gu. Fang Dichang analyzed. Even though he had no proof, in order to stabilize these Gu Immortals, lying was fine. No, I need to get back. I objected earlier when you asked us to move out. Our base is too weak now. I was right after all. In my opinion, we should play safe. Western Desert's resources are all in the oases. If they are destroyed, our clans will lose our foundation without the support of resources. The Western Desert Gu Immortals discussed. They wanted to retreat. Damn it, Fang clan took too long to develop. We do not have enough influence and authority. Fang Dichang gritted his teeth. He watched as a portion of Sun clan and Mo clan left. The nature of these 2 clans' Gu Immortals is not so tough normally. I'm afraid Heavenly Court is involved with these 2 clans. Fang Dichang reacted at this time. With the departure of a portion of Sun clan and Mo clan, the other clans also wanted to leave, otherwise, their balance would be disrupted. Western Desert's Gu Immortal world had gone into chaos earlier because of the rise of Fang clan. Their relationship was tense now and nobody trusted each other. There was another fundamental problem. In history, Western Desert had never experienced any large-scale cooperation between super forces. Western Desert's Gu Immortal world did not have any domineering overlord in history, unlike Southern Borders Wu Clan or Northern Plains Longevity Heaven. After some discussion, a portion of Western Desert's Gu Immortals returned to their base. The rest of them still exceeded the numbers in the previous life. They passed the regional walls and arrived in Central Continent. Heavenly Court. Reports of battles were sent over rapidly. Hidden Dragon Cave is attacked by Eastern Sea's rank 8 Gu Immortals. Gu Immortal elites have appeared at Western Desert's fringe. They are heading towards Emperor City. Fairy Ziwei spoke. At this time, Duke Long slowly retreated from the front of the battlefield. Calamity Luck Altar was surrounded by the Qi Wall. There was a sizable area of movable space around it now. Heavenly Court's countless experts were attacking it from all directions. If Calamity Luck Altar retaliated, these Gu Immortals would retreat into the Qi Wall and hide themselves, staying safe. After several attempts, Bing Sai Chuan had to activate Calamity Luck Altar's defense as they pressed forward. Because of Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals' obstruction, Calamity Luck Altar could barely move forward slowly and with great difficulty. Duke Long had nothing much to do. the battlefield in Heavenly Court was already secured, Longevity Heaven was trapped and they would eventually fall. Duke Long heard Fairy Ziwei's reports as he said calmly, Qi Ancestor and Fang Yuan, have they not made a move? Nothing at the moment. Fairy Ziwei shook her head. The two people Duke Long was most wary of were these two. Qi Ancestor had unparalleled strength, he rivaled Duke Long and was someone that Duke Long had to focus and keep his attention on. Meanwhile, even though Fang Yuan had rank 7 cultivation level, he inherited Red Lotus Demon Venerable's true inheritance, he might have some powerful method, he needed to be guarded against. Qi Ancestor's attitude is unclear, meanwhile, ever since Fang Yuan snatched Southern Border's Dream Realms, he vanished. He has a lot of Dream Realms on his hands now. Fairy Ziwei said slowly, she was going to analyze this further. What plan do you have? Duke Long interrupted her. Fairy Ziwei said, I plan to activate the formation and resist our external foes to force out Fang Yuan. There is also Qi Ancestor who might possibly fight us, we need to force them to take action. Duke Long pondered before nodding, alright, we need to take the initiative. If we can establish our dominance in this battle, the 5 regions' chaotic war will be much easier to deal with. Fairy Ziwei quickly left and sat down at the central area of a formation. She activated the formation and released Star Constellation chessboard. The chessboard floated in the air and rotated on its own, innumerable starlight specks that resembled fireflies flew in the sky, entering the formation. Central Continent's people soon noticed a strange phenomenon. Many pointed at the sky and screamed, quickly look. There is starlight, there are actually stars in bright daylight. What is going on? Fang Dichang had just crossed the regional wall when he saw such a scene. Heavenly Court took action. This did not happen in my previous life. Fang Yuan also arrived in Central Continent, he looked at the sky silently while frowning. Heavenly Court had indeed prepared something new. At this moment, in the sky of Central Continent, bright lights shined, stars appeared during daytime, radiating heaven and earth. Chapter 1924, Flesh Whip Immortal. Central Continent, Hidden Dragon Cave. What is going on? Eastern Sea's 8 Gu Immortal saw the change in the sky. In broad daylight, Central Continent's sky was covered in stars that shined brightly. This is likely Heavenly Court's method, but we do not know what effect it has. Qing Yuan frowned as he spoke. What is there to fear? We will deal with it when it comes, with our force, who can stop us? Unless Heavenly Court sends their main forces to face us. Yang Zihe laughed loudly. Indeed. Qing Yuan's frown eased a little. In this situation, Heavenly Court focused on repairing Fate Gu. Hidden Dragon Cave was just a small area at the corner of the big picture. If Heavenly Court sent their main forces here to resist Eastern Sea's Gu Immortals, they would be disregarding the bigger problems. It would be a terrible decision. Enter the formation, destroy this formation and release Sheng. He will cause chaos in the world, we will then gain our opportunity. Yang Zihe encouraged them without acting suspicious. Let's wait for a while. Since we are going to take action, why the need to rush now? Song Chi Yuan had a composed mentality, since Heavenly Court has already used their method, we need to at least find out what it does, right? Song Chi Yuan's words made the Eastern Sea Gu Immortals hesitant again. Yang Zihe and the other dragon generals cursed in their hearts, these Eastern Sea Righteous Path rank 8s were truly indecisive. They had already shown hostility to Heavenly Court but still did not want to destroy the formation immediately. They were concerned about this ridiculous starry sky because they were too worried about their own safety. If they were Northern Plains Gu Immortals, they would have entered the formation already. No wonder Eastern Sea's Gu Immortal world had the most wealth but still stayed suppressed and unable to resist Gu Immortals of other regions. Fang Yuan did not want these Gu Immortals to wait outside. The 4 dragon generals were enslaved by Dragon Palace, they were undoubtedly loyal. Among them, Granny Rong smiled as she said, "If this method has just materialized and needs 3 days to take effect, are we going to wait 3 days here?" This. Songqi Yuan and the rest were uncertain. But at this moment, from the sky, grand starlight pillars shot down rapidly. The light pillars were shining in a bluish light. It was a grand sight. More than 10 pillars of light shot down together, encircling all 8 Eastern Sea Gu Immortals. Next, the pillars faded away as a heavenly court Gu Immortal appeared in the location of each pillar. The Eastern Sea Immortals' expressions changed. In an instant, they were surrounded by heavenly court. The situation took a turn for the worse. "You crawling worms dare to offend heavenly court?" Zhang Feixiong said in a cold and domineering tone. "You will die today." Wan Zihong licked her scarlet lips, oozing with killing intent. "Those who offend Central Continent will be killed." Qin Song had a solemn expression. "Enough talk, I'm going to attack now, Yaya." A female heavenly court immortal could not wait anymore. She charged forward. Her body was plump to its limit. She was like a meat cannonball that shot towards the Eastern Sea Gu Immortals fearlessly. Eastern Sea's immortals were not united, they quickly split up. The fat female immortal missed her target. She screamed in anger, "You cowards, why are you dodging? Come, fight your mommy for 300 rounds. Flesh Whip Immortal is still so impatient. A heavenly court Gu Immortal who knew about this female immortal sighed helplessly. Flesh Whip Immortal is gentle and kind normally, but once she enters battle, she acts like what the rumors say. Many heavenly court Gu Immortals watched with surprise. At once, the female immortal called Flesh Whip Immortal chased after Eastern Sea's 8 Gu Immortals while shouting vulgarities non-stop. She was extremely noisy. "Vile woman, don't be too arrogant." Qin Yuan could not take it, he turned around to battle. Flesh Whip Immortal was overjoyed, someone finally stopped running. Boom! The two used their killer moves that collided, causing a thunderous explosion. A huge shock wave burst out and caused the surrounding clouds to disperse and change form. "Quickly go and reinforce Little Whip." Qin Song ordered. Among these Gu Immortals, he was the most senior, even Flesh Whip Immortal was his junior. Central Continent's immortals all charged forward at once. Among them, there was Zhu Ke who cultivated Fire Path and Transformation Path. There was Vortex Space Boy who cultivated Space Path and had terrifying killer moves. There was Yi Chao Zi, Wu Shuang, Yu Zhu Zi, and others. They were all famous Heavenly Court experts in history. Not only did Heavenly Court's side have more people, they even had excellent coordination. They created their battle tactic long ago. They erupted with great power. Eastern Sea's 8 Gu Immortals were forced back time and again. They could not hold their own. "This is a trap, let's retreat." Songqi Yuan shouted with all his might. His words immediately received the acceptance of the other 3 Righteous Path members. With the enemies being this strong now, they could not fight forcefully. The 4 dragon generals remained silent. Without Fang Yuan's orders, they would not abruptly retreat. Amidst the chaotic battle, Zhu Ke suddenly pushed with her palm as a flame light was shot out. The flame light resembled a beautiful blade light as it slashed towards Granny Rong. Granny Rong and Zhao Shan he were currently fighting. Seeing the approaching blade, she did not dodge it. At the crucial moment, Zhang Yin suddenly moved, a shadow appeared and blocked the flame light. "Oh? There's something weird going on with these 2 Gu Immortals." Zhu Ke's expression changed, she felt something amiss. Compared to the previous life, she had woken up much earlier. She made many preparations. She had already obtained information regarding Granny Rong and Zhang Yin. These 2 were lone immortals, but they actually trusted each other this much. It was really rare. But soon, Zhu Ke found out that it was not only Zhang Yin and Granny Rong. Yang Zihe and Shi Miao were also weird. These 4 rank 8s trusted each other completely. They were willing to let themselves be defended by one another in dangerous situations. Because of their coordination, they were able to resist the attacks of Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals without losing. Fairy Ziwei was currently looking at the situation from her formation core in Central Hall. Starlight flashed in front of her, displaying the scene in Hidden Dragon Cave. Even though she was in Heavenly Court, she obtained first-hand information of the battlefield. What's wrong with these 4 Eastern Sea lone immortals? Their relationship should not be this close. Unless they set some sort of strict alliance agreement that allowed them to work together with complete trust? Fairy Ziwei could not think more, it was not the time to deduce this now. She considered it for a while before giving her orders. After getting her orders, Old Man Bei Feng, who was inside Hidden Dragon Cave, became revitalized. He quickly activated the formation. Intense lights appeared around the formation, its power spread out across the battlefield. Oh no! Quickly leave. Once we enter the formation, they will take us out one by one. Eastern Sea's immortals were flustered, they quickly shouted. But how could Heavenly Court's rank 8 Gu immortals allow them to leave? Immediately, killer moves were used to obstruct the Eastern Sea Gu immortals. They could not get out. They were swept into the formation along with the Heavenly Court Gu immortals. Both parties entered Hidden Dragon Cave's formation. Old Man Bei Feng, who was controlling the formation, grunted as his face turned pale. Blood flowed out of his nostrils. Even though Hidden Dragon Cave's formation was powerful, taking in so many rank 8 Gu immortals at once was beyond Old Man Bei Feng's limits. "Grandfather, are you okay?" Feng Chanzi, who was at the side, asked with concern. He was Old Man Bei Feng's beloved grandson. If he did not make a mistake and was forced to guard Hidden Dragon Cave along with his grandfather, Old Man Bei Feng would have become a member of Heavenly Court already. But if I can make some contributions in this battle, Heavenly Court might recruit me. Old Man Bei Feng's eyes shined with bright light, he was filled with morale. Eastern Sea's rank 8s were trapped in the formation, they were split up. Heavenly Court's Gu immortals were also split up into different areas. This formation is mainly used to suppress and seal Di Zongxing. It does not have any power to cooperate with Gu immortals in battle. Every Gu immortal that enters the formation will be sent to a different area. Unless the formation is destroyed, there will not be 2 Gu immortals in the same area. Fairy Ziwei knew about Hidden Dragon Cave's formation. She ordered Heavenly Court's Gu immortals to retreat, while Eastern Sea's immortals were trapped inside. "I will leave this place to you," Qin Song said before leaving. "Don't worry, I will guard this place with my life. If anything happens, I will report it and seek reinforcements," Old Man Bei Feng said with a polite and serious attitude. "Very good." Qin Song felt assured as he brought the Heavenly Court Gu immortals to leave. At this time, more than 10 pillars of light shot down again. The blue starlight pillars enveloped all the Heavenly Court rank 8s. The pillars vanished, along with the rank 8 Gu immortals within. Fang Dichang and the rest traveled in their immortal Gu house as they rushed towards Emperor City. Even though the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention was disrupted by Fang Yuan in advance in this life and had slower progress than the previous life, it was not even at the final round of the competition yet. But evidently, Emperor City was the only place that could protect them while not interfering with the Gu refinement and the restoration of Fate Gu. That place was already heavily guarded by Heavenly Court. Fang Dichang thus asked the Western Desert Immortals to head to Emperor City. Western Desert's Immortals had surging morale. But at the next moment, starlight pillars appeared again, as more than 10 Heavenly Court Gu Immortals appeared. "Kill!" Flesh Whip Immortal charged forward again. But this time, Western Desert's Gu Immortals were not flustered. They were within their immortal Gu houses, they felt very safe. Watching as Flesh Whip Immortal attacked, even though she was a rank 8 Gu Immortal, she could not destroy an immortal Gu house instantly. What method is Heavenly Court using? They could transport so many rank 8s at the same time. Fang Dichang did not think anymore, he mobilized several immortal Gu houses to resist the enemies. As a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal who controlled the strongest immortal Gu house Divine Beam Palace, he was selected as the leader of the group, he had the highest authority. Immortal Gu houses charged without care, it was Heavenly Court's time to dodge them. But 2 Gu Immortals did not retreat. One was Zhang Fei Xiong, he turned into a giant with a bare head and human body, he resisted immortal Gu houses with his body. The other was Flesh Whip Immortal, she was a transformation path Gu Immortal, she transformed into a walking meat tree as her roots moved like legs, running rapidly. while her branches turned into countless whips that attacked in a frenzy. Crack, crack, crack. She was also resisting immortal goo houses. Several rank 7 immortal goo houses were forced to turn around and escape. Within Divine Being Palace, Fang Dicheng's expression was dark. Heavenly Court made changes, but this change is simply too huge. Zhang Feixiong, Wan Zihong, and Zhu Kr woke up in advance. Even experts like Flesh Whip Immortal appeared. And most importantly, what killer move is this? It can transport more than 10 rank 8 goo immortals at once. This is simply unheard of. With this move, Heavenly Court had the initiative to mobilize their main forces to attack anywhere they wanted. This was a very significant trump card in battle. As long as this move was not destroyed, Heavenly Court could fight in several battlefields at the same time. They could deal with anything that came at them. Chapter 1925, Heavenly Court's Initiative. Crack, crack, crack. The tower-like walking meat tree was charging at the forefront. Thousands of octopus tentacle-like branches waved and created a sound of fierce wind whistling. They had awe-inspiring might. The Western Desert Goo Immortal's immortal goo houses were forced to retreat. Flesh Whip Immortal was able to resist immortal goo houses single-handedly. She was truly a rank 8 expert slumbering in the Heavenly Court Immortal Graveyard. Her strength was unquestionable. Of course, this was also the advantage of transformation path. Let us. At the crucial moment, Dong Clan's Goo Immortal spoke up. Similar to the previous life, Dong Clan still mobilized the rank 7 Immortal Goo House Red River Wheel. This Immortal Goo House looked like a water wheel or a giant tire, rotating while blazing with red flames. It crashed towards the walking meat tree. Heavenly Court's Goo Immortals saw this and their gazes focused. Immortal goo houses charged head-on because it was the fastest method. It was usually not their strongest ability. According to the different types of immortal goo used to construct them, immortal goo houses had different immortal killer moves. Right now, Red River Wheel had used its own killer move with overwhelming might to attack Flesh Whip Immortal. Heavenly Court's Goo Immortals were nervous. Similarly, Western Desert's Goo Immortals were also nervous. Red River Wheel was only a rank 7 immortal goo house. It could resist rank 8. If it crashed into Flesh Whip Immortal, they would be evenly matched. It would be damaged too. However, this result was still slightly favorable to Western Desert. Even if both of them were harmed, Red River Wheel would be able to recover by replacing the dead goo. Flesh Whip Immortal, however, would be physically injured, and subsequent healing and recovery would be quite troubling. Come. At the crucial moment, Flesh Whip Immortal, instead of retreating, yelled in excitement and charged straight up. This person. Defend her. The Heavenly Court Goo Immortals reached a consensus in an instant. Zhang Feixiong growled again. He turned into a giant with a bare head and human body, charging towards Red River Wheel. Red River Wheel is strongest at the front and back, but the sides are the weakest. Let's help out Dong Clan. Immortal Goo House Jade Toad Castle was like a green meteor that crashed into Zhang Feixiong. Wan Zihong smiled delicately as countless petals drifted over the battlefield and landed on Red River Wheel. Its momentum continued to decline. Fang Clan's chicken dog coop came over to support, releasing chickens and dogs and other ancient desolate beasts to attack Wan Zihong. Wan Zihong was still maintaining her killer moves and had no time to dodge, so Yu Zhuzi and Yi Xiaozi appeared around her. One of them sprinkled countless jade beads and made a tinkling sound, while the other emitted a massive yellow light, sometimes slow, sometimes fast. Chickens, dogs, and many other ancient desolate beasts were either smashed to death by the jade beads, or were temporarily trapped by the yellow light, hovering high in the air, unable to move. Damn it, this Wan Zihong is the demoness who scourged Western Desert in history and was recruited by Heavenly Court. Dong Clan's Goo Immortals were inside Red River Wheel, looking at Wan Zihong and gnashing their teeth. Dong Clan was a Western Desert righteous path force and hated Western Desert's demons the most, while this Wan Zihong was one of the most infamous demonesses in history. Seeing the Dong clan's Red River Wheel's power was weakening, at this rate, it would be crushed by the walking meat tree. At the critical moment, a forest flower house-like Immortal Goo house was exerting its power behind the battlefield. Wan Zihong gave a soft cry as she suddenly felt her killer move go out of control. Countless petals rolled towards Heavenly Quartz Goo Immortals instead. Wan Zihong muffled a grunt as her killer move failed and the backlash caused her to suffer considerable damage. Her eyes were like lightning as she stared at the culprit. It was Fang clan's rank 7 Immortal Goo house, Fallen Flower Hall. Boom! At the next moment, the walking meat tree and Red River Wheel finally collided together. Both sides immediately flew backwards. The walking meat tree had hundreds of severed fleshy tentacles, while the surface of the Red River Wheel's wheel was battered beyond recognition, losing over 3,000 goo. Dong clan's Goo Immortals quickly started to repair it. This is really satisfying. Flesh Whip Immortal gritted her teeth and struggled to maintain the form of the walking meat tree. Although her injuries were not light, her fighting spirit was instead more vigorous. She was about to charge up again, but was stopped by Zhang Fei Xiong. "Let me fight, you should go back and heal your injuries." Zhang Fei Xiong had been knocked away by the Immortal Goo house earlier. He returned and immediately took the place of Flesh Whip Immortal. Flesh Whip Immortal, however, was stubborn and would not retreat in a deadly battle. "I won't. Let me charge, no one can stop me." As soon as the words were said, a giant pillar of starlight shot down violently overhead, covering Flesh Whip Immortal. Flesh Whip Immortal. In the next instant, she disappeared together with the giant pillar of starlight and returned to Heavenly Court. In Heavenly Court's battlefield, Calamity Luck Altar was still struggling to move forward, trying to break free from the Qi wall, but Duke Long was firmly blocking in front of it. Duke Long's tall body was like cast steel, and even if it was just one man, Calamity Luck Altar could not deal with him. Boom boom boom. Every time Duke Long attacked, it was accompanied by a fierce explosion, and just by using transformation path killer moves, Calamity Luck Altar could not move forward. After advancing 10 steps, it would often be knocked back 9 steps by Duke Long. Flesh Whip Immortal swallowed a mouthful of saliva, gazing up at the heroic fighting stance of Duke Long, feeling envious in her heart. When would she have such powerful strength? Light flickered around her, pale blue strands of flowing water wrapped around her, washing the Tao marks away to heal her wounds. This was a healing formation specially set up by Heavenly Court to greatly improve the efficiency of healing injuries. Heavenly Court's teleportation method can move groups as well as a single person to and fro. This is really troublesome. Fang Yuan's clone, Fang Dichong, frowned deeply. Although he could not see the healing formation in Heavenly Court, he could deduce it easily with his brain. The key was that with such a method, Heavenly Court could quickly retreat. It was almost an extravagant hope for Western Desert's side to kill or injure the Heavenly Court Goo Immortals. They had to kill with a single blow, denying Heavenly Court any chance to teleport and heal their members. But how difficult was it to kill such experts among rank 8? It was not just Fang Dichong, the vast majority of the Goo Immortals recognized this. The morale of the Western Desert Immortals began to plummet. Fang Dichong secretly gritted his teeth. This is not good. Immediately, he activated Divine Beam Palace to move to the front line. "Everyone, let me do it." The Western Desert Immortals were energized greatly. They hurriedly made way for Divine Beam Palace, casting expectant glances at it. The Heavenly Court Goo Immortals saw an Immortal Goo house lofty as a mountain, majestic and imposing, rumbling and rushing as it attacked. All their hearts jumped. The same name flashed in the hearts of the Immortals, Divine Beam Palace. Immortal Killer Move, Myriad Lifespring Lightning. Divine Beam Palace shook intensely, countless sparks that resembled dragons or snakes coiled around the palace. Lightning gathered into beads of jade-green lightning balls as they exploded around the palace. Rumble. Heavenly Court's Goo Immortals dodged wildly, not daring to face the attack. Even Transformation Path Zhang Fei Xiong had reverted to his human body, flying around in a very sad state. Myriad Lifespring Lightning, life and death was interlinked, destruction and creation were gathered into one move. After exploding, Tao marks would be left in the battlefield, creating an environment that was advantageous to the user. How can we fight this? This time, it was the Heavenly Court Gu Immortals' turn to feel helpless. It is, after all, an immortal Gu house created by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable himself. Sigh, how did it end up in the hands of Western Desert's Gu Immortals? The Heavenly Court Gu Immortals were resentful and without options, all of them were thinking of retreating. One of the Heavenly Court Gu Immortals was pale and chubby, he was Zhao Shanhe, who was now looking at Yu Zhuzi. Yu Zhuzi nodded at him as they suddenly gathered together. At the same time, the other Heavenly Court Gu Immortals were surrounding the two of them, planning and defending around them. Zhao Shanhe was a Food Path Gu Immortal and Yu Zhuzi was Earth Path. They both unleashed a move together, sitting and eating the mountain empty. The killer move enveloped the entire battlefield, Western Desert's immortal Gu houses could not dodge it. After it was used, starlight pillars flashed in the sky for an instant. At the next moment, all of the Heavenly Court rank 8s left the battlefield, the intense and chaotic battle was left with only Western Desert's immortal Gu houses. Even though Western Desert's Gu Immortals forced back Heavenly Court, their expressions turned ugly. Because they found out that many of the Gu worms in the immortal Gu houses were weakening, soon, their aura fell to rock bottom as Gu worms died one by one. Not only that, the Gu Immortals in the houses were also getting hit. Many of their immortal essence beads started to disintegrate and disappear. This was all caused by that move. What kind of killer move was it? Not only did the immortal Gu houses get affected, but even the Gu Immortals inside the houses were not spared. This should be the profundity of Food Path. Because of that, it's hard to defend against using our immortal Gu houses. The Western Desert Gu Immortals discussed and exchanged ideas, they soon guessed correctly. Food Path had been too limited in circulation, Western Desert's Righteous Path did not have a lot of Food Path inheritances, their defense against it was too low, it was a weakness. And most importantly, Zhao Shanhe was a Food Path expert on Heavenly Court's side. This will not do. Heavenly Court fights and retreats when they want to, as long as they give Zhao Shanhe and Yu Zhuzi the chance to use this move each time, we will lose all our strength and resources over time. Everyone. We must hurry up and rush to Emperor City as soon as possible to force Heavenly Court to fight us to the death. There, they won't retreat so easily. Fang Dichang analyzed the situation and advocated. The Western Desert Gu Immortals agreed. In a short period of time, they had no way to counter Heavenly Court's teleportation killer move and could only use this method to restrain Heavenly Court. Zhao Shanhe and the others returned to Heavenly Court once again. The injured ones all went to the healing formation to recover, while the rest were focusing on their recuperation while communicating with each other on how they should work better together. After a fierce battle with Western Desert's various immortal Gu houses, these Gu Immortals suffered no losses, and the most seriously injured person, Flesh Whip Immortal, was almost healed completely, alive and well once again. Unlike the previous life, these Gu Immortals, because of their early awakening, not only possessed a full range of immortal Gu, but they also had a certain level of mutual cooperation. Immortal Gu houses are just hard to fight. Divine Being Palace is the most troublesome of them all. What are you worried about? A few more rounds and Western Desert's side will collapse. They won't be able to reach Emperor City. Have Fang Yuan and Qi Si Ancestor not done anything? Quickly do something, we can't wait anymore. Gu Immortals were all experts that had huge reputation at some point in time, they were overflowing with confidence and morale. The truth was, Fang Yuan was the one who caused this situation. Since rebirth, Fang Yuan had been gaining victories over Heavenly Court multiple times. Star constellations will felt a huge threat from this and awakened many Gu Immortals in advance. It was unlike the previous life when Longevity Heaven attacked, in which Heavenly Court had fallen into a crisis and had to awaken many Gu Immortals in a hurry, they were unable to display their true battle strength. Chapter 1926, Northern Plains Retaliation. Quickly stop them. Fang Dichang shouted. Western Desert's immortal Gu houses tried their best to stop Zhao Shanhe and Yu Zhuzi. But in front of them, Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals were putting up a tight defense. Roar! Zhang Fei Xiong turned into a giant, obstructing an immortal Gu house relentlessly. Crack crack crack. Flesh Whip Immortal turned into an immemorial walking meat tree. She waved her branches and whipped at the immortal Gu houses. They were knocked about and spinning around all over the place. Bam bam bam. All kinds of immortal killer moves erupted, as if they were large bursts of fireworks, incomparably splendid and powerful. These were all rank 8 killer moves of Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals. The immortal Gu houses of Western Desert suffered a serious obstruction, inevitably hesitating. Taking advantage of this time, Zhao Shanhe and Yu Zhuzi finished their preparation and unleashed their immortal killer move, sitting and eating the mountain empty. Western Desert's Gu Immortals were hit again. They then helplessly watched as a giant pillar of starlight shot down, teleporting away the central continent Gu Immortals. At the next moment, they returned to Heavenly Court. As the Gu Immortals healed their wounds, they exchanged conversations. It's really getting harder and harder to use the killer move, sitting and eating the mountain empty. After all, the other side has elites of an entire region, so they cannot be underestimated. As the saying goes, if a fool suffers sufficient losses, he will become wiser. But their strength has also been weakened quite badly, so they probably won't be able to hold out after 2 more times. The Gu Immortals were full of morale, and the more they fought, the higher their spirits became. Guh. At this moment, Qin Song's face turned pale and he coughed out a small mouthful of blood. His blood was yellowish-brown, and there were countless small insects jumping around in the blood foam. Senior Qin, are you injured? Zhou Xiong Xian, who was standing right next to Qin Song, asked with concern. Zhou Xiong Xian was dressed in a white robe. He had a strong physique and a squarish face with thick eyebrows. In his last battle with Fang Yuan, he activated the fastest battlefield killer move in the world, Rumor Cage, and once caused Fang Yuan to fall into a dangerous battle. In the end, Fang Yuan was even more calculating and used the arrangements left by the organization Defy to plot and kill Zhou Xiong Xian. But this time, Fang Yuan was reborn. Zhou Xiong Xian was thus alive and one of the many Gu Immortals that fought along with Heavenly Court. Qin Song weakly shook his head. This is an old injury, it is not from the fight earlier. The Heavenly Court Gu Immortals all gathered around to check on Qin Song's state. Even Fairy Ziwei came here. Qin Song was the key person now. The reason why Heavenly Court was able to display such a powerful star-cast killer move was not only with the help of the related formation and star constellation chessboard, but also relying on Qin Song's strength. Qin Song was most skilled at teleportation. In the previous life, he was the one who brought the Heavenly Court Gu Immortals on a long journey to quickly make their way to Sheng. At that time, he did not have his complete set of immortal Gu. He used killer moves without caring about his own condition, causing him to die prematurely. This life, however, he had awakened earlier. The situation was much better. Not only were his immortal Gu comprehensive, he also got to use an advanced lifespan extension method. Qin Song's seniority was very high. He had gone into hibernation long ago. During his hibernation, Heavenly Court had many new findings and improvement in their research on lifespan extension methods. As time passed, there were bound to be improvements. As a result, Qin Song's lifespan was extended to a certain extent, but the repeated battles made him repeatedly exert himself, and his health declined rapidly. His lifespan was greatly reduced. Based on your current physical state, I'm afraid you can only use 4 movement killer moves at most. Beyond that number, your flesh and soul will all collapse. Fairy Ziwei calculated for a moment and spoke. 4 times? Qin Song smiled and coughed out another mouthful of yellow blood with a calm demeanor. It is enough to defeat Western Desert, and there's still room to spare, so maybe we can deal a blow to Southern Border as well. Or maybe Eastern Seas Gu Immortals. As for after my death, it will be up to all of you. The Heavenly Court Gu Immortals were silent. Only Flesh Whip Immortal grinned. Don't worry, old man Qin, I'm here. There was nothing they could do about Qin Song's state. The cause behind all of this was his old injury, an injury that he had brought with him from exploring Reckless Savage's grave. It could not be treated in the past, and now it was still fatal. Fairy Ziwei, however, did not order a further attack. She was pondering in her head. Without Qin Song, Heavenly Court would not have the ability to teleport in groups. Relying on star constellation chessboard alone would be too inefficient, and it would seriously reduce her own ability to deduce and calculate. Fairy Ziwei had experience in using star cast. This killer move consumed too many thoughts. If she had to use this killer move, she would no longer have the extra energy to look over the big picture. This was clearly not worth it for Heavenly Court. It would be fine if it was just one battlefield, but Heavenly Court was fighting in at least 3 battlefields. They were facing not only the powerful elites of the 4 regions, there was still Fang Yuan, the demon who had yet to do anything. As the leader and strategist of Heavenly Court in both the previous life and this life, Fairy Ziwei had to oversee the whole situation. What a pity, there is no wisdom path Gu Immortal awakening in the Immortal Graveyard this time. Fang Yuan has yet to make a move, and Qi Ancestor has made no movements either. If we waste Qin Song early at this time, it will be bad if there is a sudden change in the battle in the future. Fairy Ziwei pondered deeply, unwilling to expend a key force like Qin Song in advance. She always considered one thing: Fang Yuan possessed a killer move using fixed immortal travel, as well as the ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel. He could quickly appear in any place in Central Continent. If Heavenly Court preserved the remaining uses of their star cast method, when they deal with Fang Yuan in the future, it would be much easier. Right now, we have 4 battlefields. They are in Heavenly Court, Harryfoot Mountain, Emperor City, and Hidden Dragon Cave. Fairy Ziwei looked around, analyzing as she spoke. Of these 4 battlefields, Heavenly Court's battlefield is the most important. Once we are breached and Fate Gu gets destroyed by Longevity Heaven, all hope is lost. The second most important is Harryfoot Mountain. If Infallible Blessed Land is destroyed and we don't refine enough success Dao marks, it will have a huge impact on our ability to repair fate. However, this is not irrevocable. Even if the Infallible Blessed Land is destroyed and we don't have enough success Dao marks, Fate Gu would still be alive. In the future, with new developments in refinement path, we might be able to find other ways to repair Fate Gu. After that is Emperor City. The Western Desert Immortals are moving with their forces aimed straight at Emperor City. But after our repeated strikes, their vigor has been lost. Emperor City itself is already heavily guarded and defended by human path methods left by Venerables. Even if it is destroyed and the elites are all dead, it is not very important. In 100 years, more elites will emerge. Finally, there is Hidden Dragon Cave. Although there are many Eastern Sea Rank 8 Gu Immortals, they are not looking to kill and only want to seek gains. The formation and Old Man Bei Feng alone won't be able to defend against them, but delaying them for a while is more than enough. During this period of time, we only needed to support them once to stabilize the situation over there. A Gu Immortal asked, "So, what is your decision?" Fairy Ziwei cast her gaze towards Calamity Luck Altar in the Qi Wall. "Let's take care of Longevity Heaven first. With Heavenly Court secure and Fate Gu safe, even if the situation outside is completely lost, we will always be in an impregnable position." After a pause, she continued, "In addition to that, it will also allow Senior Qin Song to preserve his health, preventing Fang Yuan and Qi Ancestor from suddenly making a move." Great! These are truly the words of a great strategist. I'm also feeling uneasy about trapping Calamity Luck Altar in our headquarters. After all, they are the descendants of Giant Sun, so they might unleash a surprising attack anytime. We will listen to you. After listening carefully, the Heavenly Court Gu Immortals all approved of this plan. As a result, the Immortals stopped attacking at a long range. They entered the Qi Wall and fought Longevity Heaven fiercely. The Qi Wall in Heavenly Court was left behind by Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable. After so many years, except for the 3 paths that were opened by the 3 Venerables, the rest of the Qi Wall was still strong and enduring. And even worse was that the Qi Wall still retained its autonomous abilities. Heavenly Court Gu Immortals were allowed to move freely in it, while Longevity Heaven's Gu Immortals were restricted by a strong force. There was a hemispherical battlefield in the Qi Wall. Heavenly Quartz Goo Immortals bombarded Calamity Luck Altar with a barrage of attacks with their backs against the wall. Once Calamity Luck Altar retaliates, these Goo Immortals would rapidly retreat, entering the Chi wall and using it to block Calamity Luck Altar's attack. Because of this, Heavenly Quartz Goo Immortals were able to attack with their full strength. Calamity Luck Altar's surface was filled with cracks. As in Rank 8 Immortal Goo House, Calamity Luck Altar itself was extremely sturdy, and it was created by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable himself, so it had a clear advantage in charging. It was simply unreasonable. But all along, it was always obstructed by a Goo Immortal. This person was Duke Long. His body was slowly growing minute by minute, his face was like iron, his body was robust, and the defense of violet gold dragon scales all over his body was extremely amazing. Transformation path killer moves were being unleashed as he desired. The moves were domineering and fierce, blocking Calamity Luck Altar firmly. Be they Calamity Luck Altar or killer moves of Heavenly Quartz Goo Immortals that he was in range of, he held firm, as if he was a pillar of heaven. All of the Rank 8 killer moves felt like just a light breeze. In the previous life, Duke Long and the Eastern Sea Goo Immortals fought for Dragon Palace, and although he succeeded, he was seriously injured. By the time the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention was held, Duke Long was still injured, so his performance in battle was not so shocking at the start. In this life, because Fang Yuan had obtained Dragon Palace in advance, Duke Long was in a fully intact state and could attack Calamity Luck Altar to the point where it could not inch forward. Duke Long is actually so strong. Bing Sichuan was livid. The accompanying Bull Demon, Flower Lady, and 5 Elements Grandmaster were all desperately trying their best to repair Calamity Luck Altar. This won't work. Without breaking through the barrier in front of us, we won't be able to get close to Heaven Overseeing Tower. In Calamity Luck Altar, Mao Li Chou lay down on the ground, yelling out in dissatisfaction. Bing Sichuan struggled for a while internally before he sighed, "There is no other way, activate the killer move Call of the Ancient." Calamity Luck Altar suddenly stood still and abruptly exploded with a round of golden light. The light was so dazzling that it caused Duke Long to squint his eyes. Swish swish swish. The sound of river waves surging through the battlefield resounded. The phantom image of a segment of the Grand River of Time appeared above Calamity Luck Altar. This is? Duke Long's heart was slightly shaken. Then, following the astonished eyes of the Heavenly Court Goo Immortals, Northern Plains Goo Immortals walked out of the phantom river of time one by one. "Come on, eat one of my explosive lightning bolts." The tall-bodied new heir Bao Xiong laughed wildly. "To think that I can use this move to come to the future and participate in a huge battle, I am truly fortunate." Hei Fan had a slight smile. "Wow. What a huge battle, oh heavens, I better hide somewhere." Lu 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 had a delicate white face, he had a crafty look as his body vanished on the spot. Chapter 1927, Asking Fang Yuan for Reinforcements. What happened? These are all historically famous experts from Northern Plains, they've actually been summoned here. The Heavenly Court Goo Immortals were all surprised. Duke Long said in a deep voice, "Attention everyone, this is Red Lotus Demon Venerable's Time Path Killer move, Call of the Ancient. It can summon closely related Goo Immortals from the upstream of the River of Time to the present to fight for the user." That's interesting. Flesh Whip Immortal licked her lips, her fighting spirit surging as she rushed up. "Let me do it." Zhang Fei Xiong transformed into a giant, together with Flesh Whip Immortal, they crashed into Calamity Luck Altar from the left and right. But at this time, Calamity Luck Altar was already guarded. New heir Bao Xiong roared wildly and used his immortal killer move, lightning balls flew everywhere, exploding fiercely. For a moment, Flesh Whip Immortal and Zhang Fei Xiong were both blocked by the lightning balls, their attacks were thwarted. Zhu Keier squealed and used her movement killer move, drawing a bright and stunning red trail of light through the air and circling behind Calamity Luck Altar. "Don't even think about it." A male immortal stepped out of the phantom river of time to block Zhu Kei'er. He had a handsome face like jade, graceful and dashing. His gaze carried a faint smile. It was Dong Fangyu. Boom boom boom. Zhu Kei'er and Dong Fangyu fought a fierce battle. Immortal killer move, sitting and eating the mountain empty. In the distance, Zhao Shanhe and Yu Zhuzi joined forces once again and successfully activated the killer move. The killer move worked on Calamity Luck Altar with very little effect. Calamity Luck Altar was worthy of being created by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Its defense against Food Path was quite strong. Yi Chaozi's killer moves followed one after another. Wooden stakes were created out of thin air, forming a circle to trap Calamity Luck Altar. Yi Chaozi grunted in a low tone again, and countless bright green vines grew from the wooden stakes, wrapping around Calamity Luck Altar and spreading upwards in an attempt to stain the Phantom River of Time. It's useless. This Phantom River of Time cannot be attacked. Only by defeating Calamity Luck Altar, which is sustaining it, can we put an end to this move. Duke Long was about to make a move. But another Heavenly Court Gu Immortal suddenly teleported towards the Phantom River of Time. This Gu Immortal resembled a child with black hair. He had a small cowlick on the top of his head. His face was round and cute. It was none other than Vortex Space Boy. His aura surged as a huge vortex appeared above it had. It had an immense suction force that destroyed anything that got drawn into it. But the Phantom River of Time remained unmoved, completely unaffected. Another newly appeared Northern Plains Gu Immortal had just walked out. He could not react in time before the vortex sucked him in. Ha ha ha, at least I had some gains. Vortex Space Boy laughed as he exerted even more force. Nian Air Tribe's expert was trapped inside, Nian Air Nong Fu. He looked like an old farmer. His pants were rolled up, his legs were covered in mud, his back was hunched, wrinkles covered his face. Trapped at this moment, he sighed, "Oh my, I'm going to die in battle as soon as I get out." Seriously? Of all the Northern Plains Gu Immortals, I'm the least proficient at fighting. The small face of Vortex Space Boy puffed up as he did his best to grind and crush Nian Air Nong Fu. Nian Air Nong Fu was guarded by a pale yellow halo of light. It was thin but very strong, firmly resisting the crazy force of the spinning vortex. Another Gu Immortal came out from the illusory river of time. Seeing that Nian Air Nong Fu was trapped, he was about to rescue him. However, Heavenly Court Gu Immortal Zhou Xiong Xian also arrived in time to stop the man. Yi Lui Ko also came out. His skin was dark and his eyes were like a falcon. Scanning the battlefield, he suddenly found the weakest Gu Immortal in Heavenly Court, Qin Song. Qin Song's weakened state was hard to conceal. Yi Lui Ko sneered and attacked Qin Song straight away. "Your opponent is me." A beautiful female immortal intercepted Yi Lui Ko while he was on his way. Yi Lui Ko gazed at the female immortal, feeling a certain threat to his life. "Who are you?" The female immortal smiled fawningly, but her words were murderous. "Your killer, Wan Zihong." As the two fought, golden light flashed and petals flew. Figures flew in the sky or fought on the ground. Intense explosions continued to resound, sparks were flying, bright lights were flashing. Northern Plains Gu Immortal experts fought against Heavenly Court's members. Rumble. Zhang Fei Xiong's flesh was torn by New Air Bao Xiong's explosions. Crack crack crack. Flesh Whip Immortal smacked Yuan Ben so hard that the white bone armor Yuan Ben was wearing got smashed to pieces. He was forced to retreat. Nian Air Nong Fu was still resisting, while Vortex Space Boy was gritting his teeth, refusing to give up. Surrounding the two who were deadlocked in battle, several Gu Immortals were also engaged in a fight. The Gu Immortals were all beginning to suffer injuries. The air was filled with the thick smell of blood. Even though I used the killer move, Call of the Ancient, I am actually being pressured. Bing Sichuan gritted his teeth, his heart growing heavier. The trump card he had pinned his hopes on did not turn the tables around, it only saved him from defeat and deadlocked the situation. In the previous life, Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals had awakened hastily from the Immortal Graveyard, and despite the emergency deployment of the Immortal Gu by Fairy Ziwei, their battle strength was still crippled. But this life was different. These Heavenly Court Gu Immortals had great battle strength and were in good condition. enough to fight with the strong northern planes and even suppress them. After all, there had been a lot of cooperation between the Heavenly Court Gu Immortals. While Northern Plains' historically powerful experts had just been summoned, they had heard of each other at most. In their own lives, how could they have worked together? This can't continue. The longer Call of the Ancient lasts, the more experts it will continue to summon into battle. Fairy Ziwei frowned, feeling both worried and glad. Thankfully, she had placed priority on dealing with Longevity Heaven. This killer move was really troublesome. If they had used Starcast earlier, the loss of Qin Song and the scattering of Heavenly Court's experts would likely allow Longevity Heaven to succeed and rush out of the Qi Wall. After all, there were few Gu Immortals left in Heavenly Court, and Yuan Qiongdu and the others had to preside over the Refinement Path Gu formation. The only main force that could block Calamity Luck Altar was Duke Long. Duke Long gazed at the phantom river of time for a while, before slowly withdrawing his gaze. He sighed in his heart. He could not unravel this killer move. It was like how he could not deal with the support of the future killer move that Red Lotus Demon Venerable used back then. If it can't be broken directly, then all we need to do is to demolish Calamity Luck Altar. Thinking of this, Duke Long slowly clenched his fists and stepped into the battlefield. Yi Chaozi suddenly coughed blood. The killer move backlash caused him to suffer heavy injuries. He had been cooperating with Duke Long to investigate and restrain Calamity Luck Altar. But how could the rank 8 Immortal Gu House be so easily restrained? Yi Chaozi had to retreat into the Qi Wall, while Calamity Luck Altar stirred, trying to break through the Qi Wall. Duke Long silently approached Calamity Luck Altar. Block him. Bing Sichuan ordered coldly. He was someone from Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's generation. While most of the experts of Northern Plains were descendants of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, so they naturally listened to him. New Air Bao Xiong was the first to strike. Hundreds of lightning balls smashed towards Duke Long. Boom boom boom. With a series of deafening explosions, smoke and dust rose. New Air Bao Xiong laughed wildly. Have you tasted my power yet? Ha ha ha, A figure gradually walked out of the smoke and dust. Duke Long's face was indifferent, his body as straight as a spear, his violet gold dragon scales still gleaming, leaving only a trace of ash at most. New Air Bao Xiong was furious. He stared with glaring eyes, his aura soaring wildly. Take this move from me again. He held his hands above his head and countless thunderbolts gathered into a huge deep blue lightning ball. The surface of the lightning ball was lingering with electricity, but inside it was dark and deep. New Air Bao Xiong threw it like a meteor shooting towards Duke Long. Duke Long was finally willing to avert his gaze, but only gave a glance at the lightning ball. He waved his hand. Rumble. The air currents soared, forming a big hand, and with a slap on the back of his hand, the lightning ball was sent flying far away with ease. New Air Bao Xiong's powerful killer move was thus dealt with by Duke Long. At the next moment, Yu Yangzi, Lu Hui, and Lu 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 attacked one after another, while Duke Long went straight to Calamity Luck Altar without looking at them. Only by destroying Calamity Luck Altar would Call of the Ancient be stopped. Boom! Calamity Luck Altar was punched by Duke Long and sunk into the ground. A fist crater appeared on the surface of the Immortal Gu House. A large number of Gu worms died in battle, even the Immortal Gu were damaged. The killer moves of the Northern Plains experts seemed like a downpour of rain, drowning Duke Long. But after the continuous bombardment, Duke Long was still standing, only a light layer of soot was added on his face. How is this possible? How can this person be so strong? He is Duke Long, the master of Red Lotus Demon Venerable. Someone identified Duke Long as the Gu Immortals of Northern Plains drew a sharp breath of cold air. He was an old monster. But at the next moment, the morale of the people of Northern Plains soared again. They had a brave nature. The stronger Duke Long was, the more excited they became. Kill! 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 Decapitate this old fellow! Protect Calamity Luck Altar and break out of the Qi Wall. The Northern Plains Gu Immortals roared wildly, fighting to break out and setting off a flurry of attacks. These Northern Plains lunatics! Humph, brutish cavemen. The Heavenly Court Gu Immortals had to retreat and back off for a while. Faced with the relentless spirit of Northern Plains Gu immortals to fight to the death, Duke Long could not continue to ignore it this time. He snorted lightly, annoying pests. As soon as his words fell, the aura around him changed. Chi currents rushed and spread everywhere, while Duke Long's body became firm like a mountain, his aura soared rapidly. The killer move was prepared as Duke Long waved his hand. Whoosh! Air was forcefully pushed aside, 5 grand chi waves flew forward overbearingly. Everywhere they went, the killer moves of Northern Plains experts broke apart like paper, they could not stop the chi waves. It was a mortal killer move, chi current scissors. Duke Long extended his hand to the sky and pointed. Immortal killer move, chi breath mountain. Rumble. A huge translucent mountain created from chi currents descended and pressed down immediately. The Northern Plains Gu immortals wanted to escape, but several of them could not dodge. They were pushed down by the chi breath mountain as it crashed towards Calamity Luck Altar, turning into meat paste on the spot. The entire mountain of chi currents pressed down on Calamity Luck Altar so hard that the ground was shaking violently. Calamity Luck Altar was originally ready to attack, but now, it was immobilized. Duke Long unleashed 2 moves in a row, the effect was immediate, he suppressed the entire battle. Bing Sichuan's expression was livid, his heart sank to rock bottom. He now realized that they could not break through the chi wall with their own strength alone. Ignoring the other Gu immortals, just Duke Long alone was a mountain they could not pass. It was not that Bing Sichuan had no other trump cards. In the previous life, he asked Limitless to turn around, restraining Duke Long for a long time, he was unable to move entirely. But in this life, Calamity Luck Altar was too far away from Imperfection Regret Pavilion, this method could not be used. In the previous life, Calamity Luck Altar reached Central Great Hall before asking for Limitless help. We can only ask Fang Yuan for help. Bing Sichuan had a thought in his mind. Chapter 1928, Fang Yuan takes action. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had once told Bing Sichuan, if the plan to attack Heavenly Court fails, and Longevity Heaven loses all hope of getting Fate Gu, they would need to ask the crucial person for reinforcement. Who is the crucial person? Back then, Bing Sichuan asked this question. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable then answered him, whoever destroys 88 True Yang Building is the crucial person. When the time comes, you will definitely know. Longevity Heaven's plan was to refine Destiny Gu, they needed to snatch Fate Gu first. But unlike the previous life, Bing Sichuan had suffered a serious setback this time. He had no choice but to ask for help from Fang Yuan. By the time he received the letter from Bing Sichuan, Fang Yuan was already in Central Continent, hiding inside a formation of the organization Defy. This large formation was set up by Shadow Sect and left for Defy to use as a base camp. However, after the Battle of Etion Mountain, Shadow Sect perished, Defy was uprooted by Fairy Z-Wei, resulting in this formation turning vacant. In the previous life, Fang Yuan used this formation to successfully kill Zhou Xiong Xian. In this life, the situation had changed and Fang Yuan retreated early, not tangling with Zhou Xiong Xian too much in order to guard against the killer move people's accusation. As a result, Zhou Xiong Xian survived and became a fierce member of the main force of Heavenly Court, while this formation in Defy was preserved. To think that Longevity Heaven would encounter such trouble. Fang Yuan's eyes flickered as he rapidly pondered. He had been unaware of the situation in Heavenly Court now. This letter containing Bing Sichuan's request for help described their precarious predicament in detail. Compared to the previous life, Fang Yuan soon found the key to Longevity Heaven's problem. They were relocated into the Qi Wall the moment they arrived. It should be because of Qin Ding Ling. With a luck path Gu immortal like her, Heavenly Court could find out Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's arrangement in advance. They even managed to use this to ambush Longevity Heaven instead. Fang Yuan understood. This is yet another change. There is also Call of the Ancient, So it turns out that once Calamity Luck Altar activates it, it can teleport immediately. In the previous life, Bing Sichuan used this against Duke Long. Before getting this information, Fang Yuan had been wondering about Heavenly Court's method to use star cast on a large scale, trying to find a way to break it. How greatly Fairy Ziwei valued it and did everything possible to preserve the method was how greatly Fang Yuan wanted to destroy it. By now, Fang Yuan had deduced that this formation was in Heavenly Court, with the core being star constellation chessboard and the countless stars scattered in the sky. The power of the formation was projected onto these stars, using them as the springboard to create a large-scale star cast effect. Fang Yuan did not deduce that Qin Song was the key figure. In his previous life, Qin Song made a very brief appearance and died after escorting the Heavenly Court Gu Immortals to Hidden Dragon Cave. Later, the Eastern Sea Gu Immortals did not inform Fang Yuan of this information. Lacking this crucial clue, Fang Yuan's deduction had hit an impasse. But now he had become somewhat aware of it. According to the information conveyed by Bing Sichuan, although Fairy Ziwei did not participate in the siege, she also appeared outside the Qi wall to observe the battle. That's a bit strange, this massive use of star cast should exert all her effort, yet she's still able to distract herself. Someone is helping her. Who is that? Is there another Wisdom Path Great Expert? Or did others cooperate to create a successful large-scale use of star cast? Fang Yuan quickly threw away this train of thought. Now was not the time to contemplate this question, he had to make a decision as soon as possible. As a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal, Fang Yuan was now like a chess player who was playing against Fairy Ziwei. Both sides had their own chess pieces. Fairy Ziwei was clearly a number of pieces ahead, not only in her own Wisdom Path attainment, but also Heavenly Court's unity, and in the current situation, she had a distinct advantage. Fang Yuan had a seemingly huge force at his disposal, but in reality, they were fighting on their own. He could only exert influence and push his agenda on the people of the four regions subtly. Although his subordinates were numerous and far surpassed the previous life, few were qualified to participate in a battle of such a level. Fang Yuan fully considered the entire central continent battlefield once again. In infallible blessed land, the southern border Gu Immortals entered the battlefield and fought, breaking formations one after another, but this was not a concern for the 99 consecutive unceasing formation, there were endless subformations. In the battlefield of Hidden Dragon Cave, the Eastern Sea Immortals were trapped in a large formation and were struggling to break it. However, it was clear that Old Man Beifeng could still hold on for a while longer. As for Emperor City's battlefield, the Western Desert Gu Immortals were still on their way, their morale was low too. In Heavenly Court's battlefield, Longevity Heaven was completely at a disadvantage, and since they were ambushed by Heavenly Court, they had completely lost the initiative. Of the four main battlefields, the most important is still Heavenly Court's battlefield. Fate Gu is in Heavenly Court. If we want to win this battle, we must destroy Fate Gu. Fang Yuan thought, just like Fairy Ziwei's analysis, both sides knew where the most important place was. That being the case, we cannot lose in Heavenly Court. Longevity Heaven's performance is so disappointing. I was hoping that they would cause problems for Heavenly Court and trigger Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's painting path methods first. Fang Yuan knew that he had to support Bing Sichuan even though he had deceived Fang Yuan for his own interests in the previous life, and also in this current life. For the sake of the entire situation, Fang Yuan had to provide support. Heavenly Court battlefield. Immortal Killer Move, Chaotic Dragon Fist. Steel Fist shook Calamity Luck Altar. The force of the punch caused tremors as countless goo worms perished instantly. Within Calamity Luck Altar, Mao Liqiao shouted, "Let me out. Let me hold him back." Bing Sichuan had a cold expression and shook his head. "No, you are no match for him. You'll be courting death if you go. You're not like the others, Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals will target you." Duke Long ignored Northern Plains' generations of experts, he let the other Heavenly Court members deal with them. Heavenly Court knew clearly that they could only stop Call of the Ancient by destroying Calamity Luck Altar. But once Mao Liqiao entered battle, it would be different. It was a fierce general of Longevity Heaven, it had great strength and killing Mao Li Chiu would greatly weaken longevity heaven, he would definitely take action. Immortal killer move, world-shaking dragon hammer. Duke Long shouted, he raised his fists above his head and smashed down like a giant hammer. The surface of Calamity Luck altar shattered, a huge amount of goo worms died, their carcasses flying everywhere. A large hole was smashed open on the surface of Calamity Luck altar, it was only the size of a finger but the inside could be seen. Duke Long roared, longevity heaven, only defeat awaits you. This outcome was already predetermined from the moment you tried to attack Heavenly Court. Heavenly Court's goo immortals cheered, their morale climbing to its peak. The might of Duke Long is overwhelming. Bing Sichuan sighed long and hard, feeling a sense of powerlessness. Why hasn't Fang Yuan come to support us? Five Elements Grandmaster called out, inevitably revealing a sense of trepidation. As far as I know, Fang Yuan is only rank 7, even if he repeatedly defeated Heavenly Court, he was only taking advantage of the River of Time. If he comes to support us, will he really be able to change the battle situation? Even if he brings out Myriad Year flying warship, the other side has Duke Long. Bull Demon spoke, expressing doubt. Indeed, as of now, it would be difficult to resist Duke Long with just 2 rank 8 immortal goo houses. Duke Long's battle strength was too astounding. What was even more unbelievable to them was that with every passing moment, Duke Long grew stronger endlessly. This was unreasonable. Mao Li Chiu snorted, that lad took reverse flow river in front of my very eyes, at least with that killer move alone, even if he's only rank 7, he can resist Duke Long and take the pressure off us. Fang Yuan will definitely support us. Bing Sichuan smiled, I don't know much about him, but I believe in Lord Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Just as this was said, the Heavenly Court goo immortals actually began to retreat. They had the chi wall to rely on, thus retreating quite smoothly. Soon, only Duke Long was left on the scene. In the meantime, Ziwei Ferry dispatched urgently, quick, we must send support quickly. The 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation in Infallible Blessed Land is about to collapse. Hidden Dragon Caves formation is also facing destruction. Zhou Xiong Xin and the others were shocked as someone asked, how could the situation change for the worse so quickly? Fairy Ziwei said, Fang Yuan is making a move. Oh? Even so, the unceasing formation won't collapse so swiftly. He showed up in person? Let's take him out. We will kill this source of chaos for the sake of the world. The Heavenly Court goo immortals were all excited. Previously, Fang Yuan had repeatedly defeated Heavenly Court, causing many of the goo immortals to become angry. After Fang Yuan relied on his knowledge to extend his advantage in the River of Time, Heavenly Court lost the lead and failed miserably during the Battle of the Stone Lotus Island, suffering huge losses. Now that the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention was held, Fang Yuan had to attack. The battlefield was placed in Central Continent. The goo immortals were eager to see how much territorial advantage Fang Yuan could exploit this time. But Fairy Ziwei shook her head slightly, Fang Yuan has not shown himself, I'm afraid the ones outside are only his subordinates. The Heavenly Court goo immortals were stunned. Mere subordinates could cause the 2 immortal formations to break apart? Fairy Ziwei explained, in Hidden Dragon Cave, Immortal Goo House Dragon Palace appeared, they used a large number of dream realms to erode the formation. The truth dawned on the immortals, they had an understanding of Fang Yuan's dream realm methods. They had already expected this, Dream Path was an era ahead, it was only natural that the formation would be broken. But we have Feng Jin Huang guarding the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation. Although she's only a rank 5 goo master, she can use the power of the immortal formation to unleash the Dream Path killer move Shatter Dream, and transform dream realms into pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. Zhou Xiong Xin expressed his confusion. Fairy Ziwei said in a complex tone, that's because he did not use Dream Path methods against the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation, but Rule Path instead. Rule Path? Heavenly Court's goo immortals gasped in amazement once again. Rule Path? Within the Infallible Blessed Land battlefield, the Southern Alliance immortals looked at the formation in front of them with great surprise. They had broken several formations in a row, But they had learned from Fang Yuan that this was the 99 consecutive unceasing formation. While they were feeling annoyed and troubled, this 99 consecutive unceasing formation broke apart on its own. When they exited the formation, the Southern Alliance Immortals saw a large formation suspended high in the sky, constantly emitting a 5-colored smoke miasma. The smoke miasma infiltrated the 99 consecutive unceasing formation, forcing Heavenly Quartz Gu Immortals to dismantle the subformations on their own. These are reinforcements of Fang Yuan. This formation was created by Southern Border Gu Immortal Tao Zhu. It is called the 5 Regional Limit Formation. It can emit a smoke miasma and create a formation similar to the environment of the 5 regions' regional walls. Wu Yong received a letter from Fang Yuan at this time and explained with a rather complicated expression. Chapter 1929, Evil Dragon Escapes. To think that there would be such an amazing formation that can counter the 99 consecutive unceasing formation. To think that our southern borders Gu Immortal, Tao Zhu, created it. It seems that we had greatly underestimated this person. Fang Yuan actually possesses this method. When did he get it? The southern border Gu Immortals conversed as they sighed in amazement. Fang Yuan had extorted and blackmailed them, but now it was Fang Yuan who had stepped in to support them, which made the southern border Gu Immortals all feel quite complicated. At this moment, the voice of Jean Boudou came from within the 5 regional limit formation. Southern border, please do not lower your guard yet. Heavenly Court will not sit around as they lose control of this battlefield. They will surely send reinforcements. In that case, please also open the Immortal formation and let us defend within it. A southern border Gu Immortal replied. Jean Boudou smiled lightly, not hiding his contempt in the slightest. There is no need to say such naive words. Whether you all fight or retreat, it depends on your willingness. If you don't want to fight, just scram. You. The southern border Gu Immortal who answered had a change of expression from anger. At this moment, more than 10 giant pillars of starlight shone down. The main force of the Heavenly Court really did come to help out. This is the formation. Tear it down. Zhang Feixiong took the lead. Jean Boudou was silent and began to activate the formation with his concentration. The 5-colored smoke miasma not only defended itself but also spread incessantly to the 99 consecutive unceasing formation. Even though the latter formation was created by star constellation Immortal Venerable, it had to dismantle the subformations at the moment. It was stalling for as much time as possible. Let's take action and do our best to protect the 5 regional limit formation. Wu Yong did not hesitate and immediately ordered. Lord, but this is Fang Yuan. Haven't you been opposing? Someone was unwilling. Wu Yong gave this person a fierce stare and spoke in a stern tone. Everything is for the big picture. His prestige was high. Wu Clan was also the #1 force in southern borders Gu Immortal world. Their leadership had become a tradition. The Southern Alliance Gu Immortals immediately engaged in a fierce battle with the Heavenly Court Gu Immortals. With their help, Jean Boudou was relieved internally, the pressure on his shoulders dissipated mostly, and the 5-colored smoke miasma spread even more menacingly. With the cry of a phoenix, flames dazzled and the figure of Prince Feng Xian appeared. He had sharp eyes and a golden cloak on his back. He opened his mouth to breathe out a monstrous flame. The flames burned in the 5-colored smoke miasma, sweeping towards the immortals of southern border. A rank 8 Gu immortal of southern border, Yihao Fang, immediately transformed into a sea beast and rode the water waves to stop the flames from spreading. Jun Shengguan transformed into a white light, moving through the battlefield, avoiding the 4 rank 8s of southern border and attacking the remaining rank 7 Gu immortals. Moving along with him were Zhou Xiong Xian, Zhu Keier and others. Unfixed Matter, Flying Sand Pavilion, and Bay Pavilion were all taken out as southern borders rank 7 Gu immortals quickly entered them. Ah! A scream was heard as Vortex Space Boy carried the head of a southern border Gu immortal in his hand. Taking advantage of this moment, the rest of the southern border rank 7 immortals entered the immortal Gu houses. You guys are moving too slowly. Vortex Space Boy looked at Zhou Xiong Xian and the others as he chuckled. Where are you going? Wu Yong snorted coldly and chased after him. Vortex Space Boy retaliated with an immortal killer move, obviously prepared in advance. Wu Yong raised his hand similarly, setting off a roaring tornado of wind blades. The two killer moves collided with a loud bang, air currents surged, the five-colored smoke miasma rumbled like a dragon. Vortex Space Boy and Wu Yong grunted at the same time and their faces turned pale. Immortal killer move, sitting and eating the mountain empty. Taking advantage of this time, Zhao Shan he teamed up with Yu Zhuzi once again to display this powerful killer move. Even if you have immortal goo houses, so what? Yu Zhuzi snorted coldly. All the immortals in the southern border immortal goo houses were hit by this move and their faces changed color. Their goo worms and immortal essence were all rapidly depleting out of thin air. Wu Yong's pupils shrunk, he advanced instead of retreating. Defend me. Ba De and Chi Chuyu immediately moved to his side. The immortal goo houses stayed at the periphery. Stop him. Heavenly Quartz goo immortals were all experienced in battle. Wu Yong immediately drew all their firepower as he looked like he was about to launch a powerful killer move. Chi Chuyu and Ba De struggled to resist them but soon lost the ability to continue holding them off. One of them was a formation path goo immortal while the other had just advanced to rank 8. How could they be a match for the Heavenly Court goo immortals? In terms of strength alone, Heavenly Court was clearly superior to the immortals of Southern Border. Fortunately, Southern Border had immortal goo houses as well as the five-colored smoke miasma created by Jean Boudou. They were huge obstacles for both sides to fight with their full strength. The difference in strength between the two sides was somehow balanced. However, even though the Heavenly Court goo immortals knew well that the stronger the attacks they used in this miasma, the deeper the backlash they would suffer, they were still brave enough to fight to the death, having a relentless stance as they approached the 5 regional limit formation without any fear of their lives. After some time, the Southern Border Immortals battle formation started to show signs of crumbling. Wan Zihong suddenly gave a delicate cry as flower petals flew, attacking the Southern Border Immortal goo houses in front of her and forcing them to move aside, forcefully creating a path to move on. Zhang Fei Xiong followed, transforming into a bareheaded giant and slamming into the 5 regional limit formation. Boom! There was a loud bang and the formation trembled viciously. Massive amounts of goo worms perished, even Jean Boudou suffered backlash, spitting out a large mouthful of blood. Ah, that hurts. The formation spirit was in the main formation, it held miserably as its body suddenly became much more illusory, no longer as solid as before. The Heavenly Court goo immortals were no better. They also suffered enormous backlash, but one by one, they gritted their teeth and tried their best to destroy the 5 regional limit formation. Oh no, the Southern Alliance won't be able to defend against such a fierce attack from Heavenly Court. Jean Boudou secretly gritted his teeth. The main power of the 5 regional limit formation lay in the 5-colored smoke miasma. Although its defense was also strong, it would never last long under the fierce attack of these goo immortals. But even if that's the case, I'll fight to the death and try to stall for as long as possible. Jean Boudou was already prepared to die. Everything was for the big picture, even if it meant sacrificing this clone, he would have no regret. Sacrifices should be made when necessary, clones were also merely chess pieces. It was just easier to fully utilize them. Even if the 5 regional limit formation was broken and destroyed, it was still valuable. On one hand, it temporarily maintained the Heavenly Court battlefield and protected Longevity Heaven's members. On the other hand, it gave a crucial amount of time for the battlefield in Hidden Dragon Cave. Hidden Dragon Cave. A large amount of dream realms were eroding the battlefield. Old Man Bei Feng was livid but unable to do anything about it. Call for help, grandfather. Feng Chanzi shouted in a hurry, his face was pale and covered in cold sweat. Old Man Bei Feng did not speak. He had already requested for support, but Heavenly Court's reinforcements were delayed. That did not make sense. After all, Heavenly Court had a way to use a large-scale star cast method. It would only take an instant for support to come over. If they did not appear at this time, they must have been held back by something. A bad feeling filled Old Man Bei Feng's heart. Roar! Already sensing the weakening of its bindings, the suppressed Sheng within the formation was also struggling at this time, adding on to the burden of the formation. Immortal Killer Move, Mountain Suppression. Immortal Killer Move, Broken Mirror Shard Light. Qing Yuan and San Qi Yuan were the first to break through the restraints, and because of their efforts, the power of the formation was greatly weakened once again. The other Gu Immortals were able to successfully break through one after another. The 8 Immortals converged, and although they were still inside the formation, they had noticed the change. How could there be so many dream realms? Zhang Yin pretended not to know and looked surprised. Perhaps Fang Yuan is helping us. Shen Songxing deliberately said. He had actually gotten a message from Fang Yuan. Who else can control the dream realms besides him? Why is Fang Yuan here? Hua Kaiyun frowned. As the saying goes, great people see eye to eye. He may also try to target Sheng. Qing Yuan guessed as he healed his wounds. Then let Fang Yuan go release Sheng. Should we withdraw now? Hua Kaiyun hesitated. Right at this moment, there was a loud rumble as an immortal Gu house broke the formation, charging towards the formation core. This immortal Gu house was a majestic palace, emitting an orange-golden glow. It was overbearingly magnificent, and the surface of the palace was filled with dragon-shaped carvings. Hua Kaiyun, Qing Yuan and the others were stunned. Although they were seeing it for the first time, they all guessed the name of this immortal Gu house at the same time, Dragon Palace. There was a loud rumble as Dragon Palace crashed through the core area. Old man Bei Feng held and fell to the ground. He suffered a strong backlash. He was currently in a terrible state, having less than 10% of his battle strength left. Immortal Killer Move, Dreamy Light Smoke. Dreamy Light Smoke, with a gentle movement, moved old man Bei Feng into the palace and sealed him with ease. Feng Chanzi, who was beside old man Bei Feng, also got swept into the smoke. Seeing a rank 8 Gu Immortal being suppressed so easily, the Eastern Sea rank 8 Gu Immortals could not help but show changes of expressions. Only half of them were genuine, while the other half were disguising their emotions as they knew about the truth. Wu Shui controlled Dragon Palace, and after capturing old man Bei Feng, he plunged down into the depths of the earth trench, ignoring the 8 Eastern Sea Immortals. Qing Yuan and the others looked very pale, realizing that they were being used as cannon fodder and bait by Fang Yuan. A moment later, they heard another deafening dragon roar. The earth shook as heaven and earth changed color. A huge evil dragon slowly rose up. The Eastern Sea Gu Immortals panicked and retreated, looking up. The evil dragon Sheng was so huge that it was like a mountain range, flying high in the sky, enveloping heaven and earth. It could shroud the brilliance of the sun and moon. Thankfully, Sheng did not find trouble with the Eastern Sea Gu Immortals and flew directly to the west. Central Continent is in for a world of trouble, haha. Strange, where did Dragon Palace go? What? You want to fight against Fang Yuan? Let's leave now. You all saw the move that Dragon Palace just used to capture old man Bei Feng, right? It's a dream path killer move. The Eastern Sea Immortals stopped their conversation. They did not dare to stay longer. Fang Yuan's demonic might had shocked rank 8s, after all, Heavenly Court had been defeated by Fang Yuan several times. Now that he used the methods of Dragon Palace, he shocked these unsuspecting Gu Immortals even more. Sheng has been released. It will definitely create chaos in Central Continent, creating a good opportunity for us. No, don't forget how the Heavenly Court Gu Immortals appeared before the war started. I don't want a dozen or so Heavenly Court rank 8s suddenly appearing around me when I'm on the move. The Eastern Sea Gu Immortals were also communicating while flying away. They frowned when this was brought up. They had originally planned to release Sheng to deplete Central Continent's foundation and attract firepower to facilitate their actions. But Heavenly Court possessed the method to use a large-scale star cast, nullifying the effectiveness of this plan. Chapter 1930, Chi Ci Lang. To continue with their previous plan, Eastern Sea's Immortals would have to first unravel Heavenly Quartz method, otherwise, it would be too dangerous. Shen looked at the sky, thinking of the information that Fang Yuan gave him. He spoke, "It is not impossible to unravel Heavenly Quartz method." Heavenly Court purposely arranged a large number of stars in White Heaven and used them to relocate Gu Immortals to anywhere in Central Continent. The other Gu Immortals' eyes brightened at the news. Then we should destroy these stars. But if we attack White Heaven, wouldn't we be provoking Heavenly Court? What if the main force of Heavenly Court besieges us again? Some Gu Immortals were hesitant. Granny Rong spoke slowly and logically, there is indeed such a risk. Zhang Yin sneered, what are you afraid of? If you can't beat them, can't you escape? Just pay some attention to prevent Heavenly Court from making use of a battlefield killer move. If we engage in a hit-and-run situation, can Heavenly Court waste their time chasing us? Haha, Zhang Yin's words are reasonable. Yang Zihe's eyebrows raised, he caressed his palm and smiled. Currently, the situation in Central Continent is chaotic with battles everywhere. Sheng has even been released. We have already provoked Heavenly Court at this point, what is there to hesitate? Miao acted like he was contemplating. It seems that Heavenly Court cannot cope with so many battlefields at the moment. If not, why wouldn't they come over to fight us? Why would they let us free Sheng? Song Chi Yuan nodded, Heavenly Court is already overwhelmed. It seems that the southern border Gu Immortals have found the location of infallible blessed land and are storming the battlefield, attacking Heavenly Court's formation. The western desert Immortals are heading to Emperor City. The northern plains Gu Immortals are still nowhere to be seen, but these barbarians are bound to join in the chaotic battle. And with Sheng rampaging as well. In my opinion, I'm afraid Heavenly Court won't be able to care about us yet. With that, the Eastern Sea 8 Immortals reached a unified opinion once again and acted in unison, heading for White Heaven. They were still unaware that Longevity Heaven had already engaged with Heavenly Court in a huge battle. In their case, Emperor City did not have anything valuable to loot. Infallible Blessed Land was attractive, but Southern Border and Heavenly Court were already fighting there, it was better to avoid it. Heavenly Court. Fairy Ziwei stayed in Central Great Hall to oversee the situation. All sorts of new information reached her continuously. Eastern Sea's Gu Immortals entered White Heaven. Their motive was very clear, they wanted to destroy the stars that Heavenly Court had arranged. But it was not a problem. When they set up the stars as an arrangement, Heavenly Court made considerations. Fairy Ziwei decided to ignore them. These stars were placed in a scattered manner, they were far from each other. If Eastern Sea's Gu Immortals wanted to destroy them, they would need to spend a lot of time. In other words, Heavenly Court was using these star immortal materials to stall 8 rank 8 Gu Immortals. This was extremely worth it. Fairy Ziwei was happy to see them take action. After all, with Qin Song's condition, they could only use a large-scale star cast method 4 more times. Before Eastern Sea's Gu Immortals destroy all the stars, these 4 uses would likely be expended. What worried Fairy Ziwei was Sheng. In truth, Sheng escaping was not too worrying to Fairy Ziwei. But the problem was, after escaping, Sheng acted very strangely. It did not create chaos and destruction wantonly, it flew away calmly and was not in a maniacal state. This was different from historical records. Was it subdued by Dragon Palace? Fairy Ziwei could not help but think of this. It was easy to deduce it. Firstly, Heavenly Court had records that Dragon Palace was an enslavement path immortal Gu house, everyone knew that. Secondly, Fang Yuan sent Dragon Palace to attack Hidden Dragon Cave, he must have had some intention. Dragon Palace displayed powerful dream path methods, with its battle strength, Fang Yuan would not use it in a non-crucial battlefield. If Fang Yuan's previous idea was to use Dragon Palace to subdue Sheng, then him dispatching his subordinates to set up a large formation to restrain the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation and attract the main force of our Heavenly Court to attack furiously is just bait. At the same time, the attack of the 8 Eastern Sea Immortals is also a smokescreen that he threw. Fairy Ziwei's eyes flickered with cold light. Fang Yuan was actually able to influence the 8 immortals of Eastern Sea? How did he do it? Among the 8 immortals of Eastern Sea, it seems there are members of Fang Yuan's group, or those who secretly work with him. I'm afraid that there are quite a few of these members, there are at least 2 of them. Fairy Ziwei speculated, but what if Fang Yuan coincidentally happened to be there? The 8 immortals of Eastern Sea unexpectedly had the same goal as him, allowing him to benefit by chance. This is also quite possible. After all, Fang Yuan has Giant Sun's true inheritance, his luck has constantly been good. Qing Dingling is on our side, but she is still healing. Altering Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's arrangement had a much larger price than we expected. Even if he was an opponent, Fairy Ziwei could not help but admire Fang Yuan. She also had to admit, Fang Yuan had done a beautiful job in the Hidden Dragon Cave battlefield. The bad feeling in her heart was still deepening. Fairy Ziwei's attention was mostly focusing on Di Zongxing. Most likely, it is being controlled by Fang Yuan. Then where exactly is it going to reinforce the enemy? Emperor City is the nearest battlefield. The elite Gu masters have just arrived. They have yet to officially begin the final round of the Refinement Path Convention. Destroying Emperor City will greatly delay the restoration of Fate Gu. It is also likely to go to the Hairy Foot Mountain battlefield. Wiping out the main force of Heavenly Court at once is also Fang Yuan's style. Even if the main force of Heavenly Court is teleported back by me, he will still find a way to destroy infallible Blessed Land. Once he destroys the Blessed Land, then at least this time, our restoration of Fate Gu will have to be suspended. Of course, Heavenly Court's battlefield is also a possibility. Since Longevity Heaven can come in unannounced, it is also possible that Fang Yuan can come. After all, he has obtained Red Lotus Demon Venerable's true inheritance, so he might have access to such a backdoor secretly. For the first time since the start of the war, Fairy Ziwei felt passive. If the large-scale star cast method could teleport Duke Long as well, it would be great. However, unfortunately, Duke Long's might became an obstacle to the teleportation. To make a comparison, the Heavenly Court rank 8s were like a dozen rabbits, while Duke Long was a full-grown elephant. The difference between the two was considerably big. The star cast method could not move Duke Long. Immortal Killer Move, Decomposition. Northern Plains Gu Immortal Yu Yangzi used his signature method. This killer move was largely the reason why he was famous in history. Decomposition hit Duke Long directly. His body paused for a moment. As he looked at Yu Yangzi, he had a plain expression. Oh, that's decomposition. You are Yu Yangzi? When Duke Long said that, he was hundreds of steps away from Yu Yangzi. After he said that, purple gold dragon-shaped chi flickered as he was teleported right in front of Yu Yangzi. At this moment, Yu Yangzi's pupils shrank to pin size as his heart pounded wildly with alarms and warnings. He tried to retreat, but it was clearly just an extravagant hope. His neck was steadily choked by a large hand. It was Duke Long's hand, covered in purple gold dragon scales, with fingers as sharp as blades. Yu Yangzi had already activated his defensive killer move, but the killer move's light was like glass. It shattered under the force of the monstrous dragon claws. Before dying, Yu Yangzi roared and self-detonated. An intense explosion resounded. The terrifying shockwave spread out intensely, shaking all the surroundings. The smoke and dust dissipated. The figure of Duke Long remained standing like a pillar of heaven. Immortals of Northern Plains, what else do you have other than a lack of fear for death? Duke Long's tone was plain, but it spread throughout the battlefield. The Northern Plains immortals gnashed their teeth, but could not refute it. Although the main force of Heavenly Court had all withdrawn with only Duke Long left, even with only Duke Long alone, Calamity Luck Altar still could not make an inch of progress. They could only rely on Call of the Ancient to constantly summon powerful experts of Northern Plains in history to maintain the battle situation. And this? Suddenly, Lulu's figure appeared behind Duke Long's back. Duke Long's body shook. The gray light dagger in Lulu's hand was thrust into his back. Even the purple gold dragon scales could not block this method. This was Lulu's signature killer move, Despicable Penetrating Blade. In the previous life, Lulu had killed many members of Heavenly Court with this move, and even severely injured Fairy Ziwei. At that time, if not for Wu Shuang blocking most of the power, Fairy Ziwei would have died tragically in his hands. Good. Seeing this scene, the Northern Plains Immortals were suddenly energized. Since the start of the war, no matter how furiously the Northern Plains Immortals attacked, this was the first time that Duke Long was wounded like this. However, Lulu's face changed abruptly, he could not hide his shock. Although his killer move dagger had pierced into Duke Long's body, it was like the blade got stuck in a block of iron, unable to move a single inch. A human path killer move? Not bad, it fits your temperament. Duke Long slowly turned around and stretched out his hand, steadily grasping Lulu's head. At this moment, Lulu suddenly realized, Duke Long purposely got hit by my move, he used his body as bait to trap me. It was not that he did not want to escape, but he could not. Like the dagger in his hand, he could not move. Slap. With a cracking sound, Lulu's skull was like a watermelon easily crushed by Duke Long, his headless corpse immediately fell down, the grey dagger in his hand dissipated instantly. Who else? Duke Long raised his arms and shouted, his body was like iron, having grown to twice the size of a normal man, his long purple hair dancing wildly in a monstrous wave of sounds. The Northern Plains Immortals responded to him with countless killer moves. Rumble. There were dazzling light shadows, countless killer moves were stacked on top of each other. Duke Long rushed out brutally, displaying world-shaking dragon hammer and ruthlessly slamming into Calamity Luck Altar. With a loud bang, Calamity Luck Altar flew back dozens of steps, creating a long trench on the ground. The front that was hit by Duke Long was completely caved in, forming a shockingly deep pit. There is no time to repair damage of such a level. Bing Sichuan thudded, his heart sinking violently. Bull Demon, Flower Lady, and 5 Elements Grandmaster were trying to repair Calamity Luck Altar, they froze at this moment. If Calamity Luck Altar broke, Longevity Heaven's members would immediately lose this battle, they would die without a proper burial. But at the moment when Duke Long was about to attack again, a black light flew out from the River of Time. The black light followed the hole in the front of Calamity Luck Altar and shot into its interior, transforming into a young and handsome-looking Gu Immortal with curly black hair hanging down his waist. With a wave of his palm, the young Gu Immortal's dark light surged, quickly repairing the damage of Calamity Luck Altar and saving Longevity Heaven from the brink of defeat. Bing Sichuan's body shook intensely, 7th Prince. Duke Long snorted coldly, so it's Giant Sun's child. The young-looking Gu Immortal was the 7th child of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, he was known as 7th Prince, he nodded, Duke Long, with me, Chi Ci Lang, here, it will be much harder for you to destroy Calamity Luck Altar now. Chapter 1931, Shang's Solution. This is Central Continent's Emperor City? Yi Fan followed the main group as they walked into Emperor City, he looked around and assessed the place. He was a southern border Gu master, but he had heard of Emperor City's famous name long ago. This was the largest mortal city in Central Continent, or rather, the entire 5 regions world. Here, rank 3 Gu masters were very commonly seen, but in southern border, rank 3 Gu masters were normally authoritative elders in their clans. This was the first time Yi Fan visited Emperor City. Emperor City lived up to its name, it was well guarded and had a grand structure. Yi Fan was not disappointed. However, compared to an immortal Gu house, Emperor City is far inferior. Thinking of this, Yi Fan looked at the sky. In the sky, there were several immortal Gu houses floating silently. There was a pavilion, exquisite and small, there were countless bird cages hanging on it, birds chirped continuously. This was Heavenly Lotus Sect's Canary Pavilion. There was a garden that was exquisitely built, it was grand with white jade tiles and oozing with cold air, there were faint dragon roars heard occasionally, this was Ancient Soul Sect's Immortal Gu House, Frost Dragon Manor. There was also a 7-story tower, curtains were fluttering in the building, it was Wind Cloud Manor's rank 7 Immortal Gu House, Wind Sweeping Building. There was also Combat Immortal Sex Edge Link Camp, which had grand flags fluttering with the wind. Other than those, Illusion Garden, Yuan Palace, and Sun and Moon Temple were there. Yi Fan's master was Lu Weiying. He learned a lot of information regarding Gu Immortals from him. He could discern most of the famous immortal Gu houses. These immortal Gu houses were not as large as Emperor City, but they were much more dazzling. They were the center of attention that all of the city people were talking about. At this time, a youngster beside him sighed. It seems that the rumors are correct. The world is going to change, immortals are going to battle. A chaotic great era is coming, the difference between mortal and immortal will shrink. This is our plan too, isn't that right, Brother Yi? Yi Fan looked at the youngster as he nodded. You are correct, Brother Hong. Similar to the previous life, Yi Fan and Hong Yi met in the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention and became sworn brothers after they interacted. Hong Yi smiled. This Refinement Path Convention is unprecedented. Let those Gu Immortals fight in the sky. It is not something we can interfere in. Haha, that makes sense. Let us have a true competition this time. Yi Fan patted Hong Yi's shoulders. The two brothers were filled with fighting spirit. Hong Yi said, I have a feeling that the eventual winner of this Refinement Path Convention will be one of us. Shen Shang's ears twitched. He heard the entire conversation between Hong Yi and Yi Fan without missing a word. These two were mortals, but Shen Shang kept a trace of his concentration on them at all times. In the future 5 regions chaotic war, these two youngsters likely have an opportunity to become immortal. Shen Shang was a human path quasi-supreme. He had a strong premonition when it came to humans. Over at Heavenly Court, People's United Hearts and other human path killer moves were all used already. Unfettered Scholar and Jing Qing had been expelled. But Shen Shang still managed to disguise himself and enter the final competition ground. He was not suspected at all. He was after all a rank 8 Gu Immortal and also a human path quasi-supreme grandmaster. Shen Shang observed his surroundings. He became gradually excited. My estimations earlier were not wrong. This Emperor City is one of the main human veins of Central Continent. Mountains had mountain veins, the earth had earth veins, and humans had human veins. Emperor City was created by primordial origin Immortal Venerable. After so many years of relocation and movement, it still remained as the largest gathering spot of humans. It stayed on the trail of Central Continent's human vein all along. This place produces human talents. It is because of Central Continent's main human vein. Heavenly Court's generations of immortal venerables have left their human path methods here. I can vaguely sense their existence. Fang Yuan used his rebirth as the reason to urge Shen Shang to take action and try to unravel the various venerable human path methods. This was a challenging mission. It spurred on Shen Shang's morale and ambition. Fang Yuan and the rest could not sense any of the traces of these human path killer moves. But for Shen Shang, he could trace and locate them. Thus, he disguised himself and entered Emperor City. He finally found a chance to destroy the venerable killer moves. Heavenly Court is collecting human will and storing it inside Heavenly Court for use. That place is too tightly defended. If we cannot enter Heavenly Court, we will not be able to destroy the human will. If we cannot destroy the human will, we cannot drain them of this resource. However, taking action here will also have superb effects. Heavenly Court is collecting human will. Emperor City plays a crucial role in this process. It is the largest shipment area they have to transport the human will. If I destroy this place, Heavenly Court's efficiency in gathering human will would fall greatly. But Shen Shang did not plan to cause destruction. He had a greater objective. He wanted to follow the traces with Emperor City as the anchor to find the venerable human path killer moves and reverse deduce the profundities of their human path methods, to try to steal their knowledge. Shen Shang was confident and daring. He was not satisfied with just the reputation of unraveling a venerable killer move. He wanted to master the venerable human path methods and gain much more strength in the process. If my human path methods improve, it might be possible to get rid of the problem of the black fire. I will not go berserk anymore. Harryfoot Mountain Battlefield. 5-colored smoke miasma rumbled. Southern Borders Gu Immortals and Heavenly Court's main forces had already fought for a long time. Bay Pavilion, Flying Sand Pavilion, and unfixed matter were heavily damaged, they went to the second defensive line to get repaired. At the front lines, there were 4 rank 8s from southern border, as well as 2 rank 8 immortal goo houses, clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building and great space temple. Heavenly Court's main forces had no deaths, their morale was high. Zhao Shan he prepared his killer move again, his aura was surging. Jean Boudou quickly shouted, "Stop him! He is going to use that move again." Wu Yong and Yi Haofeng gritted their teeth, they wanted to charge in but Yi Chaozi and Vortex Space Boy stopped them. Zhou Xiong Xian and Flesh Whip Immortal joined hands to obstruct clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building. Meanwhile, Zhu Keier and Wan Zihong went from the right and left, bypassing the battlefield to attack the 5 regional limit formation directly. Wu Yong and the rest were left with no choice, they had to return to being defensive. They had too few people, it was hard enough to defend, they were not as agile and flexible as Heavenly Court's group. Zhao Shan he successfully used his killer move, he opened his mouth, he sucked in all of the surrounding 5-colored smoke. A large amount of smoke was sucked into his stomach, which expanded at an observable rate. At the same time, his face and muscles turned multicolored. Zhao Shan he actually swallowed the 5-colored smoke, creating a temporary cleared-out area. Without the restraints of the 5-colored smoke, Heavenly Court's Goo Immortals were able to use their full power, they unleashed all sorts of killer moves with terrifying power. Wu Yong and the rest resisted, but their defensive line was not tight, killer moves were directed to get through the cracks, after a rough filter by their defenses, the rest landed on the 5 regional limit formation. The 5 regional limit formation shook intensely, a large number of goo worms died, a weakened formation spirit quickly tried to repair it. Jean Boudou's expression was ugly. Relying on Zhao Shan he's food path method, Heavenly Court managed to make a breakthrough. Each time they used this method, the 5 regional limit formation suffered immense damage. Even though they were repairing it at full speed, it could not keep up with the waves of attacks that kept on coming. As damage accumulated, the 5 regional limit formation started to get into a dangerous spot. What to do? Emperor City. The final round of the competition was racing against the clock to start. Shang was secretly happy. He started to refine goo, using this as a cover, he secretly prepared his killer move. We finally arrived. Fang Dichang drove Divine Beam Palace as he charged at the front. Behind him was Western Desert's main troops. To battle. Force them back. Defend Emperor City to the death. Central Continent's troops cheered and shouted, they faced off against Western Desert's immortal goo houses as battle erupted. Wonderful. Sheng, who was paying attention to the outside world, cheered, with Central Continent's forces being restrained, he had no worries left. Right at this moment. Bam. He erupted with a strong goo immortal aura, he shouted as profound white light pierced through the hall, radiating in the entire Emperor City. The venerables have passed away, all of your human path methods should go as well. Shang's eyes shined with piercing and blinding light. Puff. At the next moment, he spat out a mouthful of blood, his body cracked as his lungs burst, his intestines blew into tiny pieces that shot out of the wounds all over his body. Failure. How can this be? Shang could not believe this, he stared with wide eyes, I had already. Not only did he fail to resolve the venerable methods, he even triggered them in advance. This was human path killer move, hope of the people. White light flew around in the sky like a snowstorm, it gathered on the bodies of the Central Continent Goo Immortals, creating a pure white halo. Human path killer move, heroes among people. The white lights surrounding the Central Continent Goo Immortals started to shrink, while the Goo Immortals' auras started to grow. Hell! Central Continent's army roared, their morale soared as they charged towards Western Desert's troops. Oh no! Fang Dichang's expression changed. Chapter 1932, Heavenly Court's Grand Might. The white light that spread across the sky was like drifting snow, filling the heaven and earth of Central Continent. The first to benefit was Emperor City's battlefield. So strong, such strong power. Central Continent's Gu Immortals had an incredible feeling, their bodies were surging with new strength. This strength was so grand and vast, it felt like an endless tide, sweeping through their bodies and minds constantly. All their fatigue was gone. Their minds were clear, their fighting spirit also rose sharply. Be it rank 6, 7, or even rank 8, they felt the same. This is the foundation of my Central Continent's heavenly court. My strength has at least doubled, and with such an increase, what enemies will I be afraid of? Charge, kill them, we will defeat all the invaders. Let them know the might of heavenly court, the might of Central Continent. The morale on Central Continent's side soared like a rainbow, setting off a ferocious frenzy of attacks. Western Desert's side was retreating steadily. Retreat. Quickly retreat. Such an amplification is truly terrifying. What kind of killer move is this? Let's avoid battle for now, such a powerful killer move cannot last long. The Gu Immortals on Western Desert's side communicated in panic. It's useless. This is the method of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. The two human path killer moves are heroes among people and hope of the people respectively, they have no problem sustaining it throughout the entire battle. Fang Dichang said. The Western Desert side kept retreating, but Divine Beam Palace under Fang Dichang's control always remained in place, as if it was their support pillar, with no intention of retreating. Fang Dichang had a cold look on his face. He did not expect that Shen Shang's unraveling would actually cause the killer moves to activate in advance. In the previous life, these two human path methods were a rather important trump card that changed the battle situation. In this life, Fang Yuan had painstakingly plotted to ally with Shen Shang in order to resolve these two methods. But despite all of his efforts, the results were still unsatisfactory. As far as the current results were concerned, Shen Shang not only failed to restrain and get rid of the two killer moves, he even made the situation more troublesome. Heroes among people targeted Gu Immortals themselves, causing their comprehensive battle strength to be amplified to at least double of the original. The killer move had terrifying might. After gaining the amplification, the Gu Immortals' killer moves, including Immortal Gu Houses and Immortal Formations, would be powered up as well. In a certain aspect, it was even more useful than Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's perfect pair killer move. The waves of attacks were like stormy waves, bombarding Divine Beam Palace incessantly. Divine Beam Palace was created by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, but it could not resist such impacts. The surface was cracked and damaged, a large number of Gu worms died quickly and miserably, facing destruction. But the power of Divine Beam Palace was in recovery. It followed the cultivation style of Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. Although a lot of the Gu worms perished, they would be replenished quickly. Injured Gu worms that did not die would even recover quickly. Divine Beam Palace was like a golden reef, steadily supporting itself on the front lines, silently enduring the endless bombardment of Central Continent's forces. As expected of Divine Beam Palace, Fang Clan's Fang Dichang is really a worthy leader. Let's fight. Since we've come this far, are we going to constantly run away? The morale of the Western Desert Army was finally stabilized, their Gu Immortals no longer retreated and faced the Immortal Gu Houses of Central Continent. At once, battle started between Immortal Gu Houses. Canary Pavilion opened several bird cages, groups of birds flew freely. When they flew out of the bird cages, they swiftly grew and formed a flock of birds, like an overwhelming patch of moving dark clouds. Western Desert's chicken dog coop was not falling behind, releasing a flock of desolate beast chickens and dogs to fight against it. After a few moments of contact between the two sides, it became clear that the chicken and dog desolate beasts could not resist, many were killed. I'll help you. Dong Clan's Gu Immortals steered Red River Wheel to go and support them. Red River Wheel was like a water wheel, it rolled forward as a huge red light shot out of the wheel. It seemed to resemble a ribbon that tangled the bird group. The molten flame birds were immediately suppressed, they were captured by the red light and were all subdued within Red River Wheel. Thanks for the molten flame birds. Dong Clan's Gu Immortals laughed loudly, the power of Red River Wheel rose by 20% because of this. Although Western Desert's side gained a small profit, Chicken Dog Coop still had to cooperate with Red River Wheel to resist Canary Pavilion. This was common sense. In the battlefield, Western Desert's Immortal Goo houses often had to team up against one enemy. The Immortal Goo houses on Central Continent's side all had great power. Yuyang Palace shot out grand profound light, piercing the skies. Frost Dragon Manor emitted dragon soul and frost energy. Wind Sweeping Building rampaged with tornadoes, sweeping the battlefield. From the first contact, Western Desert's group was pressured and could barely resist. This cannot go on. Fang Dichang observed the battlefield. He was a little worried. Know yourself and your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Fang Dichang knew about Central Continent's strength, but he was even clearer regarding the strength of his forces. Western Desert's Goo Immortals would not fight to the death. This group that he brought was already the result of Fang Dichang's maximum effort. With such intense battles, once any deaths occurred on Western Desert's side, they would want to retreat. Once someone retreats, others would follow. In other words, this was not a real army, it was a gathering of dispersed forces. Their morale could not be sustained. Fang Dichang led these people at such a crucial time. He had to be at the front lines, to ensure that they would remain in formation. I wanted to save this for the end, there is no choice. Fang Dichang sighed. He sent out the Divine Bean soldiers that he had saved within Divine Bean Palace. The quantity of Yellow Bean soldiers was the highest. They were the basic troops that were treated as cannon fodder. Next were Green Bean soldiers that could shoot flying arrows. Red Bean soldiers could self-detonate, while Black Bean soldiers had the greatest defense. As for Blue and White Bean soldiers, they had the lowest quantity. The former could reflect killer moves to an extent while the latter could heal Bean soldiers. Once the Bean army was sent out, they stabilized the situation, causing a deadlock to occur. But the price to pay was that these soldiers were rapidly being expended. Once the casualties hit a certain level, Western Desert's side would be pressured once again. By then, Fang Dichang would be out of trump cards. He would need to wait for reinforcements. Harryfoot Mountain Battlefield. Immortal Killer Move, Rumors Become Tigers. Zhou Xiong Xian used his Information Path Killer Move as tigers formed into groups, roaring and attacking Wu Yong. Wu Yong waved his hands repeatedly, and used countless wind blades to stop the tigers from pouncing at him. To the side, Zhu Ke and Yi Xiaozi joined forces to attack him. Wu Yong sighed and wisely retreated. If now was earlier, he might have been able to fight them head-on, but now after the amplification from human path killer moves, Wu Yong could only retreat. Speaking of which, he had repeatedly tried to use the killer move Unlimited Wind, but he was always obstructed by Heavenly Court, unable to gain the precious time he needed to unleash this killer move. Fortunately, our side has Immortal Goo houses which can act as fortresses for us to rest and recover. Oh no! Wu Yong had just returned to rest in clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building when his expression suddenly changed dramatically. His departure had made Chi Chuyu's position slightly more eye-catching. Goo Immortals of other regions might not be able to make use of this, but Heavenly Court Goo Immortals were all experienced experts. Chi Chuyu, quickly retreat. Wu Yong transmitted. Even without his warning, Chi Chuyu already sensed something amiss. He quickly retreated. Where are you going? Wan Zihong restrained Chi Chuyu. Wu Yong had to stop resting as he flew out. Zhou Xiong Xian suddenly appeared above Chi Chuyu, his 5 fingers spread out as he grasped. Immortal Battlefield Killer Move, Rumor Cage. This was the fastest battlefield killer move in the world. The speed of setting it up was number 1 in the 5 regions. Chi Chuyu could not dodge in time, he was trapped in the battlefield. Zhou Xiong Xian, Zhang Fei Xiong, and Zhu Ke entered the battlefield. The other Goo Immortals stayed outside, blocking the reinforcement of Wu Yong, Yi Hao Fang, and Ba Da. Chi Chuyu is in danger. Quick, we need to destroy this battlefield. Wu Yong and the rest were anxious. However, the Rumor Cage battlefield had already shrunk to a dot, it vanished. To find it, a lot of effort would be needed, and there were Heavenly Court Goo Immortals around obstructing them. Immortal Killer Move, Sitting and Eating the Mountain Empty. While the southern border immortals were trying to save him, Zhao Shanhe and Yu Zhuzi worked together again, using their killer move to heavily damage the southern border immortal Gu houses. The southern border Gu immortals suffered a great loss while their attention was diverted away. And within Rumor Cage, Chi-Chi-Yu was in danger, at the brink of life and death. This was an information path battlefield. Zhou Xiong Xian was the main attacker, while Zhang Fei Xiong and Zhu Keier had transformation path attainment. They turned into information path immemorial desolate beasts to help with the battle. Suddenly, Wu Shuang also entered the battlefield. Human path killer move, Peerless. This killer move was once used on Duke Long. It was very helpful. This time, it was used on Zhou Xiong Xian, who was already amplified by a human path killer move. With this additional boost, his killer moves became even stronger. Chi-Chi-Yu stared with furious eyes, but he could not resist them. He was devoured by the information path tigers. Rumor Cage battlefield dissipated. Zhou Xiong Xian and the rest returned to the outside battlefield. Wu Yong and the rest could only see the torn and dismembered remains of Chi-Chi-Yu. A formation path great grandmaster and first supreme elder of Qi clan had died. Southern borders Gu immortals were shaken. Such a terrifying sacrifice had happened before their eyes. First supreme elder Chi-Chi-Yu. He died in battle. Heavenly Quartz Gu immortals killed him. The morale of southern border was rapidly declining. Oh no. Wu Yong had an ugly expression. Chi-Chi-Yu's reputation was very high. His death was worse than if they lost Di Hao Feng or Ba De. It was a huge blow to the southern border Gu immortals' morale. However, Wu Yong could not do anything. Even though he had the killer move Unlimited Wind, Heavenly Court did not let him use it. His special move Farewell Friend Wind could also not be used. Heavenly Court's Gu immortals had all been sleeping in the immortal graveyard. He had no opportunity to become friends with them. Our situation was tough to begin with. Now that Chi-Chi-Yu is dead, it is even worse now. What do I do? Wu Yong had already tried his best, but the situation still left his control gradually. Persevere. The light of determination flashed in his eyes. Heavenly Court must not be allowed to repair Fate Gu. This is the consensus of all 4 regions. Western Desert has attacked Emperor City now. Eastern Sea and Northern Plains Gu immortals will definitely also take action. And Fang Yuan. I'll wait for reinforcements. That's the only way now. The Emperor City battlefield and Harry Foot Mountain battlefield were completely suppressed and in a dangerous position, so was the battlefield in Heavenly Court. Even though Duke Long was unaffected by the human path killer move's amplification, he was still overwhelming. His strength alone suppressed all of Longevity Heaven's members. And worse was that he had reinforcements. Qin Ding Ling. Within Calamity Luck Altar, Qi Ci Lang looked at Qin Ding Ling while gritting his teeth. Qin Ding Ling had recovered with the help of the human path killer moves. She joined the battlefield to assist Duke Long. She had incredibly strong luck path attainment. She could target Calamity Luck Altar well. Qi Ci Lang and the rest were getting into a tight spot. With a loud crash, Duke Long's fist defeated another Northern Plains expert. He looked at the phantom river of time as he laughed loudly. So what if you summon more people? Longevity Heaven. This time, none of you shall escape, you will all die. No matter how many reinforcements you have, it will not change the situation. Qin Ding Ling raised her head high as she snickered. Exactly, how can the Grand Heavenly Court be defiled by the likes of you? Chapter 1933, Arrival of Reinforcements. Get him. Don't let him get away. There was already chaos in the venue of the final competition of the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. Several rank 8 Gu immortals charged down. Shen Shang's face was pale. He suffered a serious injury instead of unraveling the venerable methods. However, looking at the Central Continent rank 8s that pounced down, he still sneered, just the few of you want to catch me. Next, his body flickered as he vanished. Central Continent's rank 8 Gu immortals lost sight of their target. They used all sorts of investigative killer moves but could not find any traces. Where did he go? Who is he? He is actually able to move freely in Emperor City. This place is under the effect of people's united hearts, he could actually sneak in. The 5 regions are huge, hidden experts are everywhere. The rank 8 Gu immortals exchanged words, and after discussing, they each dispersed to continue their search. Even if they searched Emperor City completely, even if they demolished it, they still wanted to find Shang. Shang was currently hiding in a corner of Emperor City, far away from the venue of the final competition. He was panting, but the fighting spirit in his eyes was not extinguished. Instead, like adding fuel to a fire, it was growing stronger and stronger. Worthy of venerables, their methods exceeded my expectations. He exclaimed in his head and immediately sent another message to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, hold on. Give me some more time and I will definitely be able to unravel this move. Shang spoke with certainty. Fang Yuan sneered, how can I believe you? Shang then explained, I've already found out that the various human path killer moves of Heavenly Court's venerables are based on a massive amount of human will. Without this foundation, no matter how powerful the human path killer moves are, they are useless without enough fuel. Fang Yuan retorted, but the human will is stored in Heavenly Court, it is too far from our reach. Shang smiled lightly, precisely so, I deduced another method, instead of eliminating the human will, we should help to develop it instead. Fang Yuan gained some interest, tell me. Shang then said, Heavenly Court collected the human will of Central Continent, so their people's united hearts killer move can distinguish between friend and enemy. But if I add the human will of the other 4 regions, how can they possibly still have united hearts? The Heavenly Court and Central Continent Gu immortals are also amplified by the killer move heroes among people because of Central Continent's human will. If it contains the human will of the 5 regions, then heroes among people's effect would also work on the rest of us. Fang Yuan asked again, then how do you do this, how will we channel the human will of the other 4 regions into it? Shang replied calmly, on one hand, I have already made arrangements in Emperor City. On the other hand, the 5 regional walls are close to disappearing, not only will the 5 regions be unified by the earth veins, but the human veins will also be linked. In a way, we have to thank Heavenly Court for their propaganda. Now that the 5 regions all know that the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention is being held, the will of all 5 regions is concentrated here, except that Heavenly Court only collected the central part of it. Fang Yuan was silent for a moment and suddenly said, then do it, I can't maintain all of the battlefield, I can only try my best to stall for you. You have to fight for every second. Of course. Shang said without any hesitation. Emperor City battlefield. Kill. Combat Immortal Sex Gu immortals shouted in unison. Under their maneuvering, the Immortal Gu House Edge Link camp suddenly surged in speed and rushed towards Western Desert Fang Clan's Inquiry Dock. Inquiry Dock retreated sharply. Edge Link camp suddenly shined with a dazzling light, the light condensed into a giant horn that rushed into the sky. It was Edge Link camp's killer move, Giant Horn Rush. Normally speaking, Inquiry Dock would not be afraid of this method, but after the amplification of human path killer move heroes among people, Giant Horn Rush's power doubled. Inquiry Dock was only an information path Immortal Gu House, it could not resist this fierce attack alone. Fallen Flower Hall quickly tried to help it and moved closer to Inquiry Dock, but wind-sweeping building restrained it. We cannot lose Inquiry Dock, our Fang Clan's 3 Immortal Gu houses can use the battlefield killer move Peach Blossom Maze. Fang Dicheng quickly gave orders to save it. Peach Blossom Maze was able to trap rank 8 Gu immortals, and back then it was even able to trap Divine Beam Palace. This killer move was famous and all the Western Desert Gu immortals knew about it. It was just that since the battle started, Central Continent's side had taken the initiative and did not allow Western Desert to set it up, so there was no time to activate Peach Blossom Maze. Several Western Desert Immortal Gu houses supported Inquiry Dock at the same time, but at the next moment, Central Continent's lineup changed and formed a large encirclement, separating Inquiry Dock from the reinforcements. Damn it! Fang Dicheng's expression sank, he had to move Divine Beam Palace to help it. Divine Beam Palace was the support pillar of Western Desert's troops, it should not be moved lightly. Once it was moved, it would cause Western Desert's entire arrangement to change, which would result in a gap to form and allow Central Continent's side to seize the opportunity. But at this moment, there was nothing that Fang Dicheng could do. At the sight of Divine Bean Palace moving, the Central Continent Gu Immortals were excited. Fang Dicheng fell for it. He is a wisdom path Gu Immortal, but the situation is forcing his hand after all. Attack! Western Desert's battle arrangement has gone chaotic. If we grab onto this opportunity, we will claim victory. Rumble. Central Continent's immortal Gu houses erupted with a frenzy of attacks. It was like a tsunami that crashed towards Western Desert's forces. Oh no. This scene was so devastating that even Fang Dicheng's expression changed. Western Desert's defeat was right before his eyes. Boom. With a loud explosion, a grand immortal Gu house entered the battlefield. It was larger than Divine Beam Palace, with giant red gold bricks and black gold tiles around its walls. Countless statues were embedded on the surface of the palace, each one of them was lifelike and full of brilliance. This is? Rank 8 Immortal Gu House, Myriad Statue Palace. Central Continent's attacks froze for a moment. At the next moment, from within Myriad Statue Palace came the voice of Thousand Transformations' ancestor. Central Continent's heavenly court is simply going overboard. This time, Thousand Transformations' ancestor, will make you pay with your blood. At the crucial moment, Thousand Transformations came to the rescue and finally salvaged the battle at Emperor City. Fang Dicheng let out a long breath and muttered softly, "There's still some hope left in this fight." Harryfoot Mountain Battlefield. Rumble. With a loud bang, a corner of the 5 regional limit formation broke again. It was like a pavilion that was see-through on all sides. The inside was visible to all. The formation spirit was so weak that it was nearly transparent. Jean Boudou was heavily injured. He only manipulated the formation while kneeling. His 7 orifices were bleeding. Blood had gathered into a pool below him. Once we destroy this formation, there will be no obstacles left. If you want to find trouble with Heavenly Court, you're all not qualified enough. Mere rats, all of you will become prisoners of our Heavenly Court. As always, the main forces of Heavenly Court fought fiercely and furiously. Their attacks were unceasing and increasingly coordinated. While Southern Border lost the rank 8 pillar Chi Chuyu, they could barely sustain the fight. They could not protect the 5 regional limit formation. It seems that my life ends here. But I am not going to let you guys have it easy either. Jean Boudou gritted his teeth and decided to use one final move to self-detonate the entire formation. Roar. Just before Jean Boudou was about to self-detonate, the loud roar of a dragon could suddenly be heard. The sound of the dragon resounded throughout heaven and earth, shaking the entire battlefield. Next, the 5-colored smoke swirled violently and was brutally pushed apart by a huge object. At this moment, Heavenly Court and the Southern Border Immortals stared at the newcomer in shock. It was a giant dragon, unimaginably huge. The dragon head alone was like a chain of hills, and the dragon's body stretched endlessly. A Gu Immortal's body could not even compare to a piece of the dragon's scales. Evil dragon. It is Di Zongxing. Why is it here? Di Zongxing's dragon eyes swept over the 5 regional limit formation and the Southern Border Immortals, quickly fixing on the main Heavenly Court forces. Heavenly Court's immortals suddenly felt an extremely strong sense of danger that threatened their lives. Roar. Di Zongxing roared again and rushed towards the Heavenly Court immortals. It's our reinforcements. The morale of the Southern Border Immortals was boosted. Wu Yang's eyes narrowed. Doesn't Di Zongxing hate all humans? How can it be manipulated and be an enemy of Heavenly Court? Who's controlling it? Who can manipulate it? For some reason, the image of Fang Yuan surfaced in Wu Yang's heart. We're finally saved. Jean Boudou sprawled on the ground in exhaustion. With the help of Di Zongxing, he was saved from the brink of self-detonating. Heavenly Court battlefield. Calamity Luck Altar was at its wit's end. Duke Long's constant bombardment caused a huge accumulation of damage. Calamity Luck Altar was in tatters. Bing Sichuan, who was controlling it, suffered heavy injuries. Qi Ci Lang had already fainted long ago. What caused this was just not Duke Long's divine might, but also the help of Qin Ding Ling and Fairy Ziwei. Qin Ding Ling was able to use Luck Path to effectively disintegrate the defenses of Calamity Luck Altar. Fairy Ziwei collected information from the battle and made deductions on the spot, telling Duke Long the best spots to attack. With these three Gu Immortals working together, Longevity Heaven was in a precarious position. The destruction of Calamity Luck Altar was close at hand. Once it completely breaks apart, Longevity Heaven will suffer a devastating blow, and the result of the battle in Heavenly Court will be decided. Far away from Central Great Hall, at the peak of Star Zone Mountain, the two chess players' figures playing against each other emerged at some point in the Imperfection Regret Pavilion. No matter from any angle, one could only see a side of the faces of these two figures at most. The woman had peerless beauty, while the man looked as cold as ice. It was a contest between two venerables. It seems that our side has won this game by a little again. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable smiled slightly. Limitless Demon Venerable nodded. Heavenly Court awakened so many Gu Immortals in advance this time, aren't you afraid of getting completely assimilated by Heaven's will? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable grasped a chess piece. I still have some time. It seems that the person you are waiting for will not appear. Even if he arrives, it is too late. Limitless Demon Venerable was silent, but suddenly, his eyes shined with mysterious light. He seemed to have sensed something as he stood up and turned around to look at the Heavenly Court battlefield far away. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was stunned. She followed Limitless Demon Venerable's direction and saw that white profound light started to appear in the battlefield. With a shrill sound, a tunnel was opened. Myriad Year flying warship flew in through the tunnel. A Gu Immortal was standing on it. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had a deep gaze as she analyzed. This Gu Immortal was dressed in a white robe, his sleeves were fluttering and his black hair was hanging down to his waist like a waterfall. His face was extremely handsome, almost delicate like a beauty, and what attracted people's attention most were his eyes, which were pitch black as if they were connected to the ninth layer of the deepest abyss, devouring all light that approached it. Fairy Ziwei's body shook as she said uncontrollably, Fang Yuan. So this is Fang Yuan. Qin Ding Ling coldly smiled. Regardless of who comes here, you cannot do anything. Duke Long did not raise his head, he still stared at Calamity Luck Altar as he tried to deal the fatal blow. Is that so? On Myriad Year flying warship, Fang Yuan smiled lightly as he observed the battlefield. He raised his hand slowly, his fingers outstretched as he aimed at the battlefield. At the next moment, the killer move that he prepared for a long time burst out. Grand Qi surged as heaven and earth shook intensely. Rumble. The colossal Qi wall that enveloped Heavenly Court lasted for a few breaths of time before shattering into countless Qi currents. They were all drawn by a formless force into Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. At once, the entire place went silent. Fairy Ziwei and Qin Ding Ling stared in a daze as they shouted in disbelief. Rank 8? Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's Qi wall was actually. Duke Long slowly raised his head. He ignored Calamity Luck Altar as his gaze became fixed on Fang Yuan. His expression was completely different from before. Next, they heard Fang Yuan's plain voice reverberate in their ears. This unlimited Qi killer move was modified by me. How is the power? Please do give me your honest opinion. Ha ha ha. Loud laughter was heard from within Imperfection Regret Pavilion. Limitless Demon Venerable raised his head as he laughed in joy and satisfaction. Look. He pointed at Fang Yuan, turning around to face Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. The person I am waiting for is here. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sighed deeply. She had a complex expression. Indeed, he has arrived. At the crucial moment, Fang Yuan appeared in the battlefield personally, charging into Heavenly Court. Chapter 1934, Fang Yuan fights Duke Long. Heavenly Court battlefield. This is the crucial person, Fang Yuan? Bing Sichuan muttered, looking at Fang Yuan who was high in the sky. Bull Demon and Flower Lady stared with their mouths wide open. Didn't they say Fang Yuan was rank 7? When did he reach rank 8? This lad. Mao Liqiu gritted its teeth, feeling deep emotions inside. The last time it met Fang Yuan was in Reverse Flow River. Fang Yuan had used the river to escape. Other than that, he was weaker than Mao Liqiu. But in their next encounter, he was able to destroy the primordial Qi wall. Without the primordial Qi wall, Calamity Luck Altar was like a fish in water. It regained freedom. The restraint holding them back was gone. They could see ways to attack and advance now. Oh no. Fairy Ziwei's face turned pale. She could not think of a countermeasure immediately. Attack. At the next moment, Bing Sichuan's voice resounded from Calamity Luck Altar. The Northern Plains Immortals summoned using Call of the Ancient all became energized. Their eyes shined with bright light as they split up and attacked the surroundings. These Northern Plains brutes had been suppressed for too long. Only Duke Long, Fairy Ziwei, and Qin Ding Ling were here. The three of them could not deal with so many Gu immortals at once. At the crucial moment, there was a tiger roar as a Shabi emerged. There was the cry of a crane as a green jade crane flew out. These were two legendary immemorial beasts of Heavenly Court. One was Shabi 95, the other was Ruandan. The two legendary immemorial beasts joined the battle, desperately blocking the Northern Plains Immortals. Fairy Ziwei quickly returned to Central Great Hall. She needed to protect old man Jing Yuan who was there. Meanwhile, Qin Ding Ling charged towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan stood on Myriad Year flying warship as he observed the battlefield. Seeing the scattered Northern Plains Immortals, he nodded in satisfaction. In order to destroy the Qi wall, he had prepared this move for a long time. Unlimited Qi Si was the move that made Qi Xiang famous throughout the world back then. It was grand and vast, complex and ever-changing. It could attack and defend. It was a comprehensive method. It had potential for growth on its own, capable of growing stronger by gathering all the different Qi in the world. After Qi Xiang created this move, he collected all sorts of Qi and stored them inside the immortal aperture, including Life Qi, Death Qi, Sword Qi, Blade Qi, Dusk Qi, Dawn Qi. The more types of Qi gathered on large scales, the stronger unlimited Qi Si was. Not only would this move expend immortal essence, it also used up the stored Qi. Even if they were not used, as time passed, these Qi would naturally dissipate slowly. Back then, Qi Si Grotto Heaven's heavenly spirit used this move to survive many calamities and tribulations that the Grotto Heaven faced, among which were myriad tribulations. When Fang Yuan was attacked by this move, unlimited Qi Si was already weakened to its limit. Even the heavenly spirit had to hibernate due to injuries. Thus, the actual power of unlimited Qi Si was not truly at the level when Fang Yuan saw it. Since rebirth, Fang Yuan had been thinking of the method to destroy primordial Qi wall. After getting unlimited Qi Si, he acutely sensed that this move was a counter to the Qi wall. However, the primordial Qi wall was a venerable method. Even if Fang Yuan had unlimited Qi Si and Great Grandmaster Qi Path attainment level, he would need more than a decade to unravel the Qi wall method while fully focused on making deductions. The solution to this problem was Duke Long. In order to recruit Qi Si ancestor, Duke Long used Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's Qi Path killer moves as bait. Even though Fang Yuan only obtained half of it, because of his insistence, the content included the primordial Qi wall as well. With it, Fang Yuan used the light of wisdom from Wisdom Gu to barely deduce and modify unlimited Qi Si before the great battle. As for how Fang Yuan invaded Heavenly Court, he used Heaven form. He added the Time Path killer move Shrink Time into Heaven form, allowing him to rapidly invade the target area. After all, he had deep attainment in Theft Path and Time Path. As the Fang Dicheng clone was also comprehending the Theft Path Immortal Gu House, he gained a lot of inspiration and insight. The Qi wall was too crucial of an element. With this Qi wall, Heavenly Court's enemies only had 3 routes to choose from. Those were the paths carved out by past demon venerables. But once the Qi wall vanishes, they could roam freely in Heavenly Court. With their current defense, they could not guard against everyone. The situation of the battle in Heavenly Court immediately was overturned. Once Fang Yuan took action, he gave Longevity Heaven and himself the initiative. They now had control over the battle. Fang Yuan, let me, Qin Ding Ling, see your skills. Qin Ding Ling turned into a golden ray of light as she flew in the sky, towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan took a glance at her. This was their first encounter. She was taller than normal people, her shoulders were broad, she stood straight and had a heroic aura. She had an outstanding air, especially her long legs. She was like innate royalty that ruled above the common man. Her nose bridge was tall and a little sharp, her lips were thin and her eyes were narrow and long, her gaze was emitting a cold light now. She was not a traditional beauty, she had an authoritative aura that was bred naturally within her. People would lower their heads and not dare to look at her directly. It was as if they could only look at her feet in order to not offend her. No wonder Giant Sun Immortal Venerable chose you as his concubine back then. Fang Yuan replied plainly. Qin Ding Ling's attacks became even fiercer instantly. Fang Yuan smiled coldly, he manipulated Myriad Year Flying Warship to move quickly, evading Qin Ding Ling. Qin Ding Ling's heart jumped, she cried out in dismay internally. She had great strength, having converted from Metal Path to Luck Path, her battle strength was second to Duke Long and nobody else in Heavenly Court. She had no clear weaknesses. However, her speed was inferior to Myriad Year Flying Warship. At this moment, Rapids surged below Myriad Year Flying Warship, pushing this rank 8 Immortal Goo House to move through the battlefield, heading directly to the Immortal battlefield. Fang Yuan was passive earlier, but once he attacked, he aimed at Heavenly Court's weakness. The greatest weakness. At this moment, even Duke Long could not let him pass. The Immortal Graveyard was the most important place in Heavenly Court. Even Duke Long did not know how many Goo Immortals were slumbering inside. This was Heavenly Court's greatest wealth, it was their immense accumulation over millions of years since creation. In the previous life, even though Longevity Heaven reached Heaven Overseeing Tower, they could not threaten the Immortal Graveyard. But now that the Qi Wall was broken, there were countless paths to take, they could approach the Immortal Graveyard. Duke Long gave up on Calamity Luck Altar, he flew rapidly and blocked the path of Myriad Year Flying Warship. Behind Myriad Year Flying Warship, Qin Ding Ling was chasing relentlessly. At once, Fang Yuan was encircled by Duke Long and Qin Ding Ling. Don't worry, I'll help you. Protect this person, he is the crucial person that Ancestor Giant Sun mentioned. That's right, even if we die, we need to protect him. The surrounding Northern Plains Immortals gathered towards Fang Yuan. Bing Sichuan did not hesitate, he immediately mobilized Calamity Luck Altar to reinforce Fang Yuan. Right now, they had the common enemy Heavenly Court, they needed to work together. Since Fang Yuan came to help them, Bing Sichuan had to return the favor, they had to resist Heavenly Court's 2 strongest experts. Bing Sichuan had no better option now. If he let Duke Long kill Fang Yuan now, not only would they lose this source of battle strength, the rank 8 Immortal Goo House Myriad Year Flying Warship would also become unmanned. Facing this unprecedented attack, Fang Yuan had a calm expression. However, when he was about to use his method against the enemies, he suddenly felt a sense of fire qi emerging in his heart, causing him to burn with fury. Next, a sense of sorrow qi pervaded his body, causing his defenses to fall rapidly. Next, a lump of old qi entered his body and mind, causing his lifespan to decrease continuously. There was also poison qi that spread around him, causing a lethal threat. Unlucky qi crowded above his head, causing his luck to fall. Silly qi filled his mind, the results of the collision of thoughts in his mind were all stupid ideas. Frost qi entered his body, causing his movements to slow down. All sorts of qi tangled around him, Fang Yuan's battle strength fell to rock bottom, in just a few breaths of time, he fell to the level of a rank 7 Goo Immortal, after some more time, he was even weaker than an ordinary rank 6 Goo Immortal. Duke Long saw Fang Yuan's aura weakening rapidly as he was surrounded by all sorts of qi, he felt overjoyed, this is Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's method. Fang Yuan destroyed the qi wall, causing this move to attack him. He had cultivated Primordial Origin's true inheritance after all, he could tell what had happened. But at the next moment, Duke Long saw a mild light shoot out behind him, it resembled a chess piece, rapidly entering Fang Yuan's body. Instantly, all of the qi around his body vanished, as if the former scene was an illusion. Duke Long's body and mind shook. He turned around at lightning speed, seeing that Limitless Demon Venerable's silhouette had stood up from his seat for the first time in Imperfection Regret Pavilion. Looking over at this battlefield from afar, Duke Long's pupils shrunk slightly. At the crucial moment, Limitless Demon Venerable made a move, cleansing all of the qi currents around Fang Yuan's body. The Northern Plains Immortals saw this and their hearts eased. Bing Sichuan was a little puzzled, so Fang Yuan had a method to make Limitless Demon Venerable turn around. How did he do it? I did not see him make any actions earlier. Immortal Killer Move, Dragon Roaring Wave. Duke Long opened his mouth and roared loudly. The sound waves of the dragon roar spread out rapidly, all over the place. Immortal Killer Move, Body Flicker. At the next moment, Duke Long teleported along with the dragon sound waves, directly appearing in front of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was still standing on the bow, the two were less than an arm's length away. One was the master of Red Lotus, the Dragon Man ancestor, Duke Long. The other was the inheritor of Red Lotus, the new Dragon Man ancestor, Fang Yuan. Oh no! Fang Yuan is overconfident. Quickly return to the Immortal Goo House. The Northern Plains Immortals felt like they were falling into despair. They screamed. Duke Long's divine might was engraved in their minds, nobody could face him head-on. Even Calamity Luck Altar, the legendary Immortal Goo House that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable personally created, could not resist Duke Long's offensive methods. Longevity Heaven's members were suppressed by Duke Long's power. They had to hide inside Calamity Luck Altar, not daring to fight outside. Immortal Killer Move, Dragon Claw Strike. Duke Long snorted coldly, his right hand turned into a dragon claw as he slashed at Fang Yuan's skull. Slap. At the next moment, there was a soft sound as Fang Yuan raised his furry left arm, blocking Duke Long's dragon claw. He blocked it? Be it Northern Plains Immortals, Qing Ding Ling, or Fairy Ziwei, they were all stunned. Nobody had ever been able to resist Duke Long in a frontal assault, but he had managed to block it with such ease. Fang Yuan's appearance was completely changed, he turned into a bandit monkey. Bandit monkeys were of strength path, their fur was golden and black tiger stripes covered their body. Fur grew out from their waist naturally to cover the crotch and the butt area, just like a kilt made of skin. Bandit monkeys respected strength and arm wrestling was their main social activity. Young monkeys could arm wrestle immediately after being born. Arm wrestling was not only a game for bandit monkeys, it was also a commonly used method to resolve disputes. There were Goo Immortals who recognized the bandit monkey, feeling surprised, since when did bandit monkeys become so strong? Ordinary immemorial bandit monkeys could not resist Duke Long's attack. If they acted like Fang Yuan, their left arm would have been cut off on the spot. Fang Yuan's transformation was not so simple, of course. Before this, he had already used the killer move Myriad Beings Assimilation Transformation. This was the ultimate method of Beast Calamity Immortal. It contained the highest profundity of transformation path, able to turn Dao marks of all other paths into transformation path Dao marks. How many Dao marks did Fang Yuan have now? Qi path had over 1 million, refinement path had 300,000, transformation path had 200,000, and that was not all, they were just the 3 highest paths. Just these alone, after using Myriad Beings Assimilation Transformation, gave him 1,500,000 transformation path Dao marks. After Fang Yuan transformed into the bandit monkey, all of these transformation path Dao marks turned into strength path Dao marks. 1,500,000 strength path Dao marks. With just the Dao mark amplification alone, Fang Yuan could resist Duke Long's killer move. Duke Long's dragon claw strike landed on Fang Yuan's left arm, it felt like he was punching a mountain. A sense of danger appeared in Duke Long's mind, but Fang Yuan's right fist had already been launched. Boom! With a loud sound, Duke Long felt like he was a paper boat riding a ferocious wave. He felt like a mountain had slammed into him. An unimaginable force caused him to fly away at a speed that could not be observed with the naked eye. Duke Long flew like a comet, crashing into the ground at lightning speed. With a loud crash, the surroundings shook, a huge dust cloud spread out. Everyone was silent. This time, fear and disbelief appeared on the faces of the Northern Plains and Heavenly Court Gu Immortals. Everyone's attention was on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan stood at the bow of his ship while transformed into the bandit monkey. He looked down plainly at the pit he created. It was the pit created by Duke Long, who had been sent flying. It was 30 feet deep. Chapter 1935, Star Constellation vs. Limitless. Ever since the start of the battle, this was the first time anyone had seen Duke Long be sent flying far away from an attack. Not only did Fang Yuan defend against Duke Long's attack, he even retaliated and sent him flying. This was far out of anyone's expectations. He actually became so strong. What sort of growth speed is this? Mao Liqiu opened its mouth. It stood up subconsciously, no longer lying on the ground. The crucial person that giant Sun Immortal Venerable is waiting for, indeed, he lives up to ancestors' expectations. Bing Sichuan sighed with a complex expression. Unknowingly, Qing Dingling's speed had fallen as she chased after Fang Yuan. What a joke! Fang Yuan sent Duke Long flying. What did that mean? Even though Qing Dingling was strong, she knew her limits. She knew the difference between Duke Long and her. Back then, in order to perceive Duke Long's luck, she paid a huge price and had to rest for many days to recover. Right now, the result of this collision eliminated any thought she had of observing Fang Yuan's luck. Qing Dingling was in quite an awkward predicament now. She wanted to fight and kill Fang Yuan earlier, but now, after seeing this, oh heavens! What a fierce person! Qing Dingling directly stopped moving. She did not dare to approach Fang Yuan anymore. The transformation path cultivation level that Fang Yuan displayed earlier showed that close combat was not his weakness, it was his strength instead. Qing Dingling changed her mind instantly. She decided to assist Duke Long instead. She did not want to fight Fang Yuan directly anymore. This is a monster. To think that in the future after I died, such a demonic immortal would appear, this is so interesting. Let's go, he does not need our help. Northern Plains immortals quickly turned around, they left, spreading out to the surroundings. Fairy Ziwei frowned tightly, she had a heavy heart. Northern Plains immortals were moving around all over the place, all of them had their own chosen routes to advance. If they destroyed everything along their path, how could Heavenly Court stop them all? Even if a large number of Gu immortals woke up in the immortal graveyard now, they would need time to gather their immortal Gu. It was too late now. I can only defend the most important areas now. Fairy Ziwei gritted her teeth. She made a painful decision, deciding to abandon the deadweight. Dust clouds dissipated. Within the huge pit, Duke Long stood up slowly. You really surprise me time and time again, Fang Yuan. Duke Long raised his head to look at Fang Yuan. He had a calm expression but his tone was eerie. He was hit by Fang Yuan's fist directly, his chest only caved in slightly. While he spoke, his wound healed completely as his chest returned to normal. He was the Dragon Man ancestor after all, his recovery speed was shockingly fast. Fang Yuan looked at Duke Long as well. Upon seeing this, his expression did not change. Everything was within his expectations. Duke Long was not heavily injured. The attack earlier had a huge commotion but the effect on the enemy was small. He had only caught Duke Long off guard. After all, Fang Yuan did not use any immortal killer moves then. He only raised his fist and attacked with the amplification of strength path Dao marks. With the support of over 1,000,000 strength path Dao marks, Fang Yuan's bandit monkey form had immense strength. Duke Long could not compare to it. But he had many immortal killer moves defending him. He was tough as steel. Even if he was sent flying, he was still intact. Below Myriad Year flying warship, the water of the river of time surged as this time path immortal Gu house moved suddenly. It was like a huge flying sword, tearing through space and creating a dazzling rainbow behind it. It pierced towards the immortal graveyard. Duke Long snorted coldly, a frenzied light flashed in his eyes as his deep killing intent surged without concealment. It was as if a fierce tide was raging. He was now in a passive spot. With Fang Yuan's attack, he had no choice but to defend. This was a terrible feeling. Once the primordial Qi wall was broken, Fang Yuan's side gained the initiative. Their target was the Immortal graveyard. Duke Long was sent flying by Fang Yuan's fist earlier. His air of intimidation took a beating. He decided to focus on the enemy ahead now. The truth was in front of him. Trying to engage in close combat with Fang Yuan in order to kill him was an impossible dream. Immortal killer move, Qi Breath Mountain. Rumble. A grand Qi current gathered and formed into a translucent mountain. The mountain was hundreds of li large as it slammed down. Fang Yuan was at the bottom of the mountain now. Raising his head to look at it, the mountain pressed down like the entire world. He could not evade it. Fang Yuan did not intend to evade it either. He stopped his bandit monkey transformation as he turned into a majestic astral wind flying heavenly boar. Astral wind flying heavenly boar lived in the sky. They were Qi path beasts that could fly freely. They were agile like flying fish. They had agility incomparable with their boar bodies. They could charge into the heavenly wind Qi wall with ease. With a leap, they could enter the heavenly wind Qi wall and swim inside like fish in water. Fang Yuan's 4 legs stepped on myriad year flying warship. He did not raise his head, he only growled slightly. Immortal killer move, rampaging Qi roar. This was a Qi path killer move, but it originated from Langya Sek's treasury. In the past, when Langya land spirit controlled heavenly giant solar, he used this move against the sharp tusk boar, killing this ancient desolate beast with one move on the spot. Now that Fang Yuan used it, with his 1,500,000 Qi path Dao marks, the power had risen by 1,500 times. Boom! The Qi breath mountain exploded from Fang Yuan's roar. Countless currents spread out and formed tornadoes that swept the battlefield. His killer move was broken. Duke Long suffered a backlash. But this Dao guardian of Red Lotus Demon Venerable still had great morale after suffering a setback. He used another move. Immortal killer move, Qi current scissors. He raised both fists, spreading out his 10 fingers. Countless pale Qi currents moved out from his palms. They slashed towards Fang Yuan like thin threads. In a few breaths of time, tens of thousands of pale white thread Qi currents moved like a torrent or swarm of moths, approaching from all over the place. Every Qi current was like a blade. Even if an immemorial desolate beast faced this move, they would be covered in cuts and injuries, until all of their flesh was removed and only a skeleton was left. Against this move, Fang Yuan's astral wind flying heavenly boar form was not useful. He changed his form again. This time, he turned into a crane. It was a Qi path immortal beast as well, single Qi crane. The flying crane was as large as a horse. It was beautiful and had a long proud neck. Its wings were huge like 2 capes, spreading out on the bow of myriad year flying warship. Fang Yuan spread his wings and waved them. At once, thousands of feathers gave off shining light. At the next moment, Immortal killer move Divine Flick, 1, was ready to strike. Fang Yuan unleashed it. Cling cling cling. Countless shrill sounds could be heard as Qi currents shot out of his feathers, crashing into Duke Long's Qi current scissors. As the 2 offensive methods collided, most of them were dispersed by each other. Only a small amount got past and hit Duke Long and myriad year flying warship respectively. No matter which side, against such trivial lingering attacks, they did not even blink. Immortal killer move, moving Qi ring. Fang Yuan used another move as his beak opened. He blew as white Qi came out. The white Qi spread out rapidly, entangling with the back of myriad year flying warship, causing its speed to rise sharply, shooting forward. Duke Long's expression changed. He realized the problem and quickly chased. According to conventional wisdom, moving Qi ring was a Qi path killer move. It would not be useful when it supported a time path immortal goo house. But Fang Yuan had modified this move himself. It was rank 8. With the support of a vast number of Qi path Dao marks, its power rose by 1,000 times. It pushed myriad year flying warship forward while defying common logic. Fang Yuan quickly got past the several northern plains immortals in front. He reached the immortal graveyard before anyone else. Looking at the immortal graveyard, it was wide and large. There were countless gravestones on the lush grassland. Each of these gravestones were different. Some were golden, some were short, some did not even have gravestones but were half-exposed coffins instead that were buried under the soil. The sacred atmosphere of dignity and solemnity, filled with history, enveloped the immortal graveyard. Fang Yuan smiled coldly. He turned into the bandit monkey again, ready to attack the immortal graveyard again. At this moment, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable Silhouette sighed in imperfection regret pavilion, grabbing 3 chess pieces and tossing them out. The pieces did not attack Fang Yuan, they fused into the formation here. Fairy Ziwei was inside the formation core now. She controlled Star Constellation chessboard to observe the situation. After these pieces fell into Star Constellation chessboard, Fairy Ziwei felt the power of this formation rise as it broke its limit, reaching an unimaginable level. Fairy Ziwei was overjoyed. She quickly activated the formation and aimed it at Fang Yuan. A huge starlight pillar shined down as Fang Yuan and Myriad Year flying warship vanished within the starlight. At the next moment, another starlight pillar appeared behind Duke Long as Fang Yuan and Myriad Year flying warship appeared. With the help of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable Silhouette, Heavenly Quartz formation gained the ability to teleport people of Fang Yuan and Duke Long's level. This is Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's method? Fang Yuan noticed the situation and let out a breath of air. This did not happen in the previous life. I have so many Dao marks but the starlight pillar can still teleport me forcefully. Impressive. However, I'm afraid this distance is its limit. Cold light shined in Fang Yuan's eyes. Next, he saw that several Northern Plains immortals were also forcefully teleported away from the immortal graveyard. But these people vanished from Heavenly Court directly, they were likely sent outside. Fang Yuan looked at other places. A few Northern Plains immortals had already succeeded, they either destroyed resource points or immortal goo houses. He immediately realized something else. It seems that the formation's power is limited even after receiving the help of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. It can only allow Heavenly Court to defend some important areas. Even so, it was enough for now. Heavenly Court finally stabilized the situation, their losses were not severe. Within Imperfection Regret Pavilion, Limitless Demon Venerable Silhouette turned around and looked at Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. You are quite generous, using 3 pieces like that. But now, you have the disadvantage in this game. Saying so, Limitless Demon Venerable Silhouette smiled. He returned to his seat and sat down calmly. Back then, I threatened to destroy Heavenly Court and forced you to accept this game. 1,000,000 years passed, our powers weave and influence this chessboard, we have been stuck at a deadlock. Now, I only used 1 piece but you used 3, if I attack now, you will be in trouble. Limitless Demon Venerable smiled as he placed his finger at one spot on the chessboard. A brand new chess piece appeared on the board when he retracted his finger. This chess piece contained the power of Limitless Demon Venerable Silhouette. The spot it occupied was where one of the 3 pieces that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable used earlier was situated. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable Silhouette smiled indifferently. Back then, your main body wanted to gain the Heaven Path Foundation of Heavenly Court, so you set up this game. This chess game secretly connects to the Dao field that you created in your later years, Crazed Demon Cave. The more you win, the more Heaven Path Foundation you gain, and the more helpful it will be for the derivation over in Crazed Demon Cave. That's right, you're absolutely right. Limitless Demon Venerable admitted to his greed. This was an open scheme, there was nothing to hide. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable Silhouette smiled again. There was no helping it in that situation, so what if you gained some Heaven Path Foundation? Times are different now, your main body's lifespan ran out long ago, you are already dead. Limitless Demon Venerable Silhouette was slightly stunned before his eyes shined with bright light. He realized, Heavenly Court made arrangements in my Crazed Demon Cave as well. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable Silhouette praised truthfully, Crazed Demon Cave is uniquely blessed. The venerables that came after you were unwilling to destroy it, a few of them even left behind their Dao fields. Over there, the few of us will definitely have a huge contest, but that is something for the future. 1. Originally Chizai's Mortal Killer move from Chapter 1040. Back. Chapter 1936, Heavenly Court's 3 Elites Against Fang Yuan. It seems that to destroy Heavenly Court's immortal graveyard, I will need to destroy this transportation formation first. Fang Yuan's gaze flashed like lightning. He started at the formation far away. The myriad-year flying warship below his feet moved according to his will. The ship shot out like a large flying sword towards the formation. Fairy Ziwei was guarding the formation in the central hall. Seeing Fang Yuan's assault, she took a deep cold breath. She felt immense pressure towering over her. Fang Yuan, with me here, you will not move freely. Duke Long roared as he stepped forward to block myriad-year flying warship. Seeing this, Fairy Ziwei let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, we have Lord Duke Long guarding us. Boom! Fang Yuan and Duke Long clashed. Duke Long was sent flying while Fang Yuan and myriad-year flying warship only flew back by 1,000 steps. The aftermath of the combat stirred up thousands of storm clouds and set off monstrous air currents, the aftermath of which was so vast that it resembled a hurricane. The rank 8 Gu Immortals were swept and blown away by the aftershocks. Even Calamity Luck Alter Halted, Bing Sai Chuan and the others inside were unable to stand on their feet firmly, their bodies were shaking violently. Subconsciously, everyone started to avoid Fang Yuan and Duke Long. Fang Yuan was blocked. As expected, only a monster can block a monster. Let the two of them fight. Only Qing Ding Ling gritted her teeth and forced herself to fly over, intending to reinforce Duke Long as his support. Fang Yuan and Duke Long clashed again, tornadoes formed, lightning flashed and thunder roared. Because of Heavenly Dragon's last stand, Duke Long was getting stronger by the minute. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan had a large number of Dao marks and myriad-year flying warship. He had the upper hand for now. Duke Long continued to move back as the two of them fought closer and closer to the teleportation formation. Immortal killer move, self-moving dragon chi wall. Left without a choice, Duke Long roared as he spread his arms. A huge invisible chi wall appeared before Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan pushed myriad-year flying warship to charge forward. After moving for a few dozen steps, he was stopped by the chi wall, unable to move further. Duke Long started to cultivate Primordial Origin's true inheritance long ago. He naturally knew about the killer move chi wall. This move was modified by him. Fang Yuan could vaguely see countless chi currents inside the wall. These currents were all dragon-shaped. The dragon head spun around while chasing the tail, creating countless whirlpools. These dragon-shaped chi currents were very profound. They could reduce the force of external impacts and greatly increase the chi wall's durability. Duke Long's self-moving dragon chi wall could not be as firm as the primordial chi wall, but it was very durable. It successfully obstructed Fang Yuan. Even though Fang Yuan used unlimited chi si to destroy the primordial chi wall, he had modified it according to his understanding of the chi wall in the first place. Currently, Fang Yuan knew little about this dragon chi wall. It was impossible to replicate his former success now. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with brilliance. Since he could not unravel this move, he had to use force instead. He turned into a bandit monkey again, stretching his arms as he pushed forward. Immortal killer move, strength path giant hand. Rumble. The surrounding 1,000 feet of air was pushed aside. Two translucent hands that were the size of mountains crashed towards Duke Long's chi wall with immeasurable might. Within the chi wall, Duke Long raised his head and spread out his arms, sustaining his chi wall killer move. The two strength path giant hands moved for several hundred steps before becoming slower, unable to advance further. Fang Yuan and Duke Long had solemn expressions as they exerted strength, falling into a deadlock. Good chance. Seeing this, Qing Ding Ling realized that her chance to attack had arrived. In the earlier battle, she could not find a chance to attack, she could only prepare her killer moves. Once the chance arrived, she immediately threw out a small golden dagger. The dagger was only the size of a thumb. It flew into the air and grew larger as it moved. By the time it reached the top of Fang Yuan's head, it was already the size of a horse carriage. Swish swish swish. The golden blade swung down, attempting to slice off Fang Yuan's luck advantage. But cooking luck pot suddenly appeared above Fang Yuan. It flew up and resisted the attack of the golden blade. Clang clang clang. The golden blade landed on cooking luck pot, golden sparks appeared due to the collision. In a few breaths of time, the golden blade slashed for several hundred times before fading away on its own. Cooking Luck Pot completely defended against this killer move. Even though cracks appeared on the surface, it was intact overall. The Golden Blade was a rank 8 Luck Path killer move, while Cooking Luck Pot had been elevated to a rank 7 Immortal Goo House. It could resist rank 8 attacks. Cooking Luck Pot? Qing Ding Ling exclaimed in shock, recognizing it immediately. She was Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's concubine after all. She knew about the existence of Cooking Luck Pot. Your Cooking Luck Pot is only rank 7, even if it can block me 10 times, can it stop me 20 times? 30 times? Qing Ding Ling snorted coldly in her mind, attacking Fang Yuan furiously. Cooking Luck Pot was only rank 7, even though it could resist rank 8, Qing Ding Ling was not an ordinary rank 8 Goo Immortal, she was specialized in Luck Path. Cooking Luck Pot could block her now, but the duration would not be long. Fang Yuan noticed this too. He immediately withdrew his Strength Path giant hands and stopped this immortal killer move. Duke Long was still sustaining the Qi wall. He could not attack. Fang Yuan was able to retreat with ease. Qing Ding Ling, you did well. Duke Long praised secretly. In the deadlock earlier, Duke Long was in a disadvantage. Over half of his dragon spirals in the Qi wall had dissipated. Thankfully, Qing Ding Ling interfered and forced Fang Yuan to retreat. Thoughts clashed like lightning in Fang Yuan's mind as he analyzed the situation. He had abundant methods, but as long as the transportation formation existed, he could not use most of his methods casually. Once he activates these methods and Fairy Z Wei tries to teleport him forcefully, it might greatly disrupt Fang Yuan, causing his activation to fail. Once his killer move fails, he would suffer varying extents of backlash. If Fang Yuan suffered a backlash now, the consequences would be unthinkable. Because of his Dao mark amplification, the power was at least 1,500 times. The backlash would be equally amplified. And more terrifyingly, the sovereign immortal body had non-conflicting Dao marks. Fang Yuan had to endure the complete backlash. That way, as long as Fang Yuan faced one backlash, he would likely die. Only moves like Strength Path Giant Hand with low activation time could be used, as they only needed few thoughts to maintain. Even if the killer move was destroyed, only the Strength Path Giant Hands would break apart. The Goo Immortal's own backlash would be very marginal. In that case, let me try another move. Fang Yuan began to prepare his killer move. He cultivated all paths. He had abundant methods. In this regard, even Duke Long and Thunder Ghost True Monarch, these dual cultivators, could not match up. In a few breaths of time, Fang Yuan's killer move was prepared. Immortal killer move, Myriad Self. Swoosh 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 swoosh. Countless Fang Yuan spread out into the sky from Myriad Year flying warship. A 10,000-person army was formed instantly. The original Myriad Self killer move was turned into an Immortal Goo recipe by Fang Yuan, in which he refined Immortal Goo Myriad Self. But the Myriad Self killer move that Fang Yuan used now was not the original version. It was a human path killer move that used Myriad Self Immortal Goo as the core. At the next moment, all of the Fang Yuan clones charged towards the Qi wall. Their strength was lower than the main body, of course, but because his main body had too many Dao marks, all of these Myriad Self clones all had at least Desolate Beast level battle strength. After using this killer move, Fang Yuan gained a Desolate Beast army that numbered to 10,000. All of these clones were controlled by Fang Yuan with ease, as if they were extensions of his limbs. A portion of the Myriad Self army charged towards the Qi wall, some charged at Qing Ding Ling, while the bulk of them got past the Qi wall and attacked the transportation formation behind instead. Even though Duke Long's Qi wall was strong, it could not compare to the primordial Qi wall. Duke Long's heart jumped. He tried to cancel this move, but Fang Yuan's main body came charging with Myriad Year flying warship. Duke Long grunted as he dispelled that thought, continuing to maintain the Qi wall. In a battle between experts, activating killer moves was not easy, but dispelling them was similarly difficult. On the other end, Qing Ding Ling was surrounded by Fang Yuan's clones as they fought. Qing Ding Ling was very powerful. These clones were no threat to her, but they were enough to distract her. she had to waste time and effort to deal with them. Fairy Ziwei took in a deep breath of shock. She instantly realized this was a huge test to her. If she failed the test, the transportation formation would be destroyed, it would cause a series of problems, the entire battle situation would crumble, the plan to repair Fate Gu would fail. There is no time to mobilize Heavenly Court's forces. I can only rely on myself. Fairy Ziwei had a determined expression as she did her best, instilling all of her attention into the formation. She was wholeheartedly concentrating. Star Constellation chessboard buzzed incessantly, its chess pieces were shining in starlight on the surface of Star Constellation chessboard, with 3 of them being the brightest. These were the 3 pieces that Star Constellation's silhouette had tossed over earlier. Fairy Ziwei's mind had countless thoughts that resembled the starry sky, they shined brightly. The formation activated, shooting out waves of starlight specks. Countless specks landed on Fang Yuan's clones, very few missed their target, even though Fang Yuan's clones were doing their best to dodge. As long as they were hit by the starlight specks, they would be teleported outside of Heavenly Court, vanishing instantly. These clones did not have the killer move Heaven form, they could not rejoin the battle. Good. Duke Long and Qin Dingling let out sighs of relief. Fairy Ziwei did not disappoint them, at the crucial moment, she gave a display of a wisdom path grade expert. Fang Yuan frowned lightly, this will not do. Fate Gu is slowly being repaired, Heavenly Court has the overall momentum in this battle. Fairy Ziwei cannot last long but she is planning to stall for time. Over here, I am obstructed by Duke Long and Qin Dingling. Fang Yuan looked at Longevity Heaven's side again. These people were obstructed by the transportation formation too. Calamity Luck Altar was charging towards Heaven Overseeing Tower but a starlight pillar was moving them back each time. If I ask them to reinforce me, they would receive the same treatment too. Furthermore, if they come here, I will not be able to use my methods freely, I should let them attack the surroundings to pressure and drain Fairy Ziwei's energy. Duke Long's Qi Wall could move, it could not block the myriad self-clones but it could block myriad Year flying warship wholeheartedly. As Fang Yuan fought against Duke Long, he contacted Eastern Sea's Immortals. Heavenly Court's transportation formation had one great weakness, it needed stars as the springboard. Even within Heavenly Court, that was the case, the starlight pillars shot down from White Heaven's countless stars. Fang Yuan could not destroy the transportation formation now, but it was the same if the stars in White Heaven were destroyed. Luckily, a group of Eastern Sea rank 8s were there. Chapter 1937, Rod Transformation. Eastern Sea's 8 Gu Immortals had already arrived in White Heaven, they destroyed many stars. Their ambition was not as large as Southern Border, Northern Plains, and Western Desert, they only wanted to plunder some central continent resources and expend its foundation. Because they were worried that Heavenly Court would send reinforcements to stop them, they targeted the stars in White Heaven instead. Their strategy had coincidentally become the most crucial point in the entire battle right now. Among them were Zhang Yin, Granny Rong, and the other dragon generals. Wu Shuai did not recall them, they were left in this group, to try to destroy the stars. Wu Shuai made a wise decision. If only Shen Songsheng, Qing Yuan, Hua Kaiyun, and Song Qi Yuan were left, they might not have enough guts to destroy the stars. Eastern Sea's 8 Immortals were quite efficient in destroying the stars. The 8 of them arrived in front of a giant-sized star. The star was so huge that these 8 Immortals felt very minute. Heavenly Court scattered countless stars in White Heaven, they were mutually connected, creating a web that had its own arrangements. Each area had a giant star as the formation core, around the giant star were many large-sized stars. And around the large-sized stars were countless mid- and small-sized stars, flying around casually, they did not have fixed locations. Song Chi-yuan first flew onto the giant star as he shut his eyes, quietly sensing the connection between the stars. More than 10 breaths later, he shut his eyes, activating a light path killer move as he pointed far away. Each time he pointed, a sharp profound light would shoot out of his finger at lightning speed, vanishing into the horizon. Far away, mid and small-sized stars exploded into smithereens. This light path killer move was very special. It could trace the source of any light and attack it. It could even target gazes. In the previous life, Song Chi-yuan used this move to destroy a star that Fang Yuan refined, causing his star eye's immortal goo to fail. In this life, Song Chi-yuan used this move against Heavenly Court. The effect was immediate as well. After Song Chi-yuan destroyed all of the stars he could sense, he stopped and nodded at Qingyuan. Immortal killer move, myriad mountain ranges. Qingyuan gave a cry as the phantom image of countless mountains appeared. The entire mountain range crashed into the giant star. The giant star was huge, but it was just an immortal material. Under the attack of the rank 8 killer move, it shattered and was destroyed, breaking into countless star fragments. Almost at the same time the giant star was destroyed, Fairy Ziwei, who was within Heavenly Court's transportation formation, sensed it. Her expression changed. The destruction of one giant star was not an issue. Heavenly Court scattered many stars in white heaven, the loss of one was insignificant. But in this situation it had a different implication. Currently, Northern Plains Immortals and Fang Yuan's clones were attacking all the important areas of Heavenly Court. Fairy Ziwei had to activate the formation to transport them away. The formation was constantly activated. It was like a person running while keeping a dangerous balance. If the person steps on a rock, no matter how small it is, they would lose their balance and fall, getting injured. The faster they are running, the heavier their injuries when they fall. The transportation formation was being used so intensely now. If any errors happen when the destroyed star is needed for the process, the transportation formation would be severely damaged by its own backlash. It might get destroyed. Fairy Ziwei had thought that these Eastern Sea Immortals held the lowest threat to them, but to think that in this situation and time, the 8 Eastern Sea Immortals were her most fatal threat. She had to be careful now. Any suspicious stars could not be used now. Fang Yuan acutely sensed the changes in the formation. He attacked wildly while activating Myriad Self, and also transmitting information to Sheng. Sheng received Fang Yuan's message and understood Heavenly Court's situation. He became very excited. He urged the 7 Immortals, now is our best chance. Fang Yuan has already made his move. Heavenly Court cannot divert its attention. The more stars we destroy, the more problems Heavenly Court will face. Heavenly Court's main forces are restrained in Harryfoot Mountain, while Heavenly Court itself is being attacked by Longevity Heaven and Fang Yuan. If we do well here, we might have a chance of destroying Heavenly Court. Sheng's words raised the morale of the other 7 Immortals. Their efficiency went up at once. Harryfoot Mountain Battlefield. The sharp sound of phoenix chirping pierced the eardrums and ran through the battlefield. The source of the sound was Prince Feng Xian's killer move, Phoenix Chirping Divine Flame. The flames burned with raging intensity, coiling around Di Zongxing's body as it was set ablaze. At the other side, Bai Tsang Shui also used her killer move. Countless water waves rushed towards Di Zongxing's body without stopping even for a moment. Di Zongxing was attacked by more than just these 2 people. It was just too large. Heavenly Court's Immortals had their own area to target and attack. Di Zongxing roared continuously. It was attacked by flames and water, lightning and poison, but it still rushed towards the 9 consecutive unceasing formation. The attacks of the Heavenly Court Immortals did not distract it successfully. Its performance did not fit historical records. Back then, Di Zongxing caused chaos and attacked everything in its sight. It was easily drawn away. It had never shown such a clear objective. Oh no! This legendary immemorial beast has likely been enslaved. Zhou Xiong shouted. Heavenly Court's main forces did not have Wisdom Path Gu Immortals, but Zhou Xiong cultivated Information Path. He was most skilled at collecting information and clues. He even had Information Path killer moves that could mimic Wisdom Path effects. After fighting for some time, Zhou Xiong Xian immediately deduced the truth behind Di Zongxing. Di Zongxing was attacked by the Heavenly Court Immortals. It was covered in injuries. In terms of defense, it was inferior to Duke Long. It also had no wild immortal goo. It was fighting with its own innate abilities. Every time it waved its claws, it could create a gale. The Heavenly Court Immortals avoided them, none of them wanting to try the feeling of being caught by Di Zongxing. Each of its roars could set off shocking waves of sound, violently impacting everyone's eardrums and hearts. Its size was too large. Even if it suffered countless blows, it was not a big deal to its entire body. It endured the furious attacks of the Heavenly Court Gu Immortals. It persevered towards the 9 consecutive unceasing formation as it began to cause destruction. Heavenly Court's Immortals felt a sense of helplessness against Di Zongxing. Even if they used their full strength, they were like rats trying to topple an elephant. What do I do? At this rate, the 9 consecutive unceasing formation cannot sustain itself. Attacking the enemy will save it. We have to face offense with offense. Heavenly Court's Immortals had rich experience. They quickly found a countermeasure. Vortex Space Boy and Jun Guang moved ahead while Zhu Keier and Zhu Keier became the middle group. They all moved towards the 5 regional limit formation. At this moment, Di Zongxing opened its mouth. An immortal goo house flew out. This immortal goo house was shining in orange gold light. It was grand and overbearing. This was the rank 8 immortal goo house, Dragon Palace. A wave of smoke flew out of Dragon Palace like an illusory dream. Dream Path Killer move? Heavenly Court's Immortals recognized it. They were shocked and fearful, quickly dodging. Wherever dreamy light smoke went, Heavenly Court's Immortals dodged and gave way. The light smoke covered the 5 regional limit formation and quickly retrieved it. Heavenly Court's Immortals tried to use methods to attack dreamy light smoke, but Dream Path Killer moves were unstoppable in this era. All of their hard work ended up in vain. The 5 regional limit formation was brought into Dragon Palace. Jean Boudou stored it away. After landing inside Dragon Palace, he met with Wu Shuai. Wu Shuai used Dragon Palace's methods to immediately heal him. Heavenly Court was a strong foe. Even though they were in a disadvantage, they could still retaliate. Heavenly Court's main forces used the best tactic, forcing Jean Boudou to store the 5 regional limit formation. This formation had already been attacked countless times. It was at its limits already. Not only did Jean Boudou need healing, this 5 regional limit formation also needed to be repaired. Without the formation, even though there was still 5-colored smoke in the battlefield, it lost its source and quickly dwindled. Wu Shuai drove Dragon Palace directly into the 9 consecutive unceasing formation with Di Zongxing, without tangling with Heavenly Court's members. Hold on. We need to hold on. The Gu Immortals controlling the formation shouted. The atmosphere was tense and solemn. In order to protect Hairy Foot Mountain and infallible Blessed Land, they had to keep the 9 consecutive unceasing formation up. However, be it the 5-colored smoke or Di Zongxing, they were fatally dangerous to the formation. After entering the formation, Di Zongxing's strength rose greatly. It was restricted in the 5-colored smoke earlier. After all, it was a Central Continent legendary immemorial beast. It was not from the 9 heavens. Immortal Killer move, Unlimited Wind. While Heavenly Court's main forces retreated, Wu Yong found a chance and permanently expended Wind Path Dao marks to unleash the unceasing tornado. The tornado rampaged, suppressing the 9 consecutive unceasing formation from the outside, adding an additional problem to Heavenly Court. Emperor City Battlefield. Myriad Statue Palace and Divine Beam Palace helped each other, firmly holding Western Desert's ground. 1,000 Transformations Ancestor charged into the battle alone, using all sorts of powerful transformation path killer moves to force back Yuan Palace and Frost Dragon Matter. Like Zhang Fei Xiong and Flesh Whip Immortal, 1,000 Transformations Ancestor also had the ability to fight immortal goo houses with his body. But the overall situation was, Central Continent still had the upper hand. They were all affected by heroes among people. This human path killer move was indeed a venerable method. It could not be assessed with common sense. Within Emperor City, the competition was also at a crucial stage. Hong Yi stared at the fire with his full concentration. No matter how the immortals fought outside, they could not disturb him. Yi Fan was the same, he wholeheartedly wanted to compete with Hong Yi. But different from Hong Yi, he was using a light path refinement method. Aurora lights constantly moved vividly, reflecting off his face. In the competition ground, one by one, Gu masters failed, success Dao marks were sent to infallible blessed land by batches. Next, the success Dao marks in infallible blessed land were extracted by Heavenly Court and sent to Yuan Qiongdu. Yuan Qiongdu controlled the refinement path Gu formation, he continued to repair Fate Gu, he was making quick progress. Within this refinement path Gu formation, there were Song Yan and Che Wei defending the place with their full strength. As Northern Plains Gu immortals got near the formation, starlight would land on them, they would be teleported out without resistance. As expected of Lady Ziwei. She is so dependable. Che Wei and Song Yan sighed. Persevere, persevere. Fairy Ziwei was covered in sweat now, her face was pale and her head was emitting steam from overheating. She encouraged herself continuously, the situation is still within my grasp, persistence will lead to victory. But at the next moment, Fang Yuan, who was on Myriad Year flying warship, laughed loudly. Immortal killer move, Myriad beings assimilation transformation. Immortal killer move, falling star rod transformation. He suddenly turned into a huge rod, black and thick. Next, he used a star path killer move, leading countless stars. Oh no! Fairy Ziwei's expression changed, she felt like she was sitting on a wild horse carriage that could not stop. The horse pulling it was rampaging, even if she held the reins, she could not stop this horse carriage anymore. Boom! At the next moment, the entire transportation formation self-detonated, starlight specks faded away, no longer shining down. Fairy Ziwei suffered an immense backlash, she was at the point of near death, falling unconscious. Chapter 1938, Heavenly Court's Crisis. The transportation formation's self-detonation shook all the surroundings as Heavenly Court's battlefield froze for a moment. Next, Northern Plains immortals erupted with cheers and caused a huge commotion. Ziwei. Qing Dingling turned pale with shock as she turned into a flash of light, saving Fairy Ziwei from the rubble of the transportation formation. Fairy Ziwei had fainted, she was in poor shape, Qing Dingling needed to save her immediately. Qing Dingling had no hesitation, she immediately retreated, no longer assisting Duke Long in battle. She knew her limits, she was not very useful for Duke Long, while Fairy Ziwei was the strategist of Heavenly Court, she was vital and could not be lost. Fang Yuan wanted to use this chance to kill Fairy Ziwei of course, but Duke Long blocked his advancement each time. Undeniably, Duke Long's modified Qi wall was very strong, it got past the immobile weakness of the primordial Qi wall, it was agile and durable. After Duke Long used this move, even Fang Yuan's Myriad Year flying warship could not break through it. Within the Qi wall, Duke Long had a grim expression, he treated Fang Yuan as the greatest enemy of his life, the disdain and contempt he showed earlier were completely gone. Only until Fang Yuan destroyed the transportation formation did Duke Long realize, Fang Yuan's myriad self-killer move earlier was just a distraction, it was intended to stall for time. Fang Yuan's true method was waiting all along in the dark, once used, it caused a huge impact. Why does Fang Yuan have the method to break the formation so coincidentally? Duke Long knew that Fang Yuan was able to break the Qi wall earlier because of his rebirth. But this transportation formation was definitely out of Fang Yuan's expectations, he was troubled by it earlier after all, if he had seen it in a previous life, he would have been prepared against it. This means that Fang Yuan deduced the method to break the killer move during battle? How can that be possible? Duke Long was perplexed. Heavenly Court made such an arrangement, they naturally guarded against Fang Yuan, they knew about his wisdom path attainment. With Fang Yuan's foundation, he would need a lot of time to unravel this transportation formation. Speaking of which, this was quite a coincidence. When Fang Yuan explored the Dragon Whale Paradise, he had obtained the falling star rod tree from Sheng. The growth conditions of this immemorial desolate plant were still a mystery, as it had been extraordinarily rare and low in quantity since ancient times. It had the unique trait of constantly attracting stars, falling into the trunk of the tree and turning into a single star mark. That was why it was called falling star. According to rumors, one of the motives that Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable had when he traveled the world alone was to collect this tree. The value of the falling star rod tree did not just lie in itself. By planting it in the immortal aperture, the Gu Immortal could use it to create an entire system of orbiting stars. It was a unique ecology that brought incremental gains every year, and the total amount of gains over time, day after day, year after year, was almost impossible to estimate. Without this tree, even if Fang Yuan knew about the falling star rod tree, he could not transform into it. But after obtaining it, he observed and studied it, gaining the falling star rod tree transformation. Other than the rod tree transformation, Fang Yuan also had Dong Fang Chang Fan's myriad star fireflies, and Yi Lui Kunxing's leading countless stars killer move. These were all loot he gained in the past. Leading countless stars was exceptional. It used the star fragments primarily and expended little immortal essence. Using the attractive force of star fragments, it could generate starlight magnetic force to continue manipulating stars. The more stars there were, the stronger this move would be. Back then during the Northern Plains battle, Yi Lui Kunxing used this move and was virtually unstoppable. The killer move leading countless stars was targeted against stars and made use of them. On top of that foundation, Fang Yuan also had Star Path and Formation Path Grandmaster attainment level, as well as the Light of Wisdom. By modifying the killer move in battle, he was able to achieve amazing results. Duke Long was very shocked that he could destroy the transportation formation. In Duke Long's eyes, Fang Yuan started to become unfathomable. On Myriad Year flying warship, Fang Yuan dispelled falling star rod tree transformation and returned to his human form. Immortal killer move, Myriad Self. Bam bam bam. A vast number of Fang Yuan's clones appeared again, filling the sky. They were like fireflies that spread out to the surroundings. Heavenly Court felt a little troubled. In this battle, they were suffering from a lack of manpower. Even though star constellations will awakened many Heavenly Court rank 8s earlier, because the transportation formation was destroyed, they were all stuck in Hairy Foot Mountain now. Troops far away cannot salvage the situation. Duke Long sighed. He had no choice but to use a method. Chi Path Immortal Killer Move, Chi engulfing mountains and rivers. At that instant, an unparalleled force descended from the sky, pressing down on the entire place. The world became still, nothing was left unaffected. Fang Yuan's clones were all destroyed. Calamity Luck Altar was forced to the ground, resisting stubbornly with creaking sounds. The Heavenly Court Immortal Gu houses within the range of this killer move were even more badly affected. They were directly destroyed as the place turned into ruins. Fang Yuan and Myriad Year flying warship were not spared either. They were enveloped by Chi engulfing mountains and rivers. The warship's speed fell as it rapidly descended from the sky while bearing the weight of mountains and rivers. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. Instead of shock, he felt joy. Duke Long's Chi engulfing mountains and rivers was quite familiar to him. In the previous life, when fighting for Dragon Palace, he had used it to claim victory. But now, Duke Long had to use this move to destroy Fang Yuan's myriad self. He was truly in a passive spot. He had to give up Heavenly Court's own Immortal Gu houses. Immortal Killer Move, Immemorial Year Monkey Transformation. Fang Yuan transformed again. All of his Dao marks turned into 1,500,000 Time Path Dao marks. Myriad Year flying warship itself was a Time Path Immortal Gu house. It was activated by Fang Yuan with full force now. Its power rose drastically. It was re-energized and shot out like a flying sword, as if Chi engulfing mountains and rivers did not exist. Duke Long stared at Fang Yuan furiously. He could not catch up now. He watched as Fang Yuan charged towards the immortal graveyard. Fang Yuan did not intend to target Heaven Overseeing Tower. Firstly, Heaven Overseeing Tower was defended by a formation now. Time was needed to get in. Secondly, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's painting path method was still around. Fang Yuan was wary against it. The Immortal Graveyard was an important place of heavenly court. It was likely to have a venerable method, but Fang Yuan had to take the risk. The Immortal Graveyard was a huge variable. Destroying it now would greatly benefit Fang Yuan and the rest. Within Imperfection Regret Pavilion. Seeing that Fang Yuan approached the Immortal Graveyard, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable Silhouette's expression changed as she grabbed a chess piece, preparing to toss it. But at this moment, Limitless Demon Venerable Silhouette smiled lightly as he placed a piece on the chessboard. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable Silhouette stopped her action. If she tossed this chess piece, Limitless Demon Venerable would gain an absolute advantage. She would not be able to turn this game around anymore. Limitless, you really think highly of Fang Yuan. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable Silhouette sighed. She placed the chess piece back onto the board. Next, her gaze turned sharp as blades. She said coldly, "But it is not so easy to stop me." Before she finished her words, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable made several moves at once, placing pieces on the chessboard continuously. Limitless Demon Venerable quickly followed after her, not giving her any advantage. Both sides exchanged moves. They placed over 100 pieces in a few breaths of time. The entire chessboard was filled with pieces, but the strange thing was, this chessboard seemed to have no size limit. No matter how many they placed, the chessboard could hold them. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable Silhouette was restrained by Limitless Demon Venerable. Fang Yuan managed to reach the Immortal Graveyard by moving straight ahead without obstacles. Fang Yuan. If you do anything to it, I will make sure you die without a proper corpse. Duke Long was still chasing him from behind. Fang Yuan smiled coldly, using Strength Path Giant Hand. Slam, his giant hand was huge but extremely fast, it slammed down rapidly. But the process of the giant hand's movement became very slow. Space seemed the same, but it was actually tens of thousands of li long now. At the crucial moment, someone interfered, but it was not a venerable method. Who is it? Fang Yuan shouted, his eyes shined like lightning as he looked towards his left. In Fang Yuan's vision, a female immortal slowly revealed her appearance. She had a peculiar appearance. Her entire body was made of wood. She wore a green dress made from vines. Even though she had a human face, one could see the trunk rings on her tree bark skin. Her eyes were clear as a tranquil lake. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk. From her aura, this female immortal was close to Di Zongxing's level. Human immortal, stop. Don't try to destroy Heavenly Court, otherwise, I, Song Xianzi, will have to stop you. The female immortal spoke. Her voice was gentle but contained immense determination. Song Xianzi? Fang Yuan realized after a moment. Heavenly Court had 3 legendary immemorial beasts. They were Shabi 95, Yuan Dan, and Song Xianzi. Song Xianzi was a vast heaven vine. It was a unique existence in Heavenly Court. It did not need to follow orders, but only had to provide a batch of vast heaven fruits every 1,000 years. In the previous life, when Longevity Heaven attacked Heavenly Court, Song Xianzi watched the battle without doing anything. But to think that she would take action in this life when Fang Yuan invaded. It seems that Song Xianzi and Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable had some sort of special agreement. Nobody else knows about it. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. He mobilized Myriad Year Flying Warship to charge towards the Immortal Graveyard. Song Xianzi sighed. She turned into a green light and blocked Myriad Year Flying Warship. With a loud sound, Myriad Year Flying Warship crashed into Song Xianzi's body. Its momentum was halted while Song Xianzi was sent flying away. She spat out a mouthful of green blood, but she continued to attack Myriad Year Flying Warship. Fang Yuan, your life is mine. At this moment, Duke Long arrived. He opened his mouth and bore his fangs, turning into blades that slashed at Fang Yuan. Instantly, Fang Yuan became trapped from the front and back. He was not flustered. He first pointed at Duke Long to use spring scissors, before pointing at Song Xianzi as the Myriad Year Flying Warship below him shot out countless flying swords. They were all daybreak flying swords. Spring scissors flew out and snipped the dragon fangs, before approaching Duke Long with an unstoppable force. Duke Long had to retreat. Daybreak flying swords shot out like a waterfall towards Song Xianzi. After enduring it for a few moments, Song Xianzi could not hold on anymore and retreated. Fang Yuan yelled, myriad year flying warship soared into the sky again, before rapidly descending towards the Immortal graveyard. But distance was extended once again, and unobservable profundity was occurring around the surrounding space. Fang Yuan turned around and stared at Song Xianzi, saying a sentence fiercely, "You are courting death." Song Xianzi was covered in sweat. She had tried her best to use the space path killer move, but she could only stall Fang Yuan temporarily. Thankfully, Duke Long was around. He attacked Fang Yuan once more but was forced to retreat yet again. Fang Yuan's strength suppressed both Duke Long and Song Xianzi. The two sides fought for over 100 rounds. The more they fought, the stronger Fang Yuan's aura and the more injuries gathered on the bodies of Duke Long and Song Xianzi. Rumble. With a loud sound, Fang Yuan's luo passil landed on Song Xianzi as she screamed. His giant hand slammed Duke Long to the ground. "Duke Long, you are already old. With this aged body of yours, how long can you last?" Fang Yuan smiled coldly. "Until I die." Duke Long was filled with determination and battle intent. One of his dragon horns was broken, his dragon scales were cracked, he was covered in blood. But he would rather fight to the death. Within the refinement path formation, Northern Plains past generation experts surrounded Song Yan and Che Wei. Kill them both. They are already at their limit. How can merely 2 people stop us? They are overestimating themselves. Northern Plains Immortals were ready to attack, killing intent surged and filled the entire space. Che Wei and Song Yan were covered in blood. As long as they stood at the same spot for a few seconds, a pool of blood would gather below them. "It seems that we are going to die here." He, then we will die. Even if we die, we will use our lives to get as much time as we can for Yuan Chengdu. The two looked at each other, they smiled with the determination to die. "Come, this is our final battle." As the weaker side, they shouted even louder than the Northern Plains Immortals. The Northern Plains Immortals' expressions changed. "These are 2 respectable opponents. I will use my strongest killer move to send you off. This is my respect towards you both." Boom boom boom. Intense battle erupted once again. Emperor City. Countless gazes were heatedly locked onto the final competition grounds. Most of the Gu masters had failed, they all left the stage. There were only 2 people left, one was Yi Fan, the other was Hong Yi. The final victor would be either one of these 2. "The competition is ending, our mission to defend is about to succeed. Persevere, everyone." Central Continent's troops cheered in advance. "What do we do?" Thousand Transformations' ancestor could not take them down, he started to feel anxious. Fang Dicheng was silent but he snorted coldly in his heart, "You are all too naive, so what if we are blocked?" Ha ha ha, it has finally arrived. At this precise moment, the ground cracked open, the earth shook as a huge earth trench appeared, the terrifying crack expanded towards Emperor City. What is happening? An earth trench. Damn it, Emperor City is in the path of the earth trench. Quick, save the people. Central Continent's troops were flustered, they wanted to salvage the situation. But Fang Dicheng was prepared from the start, he manipulated Divine Beam Palace and charged out to block the Central Continent troops. Central Continent's Gu Immortals had no choice but to block Divine Beam Palace in a panic, they did not have the strength to save the mortals in Emperor City. "We are doomed. Who can save us?" "No, we cannot give up hope." Emperor City was in complete chaos. River of Time. The river water moved in waves. Feng Jiuge stood in a time path Immortal Gu house as he pondered with his eyes closed, he was quietly comprehending. Suddenly, his eyes opened, his expression was of utter shock. A stone lotus island slowly appeared in Feng Jiuge's vision. This is... At this instant, Feng Jiuge thought of the words Qing Ding Ling said before he left. "I observed your luck for you, it shows that your fortuitous encounter is in the river of time. Go, your fortune is there, it will lead you to great accomplishments. You originally wanted to go to the river of time and increase your comprehension to complete destiny song. This is a wise decision, it cannot go wrong. Don't tell me, this is my fortuitous encounter?" Feng Jiuge restrained the shock in his mind as he entered the Stone Lotus Island. Chapter 1939, Bloodkin Heart Revenge. Heavenly Court Battlefield. You finally woke up. Qing Ding Ling looked at Fairy Ziwei, who was slowly opening her eyes. She let out a breath of air. Fairy Ziwei was a little dazed, but she soon regained her senses. How is the battle situation now? The situation is not good. Qing Ding Ling said grimly. She spread her palms as a golden silhouette appeared. Within the silhouette, one could see the scene of Fang Yuan suppressing Duke Long and Song Xianzi. Immortal killer move, purple gold dragon-shaped chi. After using this killer move, be it offense, defense, healing, or movement, all of Duke Long's actions would have accompanying purple gold dragon-shaped chi. This was his main method in chi path. It was very comprehensive. In the previous life, 5 Elements Grandmaster died from this move by Duke Long. But even in this state, Duke Long was repelled by Fang Yuan continuously. Duke Long was still very strong, but Fang Yuan relied on Myriad Year flying warship, displaying unprecedented time path battle strength. Spring Scissors and Summer Fan had incredible power. Even Duke Long and Song Xianzi could not block these attacks. Fairy Ziwei took a few glances and exclaimed, Fang Yuan's battle strength is so terrifying. He seems to have a transformation path method to turn all of his Dao marks into the same path. Not only did he advance to rank 8, his Dao marks are at an absurd number. How did he do it? Rather than thinking about this, you should think about how we can resolve this crisis now. Qing Ding Ling urged. Fairy Ziwei was silent for a while before analyzing as she pointed at the silhouette. Lord Duke Long's strength is not inferior to Fang Yuan, it is just that he is too passive now as a result of protecting the Immortal Graveyard. This gives Fang Yuan the initiative. Lord Duke Long has to endure every offensive killer move he uses to make sure the Immortal Graveyard is intact. Fang Yuan could casually dodge Duke Long's attacks, but Duke Long had to block Fang Yuan's attacks. This was too great of an advantage. If one analyzed this, they would see that Duke Long and Fang Yuan were quite similar in power level. But Fang Yuan's tactic was too wise. Duke Long would not be overly concerned if he attacked Heaven Overseeing Tower with high defense, but the Immortal Graveyard was different. The primordial Qi wall was destroyed by Fang Yuan. That was truly a huge move. It was crucial. It caused Duke Long to be taxed with defending against Fang Yuan's attacks now. Star constellations could have awakened more Gu Immortals from the Immortal Graveyard, but Limitless Demon Venerable was stopping her at the moment. How could they resolve this issue? Fairy Ziwei started to think about this deeply, but she felt a strong headache. The intense pain made her body shake as she almost fainted again. Be careful, your injuries are still quite severe. Qing Ding Ling called out in concern. Fairy Ziwei nodded, frowning and enduring the headache. She spoke with difficulty. The Immortal Graveyard is the biggest foundation and accumulation of Heavenly Court. We cannot lose it. We need to get rid of the problem, which is Fang Yuan now. Go and reinforce Senior Duke Long. Get Guyu Fangjing to fight as well. He has been cultivating in the Demon Judgment Board recently. He progressed quite a bit. If you enter the Demon Judgment Board and coordinate with him, there will be good results. What about you? Qing Ding Ling looked at Fairy Ziwei with worry. Fairy Ziwei spat out a mouthful of blood. I need to heal my injuries. Thankfully, there is a healing hall that can help me greatly. Don't worry, this Immortal Gu house is at the periphery of the battlefield. It will not attract attention. Okay, be careful. Qing Ding Ling hesitated for a moment before gritting her teeth and flying away. Fairy Ziwei felt her vision turning dark. After taking several huge breaths for a while, she stabilized her injuries and decided to move towards the healing hall. Immortal killer move, Summer Fan. Whoosh! Intense winds blew, sweeping everything in their path, rampaging through heaven and earth. Duke Long grunted as he flew back by 300 steps. Countless purple gold scale fragments were scattered along the way. The storm also engulfed Song Xianzi. The female immortal cried out in pain as her vines snapped. She used her defensive killer moves with much difficulty to resist the attack. Her space path defensive killer move was quite amazing. Any move that landed on her would have to travel through a huge distance to reach her. But no matter how long the distance was, the time path tornado still went into the immortal graveyard. Even though it only suffered a minor loss, still far from total destruction, Heavenly Court's immortals still felt deeply pained when they saw that. Fang Yuan snorted coldly, looking at Song Xianzi coldly. He was not happy with the current situation. Song Xianzi, he did not expect her to participate. Fang Yuan knew nothing about her. Especially when she cultivated space path, Fang Yuan's attainment level in this path was too low. Without enough space path attainment level, even though Fang Yuan had wisdom path attainment level, he could not deduce anything useful. The bigger threat between them is Duke Long. Standing on Myriad flying warship, Fang Yuan looked at Duke Long again. Not long ago, when Fang Yuan used Summer Fan, Duke Long flew back by 500 steps, but now, it was only 300 steps. Summer Fan was an old killer move. Even though Fang Yuan modified it, it had already been used before. At this point, Duke Long was getting used to dealing with it. Of course, the bigger reason was that Duke Long was continuously getting stronger. Heavenly Dragon's last stand. Fang Yuan muttered. He could feel what the Northern Plains immortals felt in the previous life when they fought Duke Long. Duke Long was strong to begin with, and more terrifyingly, he was continuously getting stronger. Fang Yuan knew that even though he had the upper hand now, it was because of his wise tactic of targeting the enemy's weakness. Duke Long was forced to defend it. In terms of real battle, if he fought Duke Long and Song Xianzi, they would be evenly matched. Fang Yuan had Myriad flying warship, he coordinated well with it. This was the first time Duke Long was fighting with Song Xianzi, and even though Song Xianzi had deep foundation on par with Di Zongxing, she was unfamiliar with fighting techniques. It showed that under normal times she faced combat rarely. Thus, Fang Yuan could also sense that she was getting more proficient in her methods as the fight went on. After all, a battle of life and death was the greatest form of training. Time is pressing. If I cannot succeed soon, I will need to give up on this target. Fang Yuan took a look at Heaven Overseeing Tower. Once Genesis Lotus method was activated, he would attack that place. Before that, he should destroy the immortal graveyard first. After all, nobody knew which monster would emerge from it next. After all, including Duke Long, Heavenly Court should have a total of 4 Dao Guardians. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. Countless thoughts moved in his mind at rapid speed. Countless battle tactics were being created. At this point in time, he still had many trump card killer moves left. There was Time Cutting Edge, Unlimited Chi Si, 5-Finger Fist Heart Sword, Lead Soul into Dream, and other killer moves. If he faced other enemies, these methods would decide the battle and kill them. But Duke Long and Song Xianzi were not simple characters. Against them, if his move failed, they would be prepared against the attack. Fang Yuan would not be able to use them effectively anymore. Kill Duke Long and Song Xianzi? It was not impossible for Fang Yuan. But at the same time, Duke Long still had the killer move Triple Chi Retraction. It was very threatening. If Fang Yuan got hit by it, the consequences would be severe. Fang Yuan was similarly wary of it. Furthermore, other than Triple Chi Retraction, did Duke Long have other methods of similar strength? Fang Yuan was not sure. At the same time, Song Xianzi was quite an unknown factor. She had lived much longer than Duke Long and also had a complex relationship with Genesis Lotus, who knew what methods she could bring out. It would not be surprising. Fang Yuan continued to attack. He aimed attacks at the immortal graveyard while looking for an opportunity. Duke Long and Song Xianzi were experienced monsters. Their battle experience was incredibly vast. Fang Yuan tried for a long time, but he could not create any opportunities. Amidst the intense battle, a cloud of blood suddenly appeared. The cloud of blood approached Fang Yuan. It had a peculiar aura. Fang Yuan stepped softly as Myriad flying warship shook. a group of daybreak flying swords flew out and attacked the cloud. The blood cloud was pierced by Fang Yuan, it was easily torn to shreds and vanished, but Fang Yuan's expression changed. At the next moment, cooking luck pot appeared above him, blood markings appeared and stuck themselves onto cooking luck pot, attempting to corrode Fang Yuan's luck. Blood path killer move? Fang Yuan's heart shook, his attack slowed down as he split his attention to mobilize cooking luck pot. But no matter how he tried to cook his luck, he could not get rid of the blood markings. To get rid of them, Fang Yuan would need to concentrate fully, it would expend a lot of his time. Fang Yuan cast his gaze far away as an immortal goo house approached him. This was a red tombstone with countless words moving on it, it was the rank 8 immortal goo house, Demon Judgment Board. Fang Jing, is that you? Although lacking a clear reason, Fang Yuan guessed the identity of the person inside the Demon Judgment Board. Within Demon Judgment Board, there was Guyu Fangjing and also Qing Ding Ling. Fang Yuan was hit. Fangjing was surprised and joyful, thank you for amplifying the power of my killer move. At this moment, behind Fangjing, Qing Ding Ling was placing both palms on his back as she helped him with her full strength. Seeing that this move had effect, Qing Ding Ling was surprised too, she looked at Guyu Fangjing in a new light. Fangjing only had rank 7 cultivation level, but like what Fairy Ziwei predicted, the killer moves he created were very effective on Fang Yuan. Worthy of Fang Yuan's nemesis, the pawn left behind specially by Heaven's will. Qing Ding Ling sighed to herself. Heaven's will attempted to destroy Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's plan, using Fang Yuan as the pawn. But Fang Yuan as an otherworldly demon was the greatest variable himself, thus Heaven's will arranged for Fangjing as well, to become the counter to Fang Yuan. Thus, after Fangjing became the Demon Judgment Board Lord, he used the experience of the previous generations of Board Lords to create his own killer move, Bloodkin Heart Revenge. This blood path mimicked luck path, it also contained the profundity of human path. Qing Ding Ling's amplification was only icing on the cake. Bloodkin Heart Revenge activated again. The blood cloud approached while Fang Yuan dodged it. But the blood cloud followed him closely, it did not stop chasing after him. I've already used Sovereign Immortal Fetus Goo, this body has no bloodline relationship with him, why is the blood cloud still approaching me? At once, Fang Yuan's gaze flickered with uncertainty. Chapter 1940, Limitless, please turn around. Fang Yuan's current main body was made from Sovereign Immortal Fetus Goo. Sovereign Immortal Fetus Goo was a consumable goo worm, it could turn any life form into a purebred human. Because the body was not created by normal birth, it had the trait of being half an otherworldly demon. The Sovereign Immortal body had no blood relationship with Guyu Fangjing, he was only related to Fang Yuan's rank 6 time path clone. But his clone was currently hidden in the Sovereign Immortal aperture, isolated from the world. Could Fang Zheng's method pierce through that boundary and sense the clone in his immortal aperture? Most likely, this move does not use our bloodline relationship but the mental connection with the user. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk, he felt that this deduction was more logical. He had very little understanding of Fang Zheng's killer move as he had just seen it. Fang Yuan tried for a while and could not get away from the blood cloud. If he destroyed the cloud, blood markings would appear and attack his luck. If others used this killer move, there would not be this effect. But Fang Jing was closely connected to Fang Yuan, not just in terms of bloodline. He was an arrangement of Heaven's will, both of their lucks were connected in some way. For example, after Fang Yuan obtained cooking luck pot, Fang Zheng's luck turned into a pot lid, it showed that he was a counter to Fang Yuan. The connection of Bloodkin Heart Revenge was much more complex than Fang Yuan thought. The first aspect was bloodline connection, the second was the mental connection, and the third was their luck's connection. Using the resonance of their luck, the blood markings were able to corrode Fang Yuan's luck. This was a huge problem for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan changed his target now, trying to destroy Demon Judgment Board and kill Fang Jing directly. But whenever he made this choice, Duke Long and Song Xianzi would interfere. They would thwart his plan each time at the perfect timing. Even if Fang Yuan's attacks landed, it would only cause Demon Judgment Board to shake and crack. Afterwards, the Gu Immortals inside would repair it fully. Demon Judgment Board was different from most of Heavenly Court's immortal Gu houses. It was comprehensive in defense, movement, recovery, and others. It had no clear weaknesses. If I had the all-living beings' luck inheritance, no, as long as I had heart-blood immortal Gu, even if I cannot unravel this move, it will alleviate my situation. Fang Yuan had a sensation back then. It was a pity that he could not obtain heart-blood immortal Gu during the Qi banquet. That was truly a huge pity, to think that it would take effect here. In the previous life, Fang Yuan lost the 5 regional limit formation. It was a huge pity. In this life, it was heart-blood immortal Gu. Even though Fang Yuan had spring-autumn cicada and had the advantage of rebirth, when he changed things, the influence would spread out, his enemies and the entire world would generate new changes that would target him once again. It was like someone shouting at a valley. No matter how he adjusted his voice or tone, the echo would also come back to find him. At the Qi banquet, Fang Yuan already felt something. But it was a pity that all sorts of undercurrents and circumstances forced Fang Yuan to let go of this opportunity. From this aspect, one could see spring-autumn cicada's weakness. The rebirth provided by spring-autumn cicada was merely a second chance. Afterwards, especially later into the future, the situation would still depend on the user's own actions. If one kept relying on the advantage of rebirth, they might gain a lot during the initial stage, but they would be like overconfident swimmers in the sea, eventually drowning themselves. Thus, even after being reborn for countless times, Red Lotus Demon Venerable only managed to damage Fate Gu. This way, with Duke Long and Song Xianzi as the main force, with Fang Jing and Qin Ding Ling as the supplementary force using Demon Judgment Board, they attacked Fang Yuan together, finally resisting this demon's great might. Fang Yuan is trapped. Within Calamity Luck Altar, Bull Demon spoke. He had kept a lot of attention on Fang Yuan. Of course, he was not the only one. All of the other Gu Immortals did too. After all, Fang Yuan's victory or defeat would influence this entire battle. Flower Lady hesitated. Should we help him? The two look at Bing Sichuan. They knew that he was still concealing a trump card. They could ask Limitless to turn around. In the previous life, Bing Sichuan used this trump card to temporarily trap Duke Long. Furthermore, in this situation, as long as Duke Long was trapped, Fang Yuan would not have any restraints. He could break the stalemate. But Bing Sichuan shook his head. His gaze was heated. Let them fight. This is our best chance. Let us take Fate Gu and return to Longevity Heaven. We will refine Rank 9 Destiny Gu. His original goal was this. With Rank 9 Destiny Gu, Longevity Heaven would replace Heavenly Court's position. They would rule the 5 regions. Earlier, Bing Sichuan was trapped in a predicament. He had to give up on this thought and ask Fang Yuan for help. Now that Fang Yuan has taken action and changed the situation, Bing Sichuan's situation turned for the better. Be grateful to Fang Yuan and help him? Bing Sichuan laughed coldly in his heart. Their grand ambitions were about to be fulfilled. After years of waiting and expectation, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's goal of domination was close. How could he give up? As long as there was hope, he had to try. He could not give up. At this moment, even though the refinement path formation was not destroyed, a path was already opened. Go. For Longevity Heaven, for Northern Plains, for Lord Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, go and retrieve fate. Bing Sichuan screamed in a loud voice. The phantom images in the river of time stirred. The historical experts of Northern Plains roared and echoed Bing Sichuan's words. Mao Liqiu had entered battle long ago, using the killer move Perfect Pair to fight Shabi 95 and Wan Dan. Bull Demon and Flower Lady also flew out of Calamity Luck Altar, engaging in their attack. Many Northern Plains Gu Immortals were with them. They had a much larger force than in the previous life. No. Yuan Qiongdu's eyes were red. He shouted for reinforcements but nobody came to help. Yuan Qiongdu was inside the refinement path formation. he could not leave. At this moment, he was in grave danger himself. Rank 9 fate was about to be repaired, but if it was snatched away, their efforts would have been in vain. Seeing this situation, Duke Long became anxious. He called out, "Fang Yuan, to think that they are also making use of you." Fang Yuan casted his gaze at Heaven Overseeing Tower. With just this action, Bing Sichuan held his breath. If Fang Yuan turned around now and attacked Longevity Heaven, what would they do? Bing Sichuan had made this decision after shouldering huge pressure. The truth was, Fang Yuan had been paying attention to Heaven Overseeing Tower's situation. When he saw that Northern Plains Gu Immortals were going to Heaven Overseeing Tower, he became happy. Somebody was finally going to step on the landmine for him. Duke Long, you should be more concerned with yourself. I will kill you first before dealing with Longevity Heaven. Fang Yuan shouted. Duke Long was silent. His attacks went beyond his original limit yet again, becoming even stronger. Fate Gu! Bull Demon and Flower Lady shouted. They charged up to the top of Heaven Overseeing Tower, seeing Fate Gu. But at the next moment, Genesis Lotus method activated. Ah! What is this? Painting Path, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerables method. Like what Fang Yuan had expected, these Northern Plains Gu Immortals were all stuck inside the bamboo forest painting now. This change was so unexpected that all the other immortals were stunned. Within Calamity Luck Altar, Bing Sichuan was dumbstruck. Yuan Qiongdu, Song Yan, and Che Wei gained some time to recover. They quickly rested. Bing Sichuan gritted his teeth. Phantoms moved in the river of time, but no Gu Immortals appeared. Mao Li Qiu was the closest to it, but it was fighting against two legendary immemorial beasts. It could not leave. In this situation, only Bing Sichuan could go himself. At this moment, Qi Ci Lang woke up slowly. What are you hesitating for? Use Calamity Luck Altar to crash into Heaven Overseeing Tower. Qi Ci Lang said. When he was unconsciously, he still collected information about the outside world. Once he woke up, he received the information. Fate Gu was inside Heaven Overseeing Tower. It was the core component. Fate Gu could only be destroyed by otherworldly demons. If Heaven Overseeing Tower was destroyed, the other core immortal Gu might be destroyed, but Fate Gu would be intact. But Heaven Overseeing Tower was a genuine rank 9 immortal Gu house. It had great defense. If Heaven Overseeing Tower attacked it, they would lose precious time. This was why Bing Sichuan sent Gu Immortals to invade Heaven Overseeing Tower. Bing Sichuan could not decide. He looked at the phantom river of time again. Some time had passed, but no Gu Immortals came out. There were still many experts in Northern Plains history, like those forming 7 Extreme Desolation. They did not show up despite Bing Sichuan's expectations. Bing Sichuan's expression was uncertain. Even though he did not know the previous life situation, he sensed something amiss. He was a time path great expert after all. Being appointed by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable as the West Desolation Immortal, having slumbered for 300,000 years due to Giant Sun's request, he was the crucial leader that was designated to achieve Longevity Heaven's grand ambitions. This Call of the Ancient Killer move is quite fishy. I cannot rely on it solely. Red Lotus Demon Venerable was once a righteous path member after all. Nobody knows what his true objectives are. Thinking of this, Bing Sichuan said to Qi Ci Lang, 7th Prince, please take action. Qi Ci Lang spat out, are you a luck path cultivator? I am. I am more suited than you to control Calamity Luck Altar. How much of this immortal Gu house's power can you use? The urgent matter at hand is to. Bing Sichuan, fuck your ancestor. Qi Ci Lang had just said his words when suddenly, Bing Sichuan teleported him out. He could not help but curse. Calamity Luck Altar's control was in Bing Sichuan's hands. Qi Ci Lang was able to control it earlier because Bing Sichuan gave him a portion of the authority. 7th Prince, please attack quickly. Bing Sichuan spoke politely, but Calamity Luck Altar was ready to attack. Qi Ci Lang suspected that if he refused to act, Calamity Luck Altar would attack him first. Bing Sichuan, very good. Qi Ci Lang gritted his teeth in deep anger. Bing Sichuan was Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's old general. His status and seniority gave him the assurance to deal with giant Sun Immortal Venerable's own son like this. Just you wait. If not for father's ambitions. Qi Lang was furious and helpless. He charged into Heaven Overseeing Tower. Yuan Qiongdu and the rest were helpless to stop him. Since when could enemies enter and leave Heaven Overseeing Tower at will? Yuan Qiongdu and the other two felt sadness in their hearts. They could only bank on Genesis Lotus arrangements activating again. Qi Lang carefully stepped onto the top of Heaven Overseeing Tower. He was immediately attacked by a jade light. He received a shock. Looking at Genesis Lotus painting on the walls, he tried his best to maintain his position, but he could not resist it. Right as he was about to be dragged into the painting, Bing Sichuan shouted, "Limitless, please turn around." In Imperfection Regret Pavilion, similar to the previous life, Limitless Demon Venerable did not turn around, he only tossed out one chess piece. The chess piece flew into Heaven Overseeing Tower and floated above Qi Lang's head. Qi Lang's body immediately regained freedom as the jade light got blocked by this small chess piece. Only a faint amount of jade light remained around him. Qi Lang was overjoyed. As long as he got rid of the jade light, he would be able to move freely and snatch Fate Gu. Chapter 1941, Contented Lifestyle. Emperor City Battlefield. Rumble, dust clouds spread. The earth cracked open, a large trench spread out and extended forward, swallowing everything in its path, approaching Emperor City. Emperor City's destruction was about to occur. At this moment, there were still several Central Continent Gu Immortals guarding Emperor City, but to save the lives of everyone in such a short time, none of the Gu Immortals could do it. Earth trenches were formed naturally. Nobody could predict where the next earth trench would appear. But only Fang Yuan knew. Because this earth trench appeared in his previous life and destroyed Emperor City. Both Central Continent's and Western Desert's forces were caught off guard. The earth trench was truly a huge shock to them. But Western Desert was shocked and happy while Central Continent was shocked and fearful. Right when Emperor City was about to be destroyed, an immortal Gu house emerged and turned into jade light as it flew into the sky rapidly. It was Divine Bean Palace. Stop him! Central Continent's Gu Immortals subconsciously shouted. What is Fang Dichang doing? Thousand Transformations Ancestor and the rest were quite surprised. Divine Bean Palace's action was not what they had planned. Fang Dichang was shocked at the moment. Not only could he not connect to the outside world, his entire body was immobilized. Divine Bean Palace shook intensely. A formless force was restraining him completely. On the painting that surrounded the walls, a lump of wool emerged. The wool quickly gathered into human form. He had the appearance of a young man with a gentlemanly air, wearing green clothes and a white headband. His long hair extended to his shoulders. Seeing this will, Fang Dichang's expression turned ashen. He shouted, "Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable! Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, the Venerable with the most abundant immortal essence in history, the third-generation immortal king of Heavenly Court, the creator of Heavenly Lotus Sect. He was the one who cleansed the demonic trend. He restored order to the world." Indeed, this was Genesis Lotus Will. Damn it, he was hiding in the painting so I could not discover him? Fang Dichang understood at once. He had no understanding of painting path after all. But why did I lose control of Divine Bean Palace the moment Genesis Lotus Will appeared? I am restrained here without any freedom left. Instantly, Fang Dichang thought of Qing Chou. His heart turned cold. He had once thought he completely refined Divine Bean Palace, but the cruel truth was exposed here. Divine Bean Palace still continued secrets. Its owner was still Genesis Lotus Will all along. This method was a secret to both the real Fang Dichang and Fang Yuan's clone. They were unaware of it. How could a Venerable's immortal Gu house be taken so easily? Boom! Divine Bean Palace landed on the ground, right in the center of Emperor City, as if it was overseeing the situation. An endless amount of green light spread out from Divine Bean Palace. The light was as warm as water. It was not glaring at all, radiating half the sky. The whole of Emperor City was covered in green light. Within the light, paintings in all the corners of Emperor City started to surface and show themselves. These were all paintings of the lives of people. They portrayed the scene of Emperor City at certain points in time. There were marketplaces, crowded with people, vendors vied for attention while selling a wide variety of goods. There were the silhouettes of courtyards of several houses, and on the tall trees in the courtyard, a few birds' nests had young chicks waiting to fly. Under the trees, there was a group of children playing and chasing each other, full of hope for the future. There was a group going towards the bride's house. They traveled from the north with the groom riding on a large horse. Behind him was a mortal goo house carriage, one. This kind of mortal goo house was usually only used during marriage ceremonies in central continent, and the surface of the carriage was decorated with colorful blooming flowers. Behind the carriage was a group of servants carrying the bride's generous dowry. There was a tea house. The street in front of the entrance was crowded with pedestrians, and the upper level of the tea house was filled with guests who were eating breakfast while looking through the windows, watching the street. The banners of the tea house, used to attract customers, fluttered along with the slight morning breeze. There was also a painting depicting dusk. At the corner of the street near the city gate, there was a stall where a blind old goo master, who perhaps owned a wisdom path goo worm, was acting as a fortune teller, predicting the future prospects of a female customer. Be it dusk or dawn, the city gates or the vibrant markets, the contented lifestyles of the people in Emperor City could be clearly seen in these respective paintings. Undeniably, this was a painting path method filled with the profundities of human path. Immortal killer move, contented lifestyle. Emperor City actually has such a hidden method from Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable? Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable had once lived in Emperor City as a mortal for some time. Don't tell me that these rumors were actually true? Painting path is truly profound. Central Continent's goo immortals were joyful. Western Desert's side felt that the situation was turning bad. Divine Bean Palace was connected with Emperor City and formed a gigantic immortal goo house. The central area was Divine Bean Palace, while the periphery was the former Emperor City. As the Earth Trench approached, the monstrous mouth opened, attempting to engulf Emperor City. But Emperor City had transformed already. It floated in the sky without moving at all. The countless people in the city cheered loudly. They jumped in joy as they cheered and shouted. They had escaped a certain death situation. A group of people were sobbing with joy. They knelt down on the ground and started to kowtow to the paintings. Suddenly, many new paintings appeared all over the place. The content of the paintings were the scenes of these kowtowing people. This killer move, contented lifestyle, was able to draw power from mortals to strengthen itself. As the power of the paintings accumulated unceasingly, it was transmitted into Divine Bean Palace. Genesis Lotus will controlled this power. He had a firm grasp of Divine Bean Palace. He looked towards Fang Dicheng with a seemingly smiling face. Fang Yuan, I have to thank you for bringing Divine Bean Palace here. You prevented a catastrophe for the mortals. This was Genesis Lotus's arrangement when he was alive. In the previous life, Divine Bean Palace was not brought here by Fang clan, thus Emperor City was destroyed. In this life, using Fang Yuan's clone as the tool, Divine Bean Palace appeared to save the mortals. As his feeling of danger increased, Fang Dicheng struggled intensely. But a profound power restrained him and directly sent him into the painting of Divine Bean Palace. Fang Dicheng's vision changed. When he took a second look, he was already inside the painting. The scene was quite familiar to him. He saw a gray-white land with deep pits in it. He had planted the immortal beans here back then. Right now, most of the beans were used up in the fight. There were only some sprouts left here, slowly growing. Fang Dicheng found that he could move again, but it was useless. No matter how he tried, he could not escape from this painting. I am sealed within the painting. Fang Dicheng thought about Flower Lady in his previous life. She had been suppressed in the painting that was in heaven overseeing tower. Fang Dicheng tried to connect to his main body, but he found that he could not communicate with the outside world. He could not even sense treasure yellow heaven. All of his communicative methods were ineffective. Calm down, I still have my final hope. Fang Dicheng pondered for a moment before activating the killer move Karma Divine Tree. Thankfully, this move had been modified already. once he activated it, Genesis Lotus Will, which was outside the painting, had a change of expression. This method was truly the only way to resist, even Genesis Lotus Will could not stop him. At this time, in Emperor City, the final competition of the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention was undergoing. This great competition was finally at its last moment, the victor was about to be decided. I succeeded. Success. Hong Yi and Yi Fan spoke at the same time, they refined the Gu refinement at the same time. To decide the victor, a time path Gu master would need to inspect the specific timing of their completion. But at this moment, jade light shined, the two were enveloped by it, dragged by it and flying far away. This jade light was extremely fast, it brought Hong Yi and Yi Fan into Divine Beam Palace almost instantly. Genesis Lotus Will in Divine Beam Palace gritted his teeth. Seeing this, the two people brought by the jade light were extremely close to Fang Yuan, they were either his pawns or his capable subordinates. Genesis Lotus Will quickly activated Divine Beam Palace. The light that carried Yi Fan and Hong Yi took a twist as it landed in a painting of Emperor City, both of them were sealed as well. What is going on? Who won? Hong Yi and Yi Fan looked at each other with a dumbfounded expression. They were currently inside a painting created by the Killer Move Contented Lifestyle, all they saw was a peaceful and serene environment in front of them. This made them feel extremely confused. Where in the world are we? Aren't there Gu Immortals fighting outside Emperor City? Why can't we hear anything? Am I dreaming? Hong Yi gave himself a hard pinch, he gritted his teeth as he felt a sharp pain. 1. We call it a Chinese sedan, otherwise known as litter, vehicle, Google for image. Back. Chapter 1942, Destiny Song. Harryfoot Mountain Battlefield. Only a small portion of the five-colored smoke remained. Sheng roared as it used its mighty strength to tear the formation. Its mountain range-sized body was still charging forward. Stop it. Another subformation has been broken. How many subformations do we still have? Only one is left. Quickly construct the subformations. We can't, its destructive force is too great, we won't make it in time. The 9 consecutive unceasing formation was in chaos. Many Central Continent Gu Immortals were stationed here but got restricted by the five-colored smoke, be it controlling the formation or constructing subformations, they had to face backlashes. The more powerful the person and the more strength they used, the stronger the backlash would be. Sheng was extremely powerful, it could break the subformations so quickly with just its physical strength. And it was constantly becoming stronger. The 5 regions' regional walls grew increasingly fragile, the earth veins of the 5 regions were gradually merging into one, the earth trench that spread to Emperor City was huge evidence. Earth trenches had already spread to the central region of Central Continent, this meant that the merging of earth veins had reached the highest point. Be it the other 4 regions or Central Continent, the rapid spread of new earth trenches led to countless tragedies and deaths, human emotions were surging. Sheng was different from other legendary immemorial beasts, it was born from the power of earth veins fused with the negative emotions of humans. Right now, Central Continent's earth vein expanded to become the 5 regions' earth vein, Sheng's strength rose to 5 times of before. Negative emotions were also increasing wildly in the humans of all regions. Sheng's strength was further soaring because of this. Duke Long was growing stronger continuously because of Heavenly Dragon's last stand. And Sheng's strength was growing at an even more horrifying speed than Duke Long's. As such, even though Heavenly Court's main force was here, using all their abilities and staking their lives, they were unable to stop Sheng's charge. Heavenly Court's main force was furious. We can't let it move forward. We must stop it even if we die. Damned evil dragon. Get out of my way, let me stop it. Zhang Fei Xiong suddenly roared, becoming a giant with a bare head and human body. He attacked with no fear of death. Bam! A muffled sound echoed. He was directly crushed into meat paste, dying on the spot. This rank 8 transformation path grade expert could only obstruct Di Zongxing for a brief moment. Zhang Fei Xiong. The eyes of Heavenly Court's immortals were filled with tears. At the crucial moment, the Heavenly Court members showed no hesitation towards sacrificing themselves. Let me. At the next moment, Flesh Whip Immortal went forward. She transformed into an immemorial walking meat tree, which was her strongest form. Bam! Another muffled sound echoed. Flesh Whip Immortal was smashed to pieces, her blood splashing everywhere. Flesh Whip Immortal. The group of immortals cried out. When she was needed, she charged ahead without any regard for herself. A grand rank 8, a genius of her generation, could only stall it for a breath of time. Even the southern border immortals were visibly moved. What was urging them to do so? Seemingly, Heavenly Court's Gu immortals had all been like this since ancient times. Their spirit had never waned, it had instead been fostered and enhanced. Heavenly Court had never lacked brave members. Primordial origin might have passed away, but his spirit did not. Unfortunately, your efforts are futile. At Wu Shuai's will, countless clones flew out of Dragon Palace. They were pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. These dream path clones turned into a huge vanguard army and flew in front of Di Zongxing, attacking the final subformation. Watch this. Under the immortal's expectant gaze, Feng Jin Huang stood up. Her youthful face was filled with seriousness and solemnness. She borrowed the immortal formation's strength to activate Immortal Killer Move Shatter Dream. Bam bam bam. Pure dream reality seeker physique bodies exploded directly, becoming lumps of dream realms on the spot that rotated and moved slowly. Immortal Killer Move, Pure Dream Reality Seeker Transformation. Feng Jin Huang activated another method. These restored dream realms transformed back to human form again, but this time, they belonged to Feng Jin Huang. With Feng Jin Huang here, Dream Path was no longer Heavenly Court's weakness. What about this then? Before Heavenly Court's force could relax, a large formation was sent out from Dragon Palace at this crucial moment. 5 Regional Limit Formation. 5 colored smoke spouted once again and rapidly spread to cover the whole area. Heavenly Court's main force had bloodshot eyes as Zhu Ke shouted hoarsely, "Destroy it!" Vortex Space Boy and Jun Shenguang had already moved towards the formation. Too late. Jean Boudou exclaimed with joy from inside the formation. He did not let down everyone's expectations. At this crucial moment, he finished repairing the whole formation and joined the battle again. 5 colored smoke expanded and covered the subformation. Puff puff puff. The Central Continent Gu Immortals were still setting up the formation. They were caught unprepared and coughed blood repeatedly, most fainted on the spot while some even died from the backlash. By now, they were all exhausted and the 5 regional limit formation became their death warrant. As for the Gu Immortals controlling the main formation, they were forced to ease their strength while resisting the injuries from the backlash. Roar! Di Zongxing took the chance to attack. It directly smashed into the final subformation. The 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation was finally broken at this moment. The formation collapsed, the obstruction disappeared, Hairy Foot Mountain that had been hidden by the formation got exposed. This mountain was small and inconspicuous, it was as ordinary as could be, but it held infallible blessed land. The Gu Immortals who had been controlling the main formation were lying on Hairy Foot Mountain. The formation's destruction inflicted serious injuries on these Gu Immortals again. Almost none of them were in a clear-headed state. Most of the Gu Immortals had already lost their lives, while a small portion were in a dazed state. Feng Jin Huang, who had been protected tightly, also had a pale face. She fell down to the ground in exhaustion and did not have any strength to escape. At this moment, she could only look on as Di Zongxing came charging. She could do nothing but wait for death. A strong sense of death suffocated Feng Jin Huang. Am I going to die? At this moment, this young female Gu master felt a sense of loss. Protect Feng Jin Huang. Save her. No need to care about infallible blessed land. The final batch of success Dao marks have already been sent to Heavenly Court. Heavenly Court's main force staked all their energy to rescue Feng Jin Huang. Wishful thinking. The southern border Gu Immortals laughed wildly as they used their strength to hold back these Heavenly Court Gu Immortals as much as possible. Wu Yang's unlimited wind blew while making heavy sounds. This giant tornado stalled a large number of Heavenly Court Gu Immortals. Jun Shengguang and Vortex Space Boy charged to the front again. One cultivated light path, another space path, their activation speed of killer moves was fastest. Immortal killer move, Dreamy Light Smoke. Dragon Palace withstood all sorts of explosions and forcibly attacked Jun Shengguang and Vortex Space Boy. Jun Shengguang and Vortex Space Boy finally could not dodge, they were carried away by Dreamy Light Smoke the moment they were struck. After capturing these two, Dragon Palace had reached its limits and could not capture any more people unless these two were killed. Destroy Hairy Foot Mountain and Infallible Blessed Land. Wu Yong shouted as he took the lead to charge in front. He was not on Heavenly Court's side and naturally was unaware that Heavenly Court had already completed the task. Even if he were to destroy Infallible Blessed Land now, it did not have any influence on the big picture. Don't even think about it. A lump of fire obstructed Wu Yong, from which Prince Feng Xian flew out. By you alone? Wu Yong's eyes shined with sharp killing intent. He suddenly disappeared, and when he appeared, he was already behind Prince Feng Xian. Immortal killer move, farewell friend Wind. We became friends at first sight, yet you have to go now. This is farewell, my good friend, let me send you off. Wu Yong smiled lightly. Hearing these words, even Prince Feng Xian, a person who infiltrated and went undercover in northern plains for many years, turned pale with fright. Next, Prince Feng Xian lost control over his body and slowly floated towards the front. While floating, his hair, clothes, and limbs started to disintegrate. Damn it! Farewell friend Wind is actually in Wu Yong's hand. Prince Feng Xian shouted inwardly but was unable to articulate his words. He could not move at all, none of his methods could be used. With the final obstruction gone, Wu Yong charged down towards Hairy Foot Mountain like an eagle hunting its prey. The remaining Heavenly Court members wanted to reinforce but were held back by others. Wu Yong revealed awe-inspiring might. Before he had even truly descended, the wind pressure from him was already as heavy as a mountain. Feng Jin Huang could not even budge from this pressure and slowly closed her eyes in despair. But the pain that she anticipated did not manifest. Feng Jin Huang slowly opened her eyes in doubt and saw a figure blocking Wu Yong in front of her like an impenetrable fortress. The moment she saw this extremely familiar figure, she cried out in joy, "Father!" The rank 8 Gu Immortal who appeared at the crucial moment was none other than Feng Jiuge. He wore a red and white robe, standing straight like a spear or sword. Hearing Feng Jin Huang's cry, Feng Jiuge turned sideways and looked at Feng Jin Huang. His eyes under his sharp brows revealed warmth and concern as well as confidence. Feng Jiuge did not say anything and only nodded at Feng Jin Huang before facing Wu Yong. But just that nod made Feng Jin Huang feel immense security and let her relax completely. This groundless comfort was completely baffling and had no basis, but Feng Jin Huang believed in it. This was her father Feng Jiuge. Wu Yong's eyes emitted dangerous light. Feng Jiuge, Wu Yong mumbled this name as he exposed his killing intent. You stopped me from chasing Fang Yuan before, I will settle the score with you properly now. He then prepared his killer move, trying to use Farewell Friend Wind again. Feng Jiuge did not dodge or evade, he remained floating in the air as he slowly sang with a smile on his face. His voice was illusory and deep, it was filled with conflict and was very unique. Wu Yong was unconsciously influenced by the song, his attack paused. Initially, the song was like a small stream of water in the mountains, flowing slowly. Gradually, the stream turned into flowing lava that expanded the river's width, in the range of mountains, like a wandering dragon. Damn it, what song is this? Wu Yong's expression changed intensely, he began to struggle with difficulty. He had been the first to be struck by the move because he was the nearest. The song made Wu Yong feel unwell, it made him feel like he had returned to when he was young. He was always shrouded under his mother Wu Du Shou's shadow and had received her strict teaching and restrictions. During that time, he could only receive her lessons obediently. At the next moment, Wu Yong's eyes opened even wider. The farewell friend wind killer move he had used earlier on Prince Feng's Xian had actually stopped. What song is this? It can actually break farewell friend wind? Wu Yong was shaken. Prince Feng's Xian felt a different sensation. He felt like he had returned to the past when he had disguised his identity and finally cultivated to rank 8 in Northern Plains. He had a grotto heaven and finally had a feeling of joy, no longer having to endure the overbearing attitude of Northern Plains Super Force Gong tribe. Under the effect of Destiny Song, the southern border immortals were weakened and dispirited. On the contrary, Heavenly Court's side felt free and elated, their condition picked up and their injuries recovered. Destiny Song's ability was extremely comprehensive. What was even more amazing was that it could distinguish between allies and enemies. This was something that the previous life's Destiny Song could never compare to. Even Wu Shuai and the rest were constrained by the song, only Di Zongsheng roared and forcibly endured the song, still continuing to charge forward. Feng Jiuge concentrated on Di Zongsheng. Di Zongsheng's body was so huge that it almost covered the sky and earth, just its dragon head was as big as a mountain. Feng Jiuge, in comparison, was as minuscule as an ant. But at the next moment, the effects of the song concentrated and focused on Di Zongsheng. Di Zongsheng felt like it had returned to the time when it was suppressed in Hidden Dragon Cave. It was in a dark cage, unable to regain freedom even though it had 1,000 desires and endless strength. Helplessness. Di Zongsheng started to slow down. It wanted to roar and cry out, but it ended up letting out whimpers. The immortals were shocked. This scene was too shocking. Feng Jiuge defeated Di Zongsheng in one move. This was the strongest legendary immemorial desolate beast of this age. In the previous life, it could fight Duke Long, who was at his final moments of life. If he had not captured Dragon Palace, it would have been impossible for him to handle Di Zongsheng so easily. This is my personal creation, Destiny Song. It has just been completed, please feel free to critique it. Feng Jiuge continued to sing while transmitting his voice. Destiny Song. The immortals, be they enemies or allies, engraved the name of this killer move deep in their hearts. The moment this move appeared, it became famous. From today onwards, everyone in the world would know of it. Destiny was constantly moving, it had ups and downs. Who would not have low points in their life? Even Fang Yuan, even the venerables had times when they were at their lowest points. Destiny Song could bring out the lows and highs of the destiny of all living beings. At times, even heaven and earth will help you, at times, even heroes cannot emerge unscathed. Feng Jiuji's 9th song, Sound Path Rank 8 Immortal Killer Move, Destiny Song. This is troublesome. Wu Shuai's expression was extremely heavy. He actually created the complete Destiny Song. As expected of Feng Jiuge. Zhang Budu sighed heavily. This battle situation was transmitted to Heavenly Court. Fairy Ziwei was naturally overjoyed. Feng Jiuge had been in a state of comprehension. He took the initiative and requested to explore the River of Time. Qing Dingling inspected his luck and saw his fortuitous encounter, so she fully supported it. Fairy Ziwei had thus secretly arranged a time path Immortal Gu House to send Feng Jiuge to the River of Time quietly. Fairy Ziwei believed Qing Dingling's words and she also saw Feng Jiuji's potential, but she had never imagined Feng Jiuge would actually give her such a huge surprise. Rank 8 Immortal Killer Move Destiny Song. Just this move alone raised Feng Jiuji's strength to the peak. He became one of the strongest people in the world. Heavenly Court wanted to restore rank 9 Fate Gu and seize fortune rivaling Heaven Gu to try to refine rank 10 Destiny Gu. Longevity Heaven also had the same plan, but their target was set lower. They wanted to use the damaged Fate Gu to refine rank 9 Destiny Gu. But both sides had not expected that ahead of them. A Gu Immortal actually created the initial draft of the Immortal Gu recipe of Destiny Gu. Immortal killer moves could be condensed into Immortal Gu recipes. The best example was Fang Yuan's Myriad Self-Immortal Gu. The refined Myriad Self-Immortal Gu recipe had been derived from the killer move Myriad Self. It was no exaggeration to say that this move alone allowed Feng Jiuji's name to be written down in history. worthy of a Dao guardian. Such overwhelming talent, even Fairy Ziwei felt stunned and dazzled. She admitted her inferiority. Father, you are amazing. Feng Jin Huang stared at Feng Jiuji's back with her eyes wide open. Feelings of idolization and love almost overflowed. The girl's heart was filled with pride and joy at this moment. Yes, my father has never disappointed me. At this moment, Feng Jin Huang was filled with bliss as she cheered inwardly. Father, you are most amazing. Your broad shoulders will forever be my most reliable support. Chapter 1943, Fang Yuan's Strongest Offense. Heavenly Quartz Battlefield. Immortal Killer Move, Dragon Roaring Wave. Immortal Killer Move, Body Flicker. Duke Long's figure suddenly appeared on the right of Myriad Year flying warship. Too close. Almost at the same time, the daybreak swords that were floating around Myriad Year flying warship swarmed in and submerged Duke Long. Countless dragon-shaped tattoos floated around Duke Long's body, blocking the powerful sword attacks. This was Duke Long's main defensive killer move, 9 Dragons Protection. 9 was just a general number implying countless tattoos. This was a rare passive defensive method and usually stayed hidden on Duke Long's skin, but when there was an attack, it activated automatically and did not need Duke Long's wills or thoughts to be maintained. Duke Long forcibly withstood the Daybreak Sword's attacks with this move, then clenched his hands into fists. Immortal Killer Move, World-Shaking Dragon Hammer. Boom! The Dragon Hammer's strike directly sent Myriad Year flying warship flying. Myriad Year flying warship was sent flying, but it stopped suddenly. The surrounding space crumbled like countless pieces of glass. These glass pieces were extremely sharp, and as long as they touched Myriad Year flying warship, they would leave behind deep marks, killing many goo worms. Fang Yuan, who was standing on the deck, also got a cut on his cheek. This was Song Xianzi's ability. She used space path killer moves to set up countless traps everywhere in the battlefield. They had extremely high power. But this scene only flashed in Fang Yuan's mind, it had not happened yet. This was Time Path Killer Move, 3 Breaths Future Vision. 3 Breaths Future Vision was an investigative killer move that came from He Fan's true inheritance. It allowed the Gu Immortal to see 3 breaths into the future related to them. Due to Fang Yuan's Dao mark amplification, its power had increased by 1500 times and thus could show its effect even when battling an expert at the level of Duke Long. However, this move was essentially only rank 7, so it did not show effect every time. It succeeded sometimes but failed at other times as well. At the next moment. Immortal Killer Move, Dragon Roaring Wave. Immortal Killer Move, Body Flicker. Duke Long's figure suddenly appeared on the right of Myriad Year flying warship, just like the scene displayed by 3 Breaths Future Vision. Fang Yuan snorted coldly and controlled Myriad Year flying warship to move far away, brushing past the countless space path traps. What a pity! Song Xianzi sighed deeply in her heart, just a little and Fang Yuan would have triggered the space path traps. She was floating in the air without any obvious movement, but she was secretly and quietly forming and laying space path traps. After fighting Fang Yuan for a long time, the battle experiences that had remained deep within her memories were coming to life and her methods became more experienced. After Song Xianzi and Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable made a secret agreement 300,000 years ago, she had moved to Heavenly Court and lived a peaceful life, never having to fight again. But before this, Song Xianzi's name and the legendary immemorial beast's position were personally established by her. Fang Yuan controlled Myriad Year flying warship and dodged while observing Song Xianzi. Although Song Xianzi's battle strength was recovering, her combat style was obvious. She retained the habits of fighting as an immemorial desolate plant. Her battle style leaned towards staying at one spot and attacking with long-ranged attacks, using space path methods to create distance from her enemies before laying space path traps. Her nature could be seen from her combat style. She liked to fish patiently. This also meant she was not aggressive and would not take risks. Although many of Song Xianzi's methods were still mysterious, Fang Yuan had already begun to understand the details of Song Xianzi. On the contrary, Duke Long was still unfathomable and not easy to comprehend. Fang Yuan fought Duke Long in the previous life and he also knew Duke Long's methods for the most part, but Duke Long's combat style was ever-changing. He defended at times while becoming aggressive at other times. He suddenly attacked and evaded at times, making others unable to see a clear pattern. This combat attainment was not just due to Duke Long's battle experience but also his innate talent. As far as Fang Yuan was concerned, defeating Song Xianzi might be difficult but he had a high chance. But he was still unable to see even the slightest chance of defeating Duke Long till now. Unless I can break Duke Long's defensive killer move. Fang Yuan analyzed inwardly. Duke Long's main defensive killer move was 9 Dragons Protection. Fang Yuan was collecting information during the battle and breaking it down. But his gains were minimal. It was extremely difficult to break a strong enemy's killer move during a battle. Compared to 9 Dragons Protection, Fang Yuan wanted to break Heavenly Dragon's Last Stand much more. But this killer move left no trace. Fang Yuan did not even have a way to gather its information. Based on his original expectation, Steel Life was the best method to deal with Duke Long, but it showed no effect even after hitting. Wait, I seem to have neglected something? Suddenly, a light of inspiration flashed past Fang Yuan's mind. But when he wanted to explore this inspiration, it was interrupted by an attack. Fang Yuan did not even have to look to know that this was an attack from Demon Judgment Board. This rank 8 Immortal Goo House was truly an annoyance. It did not have any weakness, its speed was so fast that it did not lose to Myriad Year flying warship and had extremely powerful defense. If it was 1 versus 1, Demon Judgment Board could never be Fang Yuan's match, but it would definitely consume some time. Theft path methods were the best way to deal with this Immortal Goo House, but it was not easy to use them in front of Duke Long and Song Xianzi. Fang Yuan had currently transformed into the Immemorial Year monkey which coordinated well with Myriad Year flying warship. If he transformed his Dao marks to theft path, his battle strength would fall greatly, giving Duke Long and Song Xianzi an opportunity instead. What made Fang Yuan even more wary was that even if he were to transform into a theft path immemorial desolate beast and used Great Thief Ghost Hand, his attack might not hit Demon Judgment Board. Even if it hit, it might not be able to steal Immortal Goo. Fang Yuan's luck path superiority was already dealt for most part by Qin Ding Ling. Demon Judgment Board moreover had Gu Fangjing who restrained Fang Yuan in terms of luck. So, theft path methods were not the correct methods to change the situation. Fang Yuan. At this time, Fangjing who was in charge of Demon Judgment Board had a complicated mood. Could Fang Yuan be considered his own brother? No. Fang Yuan's physical body had changed, his soul was also of an otherworldly demon. Then, was he a stranger? No. The memories of childhood could not be erased, they had once been in each other's company. Anger? There was. Fang Yuan toyed around with him and disregarded his life, he definitely had a sinister scheme for putting him in Langya Blessed Land. Hatred? Definitely. Fang Yuan killed his own clan and had been the shadow and nightmare of Fang Zheng's childhood. What else beyond these? Having experienced many things, Fang Zheng had slowly begun to understand Fang Yuan and even felt some admiration for Fang Yuan. People often had to compromise in this world. Fang Zheng had started realizing his shallowness and gained an understanding of himself. The so-called A-grade aptitude was just a kind of narcissism. Fang Zheng had already become mature. Besides understanding and admiration, Fang Zheng even felt a trace of gratitude towards Fang Yuan. He was grateful to Fang Yuan for creating obstacles for him, for giving him suffering and hardships. These were all wealth that helped Fang Zheng grow to what he was now. If it were not for the hardships during the Continental War in Langya Blessed Land, how could Fang Zheng have merged the various cultivation experiences of the past Demon Judgment Board lords and created the killer move Bloodkin Heart Revenge? Fang Zheng had once dreamed of a day where he could fight Fang Yuan and take revenge with his own hands. But now that the moment really came, Fang Zheng felt a lot different from what he had imagined. He neither felt the pleasure of taking revenge nor felt satisfaction. His thoughts were complicated, very complicated. Duke Long, Song Xianzi, Fang Zheng, and Qin Ding Ling. Besides them, there is also Fairy Ziwei. Fang Yuan's expression turned increasingly serious as he received attacks from all sides. As Duke Long continued to grow stronger and the coordination of Heavenly Quartz Gu Immortals became more tight, Fang Yuan's thoughts were almost fully used to maintain this battle. His ability to analyze the whole situation was continuously falling. Be it activating killer moves or controlling myriad year flying warship, both expended a lot of energy. Fang Yuan also needed to be aware of the overall situation, to keep an eye on all the battlefields, and secretly influence the Gu Immortals of other regions. In fact, Duke Long's group was also in the same state. The battle was becoming more intense, powerful, and complicated killer moves involving many Gu worms were activated more frequently, which demanded more attention and control. If Fairy Ziwei recovers, I will be at a disadvantage whether she joins the battle or takes charge of the overall situation. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with coldness. Ha ha ha. Duke Long suddenly laughed as he got the latest report of the battle in Harryfoot Mountain. Fang Yuan, no matter how many times you are reborn, it is useless. Use all your abilities, otherwise it will be too late. Fang Yuan's expression was grim as he also learned of the recent battle situation. In the Emperor City battlefield, his clone Fang Dichang was lost and Divine Bean Palace had defected to the enemy's side. In the Harryfoot Mountain battlefield, Feng Jiugu appeared and used the extremely powerful Destiny Song, which even made Di Zongxing fall into a disadvantage. Heavenly Quartz Foundation was truly too deep. Fang Yuan was not only fighting against Duke Long's group, he was also contending against Heavenly Quartz millions of years of accumulation. The situation in the outside world was not dependable, as such, all the pressure was on Fang Yuan's shoulders. Fang Yuan's gaze suddenly turned sharp like lightning. Indeed, I cannot hold back anymore. He was not able to find Duke Long's weakness, but with the situation forcing him, even if there was no weakness, Fang Yuan had to use his full strength. Myriad Year flying warship rose to the air, rapidly creating distance as Fang Yuan began preparing a killer move. Duke Long did not give chase, he remained standing in the air, looking above with concentration. His expression looked like he was facing a great enemy, he no longer looked down on Fang Yuan. Song Xianzi took a deep breath and was extremely vigilant. Qin Ding Ling, Fang Jing, as well as Fairy Ziwei who was recuperating at the edge of the battlefield fixed their gazes on Fang Yuan. Even Bing Sichuan, who was crazily attacking the refinement path formation and bombarding Heaven Overseeing Tower, split a portion of his attention towards Fang Yuan's every move. Everyone was aware the victory or defeat in the following battle could very likely determine the outcome of the whole situation. Immortal Killer Move, 12 Zodiac Battle Formation. Fang Yuan first summoned 12 Immemorial Year Beasts. This method had already been revealed before. But different from before, the 12 Zodiac Battle Formation did not condense into a giant monster but transformed into a golden helm. The helm was like a carriage wheel, it had 6 spokes and 12 handles. Each handle had a carving of a year beast. The 12 Zodiac battle helm flew towards Myriad Year flying warship and merged into it rapidly. The dazzling silver Myriad Year flying warship suddenly had a large golden image that looked like flying sand, transforming at every moment. The golden image transformed into a coiling dragon at one time, a giant tiger at other time, a crowing rooster, or a ramming ox. The 12 Immemorial Year beasts combined perfectly with Myriad Year flying warship. Fang Yuan's previous concept was fully displayed to the world at this moment. He actually merged an ancient battle formation into an immortal Gu house perfectly. Qin Ding Ling's eyes opened wide. Fang Jing looked on, dumbfounded. Such amazing talent. Even Duke Long could not help but praise. He had never seen this sight. Fang Yuan was the first to achieve this in history. Although it was said that ancient battle formations and immortal Gu houses were immortal killer moves in essence, no one had succeeded in combining these two killer moves prior to Fang Yuan. Careful, it is attacking. Song Xianzi shouted with a trace of panic. Myriad Year flying warship was letting out a frightening aura that even shook her. Immortal killer move, Daybreak Torrent. Myriad Year flying warship swooped down, leaving behind a trail of sonic booms. It was already an outstanding rank 8 immortal Gu house, the 12 zodiac battle formation that merged with it even possessed a mighty strength that could match Duke Long's. After they merged, their strength combined to a horrifying level. Duke Long roared as he unleashed a chi wall. Myriad Year flying warship's momentum was slightly slowed before it broke through Duke Long's chi wall. Duke Long frowned as he activated chi wall again. Myriad Year flying warship broke the chi wall again. Duke Long erected the chi wall again while Myriad Year flying warship broke it again. After 5 times, Myriad Year flying warship's momentum finally fell sharply. Fang Yuan sneered, "Immortal killer move, Myriad Year hunting." At the next moment, the river of time phantom under Myriad Year flying warship enlarged suddenly. Countless year beasts surged out like a huge tide. The sky-covering year beast army began attacking the immortal graveyard like a giant tsunami that engulfed everything. The large army had countless year beasts, with large numbers of ancient year beasts, and even immemorial year beasts were not in a small quantity. What was even more terrifying was that this year beast army moved to Fang Yuan's will. Terrifying. Just this move alone can let Fang Yuan attack any super force in the world by himself. Does he want to summon all the year beasts in the River of Time? This is almost like a copy of Call of the Ancient. It is just that while Red Lotus's method summons past Gu Immortal experts, Fang Yuan is summoning the year beasts in the River of Time. But didn't Myriad Year hunting only attract year beasts and had no ability to control them? This is probably the qualitative change caused by the merging of 12 zodiac battle formation. Heavenly Court's side was shaken. Fang Yuan's trump cards were truly peerless, he just used one and it showed towering might. Duke Long, Song Xianzi and the rest immediately felt troubled. The scale of this year beast army was too large, moreover, Fang Yuan was still summoning them with no end in sight. The year beast army scattered and spread everywhere like a blossoming flower, attacking every corner of Heavenly Court. Heavenly Court's side, which lacked manpower, was unable to defend properly. Song Xianzi clenched her teeth as she continuously activated space path killer moves to kill as many year beasts as possible in an attempt to ease the current pressure. "Be careful!" Duke Long suddenly shouted. "Huh?" Song Xianzi seemingly saw the image of a small knife, her pupils shrunk to the size of pins as she reacted, but it was too late, she was already struck. "How is this possible, so fast?" "I clearly arranged." Song Xianzi gazed at Fang Yuan in incredulity. Her body stiffened, a bloody hole appeared on her forehead, piercing through the back of her head. The injury was filled with dense time path Dao marks that even a legendary immemorial beast's self-recovery could not regenerate. Immortal killer move, time cutting edge. This was the supreme method of Central Continent's Bo clan. Once this knife was shot out, it would not miss, anyone hit by it would die. It had once shaken the whole Central Continent with terror. The killer move's contents were extremely complex and its steps were ever-changing. Among Fang Yuan's methods, it was no doubt the number one in terms of complexity. The more absurd thing was its activation conditions. Its activation time could not cross 3 breaths. For this, Fang Yuan had to use the supplementary killer move shrink time every time he activated this move. Its side effect was also terrifying. Every time it was used, a portion of the memories related to it would disappear. It was like an eraser, erasing the enemy while consuming itself. After Song Xianzi was struck, Fang Yuan's mind immediately turned blank, most of the memories of time cutting edge turned vague. At this rate, after I attack Duke Long with it, I will completely lose this move. Fang Yuan's mind was as calm as the snowy plains. He glanced at Duke Long. Without realizing, Duke Long retreated several steps. Boom! A loud sound resounded as Song Xianzi fell to the ground. Her body returned to its original form in midair, turning into a giant green vine. This green vine once held the sky and was like an extremely eye-catching heavenly pillar, but now it collapsed in the immortal graveyard without moving and had no life force. The damage to the immortal graveyard from this crash was much more than the sum of all previous damage, but Duke Long did not care about this. His gaze was fixed on Fang Yuan. He needed to concentrate fully to have a chance at blocking the time-cutting edge that was amplified by at least 1,500 times. In Demon Judgment Board, Fang Zhang's mouth was opened wide and his head was soaked with sweat as he looked at the vast heaven vine that had collapsed on the ground. Qin Dingling, who was behind him, was rigid like a statue. If this move had struck Demon Judgment Board, could we block it? The same doubt flashed in the two's minds, but neither had the confidence to say they could defend against it. This move was too horrifying, one move, and it was unknown whether Song Xianzi was still alive. Her aura could not be detected. Don't be terrified, he used Myriad Year Hunting's aura to conceal this move. If he used this move alone, its aura would be too grand and would not be hidden. At the crucial moment, Fairy Ziwei's words spread throughout the battlefield. As expected of a wisdom path grade expert. Fang Yuan snorted coldly as the flaw was exposed. Duke Long's expression eased a little. But at the next moment, Fang Yuan left Myriad Year flying warship and charged forward alone. He is going all out. Duke Long's heart shook. Immortal Killer Move, Myriad Beings Assimilation Transformation. Immortal Killer Move, Immemorial Sword Dragon. Roar. Fang Yuan immediately transformed into a giant dragon. Immemorial Sword Dragon. The dragon was over 300 meters in length, its two horns were long and sharp, its eyes were silver white, its scales were pure white and emitted dense sword intent. All of Fang Yuan's Dao marks were transformed into sword path Dao marks. And everyone knew that sword path's superiority lied in offense. At this moment, Fang Yuan finally showed his strongest attacking form. Chapter 1944, Swords Destroy Immortal Graveyard. Roar. The tyrannical immemorial dragon roared as it swung its tail and moved. Its speed was so fast that it left behind a white afterimage at its original spot. Bam! Demon Judgment Board was hit head-on and fell like a meteor. Duke Long immediately rushed forward to reinforce it. Fang Yuan sneered and rose to the air suddenly, leaving behind an afterimage. In the air, he suddenly changed from an extremely active state to extremely still and his aura erupted. Sword Path Killer Move, Triple Layered Sword Wave. The offensive killer move that was amplified by at least 1500 times had power that was completely different from the past. Giant waves surged and filled the battlefield. Every drop of the silver-white waves had Sword Path's strength and was extremely sharp. The sword waves did not target Demon Judgment Board or Duke Long but attacked the Immortal Graveyard. From the start, Fang Yuan's main target was the Immortal Graveyard. Duke Long clenched his teeth as he used self-moving Dragon Chi Wall. The Chi Wall could only hold back the sword waves for 8 breaths of time before crumbling to pieces. Duke Long let out a muffled groan as blood flowed out of his nose. He wanted to continue using the Chi Wall killer move, but the towering sword waves had already reached the Immortal Graveyard. Heavenly Court could defend with ease earlier because of Song Xianzi's space path methods that could shorten and lengthen distance. This gave Duke Long enough time to repeatedly activate Chi Wall to put up defense. But now that Song Xianzi's vitality was gone and was lying dead on the ground, there was no more protection of space path methods. Duke Long had no time to activate the Chi Wall killer move again. Duke Long was not a rank 9 but a rank 8 like Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's Dao marks far surpassed his and he could only count on Heavenly Dragon's last stand. But regretfully, till now, although Duke Long was becoming stronger constantly, there was still some gap between him and Fang Yuan. Especially when Fang Yuan revealed his trump cards and showed his strongest attacking form. No. Duke Long let out a sad and furious roar as he looked at the sword waves engulf and sweep through the Immortal Graveyard. The Gu Immortals sleeping in the Immortal Graveyard could not resist at all, they were sliced into pieces by the sword waves. Even the enormous vast heaven vine was being cut down repeatedly by the extremely sharp sword waves. Song Xianzi did not wake up during the whole process, it seemed she was truly dead. Demon Judgment Board rose to the air but Fang Jing was dazed, he really did it, he destroyed the Immortal Graveyard. The Immortal Graveyard. Compared to Fang Jing, Fairy Ziwei and Qin Dingling had a greater reaction. They were veteran rank 8s and genuine members of Heavenly Court. The Immortal Graveyard was not just an important area of Heavenly Court, it was even more a spiritual sacred land to them. It was defiled by Fang Yuan now. Countless predecessors sleeping inside were killed like chickens without being able to resist. Fang Yuan, I want you to die. Qin Dingling cried out in sorrow. We have failed you all, seniors. With a loud thud, old man Jing Yuan fell as he knelt on the ground in Central Great Hall, crying silently. Fairy Ziwei felt her entire body turning numb. The Immortal Graveyard was heavily damaged, and as the leader and planner of Heavenly Court, she could not shirk this responsibility. It's me, I am too incompetent. Tears of sorrow trickled down Fairy Ziwei's face. In Imperfection Regret Pavilion, the images began to fluctuate intensely. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable Silhouette wanted to make a move but was firmly held up by Limitless Demon Venerable Silhouette. She could only stare at Fang Yuan slaughtering Heavenly Court's members and destroying the Immortal Graveyard. Shock and anger filled Star Constellation Silhouette's face, her gaze was icy cold as she looked at her opponent. Good, very good. Limitless Silhouette smiled, this is pretty good. Back when I invaded Heavenly Court, I also wanted to destroy the Immortal Graveyard. But bearing in mind that the scale of variant humans at that time was still enormous, and thinking for the humans, I did not make a move. So what if you destroyed the Immortal Graveyard or even the whole of Heavenly Court? As long as you don't destroy Fate Gu, with heavens will continuing to favor humans, Central Continent can still establish a second Heavenly Court, or third or fourth Immortal Graveyard. Star Constellation Silhouette retorted. You are right. Limitless Demon Venerable Silhouette heaved a sigh. Fate Gu is the fundamental cause of your Heavenly Court. As long as it remains, your Heavenly Court will stand erect no matter how many losses you suffer. Instead, the more you suffer defeat, the tougher you will become, old will be eliminated and new blood will be brought in, you will be closer to the tides of the new era. Eras changed constantly and Gu Immortal Cultivation also developed without stopping. The prosperity and decline of Chi Path and Strength Path was proof of this. Limitless Demon Venerable had not touched the Immortal Graveyard back then because of this consideration. It was better to spare the Chi Path and Strength Path Gu Immortals who were left behind by the eras than let Heavenly Court bounce back by absorbing large amounts of Rule Path, Wisdom Path, and other paths Gu Immortals who would emerge in response to this. I am really curious, how long can you last over there now that the Immortal Graveyard is destroyed? Limitless Silhouette said with a smile. Star Constellation Silhouette could no longer be indifferent, you are disregarding the big picture and bringing demise to the rule of humanity. You are unworthy of being a human venerable. Limitless Silhouette smiled coldly, my main body was bound by this responsibility back then, but now, hasn't humanity already achieved this goal? Humans should now pursue an even greater goal. You should know what I mean. Star Constellation Silhouette narrowed her eyes, falling into a rare silence. Fang Yuan, I will tear out your tendons and burn you to ashes. Duke Long roared, his anger and hatred had accumulated to an extreme level and he charged towards Fang Yuan without regarding anything. Fang Yuan dodged and did not fight with Duke Long, he continued to activate triple-layered sword wave. Swoosh! 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 The Immortal Graveyard was completely covered by sword waves, the sword waves even dug into the ground, not letting go of any hibernating immortal. Heavenly Court's millions of years of accumulation was destroyed overnight. Aha! Duke Long's hair was a mess, his face was distorted, and his eyes were bloodshot. Every attack to the Immortal Graveyard was like a strike to his heart, he was bleeding internally and overwhelmed with grief. Immortal Killer Move, Dragon Offspring. At this critical juncture, Duke Long roared with fury, his purple dragon scales flew out and mixed with his blood, transforming into Dragonman Gu Immortals. They were of all shapes and sizes, with all kinds of appearances. There were rank 6, rank 7, and even rank 8 dragon men. Duke Long was not an enslavement path Gu Immortal but he had a similar killer move. This is a transformation path killer move that contains human path profundity. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk as he ridiculed, Duke Long, oh Duke Long, you massacred the Dragon Man race back then, so the reason was to refine them into a killer move. Ha ha ha, how is your action any different from a demonic immortal? You disregarded morals and ethics, you trampled on your own blood and kin. Not only did you kill all your children and grandchildren, you even refined them into puppets to fight for you. Duke Long did not refute Fang Yuan's accusation. Deep sadness showed in his eyes as he charged towards Fang Yuan again. At the same time, the large number of Dragon Man Gu immortals spread like a blooming flower, blocking the sword waves as well as countless sheer beasts. At the level of Duke Long, there were indeed no apparent weaknesses. A huge chaotic battle unfolded in Heavenly Court. Demon Judgment Board was paving paths of blood through the Year Beast army. But the atmosphere inside Demon Judgment Board was stifling. Qin Ding Ling and Fang Jing were both silent. Duke Long's dragon offspring killer move was indeed using the members of the Dragon Man race. Fang Yuan's accusation was not false. It was no wonder Duke Long rarely used this move, he was forced to use it now because of Fang Yuan. Many Dragon Man Gu immortals surrounded the immemorial sword dragon. Fang Yuan smiled coldly. He had already activated triple-layered sword wave, he now activated another immortal killer move, Golden Thread Sword. Immediately, the sword dragon's body turned hazy and its every scale emitted soft yellow light. Each scale suddenly shot out a golden thread. The number of scales on the immemorial sword dragon was the number of golden threads shot out, they were incomparably fast. The golden threads pierced every obstacle in their way. The encircling Dragon Man Gu immortals resembled honeycombs as the countless golden threads passed them. Bam bam bam. Suffering such a heavy injury, these Dragon Man Gu immortals were unable to maintain their shape as they detonated softly, returning to scales and blood droplets. Fang Yuan cleared all the enemies in his surroundings. The sword waves which he had activated just before were still spreading as he rode the waves down. The immortal graveyard was already wiped out, the greatest variable was destroyed, and now, Fang Yuan charged towards Duke Long. Song Xianzi had no vitality, her vine body was also in a miserable state. Demon Judgment Board was unable to fight Fang Yuan by itself. If Duke Long fell, who could stop Fang Yuan? Immortal killer move, Five-Finger Fist Heart Sword. Dragon claws clenched tightly, Fang Yuan's aura suddenly fell to almost a negligible level. However, warning signs were ringing in Duke Long's mind. He shot forward, his purple-gold dragon-shaped chi flickered constantly and his figure appeared and disappeared, moving in all directions as he tried to evade crazily. First sword. Fang Yuan's dragon pupils let out a strange light as a sword light shot out of his claws. Fast. 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 The sword light's speed was beyond belief. Duke Long had just seen the light shoot out of Fang Yuan's claws when he found the sword light was already in front of him. In an almost impossible situation, he forcibly turned his body to one side. The sword light brushed past him. Blood splattered, a large cut spread from his left shoulder to his left chest. The cut was clean, bones, scales and even a part of the left lung were gone completely. Five-Finger Fist Heart Sword was truly horrifying. If this had struck Duke Long's head, it would have been severed immediately. Since the start of the battle, this was the first time Duke Long felt a fatal threat. It had been a long time since he felt such a feeling. Duke Long gave a loud roar and shot towards Fang Yuan like lightning. Fang Yuan applauded inwardly. Every sword and Five-Finger Fist Heart Sword required time to prepare. Duke Long saw through this weakness and took the chance to attack. Fang Yuan's dragon body moved as he retreated, trying to pull some distance from Duke Long. Sword Path's offensive advantage was obvious. If it were an ordinary opponent, Fang Yuan could directly smash through them. But Duke Long was an extremely powerful expert, he could not be careless. Chapter 1945, Combat System. Fang Yuan's immemorial sword dragon form similarly possessed an advantage in speed. Duke Long tried his best in chasing but found that he could not shorten the distance easily. Immortal killer move, Dragon Gate. A dragon gate appeared. There were 2 red pillars by the side with a dragon coiling around each of them. Their upper body left the pillars and gathered in the middle, forming the top of the gate. The dragon mouths were open with a radiant dragon pearl in each of them, forming a scene of 2 dragons and 2 pearls. 2 dragon gates appeared simultaneously. One appeared in front of Duke Long while the other appeared behind Fang Yuan. Duke Long disappeared into the dragon gate in front of him and appeared from the dragon gate behind Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's mind rang with warning signals as he dodged immediately, but Duke Long used chi engulfing mountains and rivers to delay his speed. Immortal killer move, Chaotic Dragon Fist. At the next moment, Duke Long's fist smashed upon Immemorial Sword Dragon's head and kept on punching it, forcefully knocking Fang Yuan down to the immortal graveyard. Bam! The immemorial sword dragon crashed fiercely on the ground. Dust, soil, and stones flew everywhere. Although the immemorial sword dragon struggled to raise its head, its claws were still intact and it continued to shoot the second sword light. 5-finger fist heart sword, second sword. Duke Long was already on maximum alert. The moment Fang Yuan moved, he immediately dodged and appeared on Fang Yuan's dragon back. The second sword struck air, brushing past the dragon body and piercing the sky, forming a vacuum along the way. 5-finger fist heart sword's sword lights were extremely fast but they could not curve. Duke Long might not be able to ward off the sword light but he could dodge. It was somewhat difficult to dodge the sword light, but he could observe Fang Yuan's movement and judge when he was going to use the sword light, and thereby, dodge in advance. Undoubtedly, 5-finger fist heart sword was an extremely powerful killer move and it had a huge advantage compared to time-cutting edge. It would not be forgotten. But because of Duke Long's proper battle tactic, 5-finger fist heart sword became useless. Fang Yuan's immemorial sword dragon had to face Duke Long in close combat. In just a dozen or so breaths of time, Fang Yuan had already received many heavy strikes from Duke Long's dragon fists. There had never been a strongest immortal Gu or killer move, only Gu Immortal. 5-finger fist heart sword's most ideal environment was when the first sword was released. Fang Yuan was quite far from Duke Long and could use it for long-range attack while he was in an invulnerable position. Even if Duke Long's reaction was extremely keen, he would be hard-pressed to defend against them and every sword could push him to a near-death state. But when Duke Long closed in the distance and forced close combat, Fang Yuan's dragon body instead became the obstacle for the sword lights and even became a cover for Duke Long. Looking over the battle, Duke Long could be said to have restrained Fang Yuan's 5-finger fist heart sword by using Dragon Gate. Without some distance, there was no space to effectively use 5-finger fist heart sword. So, after the second sword, Fang Yuan immediately stopped using 5-finger fist heart sword and turned to golden thread sword. Duke Long saw Fang Yuan's dragon scales beginning to flicker with yellow light. He immediately chose to retreat far away with Dragon Gate. Countless golden threads covered every inch around Fang Yuan, but Duke Long had already retreated. But there was no issue. Fang Yuan once again pulled apart some distance between him and Duke Long. He could continue using 5-finger fist heart sword. Duke Long's situation turned dangerous. He had no choice but to get near Fang Yuan again and attempt close combat. When he approached Fang Yuan would need to cancel 5-finger fist heart sword and change to other methods to fight Duke Long. This demon has modified 5-finger fist heart sword to this degree. He can casually cancel the killer move with no backlash. Or should I say that he has modified every sword strike into an individual move? Duke Long's thoughts moved rapidly. 5-finger fist heart sword was Bo Qing's trump card. How could Heavenly Court not know of it? Duke Long knew a lot of information and it would have been easily countered if Fang Yuan had not modified it. Duke Long's down marks were lower than Fang Yuan's, so he could not use defensive killer moves to ward off Fang Yuan's various sword path methods. His best option was to dodge. Fortunately, he had much more battle experience than Fang Yuan. More importantly, as long as he did not die, he would continue to grow stronger along with his shrinking lifespan. Although I modified 5-finger fist heart sword and am able to cancel it freely, the amount of thoughts required have increased sharply, which makes me unable to use other offensive methods at the same time. The other problem is that Duke Long is getting stronger. Fang Yuan was feeling anxious. Previously, he could suppress Duke Long and Song Xianzi, mostly because of his battle tactic. Fang Yuan attacked the Immortal Graveyard. Heavenly Court had no choice but to defend with all their strength and take a beating passively. Now, the Immortal Graveyard was destroyed by Fang Yuan. There might be some hibernating Gu Immortals still alive in there somewhere, but Duke Long no longer was burdened. Duke Long could now advance or retreat. He immediately showed his true strength and aura in battle. Fang Yuan battled Duke Long, both were in a stalemate. Duke Long was happy to see this, but Fang Yuan was not. So, he turned his head and spat out a waterfall. Immortal killer move, Myriad Thought Sword Waterfall. The sword waterfall crashed down with a huge momentum. Every drop of water was a sword thought. Immortal killer move, Swordsman. Sword thoughts surged and collided, forming human-shaped warriors. They had the appearance of Fang Yuan and were wielding long swords. Countless swordsmen charged forward. Fang Yuan created this move after becoming a human path grandmaster. It contained the profundities of sword path and human path. The moment Duke Long saw this killer move, he retreated. Fang Yuan took the chance to get free and charged towards Heaven Overseeing Tower. Outside Heaven Overseeing Tower, Calamity Luck Altar was destroying the refinement path formation with ease. And inside the tower, Chi Ci Lang was struggling against the remaining jade light on his body. Duke Long paled with fright when he saw Fang Yuan's movement. Demon Judgment Board went forward to block the path but was sent flying by one strike from Fang Yuan. Right at this crucial moment, the sound of singing suddenly appeared in the battlefield and coiled around the immemorial sword dragon's body. Fang Yuan suddenly felt his condition slipping rapidly, like he had returned to the low point of his life where his actions were controlled by others, his talents and ambitions unable to be expressed, his freedom was lost and his future was dark. The immemorial sword dragon's speed fell sharply. Duke Long quickly caught up and blocked Fang Yuan. Great job, Feng Jiuge. Fairy Zi Wei. At the crucial moment, Feng Jiuji's destiny song successfully obstructed Fang Yuan. And the one who had guided him in time was Fairy Zi Wei. Fairy Zi Wei had opened Central Heaven Gate. This immortal Gu house was the gateway to Heavenly Court. It had the ability to transport people, but it was far inferior to the enormous teleportation Gu formation and was only for convenience. Destiny Song continued. Fang Yuan's battle strength kept falling while Duke Long's strengths kept increasing. Boom boom boom. The immemorial sword dragon was beaten back repeatedly by Duke Long and had no way to approach Heaven Overseeing Tower. Since the battle started, this was the first time Fang Yuan fell into such a disadvantage. With no other choice, he stopped all sword path killer moves and began preparing reverse flow protection seal. Duke Long saw him retreating and his aura fluctuating. He immediately knew Fang Yuan was preparing some other killer move, but why would he give him the chance? Duke Long roared. The purple gold dragon-shaped chi around him chased and attacked Fang Yuan like a storm. Fang Yuan's immemorial sword dragon body was lacerated with scales and blood flying everywhere. What was even more terrifying was Duke Long's that chaotic dragon fist could disturb thoughts, causing Fang Yuan's killer moves to fail when activating. At this difficult time, Fang Yuan opened his immortal aperture slightly and released the accumulated Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique bodies. Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique bodies flew towards Duke Long and self-detonated. Duke Long was extremely wary and dodged immediately, stopping his offenses. Fang Yuan got some time and successfully activated Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Duke Long could not help but sigh when he saw this move. The timing just now was perfect, but he did not grab it. He had exchanged many moves with Fang Yuan and saw through Fang Yuan's fighting style. When Fang Yuan transformed into an immemorial beast or plant using the transformation path killer move, he could also transform all his Dao marks into the same path. On such a basis, any killer move he used would have amplified strength. Even rank 7 killer moves would be able to threaten rank 8s. Fang Yuan had many methods. It was very difficult to imagine that he had accumulated and cultivated them to such a degree in less than 100 years. Even if he had venerable inheritances, it was still a shocking achievement. Duke Long was certain, as long as Fang Yuan had enough time, he could reach an unprecedented height. Fortunately, Fate Gu's recovery was the crucial point and Fang Yuan had no choice but to invade Heavenly Court in advance. Fang Yuan might be able to rely on some profound and terrifying methods to win against most of the enemies in the world. But facing an existence like Duke Long, a few methods were far from enough. He also needed a combat system that was sufficiently powerful and stable, with ample trump cards. Just like Duke Long, his transformation path and chi path methods formed two sets of combat systems. Nine Dragons Protection formed powerful defense, Clear Dragon Vision was used for scouting, Dragon Claw Strike, Chaotic Dragon Fist, Spiraling Dragon Fangs, and World-Shaking Dragon Hammer were in charge of offense. These four methods covered close, mid-range, and long-range combat. World-Shaking Dragon Hammer was even more powerful and had the strength to turn around a situation. Dragon Roaring Wave and Body Flicker were standard movement methods, and there was also Dragon Gate for long-distance movement. Dragon Offspring made up for the lack of capability to fight a group. In this combat system, the strongest method was Heavenly Dragon's Last Stand. As for his Chi Path system, there was Chi Wall and Self-Moving Dragon Chi Wall as defensive methods, Chi Breath Mountain, Hidden Dragon Chi Explosion, Chi Engulfing Mountains and Rivers, Great Chi Hand Explosion, and Chi Current Scissors were offensive killer moves. Compared to his transformation path system, these offensive methods had much more obvious long-range power. Purple Gold Dragon-Shaped Chi was a jack of all trades. This killer move was so excellent that it provided help to Duke Long in all aspects. Naturally, its most important use was still for movement. Reverse Worm Dragon was a killer move that was specially prepared to target battlefield killer moves. The trump card of this Chi Path combat system was Triple Chi Retraction. Duke Long's two combat systems included all aspects like offense, defense, movement, and so on. They also did not have weaknesses or gaps in the various aspects. What was remarkable was these two battle styles could complement each other. For instance, Transformation Path's offensive methods were stronger in close and mid-range combat, while weak in long-range combat. Meanwhile, Chi Path's offensive methods were the exact opposite. Comparatively, there was no need for many trump cards. One for each system, two methods were enough. In a real battle, the most useful were still those standard killer moves. For example, Duke Long had Triple Chi Retraction, but he had not used it once in the fight with Fang Yuan. The battle was extremely fierce and Fang Yuan was not stupid enough to give Duke Long the opportunity to use it. Another example was Fang Yuan's Five-Finger Fist Heart Sword. This was a trump card method. But even though Fang Yuan used it, the effect was not decisive for the battle. Duke Long was still able to maintain the stalemate, and it was essentially because his combat systems were even more comprehensive than Fang Yuan's. Chapter 1946, Ziwei's Eerie Change. How many combat systems did Fang Yuan have? From what Duke Long saw, Fang Yuan only had two mature combat systems. One was Time Path, and the other was Sword Path. The Time Path system was the most comprehensive: 3 Breaths Future Vision, Year Beast Summoning, Myriad Year Flying Warship, Spring Scissors, Winter Coat, Autumn Perception, Summer Fan, as well as Spring Plowing, Summer Hoeing, Autumn Harvest, Winter Storage, and so on covered the two main domains of battle and Immortal Aperture Management. There were two trump cards, Time Cutting Edge that was combined with Shrink Time, and the other was Spring Autumn Success, the core of which was Spring Autumn Cicada. Sword Path had Immemorial Sword Dragon Transformation, Triple Layered Sword Wave, Golden Thread Sword, Dark Assassination, Myriad Thought Sword Waterfall, Swordsman, and other methods. Its trump card was Five-Finger Fist Heart Sword. This combat system took offense to the extreme, being even more powerful than Time Path style in this aspect, especially Five-Finger Fist Heart Sword, which was modified by Fang Yuan. But there was nothing to commend about it in other fields. Duke Long's combat systems were much superior in terms of movement, healing and other aspects. This formed shortcomings. In front of an enemy with extremely rich battle experience like Duke Long, these shortcomings turned into weaknesses which held back the offensive prowess of the sword path system. Besides these two systems, Fang Yuan had many chi path methods as well, but as far as Duke Long was concerned, it was incomplete. Unlimited Chi Si was clearly a trump card with a power that could break the primordial Chi wall, but it had not been used after the first time, and it looked like the possibility of it being used again was low. In the soul path aspect, Duke Long knew Fang Yuan had plenty of methods and the trump card killer move was no doubt Luo Pasil. But Heavenly Court and Duke Long had already made sufficient preparations for this. Fang Yuan not using any soul path methods from the start was a wise move. Besides these, Reverse Flow Protection Seal was of Rule Path, Myriad Self was Human Path, Strength Path Giant Hand belonged to Strength Path, Familiar Face was Transformation Path, Lead Soul into Dream, Pure Dream Reality Seeker Transformation, and Switch Soul and Dream were Dream Path killer moves. These methods were terrifying, but they were all independent moves resembling large pearls, while a mature combat system was a pearl necklace formed from methods that complemented each other. This necklace formed from small pearls was more valuable than the large pearls. Against most Gu Immortals, Fang Yuan could rely on the large pearls to change the situation and determine victory. But in front of Duke Long, the weaknesses of Fang Yuan's combat systems became conspicuous. Fang Yuan, what you lack is time, and I believe you have already felt it. It is such a pity, a mature combat system needs at least a few hundred years of accumulation. Duke Long looked at Fang Yuan, his gaze sharp as blade. Even if you used the inheritances left by predecessors to hasten your growth, it is still not perfect enough. He activated spiraling dragon fangs to attack Fang Yuan from a distance, but they were blocked by Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Duke Long was not discouraged. Reverse Flow Protection Seal was quite powerful, but it lacked a mature style to support it and make up for its weakness. Reverse Flow Protection Seal's greatest weakness was that it expended Reverse Flow River. Despite Fang Yuan conserving it as much as possible after his rebirth, how could it endure such intense expenditure? Reverse Flow Protection Seal was an immortal killer move that used Reverse Flow River as the core. Its defensive strength was terrifying and could reflect almost all external attacks. This move was created by Fang Yuan, from which one could see his astonishing talents. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan lacked a stable combat system for this trump card. For instance, supplementary defensive killer moves to defend and reduce external attacks, or a killer move to increase the power of Reverse Flow Protection Seal, or methods to restore Reverse Flow River itself. Suppose Reverse Flow Protection Seal was a fish with exquisite flavor. Although it would be a delicacy even if it was eaten raw, if it was seasoned with salt, it could be turned into salted fish that could be stored for a long time. If it was accompanied with other ingredients like sugar, ginger, spring onion, or garlic, it could turn into all kinds of delicious meals, providing much more flavors. Compared to Heavenly Court and Duke Long, Fang Yuan's accumulation was still insufficient. He could not avoid falling into a predicament. Duke Long attacked again and again while enduring Reverse Flow Protection Seal's backlash, forcefully expending Reverse Flow River. His healing methods were also extraordinary. Feng Jiuji's Destiny Song was shrouding over Fang Yuan all the time. Destiny Song interchanged between strong and weak, triggering counterattacks from Reverse Flow Protection Seal. The profundities of the song actually weakened Fang Yuan even with Reverse Flow Protection Seal activated, but the weakening was much smaller. What was even worse was that Destiny Song weakened Fang Yuan while amplifying Duke Long's strength. Duke Long's battle strength soared, growing increasingly stronger. He had the complete upper hand and his attacks were like tidal waves, showing extreme power. Fang Yuan cancelled Immemorial Sword Dragon transformation and returned to his human form. The Sword Dragon's body was enormous. Using Reverse Flow Protection Seal on it expended Reverse Flow River much faster. It was much more steady with a human body. Fang Yuan counterattacked continuously using Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique bodies. But soon, these Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique bodies were also targeted, they detonated and turned into dream realms. The dream realms then transformed back into new pure dream reality seeker physique bodies which fought for heavenly court. It was Feng Jin Huang. Fairy Ziwei had not only recalled Feng Jiuge through Central Heaven Gate, she had also recalled Feng Jin Huang. With her here, Fang Yuan's dream path methods would be highly restrained. Sure enough, Fang Yuan's dream path methods were all targeted and dealt with. Feng Jin Huang. Fang Yuan frowned inwardly. In the previous life, she used the Immortal Gu formation to activate Immortal level dream path killer move and spoiled my plan. And now, she is using Immortal formation or an Immortal Gu house to target me once again? Fang Yuan really wanted to find her precise location and deal with her, but he did not have the freedom to do so at this moment. He was not even able to approach Heaven Overseeing Tower, becoming further and further away from it. The reason was that his opponents were Duke Long and Feng Jiuge. The current and previous Dao Guardians had joined hands. As for Fang Jing and Qin Dingling and Demon Judgment Board, they were no longer able to interfere and began to deal with the year beasts and swordsmen that were all over Heavenly Court. Heavenly Court's main force also started returning to Heavenly Court from Hairy Foot Mountain through Central Heaven Gate and joined in the clearing up work. Year beasts and swordsmen were not their opponents and were defeated again and again. Calamity Luck Altar was the focus of the joint attacks of Heavenly Court's main force. Some even entered Heaven Overseeing Tower. Chi Ci Lang could not move properly, his situation turning perilous. Not good. Heavenly Court's main force has returned. Doesn't this mean infallible blessed land has lost its purpose? Heavenly Court possesses enough success Dao marks and can restore fate completely. Fang Yuan's face was grim. Bad news was coming one after the other, and the situation was turning extremely disadvantageous and dangerous. Fairy Ziwei, use benevolent equality quickly, his reverse flow protection seal will shatter soon. Duke Long transmitted his voice. Yes. At this moment, Fairy Ziwei had already stabilized her injuries and could battle again. She activated an Immortal Gu house and flew to the sky. Her sight contained Duke Long, Fang Yuan, as well as Feng Jiuge and the rest. Immortal Killer Move, Benevolent Equality. Benevolent Equality activated successfully. Fang Yuan won't be able to escape this time. Fairy Ziwei transmitted her voice. Good job, Ziwei. Duke Long laughed heartily and his attacks became more violent. Fang Yuan was forced to retreat again and again. It is useless now, Fang Yuan, no matter how you persist, you will still be defeated. Fairy Ziwei smiled. But at the next moment, she heard a female voice, is that so? Who said that? Fairy Ziwei was shocked. This voice was familiar and yet strange. What made her shocked was she had never detected any Gu immortal existences near her. What are you looking for? I am you. Fairy Ziwei was horrified to discover that she was actually replying to herself. What is going on? My body is actually out of control. Soul, there is an issue with my soul. Suddenly, the eerie light in her pupils grew and spread rapidly. The white part of her eyes were completely covered and turned pitch black. Fairy Ziwei struggled and resisted with all her strength, but it was all in vain. In her last moment of clarity, she suddenly realized she was controlled by Spectral Soul. Every time she soul-searched Spectral Soul, her soul had actually been tampered with slowly. Spectral Soul's methods were too advanced, she had not been able to detect it at all. She had already been corroded and infiltrated by Spectral Soul's power. The various decisions she made before Central Continent's Refinement Path Convention also had Spectral Soul's influence in them. It was just that Spectral Soul's interference was small at the start. But later on, this secret influence kept on growing. And now, he could even cause Fairy Ziwei to be under an illusion. Just earlier, Fairy Ziwei had not used Benevolent Equality, but she thought she had already successfully activated it and even informed Duke Long. Maybe in the previous life too, I was taken over like this by Spectral Soul. Although I have Benevolent Equality, I did not truly use it. This was the last clear thought of Fairy Ziwei. At the next moment, she slowly raised her head and looked at the battlefield quietly with a black light in her eyes. Her lips curled up to form an extremely sinister smile. She maintained the opening of Central Heaven Gate while approaching Soul Suppression Hall quietly. She had the clearest picture of the locations here. She quickly cleared all kinds of shackles and restored Spectral Soul's freedom. Ziwei pays respects to Master. She knelt down and prostrated before Spectral Soul with not even a trace of pride of a Heavenly Court member. Spectral Soul was extremely weak. He turned into a translucent soul sphere which slowly floated towards Fairy Ziwei. Let's go watch the show first. Fairy Ziwei held the soul sphere in both hands and walked out of Soul Suppression Hall. At this moment, Wu Yong, Wu Shuai, and others also appeared in Heavenly Court's battlefield. What's going on? Fairy Ziwei. Duke Long roared. Central Heaven Gate was still being activated and actually brought these enemies as well. Duke Long was unable to contact Fairy Ziwei. His heart sank and he wanted to directly destroy Central Heaven Gate. But at this moment, Fang Yuan charged towards Heaven Overseeing Tower again. Duke Long was seething with anger, but he was forced to intercept Fang Yuan and give up on his previous plan. Gu Immortals entered one by one through Central Heaven Gate. Follow Lord Wu Yong. So Heavenly Court actually looks like this. Kill. 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 Heaven Overseeing Tower is there, follow me. The final decisive battle unfolded in Heavenly Court. Chapter 1947, Paradise Earth Takes Action. Come, take a look, this is high-grade silk. Candied fruits, buy 3 sticks and get 1 free. Sir, what do you need? Inside a store that sold goo worms, a clerk welcomed Hong Yi passionately. Hong Yi first fixed his gaze on this clerk before carefully scanning the layout and decoration of the store. He frowned on the inside. Everything here is so lifelike. What is going on? I heard you have scholar goo for sale? Hong Yi asked. Oh, yes. But Lord, this scholar goo is a rank 5 goo worm. The clerk was somewhat hesitant. Hong Yi smiled lightly and released his rank 5 goo master aura, immediately causing a huge disturbance in the store. The clerk's face was filled with shock. The store manager was also drawn in by the aura. He cupped his hands and greeted Hong Yi respectfully, personally taking out a scholar goo for him to observe. It is indeed scholar goo. Hong Yi examined it carefully for a while, the doubts in his heart growing deeper. May I test it? Go ahead, sir. The store manager immediately gave scholar goo to Hong Yi. Hong Yi poured his primeval essence into scholar goo. This scholar goo immediately flew out from Hong Yi's finger and landed on the ground, turning into a young handsome scholar. The young scholar bowed respectfully towards Hong Yi with cupped fists. Student greets teacher. Hong Yi nodded in excitement. Scholar goo was extremely rare. It was a human path goo worm, and Hong Yi had only heard of it in rumors. Hong Yi took out a wisdom path mortal goo and an information path mortal goo from his aperture, throwing them to the scholar. Use them. The scholar received these 2 goo worms and used them without any need for gaining familiarity, and he used them rather proficiently at that. In particular, some small habits during the activation were the same as Hong Yi's. What do you think, sir? The store manager asked with a smile. Hong Yi nodded repeatedly. Great, I want this goo. The store manager was exulted. Great, it will be 600,000 primeval stones. Hong Yi's brows furrowed. This price was not expensive, in fact, it was too cheap. The price for a rank 5 mortal goo ranged from 100,000 to 1 million primeval stones, but this scholar goo was a rare top quality rank 5 goo, its price was definitely above 1 million. Moreover, there was no market for it, so it was difficult to get even with sufficient funds. But it was being sold for only 600,000 primeval stones here. Hong Yi had many fortuitous encounters and was wealthy. He immediately paid the sum and received the scholar goo. Coming outside the store, Hong Yi's heart was fluctuating with waves. This place is like Emperor City, but weren't there immortal battles going on around Emperor City? But this place is peaceful. What is going on? Also, there doesn't seem to be any difference between here and reality, but looking carefully, there are a large number of human path goo worms here. Scholar goo is only one of them. Moreover, there are so many human path goo worms here that it can even be called overflowing, but it is commonplace to these people. And the common fire path, water path, and other paths goo worms are instead rare here. It seems like human path is the main cultivation path here. Really strange. I wonder what brother Yi found on his end. I'd better go join him quickly. After Yi Fan and Hong Yi were sent to the painting by Genesis Lotus's will, they split up to explore the area after discussing with each other. Hong Yi's discovery was also discovered by Yi Fan. But at this moment, in the corner of a street, Yi Fan saw an unexpected person. Master! Yi Fan was astonished. He had also bought a rank 5 human path goo worm from a store. It was called Hero Goo. He had just come to a corner to activate it, and the situation became different from when he activated it in the store. Hero Goo actually transformed into his master's appearance. No need to be shocked, my disciple. This is our chance encounter. Lu Weiyin smiled. Yi Fan immediately understood the meaning behind the words and was joyous. Master, you know the oddity of this place? What place is this? Why did we suddenly end up in this place? Lu Weiyin smiled lightly. I need to explain from the beginning. 300,000 years ago, in the medieval antiquity era, Central Continent gave birth to an immortal venerable named Genesis Lotus. He created the killer move Karma Divine Tree, and when he roamed Western Desert, he refused a child's request to resurrect his parents. As a result, he saw a certain scene in the future where Emperor City was destroyed by an earth trench and all lives were extinguished. Therefore, he placed Divine Bean Palace in Western Desert. When he returned to Central Continent later, he used the painting path killer move Contented Lifestyle on Emperor City, forming a painting world. You too have your luck connected to Fang Yuan tightly. Genesis Lotus's will was wary and thus it locked you in here. Yi Fan was dumbstruck. The wealth of information made him unable to react for a while. He was extremely shaken. This matter is actually related to Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable? Also Master, when did I connect luck with Fang Yuan? That was done by Fang Yuan secretly. He wanted to accomplish something with the help of your luck. The upper extreme heavenly eagle was also his immemorial desolate beast. Lu Weiyin replied calmly. Fang Yuan took the initiative to connect luck with me to get help from my luck. Yi Fan was even more shocked. Yi Fan had acknowledged Lu Weiyin as his master and was thus half a step into the Goo immortal world, and knew much more secrets than Hong Yi. He was extremely clear on what kind of big shot Fang Yuan was. Fang Yuan was an unparalleled demon, a powerful character that even Heavenly Court was without options against. He was actually connected to him. This was simply like a fairy tale. Lu Weiyin shook his head. Disciple, don't look down on yourself. You are a person favored by the heavenly Tao. You possess an innately strong luck. Although you are insignificant at the start, you will definitely make huge accomplishments in the future. In the entire 5 regions, there are not even 10 people with luck like yours. It is not strange for Fang Yuan to want to get help from your luck. However, the heavenly Tao balances everything. He once used your luck and obtained great benefits. Now, you are also using him to obtain an enormous immortal fortune. The upper extreme heavenly eagle was only one of them. In front of you now is Genesis Lotus True Inheritance. Genesis Lotus True Inheritance? Yi Fan exclaimed in shock once again. He suddenly understood and his gaze towards Lu Weiyin changed. Master, you know all this like the back of your hand. Does this mean this was all your plan? Haha, my disciple, you overestimate me. This was all Lord Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's arrangement. I am only his inheritor. When Yi Fan heard the great name of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, he realized he had also become a follower of Paradise Earth, but he did not feel exalted as he was already numb from the shock. Lu Weiyin waved at Yi Fan. We don't have much time, we will talk as we move. Yi Fan quickly followed. The two followed the crowd in the street and walked towards the front. Lu Weiyin explained in detail. This Genesis Lotus True Inheritance has extremely high value. It is divided into 3 parts. The first part is this Contented Lifestyle Killer move. the second part is the luck of being the child of humanity, and the third part is the rank 8 immortal goo house formed from Divine Being Palace and Emperor City, Divine Emperor Palace. Lu Weiyin continued after a slight pause, we will first take the second part and make you the child of humanity. Yi Fan questioned, Master, what is the child of humanity? What should I do? Lu Weiyin replied, Central Continent is different from the other 4 regions, it uses the sect system and human path is most prosperous here with the deepest foundation. Emperor City is the greatest congregation of Central Continent's human vein. Why do countless geniuses emerge here? It is because of the human vein. As long as you absorb the strength within the human vein, your luck will get a huge boost and you will gain the favor of human path, becoming the child of humanity. And to achieve this, we need Hong Yi's help. Hong Yi? He is my sworn brother, how is this connected to him? Yi Fan continued to be shocked. Lu Weiyin replied, Fang Yuan connected luck with him as well, but his luck is different from yours, you are the favored child of the heavenly Tao while he is one of the children of humanity of Central Continent, he is favored by human path. With his help, you can smoothly make use of Shen Shang's actions and quietly obtain the recognition of the human vein. With the status of a child of humanity, we can then borrow Fang Yuan's strength to attempt to get the first part of the true inheritance, or even the third part as well. Divine Being Palace, Painting World. Fang Yuan, Fang Yuan. A voice was heard intermittently in Fang Dichang's ears. Fang Dichang had already stopped using Karma Divine Tree and was using Wisdom Path Killer moves to think of how to get rid of this predicament when he heard this voice. It is Shen Shang's voice. He learned of my identity from the main body? Fang Dichang hesitated, he had some guesses in his mind but he did not respond immediately. Sure enough, Shen Shang's voice continued to transmit, Fang Dichang, I already learned of your true identity from your main body. Who could have thought Fang Yuan had such an arrangement? He actually placed his clone inside a Western Desert super force. I am going to help you escape. How are you going to help me? Fang Dichang was puzzled. Shen Shang laughed, you should know that I have been trying to decipher the venerable human path methods and I have already found the key to them. I know. Fang Dichang nodded. Shen Shang continued, Divine Being Palace and Emperor City have merged into one, I have all along been hiding myself and haven't let Genesis Lotus will discover me, so I am still deciphering human path killer moves. Fang Dichang asked, and what about them? Shen Shang explained patiently, this is a perfect opportunity. I have been constantly transferring the 4 regions human will inside here. Originally, I had been unable to involve myself with Emperor City and disrupt the venerable methods from inside, so I had to infiltrate it quietly. But now, Divine Being Palace and Emperor City have merged. You previously refined Divine Being Palace, it is just that your authority is lower than Genesis Lotus will. Use your Karma Divine Tree Killer move to shake the whole Immortal Goo House and coordinate with me to spread out the venerable methods so that everyone's power is amplified. You want me to cooperate with you to break the venerable human path methods? Fang Dichang got to the point. Shen Shang laughed, we are helping each other. Alright, I'll work with you. Fang Dichang did not hesitate, agreeing directly. Chapter 1948, Restoration Halted. Heavenly Quartz Battlefield. Immortal Killer Move, Finger Wind Dragon. Wu Yong activated his killer move but was met with the joint attack of 3 Heavenly Court members. Die, Wu Yong. Prince Feng Xian used inexhaustible flames that charged ahead while he stood behind, covered in flames. His offensive attack also had defensive properties, it was a stable choice of attack. Zhou Xiong Xian attacked from behind, the killer move rumors become tigers roared, like a group of tigers that pounced towards Wu Yong. And Yi Chaozi activated long-range killer moves, vines grew out of thin air and spread towards Wu Yong, trying to bind him. Wu Yong sighed internally, he had to retreat repeatedly. He moved back into clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building. With the help of the Immortal Goo House, he resisted the fierce attacks of the 3 immortals. But as such, his plan to approach Heaven Overseeing Tower was stopped. The amplification of the human path killer moves to Heavenly Court is too big. Wait a moment, this is? Just as Wu Yong was getting a headache, specks of white lights appeared on clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building and even entered his body. Human path killer move, hope of the people. Human path killer move, heroes among people. Ah. Inside the Immortal Gu house, other southern border Gu immortals beside Wu Yong were roaring with vitality. This strength, this strength. Old Treeman Bada, who was fighting outside, looked at his own hands with shock. Transformation Path Great Expert Hao Fang was similarly puzzled. Why are Heavenly Court's human path killer moves helping us? This heavy doubt was pressing down on the Heavenly Court Gu immortals' minds like a mountain. Shang, you really didn't let down my expectations, great job. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. He had also received the amplification and his condition was improving rapidly. Duke Long's face was ashen. He was a dragon man, a variant human. He could not receive the amplification of heroes among people unlike Fang Yuan. When Fang Yuan returned to his human form, even if it was created with sovereign immortal fetus Gu, it was still a pure human. Boom! Duke Long was sent flying by Fang Yuan. What in the world is going on? Qin Ding Ling transmitted her voice to Old Man Jing Yuan, asking him anxiously. Old Man Jing Yuan was not dead yet and had already moved out of Central Great Hall. He was all along responsible for activating the human path methods left behind by Central Continent's venerables. The old man transmitted his panicked reply to Duke Long, Qin Ding Ling and the rest. There is a problem in Emperor City. Someone is causing trouble. He poured in the human will of other 4 regions into Central Continent. Hope of the people and heroes among people distinguish allies based on human will. There was only Central Continent's human will previously, but now the human wills of all 5 regions are gathered, so everyone will receive amplification. Duke Long warded off Fang Yuan's attacks while asking, how can we resolve this issue? Old Man Jing Yuan replied with a heavy voice, I am giving it my all but I don't have any confidence in succeeding. Duke Long's heart sank further. Who could have tampered with our venerable human path methods to this degree? He had never imagined the venerable human path killer moves to have such changes. The enemy did not break these 2 killer moves directly but instead expanded the effectiveness of the killer moves to everyone. This was no different from breaking them. Is it Shang? The soul sphere in Fairy Ziwei's hands shook lightly as if it was laughing to itself. Back then, the information Fairy Ziwei had given to Duke Long contained details of Shang's location. This action was made under Spectral Soul's influence. Duke Long, however, had full trust in Fairy Ziwei. Moreover, at that time, Fang Jing had been detained by Sheng and had to be exchanged for urgently, thus there was the series of later events. In the end, Shang left Dragon Whale Paradise, infiltrated Emperor City and achieved this accomplishment. Perhaps I should say, this is worthy of Paradise Earth. The soul sphere shook once again. Fairy Ziwei was holding the soul sphere and continuously using wisdom path methods to imitate soul path and heal the soul sphere. The soul sphere was becoming increasingly solid under her healing. On the other side, Central Heaven Gate was still open, bringing in Gu immortals from the outside world into Heavenly Court. Ha ha ha, bring all those people in, let them kill, let them die. The more they kill the better it is, the more deaths there are the better this is, ha ha ha. The soul sphere laughed madly. The first batch who came were the southern border immortals in Hairy Foot Mountain, as well as Wu Shui, Zhan Budu, and others. Right now, the second batch of Gu immortals was teleported over. They were Northern Plains reinforcements who allied with Southern Borders group in the previous life. The leader was an old man with a walking stick, Yao Huang. As well as Heavenly Lord Baizu who was walking forward proudly. Behind the 2 great rank 8 Gu immortals were Domination Immortal Chu Du who was famous throughout the 5 regions, Black Extremity Sun Ming Lu who schemed against Old Ancestor Shui Hu, as well as other Gu immortal experts. Rank 7 Gu immortals will enter Immortal Gu houses. Yao Huang swept his gaze around the battlefield and gave the command. Even Chu Du had to listen obediently. He was shaken by the fierce battle in front, this battle was not something rank 7s could interfere in. Northern Plains had few immortal goo houses, but they brought over 3 this time. Follow me, we will reinforce Calamity Luck Altar. Heavenly Lord Baizu took the lead to charge forward. Yao Huang and the 3 immortal goo houses followed closely behind. Bing Sichuan cheered loudly inside Calamity Luck Altar. His attacks towards the Refinement Path formation were obstructed by the golden pearls left by Golden Pearl Immortal King. And now, he was being besieged from all directions by Heavenly Court's main force. Bing Sichuan was attacking the Refinement Path formation while repairing Calamity Luck Altar. He needed help, and this batch of reinforcements came at a perfect timing. Kill! Heavenly Lord Baizu shouted. His figure shook and split into countless clones that fought against the soldiers formed from the golden pearls. Yao Huang did not want to appear weak. He waved his cane. A strong medicinal fragrance pervaded the battlefield immediately. The 3 immortal goo houses also arrived and defended Calamity Luck Altar. Heavenly Court's main force was immediately divided. Don't even dream of leaving. Wu Yong used killer moves one after another. Wishful Wind Whip, Soft Vajra Wind Chief, Een Wind Rope and many others were used alternatively to tie down the enemies. Bada, Yihao Fang and others also mimicked this. Damn it! Most of Heavenly Court's main force could only curse inwardly as they were pinned down. If it were before, the southern border immortals would never have been able to pose such troubles, but with heroes among people's support now, Wu Yong and others were amplified. Overall, they were still weaker than Heavenly Court's members. After all, the latter were elites in rank 8, but it was still enough for them to become a threat. Charge! Dragon Palace crashed through the battlefield. Wu Shuai and Zhang Budu were controlling it from inside. Feng Jiuge had to avoid the collision. Destiny Song slowed down. Fang Yuan immediately felt the suppression on him receding sharply, and adding on the amplification from heroes among people, he sent Duke Long flying once again. Dragon tattoos wriggled around Duke Long. Dragon fangs flew around and obstructed the incoming attacks. Suddenly, a huge figure appeared. This is? Duke Long's pupils shrank rapidly as he saw the giant figure. Evil Dragon, Di Zongxing had taken the stage. Duke Long. Di Zongxing spoke human voice. Its roar gave rise to endless shock waves. It slammed down its claws on Duke Long like he was a ball. Di Zongxing's claws were cut by the dragon fangs and dripped with blood, while Duke Long collided into the ground, creating a 100-feet deep crater. Di Zongxing's enormous body pressed down. Rumble! The entirety of Heavenly Court shook violently. Smoke and dust flew, covering the whole battlefield. Di Zongxing flew up slowly. The ground that its stomach pressed on had already formed a shallow trench that spanned from the east to west of Heavenly Court. All the buildings, mountains, and rivers in its path were turned into waste. He is above. Zhang Budu suddenly pointed. Duke Long was floating in the air, looking down at Di Zongxing. The dragon gate behind him disappeared slowly. At the crucial moment, he had escaped the dangerous situation by using Dragon Gate. This evil dragon! Duke Long clenched his teeth. His sunken chest bulged up rapidly and soon recovered to its previous state. Clearly, Di Zongxing's attack had not been without effect. On the other side, Myriad Year flying warship flew back and took in Fang Yuan again. Fang Yuan looked at Duke Long and sneered. He directly ignored him and charged towards Heaven Overseeing Tower. Duke Long's eyelids twitched at this sight. The force at Heaven Overseeing Tower's side was barely resisting Calamity Luck Altar and was on the verge of collapse. If Fang Yuan and Myriad Year flying warship joined, the situation would directly collapse. Fang Yuan, don't even think about it. Everyone gather and protect Heaven Overseeing Tower. Duke Long sent his command. He himself was the first to move as he used Dragon Gate and blocked the path of Myriad Year flying warship. Get lost. Dragon Palace came to reinforce. Its owner Wu Shuai was resolute and direct. He released the suppressed Jun Shen Guang and Vortex Spaceboy, and thus could activate the killer move Dreamy Light Smoke again. Dreamy Light Smoke engulfed Duke Long. Duke Long's heart pounded crazily. He had no choice but to dodge, leaving behind a path through which Fang Yuan moved forward. Damn it, this is a dream path killer move, my methods are useless. In a corner far away, Feng Jin Huang was hiding in an inconspicuous immortal goo house, stomping her feet in anxiety. Right at this time, Destiny's song reverberated through the battlefield once again. Heavenly Court's condition rose rapidly and Duke Long also received great benefits, while Fang Yuan and the group's offenses immediately weakened. Unbelievable, we entered Heavenly Court. 8 Eastern Sea Immortals joined the battlefield through Central Heaven Gate. Heavenly Court's side is being besieged. The 8 Immortals' eyes brightened, especially when they saw Fang Yuan, Di Zongxing, Myriad Year Flying Warship, and Dragon Palace forcing back Duke Long and Feng Jiugu. Good, we will join and deal the final blow to them. The 8 Immortals' morale soared as they joined the chaotic battle. How did they come here? Fang Yuan was slightly surprised. Zhang Yin, Granny Rong and the other dragon generals joining the battle was a given, but Qing Yuan and the rest were very conservative. Why would they take risk in joining the battle? He, this is the side effect of heroes among people. When they received the amplification, they also received the influence of the 4 regions human will and hate Heavenly Court even more now. Shen Shang's voice transmitted over, a pity that Western Desert's side is still in a stalemate against Central Continent's immortal goo houses and cannot participate in this battle. Shen Shang, well done. Fang Yuan did not hesitate to praise. Shen Shang laughed heartily, naturally. But then again, you being able to control Central Heaven Gate was truly beyond my expectation. This move was truly spectacular. Ah, I can also feel Central Heaven Gate's transportation power. We will join in a while and flip Heavenly Court upside down, ha ha ha. Fang Yuan only smiled, then come fast. Central Heaven Gate's change was beyond Fang Yuan's expectations, but why would he cut himself short at this time? Even if someone was scheming from the dark, Fang Yuan would only follow the tides and prioritize in defeating Heavenly Court as well as destroying Fate Goo. Damn it, why at this time? Just as Shen Shang was about to accept the transportation, black fire appeared on his body. His internal threat had erupted again. I used all my strength to decipher the venerable killer moves and my injuries were left unattended. This was Shen Shang's last clear thought before he sank into madness and chaos. The moment Shen Shang turned mad, old man Jing Yuan sensed it. The old man's spirit was roused, the enemy's strength has disappeared. Regardless of the reason, I can use this chance to take control again and there is even a chance to turn around the situation. Who is it? Old man Jing Yuan suddenly shouted. Fairy Ziwei appeared in front of him with empty hands and a smile on her face. Ziwei? No, you are not normal. The old man's eyes shone sharply as he quickly retreated. But at the next moment, a solid pitch-black soul sphere appeared behind him and entered his body. No. Old man Jing Yuan seemed to have suffered a heavy attack as he collapsed on the ground, his eyes rolled and saliva foamed from his mouth while his body quivered continuously. The twitching lasted for a while before old man Jing Yuan became still all of a sudden. His eyes were the same as Fairy Ziwei, turning completely black. He stood up silently and wiped off the saliva. He lowered his hands and greeted the floating soul sphere respectfully. This old servant pays respects to master. Spectral Soul let out a light grunt of agreement. He did not have any immortal goo currently, but he was not without methods. The Soul Beast modification killer move he developed in the past had already become a type of innate ability of his soul. This innate ability could let him modify any soul and make the target offer their complete loyalty. Now, we should subdue Feng Jin Huang. I know her location as well and can also cut off that immortal goo house's teleportation ability. Fairy Ziwei said of her own initiative. No hurry. Spectral Soul, however, rejected her suggestion. Feng Jin Huang is not only favored by the heavenly Tao, she also receives the adoration of humanity itself. Her luck is strong enough to be second only to Red Lotus Demon Venerable. Don't think she is alone right now. The moment we make an attempt on her, we will be met with obstructions. Forget others, just Feng Jiugu alone is a huge problem. This person is strong enough to match Duke Long right now. We will observe the changes in the battlefield, let these people kill each other as their luck dissipates, then we will see if there is a chance to make a move on Feng Jin Huang. Spectral Soul and the two servants walked out of the Immortal Goo house and observed the battlefield from far away. Right now, Heavenly Court's side was gathered around Heaven Overseeing Tower and defended with all their strength. Their situation had become extremely perilous. The other Immortals' attacks were unusually fierce. They were under the amplification from heroes among people, but also the weakening from Destiny Song. With Fang Yuan and Sheng at the lead, every minute action made Heavenly Court's side nervous. Duke Long and Feng Jiugu were like main pillars. One person blocked Fang Yuan while the other suppressed Sheng, but both were disadvantaged since they had to defend Heaven Overseeing Tower as well. Demon Judgment Board was struggling to defend against Myriad Year Flying Warship and Dragon Palace's joint attacks. Golden Pearl soldiers were completely destroyed. Heavenly Court's main force was on a constant retreat and the defensive line continued to pull back. Heavenly Court's defeat is imminent. Fairy Ziwei commented, the eerie light in her eyes flickered. Only Yuan Qiongdu was standing on the top floor of Heaven Overseeing Tower. Song Yan and Che Wei were lying on the floor, on the verge of death. There was no one to heal them and Heavenly Court also did not have the ability to spare manpower. Originally, Qi Ci Lang was resisting the jade green light, but when Heavenly Court's main force arrived, they easily handled him. Qi Ci Lang was still bound and could not resist at all. He was directly beheaded and died with grievance. The refinement path Gu formation was already destroyed. Yuan Qiongdu could only continue restoring Fate Gu by himself. Almost there, almost there. Yuan Qiongdu mumbled, a fire was burning in his palm. Boom. Heaven Overseeing Tower suffered a heavy attack and shook violently. Yuan Qiongdu's refinement was disturbed. He coughed out a large mouthful of blood and fell to the ground, unconscious. Fate Gu's restoration was forcefully halted. Chapter 1949, Beheaded by One Slice. Immortal Killer Move, 5 Rotational Destruction. 5 Elements Grandmaster shouted in fury. He faced the sky with his palms and pushed. A 5-colored ring appeared. The ring flew to the sky and let out a powerful attraction force, absorbing all kinds of killer moves and even desolate beasts. Heavenly Court's defensive line fell into chaos. Charge. Southern Borders Gu Immortals grasped this chance and activated Rank 8 Immortal Gu House Great Space Temple to charge in through the gap. Heavenly Court's Yu Zhuzi gritted his teeth as he pointed at Great Space Temple and shouted, "Go!" Most of the jade pearls floating around him flew out and struck Great Space Temple before detonating. Bam bam bam. The detonation of jade pearls resounded like thunder. Jade fragments scattered everywhere and attached themselves onto Great Space Temple, actually slowing this Rank 8 Immortal Gu house by several times. With this chance, Heavenly Court's members quickly reinforced and used all their strength to force Great Space Temple out. But, although Great Space Temple was forced out, Wu Yong made his move on the other side. Immortal Killer Move, Finger Wind Dragon. Immortal Killer Move, Chaotic Shooting Blades. Wu Yong flicked his fingers repeatedly, throwing out several dark jade worms. The small worms grew larger as they flew in the sky, expanding to 10 feet, 50 feet, 150 feet. In just a few breaths of time, they turned into vicious wind dragons that was 220 feet long, bearing their fangs as they attacked Heavenly Court's defensive line. Wu Yong's eyes flashed with a green light. The wind dragons roared and turned into countless jade wind blades, shooting everywhere. The wind blades were sharp, cutting everything in their path. Heavenly Court's main force could only grit their teeth and face the killer moves forcibly. Using this chance when they were too occupied, Wu Yong turned around and infiltrated the defense line. "Don't even think about it." A delicate voice sounded. Flower petals flew in the sky. Wan Zihong blocked Wu Yong. She had been paying heavy attention towards Wu Yong without daring to be careless. The moment Wu Yong made the move, she went to fill the gap. Wu Yong sighed and could only drop the plan. The southern border Gu Immortals inside clear jade-dripping wind tiny bamboo building were shouting towards the eastern sea Gu Immortal Hua Kaiyun, go in quickly. Previously, Wan Zihong had been fighting with Hua Kaiyun and Qing Yuan. Right now, Wan Zihong went to fill the defensive gap which left behind a hole, letting Hua Kaiyun and Qing Yuan infiltrate the defensive line. Hua Kaiyun and Qing Yuan glanced at each other and sensed the other had no intention to charge in, so they both chose to battle in the same place without having any intention to invade. The human wills influenced the Eastern Sea Immortals' resoluteness, but the influence was limited. Right now, Hua Kaiyun and Qing Yuan were already feeling regret. How could they have joined the decisive battle in Heavenly Court because of a moment of hot-headedness? Wasn't it quite good and satisfying to plunder immortal materials in Central Continent? Why did they have to fight to the death here? They were not fools. The first ones to invade the defensive line would definitely be met with fierce counterattacks from Heavenly Court's forces. They might even die if they were just a little bit careless. Because she had seen through this, Wan Zihong boldly went to fill the defensive gap and block Wu Yong. The nature of Eastern Sea Gu Immortals is like this. Wan Zihong's eyes shone sharply. She had a deep understanding regarding Eastern Sea. But at the next moment, Shi Miao suddenly charged into Heavenly Court's defensive line. He was also an Eastern Sea Gu Immortal. Heavenly Court's main force were barely able to maintain the defensive line, and when they were forced, they would let the defensive gap appear in front of the Eastern Sea Gu Immortals. But Heavenly Court's main force would have never imagined that Shi Miao was already controlled by Dragon Palace and had become a dragon general, unafraid of death in battles. Heavenly Court's main force was dazed and allowed Shi Miao to smoothly charge into the defensive line and near Heaven Overseeing Tower. Just as he was about to charge inside, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Shi Miao. In your dream. Duke Long's voice resounded in Shi Miao's ears. Shi Miao had already put up his defenses. His skin was like a layer of rocks, extremely firm. But his tough skin was immediately pierced by Duke Long's right hand and his neck was grabbed firmly. Shi Miao immediately felt suffocation. An intense force spread from Duke Long's right hand and cracked the rock skin on his neck. What kind of strength is this? Shi Miao was horrified. He struggled with all his might, but it was fruitless. Just as his neck was about to snap, a sword light arrived. Duke Long dodged immediately, but this was predicted. The sword light struck his waist, then passed through behind like a ray of light. Duke Long's body was almost cut apart by the sword light. An enormous wound appeared on his stomach from where blood flowed out without stopping. The sword light continued with its momentum and struck Heaven Overseeing Tower. Fortunately, defensive measures were already activated around Heaven Overseeing Tower. It was not unprepared like when Bo Qing's sword light cut it. A white barrier flickered around the tower before finally stopping the sword light. Fang Yuan. Duke Long turned his head towards where the attack came from. At that direction was Fang Yuan, who had once again transformed into an immemorial sword dragon. The sword dragon's claws were clenched into a fist. The attack just now was five-finger fist heart sword. This killer move had terrifying might. Duke Long absolutely could not sit idly and watch Fang Yuan use it casually. He immediately gave up on Shi Miao and used Dragon Gate to approach Fang Yuan. But at this time, Shi Miao suddenly revealed a strange smile. His whole body melted and rapidly covered Duke Long's body. This change caught Duke Long off guard, and Fang Yuan was able to activate five-finger fist heart sword again. Second sword, third sword, fourth sword. Every sword light struck Duke Long and passed through his body. The remaining force struck Heaven Overseeing Tower till it shook. Lord Duke Long. This unexpected situation caused Heavenly Court's immortals to pale in fright. Even Duke Long had never expected Shi Miao to willingly give up his life to pin him down. Fang Yuan's five-finger fist heart sword struck him, but Shi Miao was also struck. There were 3 terrifyingly large sword wounds on Duke Long's body. He was dripping with blood, but he still had a breath of life left in him. Shi Miao, however, could not be any more dead. His form was a severed corpse. He died with a smile on his face. Duke Long, your life shall end here. Fang Yuan said softly before pointing the 5th sword of five-finger fist heart sword. The sword light seemed to pierce through time and space. No one could block its speed. Heavenly Court's immortals watched the sword light strike Duke Long with a horrified gaze. At the moment of death, Duke Long's eyes lost their light as he fell into a whirlpool of memories. Childhood. Duke Long was lying on the bed and crying, "Father, Mother, don't die, don't leave me behind." Child. Duke Long's father rubbed his head and showed a carefree smile even when death was impending. "Don't cry and don't grieve. We suffered these fatal wounds to stop Sheng's rampage. This is our responsibility as members of Heavenly Court, and it is also something we are willing to do. Death is the final destination of life. The crucial thing is whether we died a worthy death. You will understand this when you grow up, my child." Duke Long's mother spoke. "You will understand what our sacrifices signify. Although this leads to separation, it is also our honor and duty to protect humanity. The stronger one is, the greater their responsibilities. Protecting our people is the noble task that has been inherited by us and countless seniors. When you grow up, you will also continue to walk our path. We will be looking forward to your growth in the other world. You need to work hard and persevere." Adolescence. Young Duke Long was breathing heavily. He was knocked down by a puppet and was lying down on the ground. A Gu master laughed loudly from the side and clapped, "Little Long, your performance is already great. Get up, rest for a while." "No, I can still continue to fight." Young Duke Long used all his strength and stood up unsteadily. "I will double my efforts, work hard in cultivation and keep on growing stronger. This puppet in front of me is nothing. There will be a day when I will become an expert like my parents. I will become a Gu Immortal of Heavenly Court and follow their path." Ha ha ha, such aspirations. I am really looking forward to your future." The Gu master praised sincerely. Adulthood. This is how it feels to be a Gu Immortal? Duke Long passed the Ascension Tribulation and became a rank 6 Gu Immortal. Amazing, kid. You have become an immortal at such a young age. Thinking back to when I was your age, I was still competing with my rival in love, ha ha ha. A Heavenly Court Gu Immortal laughed. "Thank you for guarding me during this period." The adult Duke Long bowed towards the Gu Immortal and said with great sincerity. The Heavenly Court Gu Immortal waved his hand. "You should have realized it by now, your identity is special. You are the Tao Guardian of the future Immortal Venerable, so your cultivation path will always be smooth, even if there are setbacks. It will only signify that you are going to reap even greater harvests later. Heavenly Court needs you, the future Immortal Venerable needs you, humanity needs you. Kid, becoming an immortal is not your end point, it is just your starting point. You can't get complacent, you can't stop moving forward. We all need you. Yes, I will persevere till I die. I will contribute every bit of my strength and every drop of my blood and sweat for Heavenly Court, for humanity, and for the future." Duke Long swore. Middle age. Rank 8 cultivation, unimaginable, you actually accomplished this at your age. Duke Tong said with a moved voice. Perhaps we should say, worthy of a Tao Guardian? Ha ha ha, with you, Heavenly Court can be even more prosperous. Duke Mei laughed brightly. I am flattered, seniors. The middle-aged Duke Long spoke modestly. Duke Mei and Duke Tong glanced at each other. The former said, "So, have you considered our suggestion? Become one of us, lead Heavenly Court and guide the future Immortal Venerable Seed." Duke Long nodded with no hesitation. "Yes, I have already prepared myself." Ha ha ha, then from today onwards, you are Duke Long. One of the 3 Dukes of Heavenly Court, and also the most important one. Heavenly Court's heavy responsibility will mainly rest on your shoulders. Duke Long nodded his head slowly and said with a solemn expression, "This is the path I have been pursuing. This is the expectation that my parents and the countless seniors I have met in life hold. It is the result that Heavenly Court and humanity needs. This responsibility, I, Duke Long, will undertake it with no hesitation." Old age. Come back, Hong Ting, you can still turn around. Duke Long called. Master, I failed to live up to your teachings and expectations, I am sorry, but I must revive them. Red Lotus did not turn around, disappearing into the night. Duke Long closed his eyes in pain, his body on the verge of collapsing. The disciple he had taught with all his heart for so many years chose to walk on such a path. I guided an immortal venerable to become a demon venerable, I have sinned. Duke Long knelt before Duke Tong and Duke Mei. Get up quickly. Duke Tong and Duke Mei held Duke Long's arms and consoled him. You need to have faith, Duke Long, we still have hope. It is not your fault, Duke Long, we have all seen the efforts you have put in. It is Hong Ting who has disappointed us, not you. No. Duke Long shook off the two's hands and said with an extremely solemn expression, he is my disciple, if he is walking on the wrong path now, it is my mistake. It is my sin. I must pay for this, I will stake all my strength to make up for this mistake. For heavenly court and for humanity, even if I have to give up everything, I will pull Red Lotus back to the righteous path. And finally, in his twilight years, Duke Long was sitting cross-legged in the hall, his head lowered and his hair was disheveled. 2 trails of tears quietly trickled down his face. In front of him on the cold floor were the corpses of people he was familiar with, these were Dragon Man corpses. The pain in his heart submerged everything and roared like a tsunami, threatening to drown Duke Long. He was originally blessed with the joys of familial bonds, but who could have thought he would have to suffer such an impact in his twilight years? What was even more sad was that the killer of his children and grandchildren was he himself. This was the tragedy that he single-handedly created. It is my fault, back then I should not have. Duke Long's voice was choked with emotions. He slowly raised his head, his gaze seemed to be under extreme weight as he slowly looked at each corpse. Joyful conversations and laughter along with blissful scenes of him with his grandchildren surfaced in his mind. It is not your fault, my children. Everything is my fault. Duke Long's back bent down, he used his powerless fist to pound his chest, light thumping sounds echoed in the hall. I was negligent in my care towards you, I did not guide you well, you ended up walking on the wrong path. I was wrong, I am not a good master, I am also not a good ancestor. But for the prosperity of humanity, for heavenly court, I had to sacrifice you. Believe me, I never wanted this outcome. But I have no choice, I might be a dragon man but my heart has always stood with humanity. I cannot let you disrupt the rule of humanity, that is the result gained after countless generations sacrificed themselves. And most importantly, your roots also lie in humanity. If you want to blame someone, then blame me, I cannot beg for your forgiveness neither do I dare to do that. Let me bear all the sins, let me pay for them. My children. I cannot bring myself to separate with you. You will merge with me, we will never be apart. As your ancestor, I have failed you and did not give you a beautiful life and stable environment to live in. But this is all I can do. I, Duke Long, am just a dying old man. Present. The 5th sword flew towards Duke Long so fast that it was already in front of Duke Long. Whoosh. There was a soft sound, time seemed to have been slowed down by countless times. Duke Long's head lightly separated from his neck. Blood flowed out slowly and spurted out just as slowly. He was beheaded by Fang Yuan with one slice. Chapter 1950, The True Triple Chi Retraction. Lord Duke Long. The heavenly court immortals' horrified cries resounded, but to Duke Long, these voices became increasingly weaker. At the start, they were like roaring waves, but almost at the next moment, they became light echoes from the horizon. Is this the feeling of death? I, Duke Long, am finally going to die? Die here? Thoughts were still flashing past Duke Long's mind. Die here? He asked himself again. Tired, I am really tired. He had walked till now while bearing heavy duty and expectations, he withstood the burden of endless sins. There were times when he really wanted to die. When he first stepped into the immortal graveyard and hibernated, he had let his imagination run wild. If I died like this, it feels like it might be a pretty good thing. But could he? Could he? he asked himself. No. He could not. He, Duke Long, lived all his life while carrying a heavy burden. He shouldered the expectations of his parents, master, and companions. He shouldered the responsibility of heavenly court and humanity. He took on the blame for his disciples' betrayal and the calamity he caused. He took on the sin of exterminating his offspring by his own hands. He got injured, he got old. His back slowly bent down, his gaze slowly dimmed. He slumbered in the immortal graveyard, but when the time came, he crawled up and continued to bear his responsibility and mission. That's right, I cannot die, I cannot. I still need to deal with the enemies, I still haven't cleared my sins, I still haven't corrected my mistakes. The immortal graveyard is already destroyed. If I fall now, Feng Jiugu will not be able to salvage the situation alone. Heavenly court will be destroyed by the enemies. How can I fall now? I cannot fall. My companions need me, heavenly court needs me, humanity needs me. They need me, Duke Long. So, no matter how tired I am, even if I am extremely exhausted, even if I hibernate in the graveyard, even if I die, even if I have been beheaded, I, Duke Long, cannot afford to fall. I need to stand up, I need to continue fighting. Instantly, as if the entire universe was responding to his unyielding will, a miracle happened. Duke Long's dimmed pupils suddenly burst out with shocking light that rushed towards the sky. The blood that spurted out of his neck returned rapidly, the countless chi in the surrounding condensed and brought his head back to his neck. An extremely profound aura carried a true inheritance and entered his body. The wounds on his body started healing rapidly. He completely healed within a few breaths. It is Lord Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's method. And this chi path true inheritance, so triple chi retraction can actually be used in this manner. Duke Long immediately comprehended, great joy surfacing on his face. Lord Duke Long, he has revived. The miracle happened right in front of them. Heavenly court's morale bounced back. Fang Yuan's expression was still tranquil. It is Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's method. There was a backup after all. This is Heavenly Court's foundation? Wu Yong mumbled, his expression was dark, he felt powerlessness. Duke Long raised his head and floated in the air. He spread out his arms and legs as he said, I, Duke Long, will not fall right now. Oh Fang Yuan, let me show you the genuine triple chi retraction. Triple chi retraction? This move's reputation was too huge. The moment Duke Long said this, the three regions immortals slowed down their offenses in fright and uncertainty. Fang Yuan's expression was also solemn. He had personally witnessed the terrifying might of triple chi retraction. Back then, Duke Long had used this move to determine his victory, directly defeating Purple Mountain True Monarch. Triple chi retraction has a total of 3 styles. First style, human chi retraction, second style, earth chi retraction, and third style, heaven chi retraction. Human chi retraction greatly reduces a Gu immortal's human chi and their condition will fall sharply. Earth chi retraction will extract earth chi and cause heavy damage to the immortal aperture. Heaven chi retraction will extract heaven chi and combined with the damage from the previous 2 styles, the immortal aperture will shatter directly. If one is hit by the first style, the second style and third style cannot be blocked. So, the key is in the first style. All kinds of information flashed through Fang Yuan's mind. He moved his dragon body and retreated cautiously. Although he had transformed into an immemorial sword dragon and seemed to have gotten rid of his human status, he was not certain if human chi retraction could extract his human chi or not. Since this move was created by Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable, even if there was no transformation path back then, Duke Long would have definitely made relevant modifications to fill this gap. Whoosh! At the next moment, vast chi surged from all directions and winds moved like waves, gathering around Duke Long's body. Endless amounts of human chi, earth chi, and heaven chi gathered in Duke Long's body, turning into countless chi path down marks while also drastically raising his power in every aspect. Fang Yuan's eyes narrowed. What is this? Triple chi retraction's 3 styles are being activated at the same time, plundering a vast amount of chi to empower Duke Long. Is this a condition triggered by primordial origins method? Triple Chi Retraction's effect had already deviated from its usual ability. Power, and unprecedented power. The feeling of power filled Duke Long's body and mind. He stepped lightly, boom. The air below him directly exploded as his body flew like a purple meteor and appeared in front of Fang Yuan in an instant. Fast, extremely fast. But Fang Yuan had no fear since reverse flow protection seal was still activated. Boom. Duke Long's fist struck his head. Fang Yuan was knocked down like a cannonball. He smashed into the ground, creating a deep pit. Reverse flow protection seal immediately appeared shallow and illusory from this attack. Fang Yuan shook his giant dragon head, shaking off the dizziness, when Duke Long appeared in front of his eyes again. Both sides were within 100 steps. Duke Long charged over, his whole body emitted blazing chi that raised his mighty disposition to the extreme. Fang Yuan's eyes were cold as he snorted inwardly. Whoosh! Myriad Year flying warship had already been lying in ambush, and when Duke Long charged forward at this moment, it immediately pierced through the air, like a giant blade that cut towards Duke Long with a heavy shadow of death. Struck. Myriad Year flying warship was like a giant broadsword that cut Duke Long. Boom. Dust and soil flew before they were dispelled by the violent chi around Duke Long. Duke Long was struck by Myriad Year flying warship. He was half-crouching on the ground, one hand holding the ground while the other hand released a powerful strength as it grabbed the front-bottom part of Myriad Year flying warship. He actually held off the whole of Myriad Year flying warship's weight with a single hand. Crack, crack. A series of sharp sounds could be heard. The muscles on Duke Long's hands bulged as he slowly pushed back Myriad Year flying warship inch by inch. Fang Yuan's pupils shrank slightly. The Myriad Year flying warship of this moment was not the same as before. It was merged with 12 Zodiac battle formation and was enough to rank among the top 5 immortal goo houses in the world. Duke Long actually resisted its full-powered collision with one hand. The strength amplification Duke Long received from Triple Chi Retraction had far surpassed Fang Yuan's estimation. Huh. Duke Long breathed out as he exerted strength and stood up. He brought his other hand together and actually threw Myriad Year flying warship far away. Fang Yuan observed the whole process with indifference, his dragon pupils reflecting Duke Long's clear face. Fang Yuan swung his dragon tail and retreated quickly, leaving the heaven-overseeing tower battlefield. Duke Long's speed already surpassed Fang Yuan's, but he could only watch as Fang Yuan left. Because at this moment, Dragon Palace and 3 immortal goo houses were attacking Feng Jiugu. Feng Jiugu had to split his attention to resist them, so Destiny Song unavoidably weakened. Sheng was free and charged towards heaven overseeing tower once again. Evil Dragon. Stop. Almost in an instant, Duke Long appeared on Sheng's head. Immortal killer move, Chi Breath Mountain. An enormous translucent Chi mountain took shape in a blink of an eye and pressed down fiercely. Boom, heaven and earth shook. Sheng's head was pressed down to the ground by Chi Breath Mountain. Triple Chi Retraction increased the might of Duke Long's Chi Path methods to a horrifying level. However, after using this move, the Chi around Duke Long fell sharply by 30%. A chance. Seeing this, 5 Elements Grandmaster, Wu Yong, and Zhang Yin attacked at almost the same time. 3 long-range killer moves attacked Duke Long. Duke Long did not dodge and also did not use self-moving Dragon Chi Wall, he actually let the killer moves engulf his body. Smoke and fire rose, thunder rumbled. The dazzling scene dissipated, Duke Long was still standing in the sky, standing tall and upright. Did you want to scratch my itch with these 3 small tricks? Duke Long ridiculed loudly. The faces of Wu Yong, 5 Elements Grandmaster, and Zhang Yin reddened with anger and shock. Triple Chi Retraction. Duke Long shouted once again. In an instant, vast chi surged and appeared from all corners of Heavenly Court before gathering inside Duke Long's body within a few seconds. Rumble. Duke Long's aura expanded once again. Not only did he return to his earlier state, he even gained an extra layer. From the original 10 feet, it broke through to 20 feet. The aura covered his whole body and the translucent fire burned high. Duke Long's purple hair waved wildly and his scales shone brightly. Because of Heavenly Dragon's last stand as well, Duke Long's body right now had already far surpassed the size of an ordinary human. His body expanded several times and gave an extremely oppressive feeling. Dizongsheng roared, unreconciled as it lifted its giant dragon head out from the pit. Duke Long suddenly appeared to the side of Dizongsheng's head and gave a straight punch. The huge force twisted Dizongsheng's head and even its enormous body rolled away, destroying countless buildings of Heavenly Court in its way. But Duke Long no longer cared about these, everything had to prioritize Heaven Overseeing Tower. In the previous life, Dizongsheng's battle strength could match Duke Long's, but in this life, it was directly suppressed. If it was said that Feng Jiugu used the Profundity of Destiny song to defeat Dizongsheng, then Duke Long suppressed Dizongsheng by relying on his own strength. I understand now. Although I destroyed the Immortal Graveyard, Heavenly Court still exists. When a Gu Immortal joins Heavenly Court, they will contribute their immortal aperture. Countless Grotto Heaven worlds merged together to form the current Heavenly Court. Every immortal aperture is a balance of 3 Qi and contains Heaven Qi, Earth Qi, and Human Qi. Currently, Duke Long is using triple Qi retraction not against us but on Heavenly Court. Fang Yuan's thoughts moved lightning fast as he deduced the general details. Heavenly Court's 3 Qi were naturally exploited by Duke Long, and it could even be said to be an infinite supply. With such a powerful supplement, Duke Long's battle strength exploded and suppressed Dizongsheng with just his body. But out of Heavenly Court, the killer move triple Qi retraction would lose such might. No such vigorous triple Qi were around in the outside world, and they could not be used by Duke Long freely. That meant, Duke Long's strength had limitations, he must stay inside Heavenly Court. However, even though Fang Yuan saw through this weakness, it was useless. Heaven Overseeing Tower was also inside Heavenly Court. Fang Yuan had to strive to destroy Fate Gu, so he could not bypass Heavenly Court or the current Duke Long.